Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 5349 to Chapter 5405. You are Xiao Hai? You don't look like much, but I didn't expect your strength to be so good. You actually made our 8 great sects use all our forces to deal with you. Even if you die, it will be a glorious death, Xianxia said in a deep voice as he looked at Xiao Hai. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then, he said, I am indeed Xiao Hai. It's not a big deal for the 8 great sects to come together to deal with me. After all, the 8 great sects aren't worth my attention. What did you say? Ha ha ha. You really have some guts. Do you know how many troops our 8 great sects have dispatched this time? I know. 700 million. There's another 100 million on the other side, watching the people of the Spiritual Realm Alliance. However, do you really think that 700 million people can destroy our Sea Exploration sect? This time, our Sea Exploration sect doesn't want to use the array formation on you. We have already decided to face you head-on. Ha ha ha. I always thought that you didn't have the guts. I didn't expect you to have some guts. However, do you really think that your Sea Exploration sect can withstand the attack of our 700 million troops? 700 million troops aren't called an army. Today, I will let you know what an army is. After saying that, Xiao Hai waved his hand. Suddenly, 10,000 sword ships appeared in the sky around Xianxia and the others. Behind the 10,000 sword ships were sword boats. Behind the sword boats were rows of cultivators. There were so many of them that they seemed to be able to block the sky. The people of the Sea Exploration sect had actually surrounded the people of the 8 great sections. When they saw this situation, the people of the 8 great sects were stunned. Then, their formation fell into chaos. They really didn't know what to say. They weren't fools. After all, they had an army of 700 million. Moreover, they had set up a formation here. How many people would it take to surround them? Most importantly, this encirclement wasn't as simple as just surrounding them. This encirclement looked very thick. Most importantly, there were countless large artifacts in this encirclement, which was the most shocking thing. It should be known that this time, the 8 great sects had gathered more than half of the forces of the spiritual realm. In the end, they had only managed to produce about 3,000 large artifacts. This was already all the large artifacts they could produce. However, the number of large artifacts that the Sea Exploration sect had brought out was no less than 20,000. How could the people of the 8 great sects not understand such a large number of artifacts? Xianxia glanced at the people of the Sea Exploration sect. His face remained expressionless. He turned his head to Xiao Hai and said with disdain, not bad. Your Sea Exploration sect has spent a lot of effort to deal with us. You must have used a lot of illusory formations, right? You made so many illusions at once. When they heard Xianxia, the people of the 8 great sects were stunned. Then they slowly calmed down. They also thought that Xianxia's words were reasonable. It was impossible for the Sea Exploration sect to have so many people. Therefore, the people who surrounded them must be illusions. Xiao Hai looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but smile. Sect Master Yan, I have heard of your great name long ago. I heard that you started as a servant disciple and reached your current position. To be honest, I admire you a lot. However, after hearing what you said today, you don't seem to be as strong as I imagined. Could it be that you can't even distinguish between a real person and an illusory formation? When he heard Xiao Hai's words, Xianxia couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he laughed and said, of course I can distinguish between a real person and an illusory formation. However, I really can't tell the difference between an illusory formation created by your Sea Exploration sect. To be honest, I have to admire your Sea Exploration sect. Your formations are really powerful. However, Xiao Hai, you have to remember that the foundation of a cultivator is still strength and cultivation. Formations and whatnot are just minor daos. Xiao Hai looked at Xianxia's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, to be honest, Xianxia, if you didn't deliberately say that, then I would be very disappointed in you. If you did, then I admire you. But no matter what you say, I'll say it now. As long as you surrender, our Sea Exploring sect won't take your life. On the contrary, if you don't surrender, then don't blame our sea exploring sect for being impolite. Zhao Hai, are you crazy? You want our 8 great sects to surrender to your sea exploration sect? Have you woken up yet? What if you haven't woken up yet? How about I remind you? Haha, forget it. It seems like you really don't know. Then forget it. I'll let you know our true strength. Zhao Hai looked at Yan Songtian. Then, he waved his hand and the Sea Exploration Sect's army directly pressed towards the 8 Great Sect's army. This time, they were attacking from all sides. They were like a rope that was slowly being pulled towards the 8 Great Sect's army. When the people of the 8 Great Sects saw this, they were stunned. At the same time, they were also confused. This was because they still couldn't completely believe that the Sea Exploration Sect's disciples were all illusions. When Yan Songtian saw this, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Everyone, don't panic. Apart from the Sea Exploration Sect's people in the front, you don't have to care about the other Sea Exploration Sect's people. Those people can't be real. Follow me and attack. When a person's mind was in a mess, as long as someone gave a shout, the others would feel as if they had found a pillar of support, and they would naturally respond. It was the same now. The people of the 8 Great Sects didn't know what to do. When Yan Songtian said this, they all looked at him and felt that he was right. They followed behind Yan Songtian and rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. Huo Songtian even commanded the blazing mountain to expand instantly before rushing towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he smiled faintly. Then, he waved his hand and released the statue and giant corpse. At the same time, he commanded the giant tortoise to crash into the blazing mountain. Zhao Hai had already discovered that the giant tortoise's defensive power was so strong that it shocked him. Its strength was so great that it was unparalleled. Therefore, Zhao Hai really wasn't afraid of the blazing mountain. When Yan Songtian saw Zhao Hai riding the giant tortoise over, a sneer appeared on his face. Others might not understand the blazing mountain, but he knew very well that the blazing mountain was actually a law weapon. It wasn't something that ordinary artifacts could compare to. Apart from ramming, it also had other offensive abilities. People who didn't know would be wrong if they thought that it could only be used for ramming or smashing. Law weapons were different from ordinary weapons. There were 2 types of law weapons. One was a low-grade law weapon. This kind of weapon was made of very good materials and could conduct law energy. This was the majority of law weapons. As for the other type of law weapon, it was very high grade. During the refining process, someone had spent a lot of effort to add a trace of law energy into this weapon. In other words, this kind of law weapon contained a kind of law energy. Because of this, the attack power of this kind of law weapon was very strong. Of course, this kind of law weapon wasn't easy to refine. First, the person who refined this kind of law weapon had to be someone who had comprehended law energy. In other words, this person had to be at least a supreme elder. Secondly, refining this kind of law weapon required a lot of high-grade materials, which weren't easy to find. Lastly, and most importantly, refining this kind of law weapon was very difficult for the person who refined it. He had to use his own law energy to constantly nourish the weapon. He even had to think of a way to add his own law energy into the weapon. Because of this, refining this kind of law weapon was very troublesome. However, once this kind of weapon was successfully refined, its might would be very great. When this kind of weapon was thrown out, it would contain law energy. Because of this, its attack power would be very strong. The blazing mountain belonged to this kind of high-grade law weapon. It contained a trace of law energy, therefore, its attack power was very strong. Not only could it be used for ramming, the law energy it contained would also give people a headache. One must know that the law energy inside the blazing mountain was the law of space. The law of space was known as one of the 2 fundamental laws of the universe. Naturally, it was very powerful. However, Zhao Hai had also comprehended a trace of the law. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with the law of space. He also felt that there was a trace of law energy inside the blazing mountain. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He could feel that the law of space inside the blazing mountain was actually a very low-grade law energy. Its attack power wasn't very strong, it couldn't hurt the giant turtle at all. Zhao Hai had already tested it. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through the giant turtle's defense, let alone the law of space inside the blazing mountain. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't care at all. He commanded the giant turtle to rush forward. When it was about to hit the blazing mountain, the giant turtle's head shrank back into its shell. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire world seemed to tremble. Following this collision, the flaming mountain flew back violently, as though it had been sent flying by a huge force. However, the giant turtle controlled by Zhao Hai didn't seem to be affected at all. It just paused for a moment before continuing to fly forward. The people of the 8 major sects were all stunned. Among the people of the 8 major sects, there was no one who didn't know about the Blazing Flame sect's Blazing Flame Mountain. The Blazing Flame sect could be said to be the strongest law of the Blazing Flame sect. It was also the strongest artifact in the entire spiritual world. The Blazing Flame sect was almost destroyed several times, but in the end, it was all thanks to the help of the Blazing Flame Mountain. But now, this symbol of invincibility in the spiritual world was directly hit by the giant turtle of the Sea Exploring sect. The giant turtle didn't seem to have any reaction and continued to fly forward. How could the people of the spiritual world not be surprised? They all stared blankly at the giant turtle. For a moment, they even forgot that they were fighting. This caused the disciples of the 8 great sects to be stunned. They didn't know where these screams were coming from. When they turned their heads, they found that the screams were coming from behind them. The disciples of the Sea Exploring sect, whom they thought were illusions, were now slaughtering the disciples of the 8 great sections. The large artifacts had already rushed into the formation of these disciples. Wherever they went, as long as they came into contact with the disciples, their bones would be broken and their tendons would be severed. Not a single one of them was left alive. This situation made the disciples of the 8 major sects stunned. They didn't think that the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect behind them weren't illusions, but real people. Soon after, screams were heard from both sides. They discovered that the situation on both sides was the same as behind them. The disciples of the Sea Exploring sect weren't illusions, but real people. This discovery made the people of the 8 major sects fall into chaos. Although the 8 major sects sent a lot of disciples, the Sea Exploring sect had even more disciples. Because of this, the people of the 8 major sects were in a panic. This kind of chaos was contagious. Before long, the entire formation of the 8 major sects was in chaos. At this time, the army of the Sea Exploring sect also rushed in. The first to arrive was the giant turtle. The giant turtle was too big, even bigger than the Blazing Flame sect's Blazing Flame Mountain. Moreover, its flying speed was very fast. Therefore, the large artifacts of the 8 major sects that were hit by the giant turtle were directly smashed into pieces. As for the ordinary disciples, if they were hit by the giant turtle, then they would turn into a bloody mist. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. His attention was still on the Blazing Flame sect's Blazing Flame Mountain. Although the giant turtle hit the Blazing Flame Mountain, Zhao Hai still noticed that the Blazing Flame Mountain was a good thing. It didn't break after being hit by the giant turtle, but it was still sent flying. This was enough to show that the Blazing Flame Mountain was very powerful. And now, the Blazing Flame Mountain stopped. Xianxia was riding the Blazing Flame Mountain towards Zhao Hai. At this time, Xianxia's mouth was bleeding, his hair was completely scattered, and his eyes were red. It seemed like he had gone crazy. It was no wonder that Xianxia lost his composure. He had never suffered such a huge loss since his debut. This time, he thought that he could deal with the giant tortoise in one fell swoop by relying on his Blazing Mountain, and then deal with the Sea Exploring sect. However, he didn't expect that he would be sent flying by the giant tortoise without any strength to fight back. How could he not be angry? In addition to this, there was another matter that made him very angry. He had made a mistake in his previous judgment. He had thought that the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect that had surrounded them weren't the real disciples of the Sea Exploring sect, but were just illusions. However, it was now proven that those disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were all real. This made him even more annoyed. He knew very well that his mistaken judgment this time could lead to the deaths of some people from the 8 great sections. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia went crazy and wanted to fight Zhao Hai. He couldn't accept his failure, especially in front of the 8 great sects. Most importantly, his failure this time would make him lose everything. He would be left with nothing. Xianxia was very clear that if he failed this time, there would be no other force in the entire spiritual world that could be a match for the Sea Exploring sect. At that time, the Sea Exploring sect would be able to mobilize their army and take down the 8 great sects in one fell swoop. Naturally, he would lose everything, which was why he went crazy. But sometimes, the difference in strength wasn't something that could be overcome just by going crazy. Xianxia brought the Blazing Flame sect's Blazing Flame Mountain and crashed into the giant tortoise once again. The giant tortoise still didn't move and his Blazing Flame Mountain flew out once again. This time, it even killed many people from the 8 great sections. Now, the people of the 8 great sects were in complete chaos. Even if the 8 great sects sent a lot of supreme elders this time, they had no way to control the situation. This was because the Sea Exploring sect also had countless supreme elders. These supreme elders began to hunt down the supreme elders of the 8 great sects. On the other hand, the Sea Exploring sect's large artifacts were charging back and forth within the 8 great sects' great formation. Coupled with the statues and giant corpses, the disciples of the 8 great sects felt as if the end of the world had arrived. The strength of the disciples of the 8 great sects wasn't weak, but compared to the meticulously cultivated disciples of the Sea Exploring sect, they were still a lot worse. Plus, the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect had all undergone military training. It could be said that they were a well-trained army. The individual strength of the disciples of the 8 great sects might not be weaker than the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect, but they hadn't undergone any military training. Under these circumstances, the cooperation of the disciples of the 8 great sects was far worse than the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. It was precisely because of this that the disciples of the 8 great sects were very helpless in the face of the Sea Exploring sect's great formation. Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He only had one target right now, and that was Xianxia. As for other things, Zhao Hai really didn't care. This time, Zhao Hai had mobilized nearly 4 billion disciples in order to eliminate the forces of the 8 great sects in one fell swoop. Now that the great formation of the 8 great sects had been completely destroyed, there was nothing for him to worry about. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai directly locked onto his target, Xianxia. Now, Xianxia had been sent flying again. Moreover, when the Blazing Mountain was sent flying, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, the huge impact of the collision had caused him to suffer a serious injury. But at the same time, the madness in Xianxia's eyes became even more intense. Xianxia didn't think about anything else, he just wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Therefore, when he waited for the Blazing Mountain to stop, he immediately controlled it to charge towards Zhao Hai. But this time, the crater of the Blazing Mountain was spewing out thick black smoke, as if a volcano was about to erupt. It was obvious that Xianxia had used all of his strength to control the Blazing Mountain. Zhao Hai smiled slightly. Then, with a thought, the giant tortoise rushed towards the Blazing Mountain. However, at the same time, the 2 forelimbs of the giant tortoise stretched forward and didn't retract into its shell like before. Soon, the Blazing Mountain crashed into the giant tortoise's body. However, this time, it crashed into the 2 forelimbs of the giant tortoise. The 2 forelimbs of the giant tortoise retracted a little and the impact of the Blazing Mountain was neutralized. When the Blazing Mountain crashed into the giant tortoise's shell, it was already out of strength and stopped there. At this moment, a golden rune chain suddenly appeared on the body of the giant tortoise. This chain wrapped around the Blazing Mountain in an instant, making it impossible for Xianxia to escape. At this moment, Zhao Hai also made his move. His figure moved and rushed into the Blazing Mountain, arriving less than 100 meters away from Xianxia. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the situation outside at all. With one Hai and the others outside, it was enough to flatten the armies of the 8 great sections. What he needed to do now was to deal with Xianxia first, because he was very interested in the Blazing Mountain. When Xianxia saw that Zhao Hai had actually entered the Blazing Mountain, his eyes couldn't help but flash. Then, he looked at Zhao Hai and laughed heartily. Zhao Hai, you really have guts. This Blazing Mountain is the treasure of our Ardent Flame sect. There are countless restrictions inside. At this time, you actually didn't rely on the giant tortoise to defeat me. Instead, you ran here. Are you courting death? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly. You've already been defeated by me. I don't need to defeat you. I'm here to kill you. Besides, I'm also very interested in the blazing mountain. I want to know how you refined it. Therefore, I came here this time to kill you and turn the blazing mountain into my possession. Ha ha ha, good. Zhao Hai, I admit that I've underestimated you. However, you've also underestimated me. This blazing mountain is a weapon made by my ardent flame sect in ancient times. Its strength is something that you can understand. There were a few times before when people tried to kill their way into the blazing mountain. They wanted to snatch the blazing mountain, but in the end, they were all burned to ashes. Now that you're here, I'll deal with you here. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and shook his head. He didn't speak, but he didn't look at Xianxia. Instead, he carefully sized up the blazing mountain, as if he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai's attitude, his expression couldn't help but change. He never thought that someone would treat him with such an attitude. One must know that he had always treated others with such an attitude. This was the first time that someone treated him with such an attitude. This thoroughly infuriated him. Xianxia roared. Then, he formed a series of seals in his hand. One seal after another struck the blazing mountain. The blazing mountain finally spewed out raging flames. These raging flames were directly controlled by Xianxia. They turned into a huge palm and directly grabbed at Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. He actually couldn't move. He could feel that this was because of the space law. In other words, the space law wasn't only useful for external attacks, it could also be used internally. Moreover, the temperature of the flames that Xianxia created was very high. Although the flames weren't created by the space law, it was still a very powerful flame. This really surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also didn't move, allowing the huge flame palm to grab onto his body. When Xianxia saw the flame palm grabbing onto Zhao Hai's body, he couldn't help but smile. He believed that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to withstand the burning of the earth fire. However, his smile didn't last long before it froze on his face. This was because under his gaze, the huge flame palm was slowly shrinking. In the end, all the flames actually entered Zhao Hai's mouth. When he saw this, Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. One must know that the flames in the blazing mountain were condensed from earth fire. It was even more powerful than ordinary earth fire. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the burning of the earth fire. However, Zhao Hai actually ate the flames. How could this not shock him? After Zhao Hai ate the flames, he moved his body again. Then, he let out a deep roar and his body moved violently. Xianxia seemed to have heard the sound of space shattering. Then, the feeling of binding Zhao Hai's body completely disappeared. This also made Zhao Hai heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the space law on the blazing mountain wasn't strong. That was why he was able to break free. If the space law was strong, it would take him some time to escape. After breaking free from the shackles of space, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Xianxia. Then, he said, "It seems that if I don't get rid of you, you won't let me look at this blazing mountain in peace. Alright then, I'll get rid of you first before taking this blazing mountain." After saying that, Zhao Hai moved his hand and a rune whip flew out directly towards Xianxia. Xianxia was also an expert. Some people even said that he was the #1 expert in the spiritual world. Naturally, he wouldn't be so easily dealt with by Zhao Hai. He moved his hand and a magic staff appeared in his hand. This magic staff was completely red. It seemed to be made of gold, jade, and wood. It was unknown what material it was made of. Xianxia raised his magic staff and a huge fire dragon suddenly flew out of his magic staff. This fire dragon was made of flames and it was very detailed. Every scale on its body could be seen clearly. Now, this fire dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards Zhao Hai's golden whip. With a puff, the golden whip directly hit the fire dragon's body. The fire dragon disappeared from the air. One must know that Zhao Hai's whip was made of runes with the power of law. It was incomparably powerful. How could the fire dragon block Zhao Hai's whip? But just as Zhao Hai was about to attack Xianxia, he suddenly felt the spatial binding coming again. It seems like Xianxia was using the spatial laws of the flame mountain to deal with him. Just as he felt that his body couldn't move, a small flame flew towards him. This flame's speed wasn't very fast, but since Zhao Hai's body was bound, he naturally couldn't dodge it. Therefore, the flame directly landed on his body. At this time, a golden rune flashed on Zhao Hai's body. Then, a rune and the flame disappeared at the same time. It turned out that the flame was the power of law released by Xianxia. When Xianxia dealt with Zhao Hai, his real killing move was the power of law. First, he used the fire dragon to attract Zhao Hai's attention. Then, he used the power of space to bind Zhao Hai. After that, he released the law of fire, preparing to kill Zhao Hai in one fell swoop. However, he still underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's body was constantly protected by runes. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the power of law. Moreover, his runes were endless, there was no possibility of them being broken. How could Xianxia injure him? After the flame disappeared, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Xianxia and smiled. Then, the golden light on his body shone brightly. In the next moment, the spatial power binding him disappeared. Xianxia was completely shocked. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be so powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to be affected at all. How could he not be shocked? Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly. Your strength isn't bad. You actually comprehended the law of fire. That's very impressive. I admire you a little now. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, I don't need you to praise me. Are you saying this to prove that you're stronger than me? Let me tell you, this is my territory. You're no match for me. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled, no, I don't need to prove to you that I'm stronger than you because we're not on the same level. Forget it, I'm not going to play with you anymore. After dealing with you, I still have a lot of things to do. After saying that, Zhao Hai moved his hand. Countless runes flew out from his hand and attacked Xianxia. When Xianxia saw those runes, his expression changed. He just saw that a single rune was able to block his law of fire. If so many runes could block his law of fire, that would mean that those runes were law of fire. That would be too terrifying. When he thought of this, Xianxia immediately raised the staff in his hand and shouted, Boundless sea of flames. Following his voice, countless seas of flames appeared around him. At the same time, countless flames flew out from the crater of the volcano and fused with the sea of flames released by Xianxia. In the end, the entire mountain of flames was set ablaze. Zhao Hai could also sense a trace of law fluctuations within this sea of flames. It seemed like Xianxia had fused his own law power into this sea of flames, hoping to use this method to erase his runes. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then one of the runes that flew out exploded. As soon as the rune exploded, the surrounding temperature dropped. At the same time, the flames were slowly frozen. The pillar of smoke on the volcano turned into an ice pillar. The temperature of the entire world dropped to its lowest point. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at Xianxia who was standing in the flames. At this moment, Xianxia had already been refined into an ice sculpture. There was still a trace of astonishment on his face. Zhao Hai glanced at Xianxia and sighed. Soon after, all the ice disappeared. All the fire also disappeared. The ice sculpture that Xianxia had turned into also disappeared. It wasn't that Zhao Hai had put him away. Instead, it was because when the ice melted, the ice sculpture also turned into water and completely disappeared. In other words, Xianxia's body had been completely destroyed by the cold. He had directly disappeared and couldn't be more dead. After dealing with Xianxia, Zhao Hai looked around and slowly sat down. Then he used his own power of thought to slowly fuse with the volcano. After coming in contact with the volcano's power of thought, Zhao Hai quickly grasped the method to control the mountain of flames. Zhao Hai opened his eyes. Then, his fingers moved and one technique after another was sent into the mountain of flames. After sending more than 10,000 techniques, Zhao Hai felt that he could completely control the mountain of flames. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then, his figure moved and flew out of the mountain of flames. He directly landed on the head of the giant tortoise. With a wave of his hand, the mountain of flames shrank and was put away by Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation on the battlefield. The battle was still going on. Now, the people from the 8 great sects had been separated and surrounded by the sea-exploring sect. They no longer had any chance. Zhao Hai also let out a sigh of relief. Then, he shouted, "People of the 8 great sects, listen up. Surrender and you will not die." Following Zhao Hai's voice, everyone from the sea-exploring sect shouted in unison, "Surrender and you will not die." Their voices were very loud. At the same time, their hands didn't stop. As long as the people from the 8 great sects were still resisting, they wouldn't stop. Some of the people from the 8 great sects didn't want to fight anymore. They weren't fools. They also knew that they would die if they continued to resist. Therefore, some of them immediately surrendered. Of course, there were still many people who were still resisting. However, those who resisted were just courting death. The sea-exploring sect had never been polite to those who dared to resist. They would directly kill them. The battle continued. 700 million people weren't easy to deal with. The entire battle lasted for 3 days before it finally ended. The reason why this battle took less time than the previous battle against 150 million people was because this time, it was the disciples of the sea-exploring sect and not the magic formation. Last time, the magic formation operated on its own and killed 150 million disciples of the 8 great sections. This time, the disciples of the sea-exploring sect went all out. Naturally, it wouldn't take that long. In fact, 3 days was already quite a long time. After the battle ended, Zhao Hai didn't let the sea-exploring sect immediately attack the 8 great sections. Instead, he let them rest for a few days before attacking the 8 great sections. Although they were resting, news of the battle spread throughout the entire spiritual world. Everyone knew that the Sequa sect had mobilized 4 billion people to defeat an army of 700 million from the 8 great sections. The people of the spiritual world were shocked on the spot. They didn't know where the sea-exploring sect got so many disciples. This was too shocking. However, the Scouring Sea sect didn't hide it from them and directly spread the news. The Scouring Sea sect was a sect in the sword spirit boundary. Moreover, one could buy the most comprehensive introduction of the Scouring Sea sect from the Gold Spirit Trading Company. After this news came out, the entire spiritual world was shocked. No one thought that the sea-exploring sect would have such a great background and strength. But so what? The 8 great sects had suffered a great loss this time. In fact, it couldn't even be described as a great loss. The 8 great sects had almost lost the ability to resist. As for the Spiritual Realm Alliance, it was currently in chaos. They were very clear that the sea-exploring sect would certainly unify the entire spiritual realm. Therefore, they didn't know what to do right now. In the end, the people of the Spiritual World Alliance gathered in the Ginseng Tree sect to listen to Li Yongping's opinion. Li Yongping's opinion was very simple, it was to surrender. Moreover, he already said that he was ready to surrender to the sea-exploring sect. It was up to the other people to decide whether they would surrender or not. While the others were still hesitating, the army of the sea-exploring sect had already set off. This time, the sea-exploring sect didn't hold back. The 4 billion troops directly divided into 2 groups. They went from the South Sea and Volcanic Dragon Mountain to the Spiritual World Alliance. On the way out of Volcanic Dragon Mountain, they were facing the 8 major sects. Even with the combined forces of the 8 major sects, they were still unable to fight against the 3 billion strong army. In the end, all of them directly surrendered. The 8 major sects actually surrendered. On the other hand, the army that came out of the South China Sea only consisted of 1 billion soldiers. Moreover, they were facing the Spiritual World Alliance. The various sects of the Spiritual World Alliance were now in chaos. When the army of the sea-exploring sect arrived, most of the sects of the Spiritual World Alliance surrendered. Those who didn't surrender were directly destroyed by the sea-exploring sect. After the sea-exploring sect destroyed several sects, almost all of them started to resist. For the people of the spiritual world, survival was the most important thing. As for the reason why the spiritual world and the sword world separated in the past, no one talked about it anymore. This was because survival was the most important thing for these cultivators. But even so, it took the sea exploring sect a month before all the sects in the spiritual world surrendered to them. After the Spiritual World Alliance surrendered to the Sea Exploring sect, Zhao Hai called Laura and the others to the Spiritual World Alliance and had them live on the back of the giant turtle. Then Zhao Hai began to clean up the people living on the turtle's back. Because of this, all of the people living on the turtle's back were driven out. He also began to deliberately move the ox and giant deer beast men to the turtle's back. In the end, the city on the turtle's back was filled with servants of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He waved his hand and received all of these people into the space, turning them into his servants. Zhao Hai had long wanted to take the ox and giant deer beast men into the space. He liked the people of these two races very much. Moreover, their fighting strength was also very good. Only by taking them into the space would he be able to feel relieved. At the same time, Zhao Hai also received the giant turtle into the space. He couldn't leave the giant turtle behind. For Zhao Hai, the giant turtle was very important. It was impossible for him to leave it outside, let alone in the lower realm. After dealing with the turtle, the ox, and the giant deer beast men, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the blazing mountain. Zhao Hai had an idea, which was to combine the blazing mountain with the statue. The divine statue's fighting strength was pretty good, and the material used was also okay. The material used to make the divine statue was actually a material rich in fire elements, but it still needed to be further refined. Naturally, the divine statue didn't have the power of laws, nor did it have a strong energy. This was also its weakness. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to combine the blazing mountain with the statue. This way, the statue's fighting strength would become even more formidable. Zhao Hai can also add the statue's spatial laws as well as the flame laws. With this, the statue would become even more formidable. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space. In front of him was a volcano. However, this volcano was very small, it was only about 1 meter tall. It looked like a small model, it was very beautiful. On top of the volcano sat a huge statue of a god. This statue seemed to be the same size as the volcano, which made the volcano and the statue look a little strange. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about this right now. He was currently making seals with both hands. As he made seals, one after another, the seals were sent into the volcano and the statue. At the same time, 2 golden runes slowly entered the volcano. However, after the 2 golden runes entered the volcano, they slowly reappeared. Finally, one of the runes entered the statue while the other entered the volcano. However, the runes were still very complete, they didn't fuse with the volcano and the statue. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but frown. What he wanted to do now was to refine the statue and the volcano together. At the same time, he wanted to add 2 types of laws into the statue. One was the fire element while the other was the spatial law. The other was the law of space. However, it seems like these 2 types of law couldn't be fused together. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. He could feel that these 2 types of law were missing something. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he added 6 more types of law into the volcano and the statue. This time, he felt that the statue didn't lack anything. However, the runes couldn't be fused with the volcano and the statue. How to say it, Zhao Hai felt that the runes were floating on the surface of the volcano and the statue. They weren't fused with the volcano and the statue. It was like a sword that was glued with gold. Although it looked like the gold had fused with the sword, as long as you use force, the gold would fall off the sword. What Zhao Hai wanted the most was for the gold and the sword to fuse together, turning the sword into an alloy. However, the runes couldn't be fused with the volcano and the statue. Even the volcano and the statue couldn't be fused together. This made Zhao Hai feel very embarrassed. In fact, Zhao Hai could have the manufacturing machine fuse the volcano and the statue together. Zhao Hai believed that the manufacturing machine could do the same. However, the manufacturing machine had a problem. It couldn't add law to the volcano and the statue. If the manufacturing machine were to fuse them together, then the space law inside the volcano would disappear. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Therefore, he could only do it himself. Zhao Hai also discovered that the manufacturing machine should be upgraded. However, as for how to upgrade it, Zhao Hai didn't understand. After all, there were fewer and fewer things that could upgrade the space. Therefore, he could only refine it himself. He thought that with his ability, refining the volcano and the statue would be very easy. However, he didn't think that it would be this difficult. This made Zhao Hai frown. Although he could use the divine fire to fuse the volcano and the statue together, it was useless for the runes. One must know that the 8 runes that Zhao Hai put in represented a different type of law. The 8 runes represented 8 different types of law. They were space, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Of these 8 types of law, the first one was very powerful. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to fuse them together. In the beginning, Zhao Hai only wanted to add the space and fire laws to the volcano and the statue. These 2 runes were the space laws that the volcano originally had, while the other one was the fire laws. Zhao Hai thought that this would be enough. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that this would be enough. Instead, he decided to add the space laws into the statue and the space laws. However, when he fused the volcano, the statue, and the runes together, he felt that something was missing. This made Zhao Hai very uncomfortable. In the end, Zhao Hai discovered that because the volcano had a trace of space laws, it had a space of its own. If there were fire laws, then there must be other types of laws to balance the space. Otherwise, the space would collapse. Because of this, Zhao Hai added the other types of laws to the volcano and the statue. However, the volcano and the statue seemed to be affected by these laws. They became more powerful and more difficult to refine. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. How to condense all of them into a single entity was the most important problem that Zhao had to face now. There are several ways to fuse these things together. One way is to use force, an incomparably powerful force to smash them together, mixing them together completely. Another way was to use a very high level of fire to completely melt these things and then fuse them together. However, these 2 methods seemed to be useless for the volcano and the statue. This was because the volcano and the statue still had the law runes. These law runes were very powerful. Ordinary power and flame simply couldn't do anything to them. This was why Zhao Hai was having a headache. Looking at the things in front of him, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do for a while. After some time, he suddenly remembered that there was only one thing that was more advanced than these law runes, and that was the heaven and earth runes. Could the heaven and earth runes fuse them together? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately moved. Then Zhao Hai mobilized the heaven and earth runes and had them fuse with the volcano and the statue. As soon as the heaven and earth runes entered the volcano and the statue, a change immediately took place. The heaven and earth runes began to rotate faster and faster. Finally, the volcano and the statue were completely surrounded and could no longer be seen. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be happy. The volcano and the statue finally changed. No matter what kind of change it was always good. Zhao Hai stood on the side and watched. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the volcano and the statue. He was very curious. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that he would wait for 2 days. After 2 days, the heaven and earth runes slowly stopped and finally disappeared. But what appeared in front of Zhao Hai made Zhao Hai stare. What appeared in front of Zhao Hai was no longer a volcano and a statue. Instead, it was a mountain range. It looked very big, divided into 5 branches and 4 branches. It looked like a giant was lying there, turning it into a mountain range. And this mountain range was different from the original volcano. There were rivers, plants, and even clouds in this mountain range. This made Zhao Hai even more surprised. Then Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to touch the mountain range. A large amount of information immediately entered Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai immediately understood the purpose of this mountain range. The mountain range had completely changed. It can be said that there were now 8 types of laws in the mountain range. Moreover, these 8 types of laws had fused together, making the mountain range a world of its own. The area of the mountain range was very big. It can even be said that 100 million people can live in this mountain range. Most importantly, it can change its size and can be carried around. Moreover, it can turn into a giant in an instant and help Xiao Hai in battle. Xiao Hai let out a long breath. Then he looked at the mountain range again. Then he waved his hand and stored the mountain range. After storing the mountain range, Xiao Hai summoned the giant turtle. He carefully looked at the giant turtle. The giant turtle was now his avatar, so it still looked the same. Xiao Hai didn't care about it. Then Xiao Hai turned his attention to the universal manufacturing machine. The universal manufacturing machine was very helpful to Xiao Hai. However, Xiao Hai slowly discovered that the universal manufacturing machine was becoming less and less suitable for him. This was because the enemies he would have to face in the future were very powerful. They all had the power of laws. To deal with such enemies, the weapons needed to be good. Ordinary weapons simply wouldn't work. It would be best to use weapons that contained the power of laws. However, the power of laws was something that the universal manufacturing machine couldn't produce. However, Xiao Hai had an idea. Could he integrate the heaven and earth runes into the universal manufacturing machine? If the heaven and earth runes were integrated into the machine, then the machine might be able to upgrade and make more things. Because of this, Xiao Hai turned his attention to the universal manufacturing machine. He wanted to upgrade the machine. At the same time, Xiao Hai discovered that the space's development seemed to have reached a bottleneck. This was because the space hadn't been upgraded for some time. Even now, the space's usefulness to him was getting smaller and smaller. He discovered that it was impossible to upgrade the space like before. Upgrading the space now required other factors. Of course, he still needed to collect heaven and earth treasures. No matter how many there would never be too many. But now, upgrading the space might require Xiao Hai's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, as well as his understanding of the runes of heaven and earth. In other words, if Xiao Hai's space was a computer, then in the past, Xiao Hai was only upgrading the hardware of the computer, making it very powerful. But now, he needed to upgrade the software of the computer. As long as the software of the brain was upgraded, then the space would become even more powerful. Upgrading the universal manufacturing machine was just the beginning. If it was successful, then it would mean that what he thought was correct. If it wasn't, then he could only think of other ways. Xiao Hai looked at the universal manufacturing machine in front of him. The machine had completely changed. At this time, it looked like a huge rune. The universal manufacturing machine had been successfully upgraded. Xiao Hai's universal manufacturing machine was upgraded using the heaven and earth runes. It seems like his previous method was very useful. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai immediately began to fuse the heaven and earth runes with the space. As the runes fused with the space, Xiao Hai discovered that his understanding of the laws of the world had become more profound. Even his understanding of the heaven and earth runes had become more profound. After all of this was done, a month had already passed. The space had also been upgraded. Moreover, Xiao Hai believed that as long as his understanding of the heaven and earth runes increases, the space would be upgraded as well. For him, this was a good thing. After Xiao Hai came out of the space, he immediately paid attention to the situation of the spirit world. At this time, all the sects in the spirit world had surrendered. What the Sea Exploring sect needed to do was to further digest the spirit world. With Laura and the others in charge, the Sea Exploration sect was able to easily digest the spirit world. They were able to divide the spirit world into different halls. They also made arrangements for the people of the various sects. The biggest branch of the Sea Exploring sect in the spirit world was the Northwest branch. It was also the administrative center of the spirit world. This was especially true for Fire Dragon City. At this time, Fire Dragon City had already become the administrative center of the spirit world. It had become the temporary headquarters of the Sea Exploring sect. After the disciples of the spirit world learned about the Sea Exploring sect, they were very surprised. They didn't think that there would be such a sect in this world. They also didn't think that there would be such a management style. After the disciples of the spirit world adapted to the management style of the Sea Exploring sect, they immediately regarded themselves as members of the sect. This was because they discovered that after becoming a disciple of the Sea Exploring sect, they received a lot of benefits. This was something that they didn't expect. The treatment of the Sea Exploring sect made the people of the spirit world very surprised. This treatment was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. At this time, they also understood why the people of the Sea Exploring sect were so strong. Zhao Hai was very confident in the Sea Exploring sect. The treatment of the Sea Exploring sect could be said to be the best among all the sections. He didn't believe that the disciples of the spirit world wouldn't submit to the Sea Exploring sect. This was because no other sect besides the Sea Exploring sect would give them such treatment. While Zhao Hai was inside the space, upgrading the space, the spirit world had already been digested. Zhao Hai selected several sect masters from the original sects of the spirit world to become the hall masters of the branch halls. Naturally, the sect masters of the smaller sects were no longer able to become hall masters. However, they were still able to become elders of the Sea Exploring sect. They could even become vice hall masters of the branch halls. These people didn't have any objections to this arrangement. This was because they already knew how powerful the Sea Exploring sect was. They discovered that not being a sect master was actually a good thing. By giving up on worldly matters, their cultivation might even reach a certain level. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai was happy to see it happen. As long as these people didn't have any objections, then they wouldn't jump out and cause trouble in the future. Zhao Hai was afraid that these sects wouldn't be satisfied. They might think that they didn't have the power they had before, then they would jump out and cause trouble. Although the Sea Exploring sect wasn't afraid of them, when the time comes, Zhao Hai would have no choice but to kill them. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to have the Sea Exploring sect go to the Five Ghost Mountain to investigate the situation. In any case, the Five Ghost Mountain was there and couldn't run away. After they dealt with their own matters, they would go to the Five Ghost Mountain to investigate the situation. Zhao Hai was preparing to establish 10 large halls in the spiritual world. Under these 10 halls, there would be some smaller halls. This would increase the total number of halls to about 50. If there were too many halls, then it wouldn't be a good thing. It would cause a certain amount of chaos in the management. However, having too few halls wouldn't be good either. This would affect the lives of the disciples. In addition to digesting the entire spiritual world, the Sea Exploring sect also had a lot of things to do. For example, they had to take over all the secret realms in the spiritual world. One must know that there were a lot of secret realms in the spiritual world. It was just that there weren't any sects like the Demon Sword sect. All the secret realms were under the control of these sections. Therefore, these secret realms were almost like warehouses. Besides taking over the secret realm, the other important thing that Zhao Hai and the others needed to do was to have the commoners in the spiritual realm begin to cultivate. They needed to abolish the thoughts of mortals and immortals in the spiritual realm. Not only could they cultivate, they could also become outer disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. This matter was very important. Zhao Hai and the others would have to invest a lot in this matter. This was because they would have to set up academies in all the cities, set up management organizations, conduct tests, and teach the commoners how to cultivate. These matters were very troublesome to deal with. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He just needed to deal with this matter slowly. In any case, there was no danger in the spiritual realm. They also didn't have anything urgent to do. Zhao Hai already understood that it wasn't difficult to take over the spiritual world. What was difficult was how to digest the spiritual world. How to make it the same as the demon spirit realm and the sword spirit realm was the most important matter. Time passed by unknowingly. By the time Zhao Hai came out of the space, a year had already passed. In this year, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others spent all of their energy on digesting the spiritual world. This way, the commoners in the spiritual world would be able to cultivate. Not only did they want the commoners to cultivate, they also wanted to turn the land that the commoners used into spiritual fields. Only in this way would the commoners have an income. In this year, they did a lot of things. But in general, they had already done everything they needed to do. The spiritual world had been completely digested. The hall masters of the various halls were also selected. These hall masters were very satisfied with the Sea Exploring sect as well as their own situation. On the other hand, more than half of the fields in the spiritual realm have been transformed into spiritual fields. The reason for this speed was that the people in the spiritual realm were much better at using magic compared to the original disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. With their participation, the improvement speed of the spiritual fields was naturally faster. At the same time, the commoners in the spiritual world had also started to cultivate. Among these people, there were a lot of geniuses who were suitable for cultivation. For the sea exploring sect, this was definitely a good thing. At this time, the spiritual world had completely changed. The disciples of the various halls were very enthusiastic about cultivation. The management of the academy made the disciples see hope. Because of this, all of them were very happy. They wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate. Because of this, their strength improved very quickly. In addition to these matters, Zhao Hai also had Xinquan take the lead to gather the elders and supreme elders of the various sections. They began to improve the techniques of the spirit realm, turning them into mediums. At the same time, they also began to research how to use other things as mediums instead of using crystals as mediums. This was also a task that Zhao Hai gave to Xinquan. However, Xinquan wasn't very familiar with the techniques of the spirit realm. Because of this, Xinquan allowed the people from the spirit realm to participate in this competition. In the beginning, the people of the spiritual world thought that the sea exploring sect's medium technique was just SOSO and couldn't be compared to their magic staves. But after they understood the medium technique, they discovered that it was completely different from what they imagined. In the past, they used their spiritual qi and spiritual force to mobilize the world's spiritual qi in order to attack their enemies. This was like using their spiritual force and spiritual qi as a primer to mobilize the world's spiritual qi for their own use. But because this primer required a lot of spiritual qi, they couldn't use it more than a few times. However, mediating techniques were different. Although mediating techniques also use spiritual force and spiritual qi, the amount used was very small. This was because most of the mediating materials were used as mediating materials. Moreover, these mediating materials can also play a certain role. Because of this, mediating techniques were very powerful and could be used a lot. However, there was also a problem with this medium technique. That is, it was very difficult to choose a medium. This was because, in addition to using crystals, if you use other things to replace crystals, then you would need to use a specific medium. Because of this, you would need to bring too many mediums with you. However, this was also the reason why they wanted to study it. If they can find an item that can be used in a certain type of magic, then this item can be used as a special medium for a certain type of magic. And this kind of item is best if it can be reproduced. Unlike crystal stones, which can do a lot of things, it would be a pity to use it as a medium for a certain type of magic. In addition to ordinary medium spells, there was also the research of large-scale attack spells in the spiritual world. Such large-scale attack spells were very important. If studied well, the attack power of these spells would be very good, especially in a large-scale battle. Zhao Hai was quite confident that he would be able to use these spells in a large-scale battle. Zhao was very interested in this kind of large-scale spell. In the future, they would certainly encounter a war. In the future, this kind of large-scale offensive spell would play a very important role. Therefore, Zhao attached great importance to this matter, and he was even very supportive of it. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the past few years, the sea exploring sect had been developing the spirit realm. At this time, the spirit realm had completely become the territory of the sea exploring sect. Moreover, its development wasn't any worse than the sword spirit realm and the monster spirit realm. During these 3 years, Zhao Hai also sent people to the Five Ghosts Mountain to investigate. At this time, Zhao Hai was certain that there was a realm under the Five Ghosts Mountain. Moreover, this realm was filled with yin energy. In other words, this realm was very suitable for ghost cultivators and devil cultivators to cultivate. It was a bit like Zhao Hai's hell space. However, no one entered the realm. Zhao Hai didn't allow them to do so. This was because Zhao Hai knew that people like them who cultivated ordinary spiritual qi would be as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. No matter what kind of spiritual qi Zhao Hai and the others cultivated, even if the ghost cultivators of the sea exploring sect cultivated yin attribute spiritual qi, there would still be some yang attribute spiritual qi. Once this yang attribute spiritual qi enters the hell space, it would immediately be discovered by the things inside. It would be as conspicuous as lice on a bald man's head. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't allow these people to enter the hell space. He knew that once they entered, they would immediately be discovered. Not only would they be in danger, but they would also alert the enemy. It was even possible that the people inside the hell space would discover the passage, making it even more troublesome. Therefore, in the past 3 years, Zhao Hai and the others only focused on developing themselves. They didn't enter the hell space at all. However, Zhao Hai had absolute confidence. He believed that as long as they enter the hell space, they would be able to destroy it. Zhao Hai's confidence came entirely from their strength. In these 3 years, the number of spirit realm and above disciples in the sea exploring sect had already exceeded 13 billion. This was a very terrifying number. Not to mention others, even Zhao Hai himself was shocked when he heard this number. 13 billion? That was 10 times more than the sum of all the chi refinement and spirit ascension experts in the arcane spirit world. That was a terrifying number. After 3 years of development, the sea exploring sect was finally ready. Zhao Hai felt that they could now move on to the next step. Their next step was to attack the hellish space. Although he didn't know what it was called, Zhao Hai already gave it a name, the demon realm. Previously, there was the sword spirit realm, the monster spirit realm, and the technique spirit realm. This time, there should be no problem in calling this place the devil spirit realm. After thinking it through, Zhao Hai gathered all the branch masters of the sea exploring sect. This time, they didn't gather in Sky City, Fire Dragon Mountain, or the back of the giant tortoise. Instead, they gathered in a place that Zhao Hai named the Statue Mountain. This Statue Mountain was the artifact that Zhao had refined 4 years ago. He had refined the Mountain of Flames and the statue of a god together, creating this Statue Mountain. In the past few years, Zhao Hai had been cultivating in the Statue Mountain. Actually, he was more focused on comprehending the runes of heaven and earth. Zhao Hai discovered that the runes of heaven and earth were the foundation of everything. Even his giant bloodline was affected by the runes of heaven and earth, let alone others. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to comprehend the runes of heaven and earth. After everyone arrived at the mountain, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, it has been 4 years since the spirit realm merged with the sea exploring sect. Besides the first year, we didn't have much development, but the last 3 years have been very good. Now, the sea exploring sect has reached an unprecedented level of strength. Our number of chi refinement realm disciples has exceeded 13 billion. If we include the elders, then the number would be even more. Moreover, there are disciples breaking through to the spirit realm at every moment. Because of this, the number of disciples who can fight is constantly increasing. For the sea exploring sect, this is definitely good news." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The sea exploring sect has already reached the spirit realm." Everyone who heard Zhao Hai's words became excited. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, they clapped their hands to show their excitement. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing everyone to stop. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "No matter when you joined the sea exploring sect, I think you already know what the sea exploring sect wants to do. Yes, our sea exploring sect wants to restore the glory of the ancient spirit realm. The sword spirit realm, the demon spirit realm, and the technique spirit realm are just branches of the ancient spirit realm. Because of this, there is a certain connection between them. For example, the sword spirit realm and the demon spirit realm are connected through a secret realm. The technique spirit realm and the sword spirit realm are connected through a secret realm. These are the connections. I think that the connected realms must be branches of the ancient spirit realm. We need to gather all of these branches in order to restore the ancient spirit realm. This time, our goal is the demon spirit realm under the 5 Ghost Mountain." At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, 5 Ghost Mountain is a passage that leads to a different realm. I don't know what the other side of the passage looks like, but from the yin qi in the passage, it should be a very powerful realm. What we need to do this time is to conquer that realm. Since that realm is connected to the spirit realm, then it should be a branch of the ancient spirit realm. We need to conquer it. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, 5 Ghost Mountain is a passage that leads to another realm. Everyone nodded as they looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. This was especially true for the people from the technique spirit realm. This was their first time participating in a war to conquer a realm. Therefore, they were very excited. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I won't say any unnecessary words. There are a lot of things that we need to do. First of all, we need to make the formations that you and I researched as soon as possible. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. The people from the formation hall nodded. They knew what formation Zhao Hai was talking about. It was a transformation formation. With this formation, one can transform yin energy into spiritual energy for cultivation. Otherwise, if the ordinary disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were to enter the demon spirit realm, they would only be able to absorb yin energy for cultivation. If this were to happen for a long time, it would affect their character and even their foundation. Because of this, what Zhao Hai needed to do was to use the formation to transform the yin energy into spiritual energy. This way, it wouldn't affect the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect. Besides the transformation formation, there were also camouflage formations and boundary formations. The camouflage formation allowed the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect to disguise themselves. It can block the yang energy from their bodies so that others wouldn't be able to discover their identities. As for the boundary formations, they were prepared for the army. They would isolate the army so that the people of the demon spirit realm wouldn't be able to discover them. These formations were all necessary for the invasion of the demon spirit realm. Moreover, the power source of these formations was yin energy. After instructing the people from the formation hall, Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, besides the formation hall, the law hall also needs to modify their formations. They need to make the large artifacts more suitable for the demon spirit realm. The same goes for the ordinary formations. They need to learn how to break demonic cultivation methods. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, in addition to these, there's another thing to do. I've already isolated the Shadow Wind Ridge so that the disciples can enter it in batches. Do you understand? Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, also, there's another thing to do. I want the disciples to adapt to the environment. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, all right, this matter has been decided. You all go and prepare yourselves. Wait for my orders. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, do you really not want to scout the demon spirit realm and then attack? If we attack directly, I'm afraid that we would lose a lot of disciples. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course we need to scout. However, it's not good to have our disciples do it. The spiritual chi on their bodies is too conspicuous. It's impossible for them to scout the demon spirit realm. Therefore, I'm going to send the undead to scout. This way, we won't be exposed. In places where yin chi gathers, there are bound to be undead creatures. Therefore, there should be no problem with sending the undead to scout the place. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura nodded and said, it's fine to send the undead to scout, but why didn't you send them before? If you sent them before, then I'm afraid that we would already know the situation of the demon spirit realm. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what's the hurry? We have time. The reason why we didn't send the undead before was because they weren't strong enough at the time. Although they obtained their bloodline power from the giant corpse, they still haven't adapted to the spatial pressure here. They need to adapt to the spatial pressure here. Otherwise, they would only die if they go there. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry. Laura nodded and said, so it's like that. Then have the undead adapted to the spatial pressure? Can they scout the place? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course. They've already adapted to the pressure here, so they can go there and scout. Once they scout the demon world, we'll attack there. I feel that the situation in the demon world isn't as simple as we thought. I feel that we'll encounter some problems in the demon world. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she immediately paid attention to the matter. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what kind of feeling do you have? What kind of situation would we encounter? I don't know. It's a bit dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. A blood-red sun hung in the gloomy sky, causing the entire land to be dyed in the color of blood. It looked very strange, and the surrounding plants were all black, which added a gloomy color to the world. Under this gloomy and strange sunlight, there was a huge forest. This forest was completely black, and there were no leaves on the trees. Each tree trunk was withered and cracked, as if they were dead trees. However, they were alive, and they were indeed alive. Under a big tree in the forest, there was a solitary grave. This solitary grave was made of stone and was circular in shape. The area it occupied wasn't very large, only about 3 meters in diameter. In front of the grave was a huge stone tablet with a name written on it, Wei Zonglin. A person was standing in front of the grave. He was wearing very shabby clothes. The style of his clothes looked like a set of warriors' clothes. They were damaged in many places, but the person didn't care. He just stood in front of the grave and looked up at the blood-red sun in the sky. He seemed to be observing, but also seemed to be thinking. After a long while, he lowered his head and looked at the grave. When he lowered his head, his face could also be seen clearly. If anyone could see his face, they would be extremely shocked. This was because there was almost no flesh on his face. It was just a layer of skin wrapped around a skull. His eyes were also shrunk into his eye sockets. His entire person looked like a malicious spirit. In fact, he really wasn't a living person. He was a ghost, a dried corpse, and he was the master of this grave. In other words, he was Wei Zonglin. Wei Zonglin didn't know who he was when he was alive, nor did he know his identity. He only knew that after he gained wisdom, he was lying in a coffin. He kept absorbing yin energy and kept relying on his instincts to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, he was finally able to move. He pushed open the coffin and walked out. At that time, Wei Zonglin couldn't leave the tomb, so he cultivated inside. After an unknown amount of time, he finally had the strength to dig out the tomb. He climbed out of the tomb and saw the tombstone. He knew that his name was on the tombstone. But what was strange was that he recognized the words on the tombstone. He also knew that his name was Wei Zonglin, but he didn't know who he was before. In other words, he only knew that his name was Wei Zonglin, but he didn't know where he came from or why he was buried here. When he first came out, Wei Zonglin's strength was still very weak, and this forest wasn't very safe. There were several times when he was almost killed by other ghosts. In the end, he survived until now. But even now, Wei Zonglin wasn't the most powerful ghost in this forest. Because of this, he didn't dare to leave his tomb. He found that staying in his own tomb was the safest. But every day, after confirming that it was safe outside, Wei Zonglin would still climb out of his tomb and go outside to bask in the sun. He liked this feeling, because basking in the sun made him feel full of strength. Today, Wei Zonglin came out to bask in the sun. However, he also knew that it was time for him to enter his tomb. This was because in a while, all the ghosts in the forest would come out. He didn't know why the ghosts would come out at this time every day, but he knew that he had to avoid them. Otherwise, he would be in danger. After looking at the sun for a while, Wei Zonglin prepared to enter his tomb. The entrance to his tomb was very hidden, it was in a big tree next to the tomb. If it wasn't for the fact that the entrance to his tomb was very hidden, then he would have already died. The ghosts in the forest wouldn't be polite to him. Just as he was about to return to his tomb, a white light suddenly appeared beside him. This made Wei Zonglin stare. Then he saw a dull-looking skeleton suddenly appear in the white light. Wei Zonglin had seen skeletons before. They were low-level ghosts. Of course, there were also high-level ghosts, but they were very rare. Generally, skeletons were low-level ghosts. Wei Zonglin didn't understand why such a ghost would suddenly appear next to him. This was too strange. The skeleton looked at Wei Zonglin, then it lowered its head as if it was thinking about something. Then it looked at Wei Zonglin and opened its mouth. A voice came out of its mouth, "Who are you?" Wei Zonglin looked at the skeleton and couldn't help but stare. This was the first time he saw a skeleton that could speak. One must know that skeletons didn't have any flesh on their bodies, so they rarely spoke. But this skeleton could speak, this was very surprising. Seeing that Wei Zonglin didn't speak, the skeleton pulled him and said, "You still can't speak? You're really pitiful. You must have just joined my race, right? How about you follow me from now on? I'll teach you cultivation." Wei Zonglin stared blankly at the skeleton. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, "Skeleton, you're really bold. I'm from the dried corpse race, I'm naturally stronger than your skeleton race. Now you're saying that I'm your clansman and even want to teach me cultivation. You're really bold." When the skeleton heard Wei Zonglin, it stared for a moment before it smiled and said, "You can speak? Ha ha ha, you don't understand. Whether it's my skeleton race or your dried corpse race, we're all part of the undead race. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with me saying that you're my clansman. Since you can speak, then it seems like you can cultivate as well. Is this your home? Not bad, it's very stylish and retro. There's actually a formation here. Could it be that you know how to use formations? Otherwise, how did you come out? Wei Zhonglin looked at the skeleton in confusion and said, "What formation? What are you talking about?" "This is my home." The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin and said in a deep voice, "You don't even understand formations and restrictions? Then how did you come out?" "Let me see. Oh, there's a tree hole here. You can go to your home." "Not bad, how about I go to your home and visit you? You can also tell me about the situation in the forest." Hearing the skeleton, Wei Zhonglin couldn't help but be vigilant. Although he was a dried corpse and couldn't make any expressions, he still took 2 steps back and put on his guard. When the skeleton saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Don't be so agitated, I won't do anything to you. Don't act like that. I've already found the entrance to your home. If I want to go to your home, then I can just kill you and occupy your home. Who would be able to find out?" When Wei Zhonglin heard the skeleton, his eyes flashed red. Then his body moved as he stretched out his hands and threw himself at the skeleton. Zhao Hai's hands were withered like claws. His fingernails were a foot long and were shining with a cold light, just like 10 short blades. The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin and shook his head. Then he stretched out his hand and a bone whip appeared in his hand. Then the skeleton moved his hand and the bone whip coiled around Wei Zhonglin's body. Wei Zhonglin couldn't move at all. Wei Zhonglin struggled hard. The skeleton wanted to speak, but it pretended to be listening to something. Then the skeleton immediately whispered, "Don't make a sound, a large number of our kind are coming. However, the aura of these fellows is strange. It seems like something is controlling them. I don't want to see them, you also don't want to see them. Let's hide." Upon hearing the skeleton, Wei Zhonglin couldn't help but look up at the sky. Then he began to struggle. The skeleton pulled the bone whip in its hand and jumped onto the tree. The 2 of them landed in the tree's hollow. Then the skeleton waved its hand and a gray light flew out from its hand, blocking the 2 of them from entering the hollow. Although Wei Zhonglin didn't know what the skeleton was doing, he didn't dare to speak. Every day at this time, he would hide inside the tomb. Today, he was restrained and could only stay here. He didn't dare to move. Before long, Wei Zhonglin heard rustling sounds coming from the forest. Then he saw a large number of ghosts walking into the forest. Then they slowly walked towards Wei Zhonglin's tomb and stopped. Then the ghosts all sat down and looked up at the sun in the sky. It seems like they were waiting for something. Before long, the sun in the sky suddenly flashed with a red light. Then the red light directly fell onto Wei Zhonglin's tomb. At the same time, a formation lit up on Wei Zhonglin's tomb. This formation was also red in color. Then the red light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the red light fell onto the ghosts. These ghosts seemed to be eating something good. They were all sitting there with an intoxicated expression on their faces, not moving at all. After an hour, the red light dissipated. The ghosts slowly stood up and dispersed. None of these ghosts were simple ghosts. Their auras were very powerful, much more powerful than Wei Zhonglin's. After the ghosts dispersed, the skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin's tomb and then at Wei Zhonglin. Then it sighed and said, "I didn't expect to encounter something like this. You're also a pitiful person. Is this your home? Come, let's go down and talk." Then the skeleton took Wei Zhonglin and returned to the tomb. After entering the tomb, the skeleton shook the whip in its hand and released Wei Zhonglin. Wei Zhonglin also discovered that the skeleton didn't seem to have any problems with him. It didn't seem to want to attack him. Naturally, this was also because he discovered that the skeleton's combat strength was much stronger than his. He didn't dare to attack the skeleton. The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin and then looked at the tomb. Finally, it sighed and said, "Sure enough, the person who buried you here must have a lot of enmity with you. For them to use this method to deal with you, it can be seen how much they hate you. Hey, do you still not know how you died? The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin and said, "That's right. Let me tell you, do you still not know how you died?" Wei Zhonglin looked at the skeleton with a blank expression. He didn't know what the skeleton meant. The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin, then he sighed and said, "All right, it looks like you don't understand. All right, I'll be frank with you. My name is Gu Ding, I'm also a ghost cultivator. There are two kinds of ghost cultivators. One is ghost cultivators who cultivate ghost cultivation methods, while the other is cultivators who cultivate ghost cultivation methods. I belong to the former. However, those cultivators call us ghosts, while we call ourselves the undead race. You're also a ghost cultivator, but you should be cultivating based on your instincts. Your cultivation is low, so your cultivation speed is very slow. Naturally, what I want to talk to you about today isn't this matter." Having said that, the skeleton paused for a moment, then he looked at Wei Zhonglin and said, "Looking at your appearance, it seems like you haven't recovered your intelligence for a long time. You shouldn't remember anything. I can see that it's impossible for you to remember anything. Looking at the formation outside your tomb, I know that it's impossible for you to remember anything." Wei Zhonglin was puzzled as he looked at the skeleton. The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin and said, "The formation outside your tomb is called the Nining Spirit Trapping Formation. The function of this formation is very special. It doesn't have a lot of damage, at least to living people. The biggest function of this formation is to prevent the souls of the people inside from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, this formation also has a special feature. The people inside must be alive when they enter the formation. Once they die, their souls will be trapped inside the formation and eventually become a wandering ghost. Do you understand what I mean?" Wei Zhonglin blankly shook his head. The skeleton looked at him and sighed, "In other words, the person who buried you here must have a great enmity with you. He buried you here while you were still alive and then laid down a formation outside, trapping your soul here, making it impossible for you to reincarnate. How much enmity does he have with you to do this? Therefore, I'm saying that the person who buried you here must be your enemy." Wei Zhonglin nodded and said, "That is to say, the person who buried you here must have a great enmity with you." Wei Zhonglin completely understood the skeleton's words. His eyes couldn't help but turn blood red. The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin and said, "Don't get too excited. Looking at the appearance of your tomb, I don't know how many years it has existed. And with the changes in the surrounding environment, the formation will absorb the power of sunlight and releasing qi for the ghosts to absorb, helping them cultivate." The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin and said, "However, the person who buried you here didn't expect that your soul would remain in your body, allowing you to become a ghost cultivator. This is equivalent to prolonging your life. As for the person who buried you here, I don't know if he's still alive or not. Maybe he died a long time ago. Therefore, he actually helped you." Wei Zhonglin's eyes were still blood red. It seems like he was still very angry. The skeleton looked at Wei Zhonglin and said, "What are you angry about? What's wrong with being an undead? Our lifespan is much longer than that of humans. Looking at you, you must have been a cultivator when you were alive. What's the highest level a cultivator can reach? If you can't reach the Great Tao, then you'll die sooner or later. But we won't. If we don't have any accidents, then we'll live longer than those people." The red light in Wei Zhonglin's eyes slowly disappeared. Then he looked at the skeleton and said, "You're called Gu Ding, right? Who are you? Why are you here?" The skeleton smiled faintly and said, "I came from a place where the undead race lives. That place is the holy land of the undead race. I came here with my mission. If you can help me, then I can also take you to that place. How about it?" Wei Zhonglin looked at Gu Ding and said, "How can I help you? What do you want to do?" Gu Ding smiled faintly and said, "I want to understand this place. I'm not talking about this forest, I'm talking about the entire world. I want to understand what this world is like and what's going on." Wei Zhonglin looked at Gu Ding in confusion. Obviously, he didn't understand Gu Ding's words. Gu Ding looked at Wei Zhonglin and smiled faintly, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm not from this world. Our young master wants me to understand this world. He wants to conquer it. How about it? Will you help me?" Wei Zhonglin looked at Gu Ding and said, "Conquer this world? You mean the entire world? How is that possible? Gu Ding replied, how is that impossible? Our young master is an incomparably powerful figure. He has already conquered several realms. How is it impossible for him to conquer this place? And as I said, the holy land of our undead race is our young master's territory. Our undead race can freely cultivate there. Isn't that better? Wei Zonglin looked at Gu Ding. He only understood half of what Gu Ding said. He didn't understand the other half. This was because he didn't have any concept of this world, nor did he have any sense of belonging. It can be said that he was an undead who had just woken up. He didn't know about his own life, let alone understanding this world. This was simply impossible. However, even though he couldn't remember anything about his past life, he still felt a sense of anger from the depths of his soul when Gu Ding told him how he had died. This anger wasn't something he could control. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to control this anger and recover so quickly. Gu Ding looked at Wei Zonglin and said, friend, join us. We'll start with this forest. There are a lot of undead in this forest, but these undead seem to be under someone's control. What we need to do is to gather these undead and remove the thing that controls them. This way, we'll have our own forces and then we'll attack this world. Wei Zonglin looked at Gu Ding and said, I can't beat you, so I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. When Gu Ding heard Wei Zonglin, he couldn't help but pat Wei Zonglin's shoulder and said, it's good that you think this way. Alright, then let's get ready. Tomorrow, we'll take control of the undead. Right, you also need to cultivate. You're not weak right now, it's just that you don't know how to cultivate. That's why you're so weak. After he said that, Gu Ding moved his hand and placed it on Wei Zonglin's head. Then he directly transmitted a cultivation method into Wei Zonglin's mind. This method was something that Wei Zonglin had never encountered before. He was stunned by Gu Ding's actions. However, he immediately discovered the cultivation method in his mind and immediately began to cultivate. After cultivating, he discovered that he was very strong. He was able to cultivate the undead golden body to the 8th level in one go. This cultivation method had a total of 12 levels, and he was able to cultivate it all the way to the 8th level in one go. However, he had no idea how strong this cultivation technique was. He only knew that he could only cultivate it up to the 8th level. Any higher and he wouldn't be able to do it. After Wei Zonglin woke up and stopped cultivating, Gu Ding couldn't help but smile faintly and said, good, very good. You've cultivated to the 8th level in one go. You're now equivalent to an origin refinement realm expert. Very good, very good. Wei Zonglin looked at Gu Ding in confusion and said, what's an origin refinement realm expert? How strong is an origin refinement realm expert? Gu Ding smiled and said, you really don't know anything. However, this formation also gave you a lot of benefits while trapping you here. The reason why you're so strong now is thanks to this formation. But at the same time, it also made you unable to come in contact with the outside world. Alright, I'll tell you what this cultivation system is all about. Then Gu Ding passed some information about the cultivation system to Wei Zonglin. After Wei Zonglin looked at the information, he turned to Gu Ding and said, I didn't expect the cultivation system to be like this. Gu Ding, what level have you reached? Gu Ding smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wei Zonglin and said, although you can cultivate now, you still don't know how to use your strength and how to fight. You need to learn properly. Then Gu Ding passed on several cultivation methods to Wei Zonglin. Then he began to teach Wei Zonglin how to use these cultivation methods and how to use them in a fight. Gu Ding also personally taught Wei Zonglin moves, treating him as his own disciple. After some time, Wei Zonglin finally understood all the cultivation methods Gu Ding taught him. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Zonglin finally learned all the cultivation methods that Gu Ding taught him. Then Gu Ding had him sit down. Then Gu Ding looked at Wei Zonglin and said, our undead race is the best. How can other races learn so many cultivation methods so quickly? Let me tell you, other than our undead race, other races have no way to directly transmit cultivation methods to each other. They can only learn bit by bit. Did you know that our young master relied on our undead race to conquer the world? Although the young master doesn't need us now, as long as we can improve the strength of our race, the young master will immediately do it. he still values our undead race very much. Moreover, the young master pursues the path of immortality. As long as we follow the young master, sooner or later, we will also be able to achieve immortality. At this time, Wei Zonglin was very respectful towards Gu Ding. He bowed and said, "Thank you, master. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed by the undead outside one day. I want to thank you properly." Gu Ding waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so polite. Moreover, I'm not your master. I have taught a lot of disciples, and you can only be considered one of them. You can just call me Gu Ding, or you can call me Brother Gu." "Brother Gu, thank you. No matter what, I want to thank you properly. If it weren't for you, I might never have been able to come in contact with these cultivation methods. I can only be an ordinary undead forever. I want to thank you properly. Don't be polite. Calculating the time, we've been in the tomb for quite some time. Now isn't the time for the undead to gather. Let's go out and make arrangements to deal with the undead." Gu Ding and Wei Zonglin were hiding in the tree hole. Their bodies were covered in a layer of gray light, blocking them inside. If one were to look at this light from the outside, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Even if one were to step on this light, they would only feel that it was an ordinary tree trunk, not an energy shield. This barrier was a barrier created by Gu Ding. It was a type of barrier with an illusion array. Outsiders could not see the tree hole. They would only see an ordinary, intact tree trunk. Even if he stepped on it, he would definitely feel the same way. Naturally, this barrier was made by Gu Ding. However, he made it using a formation. And this formation was something that Zhao Hai gave them when they entered the demon spirit realm. At this time, Gu Ding and Wei Zonglin were waiting. They were waiting for the formation on Wei Zonglin's tomb to emit red light. Every day at this time, the formation would emit red light. This red light was very important to the undead. It was something that was very helpful to their cultivation. It was precisely because of this that the undead would come here every day. They wanted to absorb the red light and help them cultivate. Perhaps the undead didn't have any intelligence, but they still had their instincts. And if they didn't have any intelligence, then their instincts might be stronger. Just like some wild beasts, their fighting instincts might be stronger than humans. Humans' fighting instincts had deteriorated due to the emergence of various tools. Although Gu Ding only saw the undead once, he discovered that there was a mark on their bodies. Gu Ding, who had studied and cultivated, was very clear that the rune-like mark on the dead spirit peak meant that they had a master. They were undead that had been subdued by someone. And this kind of subduing was different from Zhao Hai's subduing of the undead. When Zhao Hai subdued the undead, he generally relied on the space to subdue them. This was a kind of subduing of the soul, making the undead regard Zhao Hai as their master. Moreover, they wouldn't leave any mark. It could be said that this was a kind of hypnosis. From the day you were born, you were taught that you were a servant. Naturally, you wouldn't have any other thoughts. You would naturally think that you were their servant. This method of subduing with runes was a relatively simple and crude method. It was like someone putting something on your body. Not only can this thing take your life, it can also control you, making you listen to that person. This person can even control your IQ, turning you into an idiot, making you think that they were your master. In fact, the other party didn't need you to think about anything else. They just wanted to control you and use you as a tool. Even if you died, it wouldn't matter to them, because you were just a tool. If the tool was broken, then it could be repaired. If it couldn't be repaired, then it could be thrown away. This kind of crude method of subduing could be removed. However, when you remove it, the person who subdued the undead would be able to feel the runes on their body being removed. If they were nearby, then they would certainly appear quickly. This was because they wouldn't agree if you took away their tool. What Gu Ding was doing right now wasn't as simple as removing the runes on the undead. He wanted to see who the masters of the undead were. He wanted to know if he could learn anything about this world from them. After all, he was here to gather information. Gu Ding was a bit surprised. Gu Ding didn't want to waste his time on the undead. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, it was time for the undead to gather here. Rustling sounds could be heard as the undead came from all directions. They gathered in front of Wei Zhongling's tomb and sat there quietly, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Soon, a red light from the sun in the sky shot towards Wei Zhongling's tomb. A red formation immediately appeared on the tomb. Then the red formation began to emit red light. The red light was directly absorbed by the undead. The undead seemed to be intoxicated, as if they were very comfortable. At this time, an even bigger red formation appeared. This red formation directly covered all the undead that were gathered around Wei Zhongling. Then the formation emitted a red light that directly entered the bodies of the undead. The undead began to tremble. Finally, the runes on their bodies shattered and completely disappeared. The undead shook and couldn't help but let out a sound of comfort. It was as if the shackles on their bodies had suddenly disappeared. The undead were free, they were no longer slaves to anyone. Gu Ding and Wei Zhongling could even feel the joy coming from the depths of their hearts. However, the two of them didn't move. They knew that this was just the beginning. What they were going to face next was the key to this operation. The huge red formation had already disappeared, but the undead didn't move. They were still sitting there because the red light on Wei Zhongling's tomb hadn't disappeared. They were still absorbing the red light from Wei Zhongling's tomb. Seeing all of this, Gu Ding could immediately determine that the intelligence of these undead wasn't high. It could even be said that they were very stupid. They were happy that the shackles on their bodies were removed. But at the same time, they didn't leave immediately. They didn't want the person who put the shackles on them to find them. They were still in place, absorbing the red light. This was like a person who wanted to stay in prison forever because the food in prison was delicious. This was a very stupid behavior. Only the undead with undeveloped intelligence would do such a thing. However, this was also Gu Ding's intention. Gu Ding wanted to use these undead to draw out the person behind them. If they didn't leave now, then they could draw out the person behind them. Gu Ding believed that the person behind them would appear soon. Naturally, in order to prevent the undead from running around, the formation also had another function, which was to trap the undead here. If the undead really wanted to leave, they would find that this place had turned into a huge cage, and they were locked in it. Unfortunately, the undead didn't think about leaving. Therefore, they didn't discover that they were actually in a cage. Gu Ding and Wei Zhongling could also just stand there and wait. Gu Ding's mental strength had been completely raised. He was paying attention to his surroundings, looking at everything around him to see if there was anything amiss. Within a radius of 10 miles, even the slightest movement of grass in the wind could not escape his mental strength. But at the same time, his spiritual force was also very secretive. It wouldn't let people come in contact with it and immediately feel it. If that was the case, then other people would discover him. Then his arrangement would be useless. Suddenly, Gu Ding's spiritual force focused. This was because he felt a person enter the range of his spiritual force. This person was very far away from him, he had just entered the range of his spiritual force. Most importantly, this was a person, a real person, not an undead. Upon feeling this, Gu Ding's spiritual force couldn't help but shake. He immediately focused his attention on this person. This person didn't stop and directly rushed towards the undead. He was flying, so his speed was very fast. Clearly, he was very anxious. These people were wearing black robes. These black robes seemed to have the ability to isolate spiritual force, so Gu Ding couldn't see their faces. However, Gu Ding could feel their vitality. This meant that they were alive. A living person appearing here at this time, there was no need to ask to know their identity. They must be the master of the undead. Soon, the black-robed person appeared above Wei Zhongling's tomb. He looked at the undead below with a puzzled expression. Because the formation that Gu Ding arranged had already disappeared, the black-robed person naturally couldn't see it. It was precisely because they couldn't see it that they felt strange. The black-robed person looked around and muttered, "Something's wrong. There's nothing here. Why did the runes on these ghosts disappear? This is the back mountain of the sect. It's impossible for people to sneak in. What's going on?" At this moment, the black-robed person suddenly felt a hand on his body. Just as he wanted to move, he found that he couldn't move at all. This made him very shocked. Then a voice was heard, "I didn't expect a small fry to come. But it doesn't matter. I can understand some things from his words. This place is actually a sex-back mountain. This is interesting. I want to see what sex-back mountain is. While speaking, Gu Ding and Wei Zonglin appeared in front of the person. That person looked at Gu Ding and Wei Zonglin in shock. He had never thought that the ones who had plotted against him would actually be two ghosts. One had to know that this was the back mountain of their sect. It was a place where the sect specially raised ghosts. All the ghosts here were raised by their sect. It was impossible for them to have any spiritual intelligence. Moreover, they weren't very strong. How could two ghosts with such strength and spiritual intelligence suddenly appear? What was going on? Gu Ding looked at the person and muttered, "What do we do? I'm afraid that they have a soul imprint on their bodies. If I kill him, their sect will immediately know. At that time, if another expert comes, it'll be very troublesome. They might discover your tomb and the boundary I set up. If that's the case, we'll be in danger. It looks like we can't really use the soul-searching technique. Otherwise, we'll definitely be discovered. It looks like we can only use another method." While speaking, Gu Ding walked to the black-robed person's side and laid him flat on the ground. Then, he began to draw a formation on the ground. The black-robed person couldn't speak. He was extremely shocked. The black-robed man had come in contact with countless ghosts. In his mind, ghosts were always stupid and were tools in their hands. These undead didn't know what death was. They didn't feel pain, they weren't afraid of death, and they wouldn't retreat. If you give them an order, they wouldn't have any other reaction other than to carry it out. Of course, there were some very powerful ghosts, but these ghosts were too few. And these powerful ghosts couldn't be considered ghosts anymore. He was also a cultivator, a true ghost cultivator. Such ghosts generally wouldn't be subdued. However, the sex-back mountain was a place where they raised ghosts. It was like a farmer's pigsty, and the pigs raised by the farmer couldn't possibly become spirits. They only had one purpose, and that was to eat meat. The undead were the same, they couldn't possibly have spiritual wisdom because their spiritual wisdom had been erased by the runes. They were just like the farmer's pigs, naturally they couldn't have spiritual wisdom, and also couldn't become powerful. However, these two ghosts were completely different from the ones the black-robed man had seen before. Their intelligence was even higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. Just from a few words, they were able to extract so much information. This wasn't something any ordinary cultivator could do. At this point, the black-robed man understood that these ghosts wanted to know something from him. But as for what they wanted to know, he didn't know. However, since these ghosts wanted to search his soul, he knew that they wouldn't be polite to him. At this time, these ghosts were drawing formations. He didn't know what method they would use to get information from him. The unknown was the source of all fear. If a person knew that they were destined to die and knew the specific time of their death, then they wouldn't be afraid. They would start to think about what they could do before they die. Because of this, they wouldn't be afraid. What was truly frightening was that they knew that they would die, but they didn't know when they would die. Slowly, this fear would scare them to death. Right now, this black-robed man was the same. He didn't know what method Gu Ding was going to use to deal with him, which was why he was so afraid. Gu Ding was slowly drawing the formation, and it took a while for the formation to be finished. When he was drawing the formation, he used a very special brush, or rather, it couldn't be called a brush. It was a pipe, and the pipe was hollow. In the middle of the pipe, there was some powder. The powder's biggest use was to transmit energy. When Gu Ding used this tube to draw an array, the powder inside the tube would flow out. This way, the array runes drawn by Gu Ding would have the ability to conduct energy. This way, after the array was drawn, it could be used directly. And this powder was a type of crystal powder. Its most important function was to conduct energy and even provide parameters for the formation. As long as the formation was activated, the powder would directly turn into energy and disappear, allowing the formation to be used. This method had been thought up by the people of the Sea Exploring Sect's Array Hall. After all, by bringing along such a pipe and enough powder, they wouldn't have to worry about setting up array formations outside. After Gu Ding received the tube, he looked at the black-robed man and smiled faintly. "You don't know what my formation is for, right? In fact, it's very simple. For so many years, you humans have been using all kinds of methods to enslave our undead race. You've never thought about the feelings of our undead race. Today, I'm going to use this slave array to turn you into my slave. In exchange, I'll enslave you. This way, no matter what secrets you have, you'll tell me all of them. The black-robed man's eyes widened. He didn't think that Guding would come up with such a method. He had never heard of ghosts being able to enslave people. If what Guding said was true, then he would be one of the people enslaved by ghosts. He would rather die than be enslaved by ghosts. Guding looked at the black-robed man and said with a smile, "Don't think about dying. You're lucky to be my slave." "I can only say that you're lucky. Being my slave is a great opportunity for you. You'll know in the future. Of course, once you become my slave, you won't be able to die even if you want to, unless I let you die." The black-robed man stared at Guding. He couldn't speak, so he could only use this method to express his emotions. Unfortunately, his gaze couldn't kill, so his protest was useless. Guding looked at the black-robed man and smiled faintly. "Don't look at me like that. When you cultivators wanted to enslave our undead spirit race, you never thought about whether we were willing or not. Naturally, I don't care whether you're willing or not. Right, let me remind you, you'd better think about becoming my slave so that you can suffer less. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer a lot." After he said that, Guding directly activated the formation. A red light flashed on the formation, but this red light was very weak. Then the formation directly entered the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man's body trembled before he fainted. Then he woke up and fainted again. After a few times, the black-robed man slowly recovered. However, his black robe was completely soaked. It looked like he was just fished out of the water. Then Guding waved his hand. The black-robed man stood up and respectfully walked towards Guding. He bowed and said, "Greetings, master." Guding nodded, then he looked at the man and said, "Tell me your identity." The man nodded and said, "Yes, master. I'm an outer disciple of the Battle Corps sect. My name is Xianxia." Guding nodded and said, "Tell me about your Battle Corps sect. I want to know about your Battle Corps sect's strength in detail." Xianxia quickly replied, replying to Master, "Our Battle Corps sect is a famous sect in the Devil Spirit realm. We're very powerful and can be ranked in the top 10 in the Devil Spirit realm. Our Battle Corps sect mainly controls battle corpses and is incomparably powerful. In the entire Devil Spirit realm, there are only a few sects that can stand shoulder to shoulder with our Battle Corps sect. This is the back mountain of our Battle Corps sect, the place where we cultivate battle corpses." Guding looked at Xianxia and said, "The battle corpses here aren't very strong. How can they be cultivated?" "In order to lure you here, I removed many of the battle corpses' runes." "Will there be any trouble?" Xianxia said, "No, the battle corpses in the back mountain don't really need to be managed because of the runes on their bodies. Therefore, I was only sent here to look after them. The others haven't discovered the battle corpses yet. These battle corpses are actually placed here to undergo the most basic cultivation. When someone in the sect needs battle corpses, they will come here to choose battle corpses and bring them back to cultivate. Slowly, the battle corpses will become very powerful." Guding looked at Xianxia and said, "Then as long as we restore the runes on the battle corpses, no one will know about the situation here?" Xianxia said, "Yes, master. As long as the runes on the battle corpses are restored, no one will know about this." Guding nodded and said, "Let me ask you something. Do you know who this tomb belongs to? Why is it in your Battle Corps sect's back mountain?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Nobody knows. This tomb has been here for many years. I heard from the sect that this tomb came first, followed by the Battle Corps sect. We haven't opened this tomb because we're afraid of destroying the formation. Moreover, this tomb is built on top of a Enai. If we destroy this tomb, we might destroy the Enai. Because of this, no one has touched this tomb." Guding nodded and said, "Do it. Restore the runes on the battle corpses. Don't let anyone discover it. In the future, come to the back mountain often. I have something to ask you." "Right, collect more information about the demon spirit realm. The more detailed the information, the better." Xianxia nodded. Then Guding planted a formation on the ghosts. Then Xianxia restored the runes on the ghosts. Xianxia didn't ask what formation Gu Ding planted on the ghosts. Now that he was Gu Ding's slave, he naturally wouldn't ask. After doing this, Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said, "All right, you can go back. Remember, don't tell anyone about me." Xianxia nodded. Then he bowed to Gu Ding before flying away. Gu Ding was certain that Xianxia was telling the truth. In other words, the Battle Corps sect was one of the top 10 sects in the demon spirit realm. It was very powerful. This was a good thing for Gu Ding. This was because the more powerful a sect was, the easier it would be to collect information about the demon spirit realm. The more information they collected, the more benefits it would bring to the Sea Scouring sect. In the future, the Sea Scouring sect would be able to kill their way into the demon spirit realm. After Xianxia left, Gu Ding and Wei Zhonglin returned to his tomb. Once inside the tomb, he naturally began to teach Wei Zhonglin cultivation. Gu Ding was now even more certain that Wei Zhonglin's identity was definitely not ordinary, and that his potential was definitely huge. Not to mention anything else, just by staying in the Enai for so long, his body must have been transformed to be very strong, and his potential must be very huge. Gu Ding was very happy for himself. He had just arrived in the demon spirit realm and he was already in a place like this. His luck was really good. However, Gu Ding was also very careful. He had been monitoring Xianxia through the slave formation. He was afraid that Xianxia would make a move. Although Gu Ding could immediately sense Xianxia's movements, he was still very careful. This was because Gu Ding was very clear that the place they were in wasn't a simple place. If they weren't careful, then they might destroy Zhao Hai's plan. The next day, Xianxia came to the forest again. Gu Ding and Wei Zhonglin were waiting for him. Xianxia quickly bowed to Gu Ding and said, "Master, this is some information about the devil spirit realm that I've gathered for you." After saying that, he handed a jade slip to Gu Ding. Clearly, this jade slip recorded what he said. Gu Ding took the jade slip and nodded. Then he said to Xianxia, "Has anything special happened in the devil spirit realm recently?" When Xianxia heard Gu Ding, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment before shaking his head and said, "Nothing special." Right, a few months ago, the 10 great sects of the devil spirit realm held a meeting. I heard that a few big shots gathered the 10 great sects of the devil spirit realm. I don't know what kind of people they are, but they actually managed to gather all of the 10 great sects of the devil spirit realm. The spirit fire in Gu Ding's eyes flickered when he heard Xianxia's words. Then, he glanced at Gu Ding and said, "Are you sure that someone gathered all the members of the 10 great sects?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, I'm sure. Someone did gather all the 10 great sects. I heard that they want to unite the 10 great sects and even the entire devil spirit realm to deal with someone. As for who they want to deal with, I don't know." The spirit flames in Gu Ding's eyes flickered even more intensely when he heard Xianxia's words. He could sense that this matter was very unusual and he felt that it was necessary to report this matter to the higher-ups. Gu Ding said without batting an eyelid, "You have to pay more attention to this matter. Find out who it is that actually has such great power to gather all the members of the 10 great sects. This matter is extremely important." Xianxia responded. Gu Ding continued, "Looking at your appearance, the cultivation technique you're practicing isn't anything important. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this state. Here's a cultivation technique. Take it and practice it. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me directly." "Oh right, your sect doesn't have any restrictions on the cultivation techniques you practice, right?" Xianxia took the jade slip that Gu Ding gave him and quickly said, "No. Don't worry, master. Our sect is very lax in this aspect. As long as we don't betray the sect, they won't care what kind of cultivation method we cultivate." Gu Ding nodded and said, "Go back first. Comprehend this cultivation method first. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. Help me collect information, especially information about the 10 great sects gathering." Xianxia nodded and bowed to Gu Ding before he turned and left. Gu Ding took the jade slip that Xianxia had given him and returned to Wei Zhonglin's tomb. Then, he took a look at the contents of the jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were about the situation in the demon spirit realm. Coincidentally, Zhao Hai originally named this plane the demon spirit realm based on its characteristics. But he didn't think that it would actually be called the demon spirit realm. Even the demon spirit realm called it that. This was really unexpected. Zhao Hai didn't think that this plane would actually be called the demon spirit realm. However, after reading the jade slip, Gu Ding had some understanding of the demon spirit realm. There were 10 most powerful sects in the demon spirit realm. They were the Myriad Ghost Sect, the Blood Corpse Sect, the Ghost Sect, the Dark Ghost Sect, the Battle Corpse Sect, the Golden Bone Sect, the White Bone Sect, the Een Demon Sect, the True Demon Sect, and the Illusory Demon Sect. Among them, the Myriad Ghost Sect, the Ghost Sect, and the Dark Ghost Sect were good at controlling ghosts. The Blood Corpse Sect and the Battle Corpse Sect were famous for their battle corpses. The Golden Bone Sect and the White Bone Sect were famous for their use of skeletons. As for the Een Demon Sect, the True Demon Sect, and the Illusory Demon Sect, they were mainly good at using demonic techniques. Although they knew how to control ghosts, battle corpses, and skeletons, they weren't good at it. These 10 sects didn't have any ranking. There was no saying which sect could suppress all the other sects and become the most powerful sect in the demon spirit realm. That was impossible. The reason why they were called the 10 great sects was because their strength was similar. It was difficult to determine who was better. For the Battle Corpse sect to be ranked among the 10 great sects, one could see how powerful it was. Therefore, Gu Ding had underestimated the Battle Corpse sect from the very beginning. In fact, the place they were currently at was just a place where the Battle Corpse sect cultivated low-level battle corpses. They still had some places to cultivate high-level battle corpses. Even if they were cultivating low-level battle corpses, this wasn't the only place. In addition to the 10 great sects, there were also 91 sects in the demon spirit realm. Among these 91 sects, 65 were small sects, and 26 were medium sections. However, the medium and small sects in the demon spirit realm were different from the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, the medium and small sects had their own alliances. They would fight against the 8 great sects. However, in the demon spirit realm, all the medium and small sects were vassals of the large magic sections. As long as the 10 great sects spoke, they wouldn't dare to disobey. It could be said that as long as you settled the 10 great sects, you would have settled the entire demon spirit realm. No one would speak against you because this was the world of the 10 great sects. However, it was precisely because of this that Gu Ding was even more concerned about who could gather the 10 great sects for a meeting. One must know that the 10 great sects had never dealt with each other. Among the 10 great sects, no 2 sects had ever formed an alliance. It could be said that the 10 great sects were the 10 great forces. They were hostile to each other. While Gu Ding was studying the demon spirit realm's forces, Wei Zonglin had been cultivating non-stop. He was very diligent in his cultivation. He wanted to obtain greater strength. 5 days passed in this manner. Jiangyu once again came to the forest. Gu Ding had already sensed Jiangyu's arrival. Therefore, he stood in front of Wei Zonglin's tomb and waited for Jiangyu. When Jiangyu saw Gu Ding, he immediately went forward and bowed, "Greetings, master." Gu Ding nodded, then he looked at Jiangyu and said, "What's the matter?" Jiangyu immediately replied, "Master, I've already started cultivating the Demon King's undying body that you imparted to me. However, in the process, I need some resources. I don't have those resources right now, so I want to leave for a while to collect them. Master, this is the information that I've gathered about the 10 great sects gathering. There isn't a lot, and with my cultivation, I can't gather too much information. Please forgive me." Gu Ding took the jade slip that Jiangyu handed over and said, "So this Demon King's undying body technique is very suitable for you? Only when you're truly cultivating the Demon King's undying body would you need resources. You only used a few days to get started? You've already started cultivating?" Jiangyu's face was filled with joy as he said, "Yes, master. I've already started cultivating it. Moreover, this technique is very suitable for me. It's very good. Therefore, I need resources." Gu Ding nodded, then he waved his hand and took out a spatial bag. He threw the spatial bag to Jiangyu and said, "This bag contains all the materials you need to cultivate the demon god's immortal body. Take them. With your current strength, you might die before you can find them. You're my slave, I can't let you die in vain." go back and cultivate. Xianxia nodded and took out a spatial bag. Xianxia received Gu Ding's spatial bag. When he saw the contents, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately bowed to Gu Ding and said, "Thank you, master. I'll definitely cultivate well." Gu Ding nodded and said, "Cultivate well. How long have you been on this mission? When will it end?" Xianxia immediately replied, "There's still 3 months left. In 3 months, my mission will be over." Gu Ding nodded and said, "All right, when your mission is over, Wei Zonlin and I will follow you. You can tell others that we're your battle corpses. Then you can leave the battle corpse sect and gather some information. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" After Gu Ding said that, he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately replied, no problem at all. "Don't worry, master. I'll definitely make myself stronger in the next 3 months. I definitely won't be a burden to you." Gu Ding nodded and said, "All right, go cultivate. Let me tell you something first. Although the Demon King's undying body is very powerful, the cultivation process is also very painful. You have to be mentally prepared. If you can't persevere, then you'll forever be a low-level cultivator. If you can persevere, then you'll definitely become a powerful cultivator in the future. I even have a great opportunity to give you. Whether you can persevere or not will depend on yourself." When Xianxia heard Gu Ding, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately replied, "Yes, master can rest assured. I'll definitely cultivate well. I definitely will." Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "All right, go. Cultivate well." Xianxia responded, then turned and left. Then Gu Ding followed Wei Zonlin back to his tomb. Gu Ding looked at the information collected by Xianxia. This information mentioned something that caught Gu Ding's attention. The information mentioned that before the people of the 10 great sects were gathered, a large black cloud appeared above the Myriad Wraith sect. The black cloud covered the entire Myriad Wraith sect. No one knew what happened there. Not long after the black cloud dissipated, the Myriad Wraith sect gathered the people of the 10 great sects. Surprisingly, all the people of the 10 great sects went there. This was absolutely impossible in the past, so this matter was very strange. The reason why this matter attracted Gu Ding's attention was because he was very clear that if a large area of black clouds appeared in a place, there could only be one possibility. That was, there might be people from other domains, or even people from the upper realm. Only in this case would a large area of black clouds appear. This was a scene that would only appear when the spatial barrier was broken. This was enough to show that people from other domains, or even people from the upper realm, had appeared in the Myriad Wraith sect. They had the ability to gather the people of the 10 great sects together and discuss who to deal with. Although there was no mention of who to deal with, Gu Ding vaguely guessed that the other party might want to deal with their sea exploring sect. Gu Ding didn't think that Gu Ding was just imagining things. This was because the sea exploring sect had offended very few realms. From the Demon Sword sect to the realm that could condense the law of greed to the person behind the Gold Spirit Company, if there was someone behind the Demon Spirit realm, then they would have offended this person. Naturally, one shouldn't forget that there was also the person behind the Western Deity sect, the Immortal who ascended. All of these people were their enemies. And these people had the ability to make the 10 great sects of the Demon Spirit realm gather together to discuss how to deal with the sea exploring sect. Even if the sea exploring sect didn't deal with them, the 10 great sects would still deal with them. Because of this, Gu Ding believed that the people behind the 10 great sects were trying to deal with the Scouring Sea sect. He couldn't think of any other force apart from the Scouring Sea sect that was worthy of someone from the outside interfering with the matters of the Devil Spirit world. However, there was a problem with this. Those people from the outside knew that the Demon Spirit realm was connected to the Spirit realm. They also knew that the Demon Spirit realm was a part of the Spirit realm. Sooner or later, the Sea Exploring sect would attack the Demon Spirit realm. Because of this, the Demon Spirit realm was prepared to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. After thinking about this, Gu Ding immediately informed Zhao Hai about this. He came from Zhao Hai's space, so he could directly contact Zhao Hai. Therefore, using him as a spy wouldn't be a problem. Just as Gu Ding told Zhao Hai this news, he suddenly felt a very powerful energy fluctuation in the tomb. He was very familiar with this energy fluctuation. He quickly turned his head and saw that the person who released this energy fluctuation was Wei Zonglin. Wei Zonglin's eyes lit up as he looked at Gu Ding. Gu Ding had always believed that Wei Zonglin's potential was huge. This was because his body had been completely transformed. Therefore, the cultivation method that Gu Ding taught Wei Zonglin was also a high-level cultivation method of the undead race. He hoped that Wei Zonglin's strength would increase as soon as possible. Judging from Wei Zonglin's current cultivation situation, he was indeed doing well. His strength was now very powerful. He had already reached the Void Return Realm and was even about to enter the Void Refine Realm. Of course, if he wanted to comprehend the power of law, it would still take a long time. However, it was certain that Wei Zonglin was now an expert of a region. After some time, Wei Zonglin stopped cultivating. Gu Ding looked at Wei Zonglin and smiled faintly. Wei Zonglin, your talent is really good. Now that you've reached this level, I think it won't take long for you to reach the Void Refinement Realm. Then, you can be considered an expert in the Demon Spirit Realm. As long as you don't meet those who have comprehended the power of laws, you can walk sideways. Amazing, really amazing. Wei Zonglin smiled faintly. Then he looked at Gu Ding with a strange expression and said, you're right. I also want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have reached this level. Therefore, I've decided to absorb your soul fire to make me stronger. Maybe after absorbing your soul fire, I can become a Void Refinement Realm expert. What do you think of my proposal? When Gu Ding heard Wei Zonglin's words, he was stunned at first. Then he looked at Wei Zonglin and said, this is very interesting. I've seen a lot of ungrateful people. Among the undead race, there are also many such people. However, I've rarely seen someone as ungrateful as you. Could it be that you've recovered your memories from when you were alive? Haha, you're right. Back then, I was a core disciple of the Devil God sect, and the number of ghosts in my hands was no less than 100,000. If I hadn't failed in the fight for the position of sect master, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. Moreover, what you said before was right. I want to thank the person who buried me here. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have become an undead. The lifespan of the undead clan is indeed much longer than that of the human clan. Now, my strength is already so strong. If someone wants me to go further, where can I not go in this world? So I really want to thank you and the master behind you. Gu Ding looked at Wei Zonglin and smiled faintly. The demon god passed? Your tone isn't small. Competing for the position of sect master? Don't flatter yourself. Are you competing for the position of sect master? You should be competing for the position of sect master, right? However, I really admire you. It's really rare for a person to reach your level. However, there's one thing that's very strange. What makes you think that you're my opponent? Don't forget that I'm the one who taught you what you're capable of now. Ha ha ha, so what? Don't forget that you're just a skeleton. Skeletons are the lowest existence among all ghosts. Your development potential is even more limited. In this case, do I need to be afraid of you? Gu Ding looked at Wei Zonglin and sighed, young master is right. Sometimes, you really can't be a good person. Even if you are a good person, you might not necessarily have good karma. Looking at you, I can tell that what he said is right. Wei Zonglin nodded. Your young master is a wonderful person. However, I really don't understand. You can use the slave array on that person from the Battle Corps sect. Why didn't you use the slave array on me? If you used the slave array on me, I would never be able to betray you. It's all your fault that we're in this situation. Wei Zonglin, actually, the biggest mistake you made today is that you shouldn't have said these words to me before you attacked me. If you killed me and then said these words to me, you would have won because I never thought that you would attack me. After all, I was the one who saved you and taught you a lot of skills. I really didn't think that you would turn around and deal with me one day. If you didn't say these words to me and attacked me directly, I definitely wouldn't have guarded against you. Unfortunately, you didn't take advantage of this opportunity to talk so much nonsense. Haha, perhaps this is the common problem of people like you. You always talk nonsense before the matter is completely settled and then give others a chance to make a comeback. Are all villains like you all like this? Forget it. Even if you sneak attacked me before, you would have died in the end. It's the same now. You're dead. Ha ha ha, Gu Ding, aren't you overestimating yourself? You're just a broken skeleton. What can you do? Although I don't know why the world has become like this, I was very clear when I was in the demon god sect that skeletons like you are the lowest level of cannon fodder. You can dream on if you want to deal with me. Too much nonsense has always been your biggest problem. I've been talking nonsense with you for a long time. To be honest, I originally wanted to give you a great opportunity. Unfortunately, you gave it up in vain. Now, I have no choice but to kill you. After he said that, Gu Ding's body suddenly emitted black gas. The black gas slowly wrapped around his body and then slowly disappeared. In the next moment, a person appeared in the black gas. This was a young man who looked to be 27 or 28 years old. He was very tall, about 1.9 meters. His face was pale, his hair was black, and his lips were very red, as if they were stained with blood. Although his eyes were normal, this was also the most abnormal part about him. One must know that he was a skeleton before, but now he suddenly turned into a human. Moreover, his eyes were as lively as a human's eyes. He didn't look like an undead at all. This was really strange. The young man looked at Wei Zonglin. Then a smile appeared on his face as he said, "How is it? Do you like my current appearance?" Wei Zonglin stared blankly at the young man. He could even feel a trace of vitality coming from the young man. This made him very surprised. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a skeleton to deceive me?" "Ha ha ha, only an ignorant person like you would think that I'm pretending to be a skeleton. Take a look at what this is." With that, the young man extended his hand, and the flesh on his arm immediately disappeared, revealing a bone arm. The bone arm was still moving, so it was obvious that it was his hand. Now, Wei Zonglin finally believed that the young man in front of him was Gu Ding. Gu Ding looked at Wei Zonglin and said, "How is it? Do you believe me? I'm Gu Ding. It's just that my flesh was put back on by the young master. Naturally, you wouldn't know. Forget it, what's the use of telling you this? Prepare to die." After he said that, Gu Ding stretched out his hand and a black light shot towards Wei Zonglin. Wei Zonglin's figure moved and quickly dodged the attack of the black light. At this time, the black light suddenly turned into a huge black net and directly covered Wei Zonglin. Wei Zonglin snorted coldly. Then he moved his hand and a black flame appeared in his hand. He waved his hand and the black flame appeared in front of Gu Ding's net. Gu Ding's net burned and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then with a thought, Wei Zonglin pounced towards Gu Ding. At the same time, the nails on his hands grew to 2 feet long. They were like short swords as they slashed towards Gu Ding. The black fog on Gu Ding's body flashed. This time, there was a lot of black fog and it covered the entire tomb. Wei Zonglin also lost track of Gu Ding because his spiritual force couldn't be released. He couldn't sense where the black fog was. Wei Zonglin immediately stopped and focused his attention on his surroundings. As long as there were energy fluctuations around him, he would attack regardless of whether Gu Ding appeared or not. Even if his attack missed, he couldn't let Gu Ding's attack land. But at this moment, the black fog suddenly turned into a huge black fog skeleton. This black fog skeleton was huge. It opened its mouth and swallowed Wei Zonglin. Then it chewed twice. Wei Zonglin screamed before the black fog skeleton closed its mouth. Gu Ding stood in the middle of the tomb and looked at the corpse in front of him. There was nothing special about this corpse, it wasn't even injured. However, he was truly dead. His soul had completely disappeared, it was devoured by Gu Ding. No matter what, Gu Ding's eye was still a ghost. For a ghost, devouring souls was his instinct. It was normal for him to devour Wei Zonglin's soul. The black mist skeleton devoured Wei Zonglin's soul, it didn't target his body. Because of this, Wei Zonglin's body didn't suffer any damage. However, his soul had already disappeared. Looking at the dried corpse on the ground, Gu Ding couldn't help but coldly snort and muttered, "You're really greedy. Don't you know who we are? You actually dared to do this to me. You really don't know life from death. At least you have another body." After bringing it back, there will be children who will like it. Then Guding waved his hand and stored Wei Zongling's corpse. What happened to Wei Zongling today was beyond Guding's expectations. Firstly, he didn't expect Wei Zongling to recover his memories. Secondly, he didn't expect Wei Zongling to immediately attack him after recovering his memories. It had only been a few days, but Wei Zongling was already making a move. It can only be said that although Wei Zongling's mind was sinister, he was still too anxious. After putting Wei Zongling's body away, Guding looked around and said, "I've never heard the young master mention the demon god sect before. It seems like this demon god sect should be a sect in the spirit realm in ancient times. It's best to tell the young master about this. After Xianxia finishes cultivating, we'll go out with him to have a look and understand the situation in the demon spirit realm. We'll face quite a lot of enemies this time." Guding wasn't worried about Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai was invincible. He believed in this even more than the disciples of the sea exploring sect. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Zhao Hai at all. He just felt that he should collect some information so that Zhao Hai would have an easier time dealing with them. In the following period of time, Guding stayed in the tomb. Aside from Xianxia coming to the tomb a few times to ask Guding about the demon god's undying body, Guding rarely left the tomb. Naturally, he also saw the forest clearly. Moreover, he planted formations on the bodies of the undead. These formations were hidden and no one could discover them. The people of the Battle Corps sect would have no problem refining these undead. There was only one use for these formations. When Guding needed them, he could use these formations to obtain the Battle Corps sect's runes and control the battle corpses. In other words, no matter how well the Battle Corps sect refined the battle corpses, as long as Guding was willing, he could directly take over the command of the battle corpses. This was very important. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Xianxia came to Wei Zongling's tomb. When Guding saw him, he came out of the tomb. Xianxia quickly bowed to Guding and said, "Greetings, Master." "Master, in a few days, I will hand in the sect's mission and leave this place." "Master, what do you think we should do next?" Guding replied, "From today onwards, I will follow you as a battle corpse. Remember, you have to act well." Xianxia quickly responded. He then glanced behind Guding and realized that the mummy that followed Guding from the beginning had disappeared. This puzzled Xianxia. He realized that he had never seen that mummy in the past few times he had been here. Guding saw Xianxia's expression and knew what he was thinking. He directly said, "Don't look. I've already swallowed him. He won't appear again. I'll be the only one following you from now on." Hearing Guding's words, Xianxia's heart couldn't help but tremble. He thought that the corpse was with Guding. Guding could even swallow people from his group, let alone a slave. This made Xianxia even more afraid of Guding. However, Guding didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Let's go. Don't be discovered by your sect. You can ask me to do things for you in the future. If you want me to do something for you, I'll know immediately." Xianxia nodded and led Guding back. Before long, they returned to their residence. Xianxia's residence was a very simple cave residence. Clearly, this was prepared for the people who looked after the mountain. The people who lived here were all people who received missions from the sect. Therefore, no one took care of this cave residence. Therefore, this cave residence was a bit dilapidated. After Xianxia entered the cave residence, Guding began to test the way the two of them got along. When there was no one around, Guding was naturally Xianxia's master. But when there were people around, Guding was Xianxia's battle corpse. Moreover, it was a low-level battle corpse. Therefore, Guding had to help Xianxia do a lot of things, including serving him tea and cleaning up. This was how Guding acted. The cultivation world's impression of skeletons had always been that they were the weakest among the undead. Even the Golden Bone sect and the White Bone sect relied on numbers to win. Although they could cultivate 1 or 2 powerful skeletons, they were very few in number. Moreover, it was much more difficult to cultivate them compared to battle corpses. Because of this, the Golden Bone sect and the White Bone sect generally relied on quantity to win. When the disciples of these two sects fought, they would release a large number of skeletons. The number of skeletons was definitely beyond one's expectation. It could be described as covering the sky and earth. Because of this, even though the skeletons weren't very strong, they were still able to overwhelm the opponent. However, this kind of storm flow wasn't something that anyone could do. The Golden Bone sect and the White Bone sect had their own secret techniques that allowed them to control a large number of skeletons. This was the most important thing. The other sects didn't have such secret techniques. Therefore, they couldn't do this. It was precisely because of this that people from other sects generally wouldn't use skeletons as their battle corpses. If Gu Ding didn't show off a little bit of his abilities and the battle corpse sect saw that Xianxia had a skeleton as his battle corpse, they would certainly be suspicious. If the battle corpse sect really discovered their secret and suspected them, the consequences would be very serious. After a few days, Xianxia finally adapted to how to get along with Gu Ding. Although Gu Ding accepted Xianxia as his slave, he was very clear that Xianxia would definitely become Zhao Hai's slave in the future. It was impossible for Xianxia to be his slave forever. Therefore, he didn't put himself in the position of a master. This way, it wouldn't be awkward to get along with him. On the other hand, Xianxia had now recognized Gu Ding as his master. When he instructed Gu Ding to do something, he always seemed a little lacking in confidence. It was only after Gu Ding told him a few times that he slowly adapted to his identity. 5 days later, Xianxia and Gu Ding were ready early. They were waiting for the people from their sect to come and pick Xianxia up. In fact, there were still a lot of disciples in the Battle Corps sect who liked this task of managing the back mountain. This was because this task was very easy and the rewards were quite good. Xianxia had spent a lot of effort in order to receive this task. He could have done this task for a period of time. However, now that he had learned the demon god immortal body and had to help Gu Ding, he couldn't accept this task anymore. However, Xianxia believed that the person who would take over his job would appear soon. Just as Xianxia had expected, Xianxia and Gu Ding did not have to wait long in the morning. A black beam of light arrived at the back of the mountain and landed in front of the cave abode. A black-robed cultivator with a gloomy expression appeared in front of the cave abode. When Xianxia saw this person, he immediately saluted him. Xianxia greets Senior Brother Zhou. I didn't expect that it would be you who accepted this task. Congratulations, Senior Brother. Senior Brother Zhou glanced at Xianxia and raised his head slightly. Junior Brother Jiang, you were doing well on this task. Why did you give it up? What a pity. Although he said it was a pity, there was no pity in his tone. On the contrary, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Xianxia, who seemed to be used to his attitude, quickly said, to be honest, Senior Brother, I recently felt that I might break through a small realm. Therefore, I wanted to go out and train. Therefore, I could only reluctantly give up on this task. However, if I had known that Senior Brother wanted to accept this task, I would have given it up long ago. I definitely wouldn't have dared to compete with Senior Brother. Senior Brother Zhou snorted. Alright, let's not talk so much nonsense. Let's go and count the number of battle corpses. As long as there are no problems with the number of battle corpses, you can leave. Xianxia nodded. Then he led Senior Brother Zhou to the back of the mountain and counted the number of battle corpses. These battle corpses were raised in captivity, so naturally there wouldn't be any problems. Since Xianxia didn't take the battle corpses away, the number of battle corpses wasn't a problem. Before long, the two finished counting. After the two returned to the cave residence and went through the handover procedures, Xianxia summoned Gu Ding. Gu Ding had been in the cave residence and didn't show himself. Now that Senior Brother Zhou saw Xianxia summon a skeleton, he couldn't help but stare. Then he showed a disdainful smile as he looked at Xianxia and said, Junior Brother Jiang, even if you can't get good battle corpses, you don't need to use a skeleton to count them. That's too embarrassing. Xianxia smiled and said, Senior Brother is joking. I'm just using it to clean the room and as a servant. How could I use it to fight? Senior Brother, I'll take my leave first. Senior Brother Zhou nodded. Only then did Xianxia leave the cave abode and lead Gu Ding to his residence. Xianxia was only an outer disciple of the Battle Corps sect. However, he still had his own cave residence. Xianxia led Gu Ding back to his cave residence. After entering, he immediately opened the cave residence's restriction. Then he bowed to Gu Ding and said, "Master, this is my cave residence. We'll rest here for a few days before going out. Otherwise, I'm afraid that people will be suspicious." Gu Ding nodded and didn't object. Xianxia stayed in his cave for 10 days. During these 10 days, he didn't do anything. His behavior was very normal, just like the ordinary disciples of the Battle Corps sect. After completing a sect mission, they would take a good rest. Xianxia rested in his cave for 10 days. Then, he went to the sect to report that he might be about to break through a minor realm and needed to go out to train for a period of time. It was actually impossible to report such a thing to the sect. However, if one was going to be away for a long time, they had to report it to the sect because they would still have some sect missions. If they reported it, the sect wouldn't give them any more sect missions. After reporting, Xianxia left the Battle Corps sect. However, before leaving, Xianxia did something very strange. Of course, no one noticed it. After leaving, he circled around the Battle Corps sect and went to all the places he could go. Of course, he didn't finish walking in one day. Instead, he split it into several days and used various excuses to go. This way, the people of the Battle Corps sect wouldn't suspect him. Because of this matter, he was delayed for another 5 days. In other words, he left the Battle Corps sect half a month after coming out of the back mountain. Xianxia didn't leave the Battle Corps sect using a teleportation array. Although there was a teleportation array here, Gu Ding discovered that the Devil Spirit World was developed based on the teleportation array here. It seemed to be much worse than the Sword Spirit World, much worse. The reason why Gu Ding didn't want to leave by teleportation array was because he wanted to see the situation outside the Battle Corps sect. He wanted to understand the terrain outside the Battle Corps sect. Of course, the Battle Corps sect also had a map. However, ordinary disciples of the Battle Corps sect wouldn't carry a map of the Battle Corps sect with them. Otherwise, they would be suspected by the sect. Xianxia and Gu Ding left the Battle Corps sect. Under Jiangnu's guidance, they flew directly to the east. The Battle Corps sect was located in the west of the Devil Spirit World. Further west, there was only the White Bone sect. Therefore, Gu Ding decided to go to the east to take a look at the more sects there were. Then, he would learn more about the White Bone sect when he had time. Although the strength of the top 10 sects in the Devil Spirit World was about the same, the Myriad Wraith sect was located in the center of the Devil Spirit World. Relatively speaking, the resources there were more abundant. Xianxia and Gu Ding slowly flew forward. Because their speed wasn't very fast, it took them nearly a month to fly out of the Battle Corps sect's territory. Within the territory of the Battle Corps sect, there were very few people who would touch the disciples of the Battle Corps sect. Even if the disciples of the Battle Corps sect were to fight among themselves, they would rarely do so within their own territory. This was because they might be discovered by the disciples of the sect's law enforcement hall. If the disciples of the law enforcement hall found out that someone was fighting in the sect's territory, they wouldn't be polite. It was precisely because of this that Jiangnu's journey was very peaceful. However, he attracted a lot of attention. This was because although some of the disciples of the Battle Corps sect directly brought battle corpses with them, they generally brought dried corpses and zombies. Xianxia was the only one who brought a skeleton with him. However, Xianxia didn't care about the gazes of others. Those people didn't understand Gu Ding's strength, but he was very clear about it. Gu Ding's strength was definitely the strongest he had ever seen. In Gu Ding's hands, Xianxia couldn't even make a single move. If Gu Ding wanted to kill him, it would be like playing with a toy. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia didn't think that letting Gu Ding follow him was a shameful thing. Moreover, Xianxia now had his own understanding of the demon god immortal body that he cultivated. This was a very high-level cultivation technique, but the process of cultivation was very painful. However, the returns were huge. He had only cultivated to the 3rd level of this cultivation technique, but he already had the strength of a Qi refinement realm body cultivator. In the demon spirit world, there were also body cultivators, but most of them came from the True Devil sect, and there weren't many body cultivators in the other sections. Only the disciples of the True Devil sect would pay more attention to body cultivation, and their bodies were extremely strong. As for the disciples of the True Devil sect, they were famous for being difficult to deal with in the entire demon spirit world. Many people said that for cultivators of the same level, the true devil sect was almost invincible in front of the cultivators of the other sections. It could be seen how difficult it was for the disciples of the true devil sect to deal with. Xianxia was now certain that if he were to meet a true devil sect disciple of the same level, he would definitely be able to defeat that true devil sect disciple. Not to mention anything else, just his body alone was far superior to his opponents. Xianxia and Guding were currently stopping on a mountain. This mountain was called Lei Gongling, and he was one of the mountain ranges of the Battle Corps sect. The reason why he had such a name was because there was a lightning zone in this mountain, and in that lightning zone, lightning flashed all year round. No one was allowed to approach it, and whether it was cultivators or ordinary people, as long as they entered that lightning zone, they would definitely die. It was precisely because of this that the lightning zone became a forbidden zone, and because of that lightning zone, this place was also named Lei Gongling. Guding stood beside the forbidden zone of Lei Gongling and looked inside. He saw that inside the forbidden zone, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It had truly become a forbidden zone for life. Because of the lightning, the ground here was very uneven, it looked very bumpy. Xianxia looked at Guding with a puzzled expression. Xianxia was a member of the Battle Corps sect, and he also cultivated a Yin attribute cultivation technique, so he was very clear about it. Therefore, ghosts had a natural fear of lightning, and things with the lightning attribute were also the most lethal to ghosts. They could be said to be of the opposite attribute, and ordinary ghosts would definitely not dare to stand here. But now, Guding was standing here, and it seemed like nothing had happened at all. This made people feel that it was very strange. However, Xianxia did not ask anything. He already knew that Guding was not an ordinary ghost. Otherwise, he would not have taught him cultivation techniques, and would not have taken him in as a slave. A ghost could actually take a person in as a slave. No one would believe that. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but smile bitterly. At this moment, Xianxia heard Guding say, "This is a really good place. It seems like we need to pay more attention to this place. I really want to know why this place has become like this." Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Master, what's there to pay attention to here? People can't enter this place." Guding smiled faintly and didn't speak. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xianxia and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. This is your Battle Corps sect's boundary mountain, right? What's after this place?" Xianxia said, "After this place is the territory of the Nighthawk sect. The Nighthawk sect is one of our subordinate sections. The founder of their sect is an elder of our Battle Corps sect. However, he didn't learn the Battle Corps technique, but a technique to detect ghosts. He is especially good at assassination, so he named his sect the Nighthawk sect." Guding looked at Xianxia and said, "Is it safe there?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's not safe. In fact, no place is safe. Our Battle Corps sect has always encouraged disciples to fight each other. They believe that this can make the disciples stronger. Of course, you can't fight in the sect or they will punish you. It's precisely because of this that we weren't attacked before. But as long as we pass Thunderlord Ridge, we won't be safe because we can be attacked at any time, even if they are from the same sect. Although the Nighthawk sect is a subordinate sect of our Battle Corps sect, they also encourage disciples to fight each other. Therefore, it's not safe for disciples to enter the Nighthawk sect." Guding nodded and said, "This is very interesting. Xianxia, do you have any other battle corpses?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't. I didn't have any battle corpses in the past. This time, I did the back mountain mission mainly to choose a battle corpse. But I didn't choose one in the end." Guding nodded and said, "Good, it's good that you didn't choose one. Let's go. When you fight in the future, you can go all out. If you can't beat your opponent, I'll help you. This way, others will think that I'm your battle corpse. There won't be any problems." Xianxia nodded, then he said, "Master, how long do we have to be like this? Will we always be like this?" Guding looked at Xianxia and said, "What? You don't want to?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "No, I don't want to. I just want to stay in the Battle Corps sect. But I'm now a disciple of the Battle Corps sect. If I really leave the sect, it will certainly attract the sect's attention. Therefore, I'm worried about this problem." Guding smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. After a year or so, you shouldn't be worried about this problem. At that time, you might have a great opportunity. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. Recently, the 10 great sects have been very quiet. Maybe it's because of the previous gathering. Moreover, I heard that the sect has issued strict orders to the core disciples and inner disciples. They can't leave the sect easily. Even if they leave the sect, they have to explain where they want to go. If they don't explain where they want to go, the sect will punish them. I heard that they will gather them for training. I don't know if this is true or not. The spirit fire in Gu Ding's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, interesting. It seems like they have really put in a lot of effort. Everything they do is very targeted. It seems like it won't be long before there will be a huge change in the demon spirit world. Xianxia smiled bitterly, then he said, I don't have the qualifications to know about these things right now. But if I get stronger, I should be qualified. I might even be qualified to participate in the training. Gu Ding smiled and said, let nature take its course. Participating in the training isn't necessarily a good thing. Not participating in the training isn't necessarily a bad thing either. Let's just leave it to fate. The cultivators of the night roaming city were curiously looking at the strange pair on the street. A cultivator was accompanied by a skeleton. This was the devil spirit realm. All the cultivators here were devil cultivators. It was normal for devil cultivators to have a few ghosts following them. However, it was rare to see a skeleton following a cultivator. Since when did a low-level cannon fodder like a skeleton become someone's battle corpse? The night roaming city was a city under the Night Soul sect. There were a lot of cultivators from the Battle Corps sect in this city. The cultivators of the night roaming city were very familiar with the attire of the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, when they saw Xianxu's attire, they knew that he was from the Battle Corps sect. It was precisely because they knew that he was from the Battle Corps sect that they were very curious. They didn't understand why someone from the Battle Corps sect would bring a skeleton with him. However, Xianxia didn't feel anything. He just slowly walked forward. The night roaming city was the largest city in the Night Soul sect. He came here today to replenish his supplies. Just as Xianxia was walking forward, a person suddenly blocked his path. When Xianxia saw this person, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He recognized this person. This person was also from the Battle Corps sect. His name was Luoyin. He was also an outer disciple of the Battle Corps sect. However, he was one of the top 10 outer disciples. The Battle Corps sect was the same as other sections. They also had rankings such as the top 10 outer disciples, the top 10 inner disciples, and the top 10 core disciples. The top 10 outer disciples were those who could directly enter the inner sect. As for the top 10 inner disciples, they were those who could enter the core sect. The top 10 core disciples were the candidates for the sect's elders in the future. It was impossible for a cultivator to only focus on cultivation and not care about worldly matters. Without experiencing worldly matters, a cultivator wouldn't be able to truly mature. Therefore, if a core disciple wants to become a pillar of a sect, then strength alone is not enough. Strength alone is not enough. If one doesn't understand the affairs of a sect, then they will become a powerful thug. Any sect will not lack such thugs. What they lack are the talents of a general, and these core disciples are trained to be the talents of a general. A core disciple of a sect didn't just need to be arrogant, they also needed to learn how to deal with worldly matters. If you were a core disciple of your sect, you could indeed be arrogant in your sect. However, what if you left your sect? If your sect was very powerful and you were still arrogant after leaving your sect, then it was fine. Others might ignore you out of respect for your sect. However, what if you encountered a sect that was stronger than your sect? You're still arrogant? Then you'll be beaten to death. The 10 great inner and 10 great outer disciples were usually nurtured as fighters. Therefore, they were somewhat lacking in worldly matters. Luoyin was one of the 10 great outer disciples of the Battle Corps sect. Moreover, he had some conflicts with Xianxia. Now that they weren't in the Battle Corps sect's territory, he was naturally very happy to see Xianxia with a skeleton. He immediately stopped Xianxia. Luoyin saw the expression on Jiangyu's face and couldn't help but smile. Then he said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Jiang, where are you going? Why did you bring a skeleton here?" Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Jiang Yu cupped his fist towards Luo Yin and said, so it's senior brother Luo. I just came out for a stroll. Why? Do I need senior brother Luo's permission to accept a ghost as a battle corpse? Luo Yin looked at Jiang Yu and sneered, naturally, I don't care what you accept as a battle corpse. However, your current appearance really pisses me off. Today, as your senior brother, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Jiang Yu looked at Luo Yin and coldly snorted, surnamed Luo, don't use your identity to pressure me. We entered the sect together. I'll respect you and call you senior brother. If I don't respect you, then you're nothing. Don't think too highly of yourself. Ha 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 ha. Good. Surnamed Jiang, you're very unyielding today. However, the more unyielding a person is, the more annoying they are. I want to see if you'll still be as unyielding as you are now when I beat you up and you're lying on the ground like a dead dog. Come at me if you want to. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? However, it's best that we do it outside the city. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't even need to do anything. Someone will come and deal with us first. How about it? Do you dare to come out with me? Let's have a showdown. Oh? Why did you agree so readily today? Could it be that you have some sort of backup plan? Luo Yin looked at Jiang Yu with a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. Luo Yin looked at Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Yu, you're famous for being a coward in the outer sect. I'm a little curious now. What exactly is it that made you so bold all of a sudden? Could it be because of your skeleton? Surnamed Luo, don't make so many excuses. If you don't agree, then don't block my way. Get lost. If you want to fight, then come with me. Jiang Yu said in a low voice. If you hadn't said that, I would have really suspected that you had some sort of backup plan. But now that you've said it, I'm certain that you don't have any backup plans. Brat, let's go. I want to see just how strong you are to dare to challenge me like this. After saying that, Luo Yinling snorted and took the lead to walk out. Jiang Yu snorted and followed Luo Yin out. The other people in the city naturally heard their conversation. When they heard the two of them, their eyes lit up. Then, they moved and followed the two of them out. In a short while, the two of them arrived outside the city. Luo Yin stopped first, glanced at Jiang Yu, and said in a low voice, surnamed Jiang, come on. Let me see what you've got. Jiang Yu looked at Luo Yin and snorted coldly. Then, he moved and rushed straight towards Luo Yin. When Luo Yin saw Jiang Yu's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the skeleton behind Jiang Yu and snorted. Then he waved his hand and a battle corpse appeared in front of him. This battle corpse was about 2 meters tall. It was covered in green fur and had blood-red eyes. It didn't wear any clothes and its head was a little humanoid. However, it didn't look like a human at all. Instead, it looked more like a green-furred gorilla. Jiang Yu glanced at the green-haired battle corpse, but he didn't stop. Instead, he rushed to the green-haired battle corpse and punched it. The battle corpse faced the sky and let out a sharp cry. Then it also threw a punch at Jiang Yu's fist. However, Jiang Yu didn't dodge. The two fists quickly collided. A loud bang was heard. The battle corpse was pushed back by Jiang Yu's punch. Its feet dragged on the ground, creating 2 deep trenches. One could see how powerful Jiang Yu's punch was. Jiang Yu stopped after exchanging a punch with the green-haired battle corpse. Then, he stomped his foot and pounced on Luo Yin. When Luo Yin saw Jiang Yu's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to be this strong. One must know that the green-furred battle corpse was famous for its strength. But Jiang Yu was able to send the green-furred battle corpse flying with a single punch. This showed how strong Jiang Yu was. When Luo Yin saw Jiang Yu rushing towards him, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he moved and dodged to the side. However, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed. He could see that Luo Yin didn't know anything about body cultivation. He might not have even fought with someone who practiced body cultivation. Because of this, Jiang Yu didn't know that although his punch looked ordinary, it had a lot of variations. Luo Yin's dodge was exactly what Jiang Yu wanted. Jiang Yu's move changed and covered Luo Yin. Then he threw another punch towards Luo Yin. Luo Yin's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and a bone shield appeared in his hand. The bone shield blocked his front while he retreated rapidly. At the same time, the green-furred battle corpse jumped up and pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia snorted coldly and punched the ghost face shield. However, he adjusted the angle of his fist from a straight punch to a diagonal attack. He used the force of the punch to fly up and pounced on Luoyin from the air. At this moment, the green-furred battle corpse appeared in front of him and blocked his path. The green-furred battle corpse clenched its fists and attacked Xianxia. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a green smoke. The green smoke was poisonous, and it was a very domineering type of corpse poison. Xianxia snorted and threw a punch. The wind generated by this punch blew away the green smoke. At the same time, the green-furred battle corpse was forced to a stop by the wind generated by this punch. Xianxia took advantage of this and moved in front of the battle corpse. Then he turned his fist into a claw and clawed the battle corpse several times. Every time, the sound of joints dislocating could be heard. The battle corpse let out a few blood-curdling screams and fell to the ground. Although it was still struggling, it could no longer move because its joints were all dislocated. Of course, it couldn't move. However, it wasn't dead. It could only lie there and scream. It looked very miserable. Xianxia glanced at the green-furred battle corpse but ignored it. Instead, he turned to look at the pale Luoyin. Luoyin looked at Xianxia with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, "Xianxia, where did you learn the art of body cultivation? I'll report this to the sect. You won't have a good time. I'm one of the top 10 outer court disciples. If you dare to touch me, you won't have a good ending. You have to think clearly." Xianxia looked at Luoyin's appearance and snorted, "Only the weak will find so many excuses and reasons. Luoyin, I'm really disappointed in you. You are indeed one of the top 10 outer disciples, but don't forget that as long as I defeat you or even kill you, I will become one of the top 10 outer disciples and you will be nothing. A dead genius is not a true genius. This is a famous saying in our sect." Xianxia stood quietly beside Luoyin's corpse. His face was calm, but his heart wasn't. The reason why he dared to fight with Luoyin today wasn't because he was certain that he could win. He knew how strong Luoyin was, and the reason why he dared to fight with Luoyin was because he knew that if he wasn't Luoyin's opponent, then Gu Ding would definitely make a move. Gu Ding's strength definitely exceeded Luoyin's, so he dared to fight with Luoyin. But when he really fought with Luoyin, he discovered that Luoyin's strength wasn't as strong as he imagined. His green-furred battle corpse wasn't as strong as he imagined. Although the battle corpse's strength and defense weren't bad, it wasn't as strong as he imagined. Xianxia relied on his own means to defeat the battle corpse easily. The moment he killed Luoyin, he was in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. Why wasn't Luoyin as strong as he imagined? Why was this so? At this moment, a strange noise reached his ears. He immediately came back to his senses and scanned his surroundings. Although he didn't see anyone, his mind power could sense that countless people were looking at him. These people's eyes contained a trace of fear and a trace of greed at the same time. Xiangyu's heart trembled. Then he sobered up. He looked at these people and snorted coldly. Then he took Luoyin's interspatial ring and burned Luoyin's corpse with a torch. Then he put away the green-furred battle corpse that had lost its master. After dealing with this, Xianxia led Gu Ding and flew towards the Night Touring City. In a short while, they arrived at the Night Touring City. After arriving at the Night Tour City, Xianxia sold some supplies and found a hotel to rest in. But what Xianxia didn't know was that the battle between him and Luoyin had already spread throughout Night Touring City. Luoyin had been in Night Touring City for some time. Therefore, a lot of people in Night Touring City knew who Luoyin was. They just didn't think that Luoyin would die like this. This really surprised them. In fact, what surprised them the most was Xiangyu's cultivation method. Xiangyu was actually using a body cultivation technique. This was rare in the Battle Corps sect. This was because there were very few sects in the Devil Spirit realm that used body cultivation techniques. Because of this, there were very few body cultivators that used body cultivation techniques. Now that someone from the Battle Corps sect suddenly appeared, it was very strange. It was because of all these reasons that Xiangyu and Luoyin's battle became famous. Everyone knew about this battle and Xianxia. Of course, there were also many disciples of the Battle Corps sect in Night Touring City. Many of these disciples went to watch the battle. To be honest, the outcome of the battle scared them. They didn't know what to do. However, some disciples of the Battle Corps sect immediately reported this matter to the Battle Corps sect. Xianxia didn't know about any of this. He was currently in a hotel room, consulting Gu Ding about the gains and losses of this battle. Xianxia still couldn't believe that he had defeated one of the top 10 outer sect disciples, Luo Yin, just like that. One must know that he cultivated the demon god's immortal body for less than 4 months. In such a short time, he actually defeated Luo Yin. This was really inconceivable. However, it was also because of this that Xianxia felt that all the suffering he had gone through had been worth it. He also understood how powerful the demon celestial immortal body technique was. Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said, "Don't be complacent. That Luo Yin's strength is too weak. It's normal for him to not be your opponent. Your demon god immortal body actually has another characteristic. It's actually a combat cultivation method. The more you fight, the easier it is to break through. Especially when you're injured. The more serious your injuries, the faster your strength will increase. Of course, there has to be someone to give you medicine after you're injured to help you recover. Otherwise, it's impossible. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to heal yourself." Xianxia nodded. Then he said, "I just didn't think that I would reach this level in such a short time. This really surprised me. I'll definitely work harder in the future. Master, you can rest assured." Gu Ding nodded and said, "This technique is very powerful. However, it's not invincible. You'll know about this in the future. Anyway, you've cultivated enough for now. Rest, we'll leave tomorrow." Xianxia nodded. Then he said, "Master, you should rest as well." Gu Ding nodded and didn't say anything else. However, Gu Ding didn't need to sleep. Especially in this place, he wouldn't easily rest. Therefore, he just sat there quietly. In a place like the demon realm, his cultivation speed was very fast. It was also very helpful for his cultivation. Because of this, Gu Ding was working hard to cultivate. He also wanted to comprehend the power of laws. In the middle of the night, while Gu Ding was cultivating, his heart suddenly moved. He felt that the aura outside was very unusual. His expression couldn't help but change. Then a black mist immediately surrounded him. Then Gu Ding's figure moved and directly appeared in Xiangyu's room. Then Gu Ding patted Xiangyu. Xiangyu immediately woke up and looked around vigilantly. When he saw the black mist, his expression immediately changed. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Ding's voice was heard, "Don't make a sound. Come into the black mist." When Xiangyu heard Gu Ding's voice, his heart couldn't help but move. Then he immediately entered the black mist. Gu Ding then said to Xiangyu, "We've been surrounded. It seems like the people surrounding us are from your Battle Corps sect. It seems like this battle is inevitable." When Xiangyu heard Gu Ding, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Why would the Battle Corps sect surround us? We didn't do anything wrong to the Battle Corps sect." Gu Ding said, "It might be related to your battle with Luo Yin. When you fought with Luo Yin, you used a body cultivation technique. Body cultivation technique should be very rare in the Battle Corps sect. It's strange that you suddenly learned it. Therefore, the people from the Battle Corps sect might be here to capture you and ask you what's going on." Xiangyu looked at Gu Ding and said solemnly, "We can't go back with them. Those fellows from the Battle Corps sect won't believe me. If I go back with them, they might directly capture me and search my soul. If that happens, all our secrets will be exposed." Gu Ding nodded and said, "All right, then we won't go back. I want to see what they can do to us. Now that we've been surrounded, we must kill our way out." Xiangyu nodded and didn't say anything. Gu Ding's hand moved and a large sword appeared in his hand. Then he handed the large sword to Xiangyu and said, "Use this. This large sword is specially made. It's very powerful." Xiangyu nodded and received the large sword. He gently swung it twice and felt that the large sword wasn't very heavy. However, he still believed in Gu Ding. Under his gaze, Gu Ding's body suddenly emitted pieces of bone armor. These bone armor wrapped around Gu Ding. At the same time, an artifact appeared in Gu Ding's hand. It was a halberd. Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said, "I'll release the black fog in a while. Then the two of us will kill our way out." "Don't be polite, kill with all your strength." Xianxia nodded. Then more and more black fog came out of Gu Ding's body. In the end, the entire hotel was filled with black fog. However, the black fog didn't stop, it was still spreading outwards. The people outside also noticed the situation in the hotel. They heard a voice from outside, "Not good, the situation has changed. We have to act in advance." Then a voice was heard, "Xianxia, we, the disciples of the law enforcement hall, are here. Why aren't you coming out? Do you want to go against the law enforcement hall?" This voice was very loud. Everyone in the hotel heard it. However, the strange thing was that there was no sound coming from the hotel. It was as if there was no one in the hotel at all. Xianxia turned his head to look at Gu Ding. Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and nodded. Xianxia then said, "This isn't the territory of the Battle Corps sect. The disciples of the law enforcement hall don't have the right to capture me here. I also find it strange. I'm just an outer disciple. Why would the law enforcement hall mobilize so many people here? Cut the crap. As long as you are a disciple of the Battle Corps sect, we, the disciples of the law enforcement hall, have the right to arrest you. Quickly come out and return with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. I would like to ask everyone. What crime have I committed? Why would the law enforcement hall chase me all the way to Night Roaming City to capture me? If you don't give me a clear explanation, I won't go with you. The law enforcement hall never needs a reason to do anything. If you dare to resist, don't blame us for being impolite. Come out immediately." "Humph, even the disciples of the law enforcement hall have to be reasonable." "You are disciples of the law enforcement hall, but don't forget that the sect has rules. If the disciples of the law enforcement hall don't tell me what crime I committed and come to arrest me, I can resist. Even if I kill all of you, the sect won't be able to punish me. Bull*T. If you dare to resist the law enforcement hall, you are betraying the sect. I'll say it for the last time. Come out immediately. Otherwise, we will rush in immediately. When that time comes, we won't be talking to you like we are now. Humph, if you don't tell me why you are here to capture me, I won't go back with you. You can give up. Alright, then don't blame us for being impolite. Let's do it." After that, there was a sound of wind breaking outside. Then, a group of people rushed into the black fog. The leader of this group of people looked to be in his 30s. His appearance wasn't bad, but he had a big hooked nose. This ruined the beauty of his face, making him look very sinister. Beside him was a red-haired battle corpse. The hair on the body of the red-haired battle corpse was longer than the green-haired battle corpse. Its body was taller and stronger. Its eyes were blood red. It looked like a red-haired gorilla. It was very terrifying. The people of the Battle Corps sect who came in with them had a battle corpse beside them. These battle corpses looked different, but each of them had a terrifying aura. It could be seen that these battle corpses weren't simple. However, as soon as these people entered the black fog, they felt as if they had become blind. Not only was everything that their eyes could see covered by the black fog, even their spiritual energy was unable to penetrate the black fog. This caused their faces to change. They had never encountered such a situation before. Just as these people were stunned, a bone halberd suddenly appeared above the head of a Battle Corps sect disciple. When the disciple realized it, there was no way to change anything. The crescent of the halberd directly split his head open. He couldn't be more dead. Then, the halberd was retracted back into the black fog. In the next moment, a huge sword suddenly appeared in front of the chest of a Battle Corps sect disciple, piercing straight towards his heart. When the Battle Corps sect disciple saw the huge sword, his expression couldn't help but change. He immediately took a step back and let his Battle Corps block in front of him. However, because the huge sword appeared too close to him, the Battle Corps only had time to stretch out its hand to block the huge sword. He thought that nothing would happen because his Battle Corps's defense was very strong. It should be able to block the huge sword's attack. However, when the Battle Corps's arm touched the huge sword, it was suddenly repelled by the huge sword. Then, the huge sword didn't stop and directly pierced into the chest of the Battle Corps sect disciple. A huge hole appeared in the chest of the Battle Corps sect disciple. His entire heart had disappeared, turning into a pile of blood mist. It had completely disappeared. The Battle Corps sect disciple watched in disbelief as the huge sword slowly retracted. He fell to the ground and died. As for the Battle Corps sect, it also fell to the ground without anyone controlling it and stopped moving. This was also a characteristic of the Battle Corps sect. All the battle corpses of the Battle Corps sect wouldn't move after their master died. They would only move again when someone else was sacrificing them. Then, the bone sky halberd and the huge sword appeared a few more times. Every time they appeared, they took a life. Most of the Battle Corps sect disciples who entered the black fog were already dead. The leader with the hooked nose also felt that something was wrong. He immediately called out to his companions, but no one responded. His expression changed and he immediately prepared to retreat. But at this moment, the bone sky halberd appeared in front of him again and pierced towards his chest. Fortunately, the hooked nose already wanted to retreat, so when he saw the bone sky halberd piercing towards him, his body moved and he immediately retreated. At this moment, a huge sword appeared behind him and slashed towards his waist. Just as the hook-nosed man was about to be cut into two by the giant sword, a big hand covered in red hair suddenly stretched out and pulled him out of the attack range of the giant sword. The hook-nosed man's face was covered in cold sweat. Then, he didn't wait any longer and flew into the sky. At the same time, a layer of black shield appeared around his body. With a loud bang, the hook-nosed man felt that he had smashed a big hole in the roof of the hotel. He couldn't help but be delighted. But at this moment, the white bone halberd appeared above his head once again. The halberd was placed horizontally above his head. It looked like he was about to collide with the halberd. The hook-nosed man's expression changed again. He wanted to stop, but the inertia still made him collide with the halberd. Then, with a loud bang, the shield broke and he continued to collide with the halberd. However, the hook-nosed man was delighted because he could feel that his strength was very weak. Even if he collided with the halberd, he wouldn't be injured. But at this moment, the halberd suddenly slashed towards him. The hook-nosed man's expression finally changed. He suddenly remembered that the halberd could move. It wasn't a real dead object. Just as he was about to be hit by the halberd, he felt something tighten around his feet. Then, a huge pulling force pulled him directly to the ground. The hook-nosed man was delighted. He knew that he had finally escaped this calamity. But at this moment, a giant sword suddenly appeared under his feet. Pfff. His body was split into two by the giant sword. The hook-nosed man's face still had a trace of joy from escaping a calamity. But in the next moment, he died a violent death. Meanwhile, the red-haired battle corpse with a hooked nose stopped moving. But at this moment, a skeletal hand stretched out and the red-haired battle corpse disappeared. Outside the black fog, there were many people from the Battle Corps sect. They were all looking at the black fog with solemn expressions. After those people entered the black fog rolled for a while and then stopped moving. Just as everyone was nervously watching the black fog, two figures suddenly flew out of the black fog. These two figures directly flew out of the city. As soon as they saw the two figures, the people from the Battle Corps sect couldn't help but be stunned. They really didn't expect Xianxia to be able to come out of the black fog. However, they immediately turned around and chased after Xianxia and Guding. Xianxia, you can't run away. You'd better stop. Otherwise, when I catch you, I'll make you beg for death. Ha ha ha. Don't try to scare me. If I stop now and get caught, I'll be the one begging for death. Xianxia increased his speed as he said that. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown out of the city. As soon as Xianxia flew out of the city, he saw a group of people flying out of the city. These people directly blocked Xianxia's path. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned when he saw these people's appearance. These people didn't seem to be from the Battle Corps sect, but their strength wasn't weak either. The few people leading them had reached the Void Refinement Realm. Xianxia glanced at these people and had no choice but to stop. Guding was standing beside Xianxia. Xianxia looked at these people and said, "Who are you people? Why are you stopping me?" Brat, are you the one who killed Luo Yin? How dare you kill people from the Luo family? You deserve to die. The Luo family? Oh, I know. I heard that Luo Yin came from a cultivation family. I didn't expect it to be true. In that case, you're here this time to take revenge for Luo Yin. As they spoke, the people from the Battle Corps sect also surrounded them. Xianxia glanced at the people from the Battle Corps sect and said, "Why are you guys doing this? I'm really curious. Apart from killing Luo Yin, I haven't done anything else to let down the sect. Why are you here again? This isn't right. Tell me, what are you here for? Even if you want me to die, you should at least let me know the reason." The leader of the Battle Corps sect was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He glanced at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, do you still not know where you've gone wrong? Alright, I'll tell you. Where did you learn the body cultivation technique from?" Xianxia glanced at the man and said in a deep voice, "So it's Elder O. What have I done to deserve Elder O personally coming to capture me? Elder O, I remember that our sect allows disciples to learn other magic arts, right? I don't think I need to report the body cultivation technique I learned to the sect, right? Ha ha ha. Xianxia, you're really too naive. The sect doesn't have such a rule. This rule is the rule of the 5 great families. The Battle Corps sect belongs to the 5 great families. The rules of the 5 great families are the rules of the Battle Corps sect." Xianxia looked at Elder O and asked, "Elder O, what do you mean by that?" Elder O looked at Xianxia with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Xianxia, you might be fine if you handed this body cultivation technique to the sect as soon as you learned it. But you didn't teach it to the sect. Most importantly, you used this body cultivation technique to kill Luo Yin. Luo Yin is also a member of the 5 great families. How dare you kill a member of the 5 great families? How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the body cultivation technique, I'll allow you to kill yourself. What do you think?" Xianxia looked at Elder O and said, "Elder O, aren't you afraid that the other disciples in the sect will find out about what you're doing? If the other disciples find out about what you've done, the Battle Corps sect will be finished." Ha ha ha. Who would know? Do you see anyone else here? Would anyone else know? Xianxia, I can easily accuse you of a crime and execute you. Do you think anyone will stand up for you? Xianxia looked at Elder O and then at the Luo family. If I hand over the body cultivation technique, I'll die. If I don't hand it over, I'll die too. Why should I hand it over? That's not the same. If you hand over the body cultivation technique, you can kill yourself and you can die a little more easily. If you don't hand it over, I guarantee that you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Even if you die, I'll pull out your soul and let your soul suffer the pain of being burned by the raging flames for eternity." Xianxia looked at Elder O and sneered. "Then I'd like to see how many people I can take as my scapegoat." Elder O looked at Xianxia and sneered. "What's the use of that? You'll die sooner or later. The more people you kill, the more pain you'll feel when you die. I guarantee that you know how many torture methods our Battle Corps sect has. You don't want to try them all, right?" Xianxia looked at Elder O and raised his sword. He sneered and said, "Let's see who dies first. Anyway, I've offended the Luo family and they won't let me die peacefully. I don't need to be polite with you." After saying that, Xianxia moved and rushed towards the Luo family. Gu Ding also followed Xianxia and rushed towards the Luo family. When Elder O saw Xianxia rushing towards the Luo family, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he smiled faintly and waved his hand, stopping the other Battle Corps sect disciples who wanted to help. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone from the Luo family, I'll give you a chance to personally take revenge. I'll lead Xianxia to you." Then he led the other disciples to the side to watch the show. When the people from the Luo family saw Xianxia's appearance, they immediately knew what Elder O wanted to do. Elder O wanted Xianxia to kill more people from the Luo family, so that the Luo family would suffer greater losses. Although the 5 great families controlled the Battle Corps sect, they were also fighting among themselves. How could Elder O let go of such an opportunity? The leader of the Luo family snorted and said, "Thank you. We won't stand on ceremony then." After saying that, he waved his hand and the Luo family members rushed towards Xianxia. As they rushed forward, battle corpses appeared beside them. There were all kinds of battle corpses. As soon as they appeared, they all rushed towards Xianxia and Guding. Xianxia waved the sword in his hand and slashed at a battle corpse. This battle corpse looked like a dried corpse. Its skin had completely lost its moisture and looked like cowhide with bones wrapped in its skin. Its eye sockets were sunken and its eyeballs couldn't be seen at all. When it saw Xianxia slashing at it, it immediately stretched out its hand to block Xiangnu's sword. Pfff. Xiangnu's sword slashed through the battle corpse's body. The battle corpse was directly cut in two by Xiangnu's sword. The battle corpse then fell from the sky. It seems like it was already dead. At this time, Guding's sky piercer had just sent another battle corpse flying. The two of them went straight for the Luo family. They didn't expect Xianxia to be so strong. The two battle corpses weren't a match for the two of them. This shocked them. One must know that the two battle corpses were notoriously difficult to deal with. How could they not be shocked when they were killed by Xianxia and Guding? Elder O and the others were just as surprised as the Luo family. Although Elder O believed that Xianxia could definitely kill a few of the Luo family's members, he didn't expect Xianxia to be so ferocious. Wasn't he too strong to deal with two battle corpses in one move? What surprised Elder O the most wasn't Xianxia. Xianxia being able to kill Luoyin meant that he was very strong. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to be able to kill two battle corpses. What surprised Elder O the most was Guding. Although Guding was wearing bone armor and holding the sky piercer halberd in his hand, he still couldn't avoid the fact that he was a skeleton. How could they not be shocked when they saw Guding take down a battle corpse in one move? Elder O's eyes shone as he looked at Xianxia. He was thinking about what it would be like if he could obtain Xianxu's body cultivation technique. At a glance, he knew that Xianxu's body cultivation technique was very powerful. If he could learn Xianxu's body cultivation technique, then the O family would be even more powerful in the future. Xianxia was very curious about the greatsword in Zhao Hai's hand. He couldn't understand how the greatsword was made to be so powerful. No matter how strong a battle corpse's defense was, it would still be cut in half by the greatsword. The greatsword was truly terrifying. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Hai's greatsword. What made Xianxia feel even more strange was that the greatsword didn't seem to be very sharp. It didn't seem like the greatsword relied on its sharpness to cut people in half. When the greatsword cut people, it would vibrate intensely. Moreover, the frequency of the vibrations was very fast. In the end, the thing that the greatsword cut was directly cut in half by the intense vibrations. This was a very novel weapon. The sword vibrated, but the hilt didn't feel anything at all. If it wasn't for his careful observation, he wouldn't have discovered the secret of the greatsword. However, now wasn't the time for him to ask about this. He and Guding brandished the weapons in their hands and charged towards the Luo family. Therefore, the battle corpses in front of them were all cut in half by them. The Luo family had ugly expressions on their faces. Those whose battle corpses were destroyed had even uglier expressions because they had suffered heavy injuries. Battle corpses and their masters were related in some ways. Therefore, when the battle corpses were destroyed, the masters of the battle corpses would also feel very uncomfortable. They might even be injured to a certain extent. The Luo family hated the weapons in Xianxia and Guding's hands. They were certain that the weapons in their hands were different. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to kill their battle corpses. One must know that their battle corpses were very powerful. Ordinary artifacts couldn't even break the skin of the battle corpses, let alone kill them. The Luo family looked at Xianxia and Guding. They couldn't wait to tear the two of them into pieces. However, they couldn't do it. The other party's weapons were too sharp. Elder O also noticed this. In just a short while, the Luo family had already lost nearly 30 battle corpses. This was a very terrifying number. Elder O also noticed the weapons in Xianxia and Guding's hands. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Not bad, these are really two sharp weapons. It would be good if we can get these two sharp weapons." Everyone from the Luo family, no matter what, these two people belong to the battle corpse sect. We can't just let you do the work while we don't. Men, go and kill them. How could the Luo family not understand that Elder O was here to rob them? The reason why the Luo family agreed to deal with Jiang Yu alone was because they wanted to kill Jiang Yu and snatch his body cultivation technique. As long as they acted quickly and snatched the body cultivation technique, they would have the upper hand. However, they didn't expect that Jiang Yu and Gu Ding's strength would be so strong that they couldn't take them down. Moreover, they had lost so many battle corpses. This loss was too great. It was precisely because of this that they didn't oppose Elder O's intervention. They also understood that these two people were so strong that they couldn't just let their Luo clan suffer losses. It was absolutely impossible for the O clan to not suffer any losses. Wouldn't it be better if the O clan also suffered some losses? Elder O and the others knew that Jiang Yu and Gu Ding's weapons weren't easy to deal with. Naturally, they wouldn't let the battle corpses fight Jiang Yu and Gu Ding head-on. They just wanted to surround the two of them and harass them continuously. Then, they would seize the opportunity to deal them a heavy blow. Jiang Yu quickly discovered Elder O's strategy. His expression couldn't help but change. He didn't know what to do. At this moment, Gu Ding's voice was heard, "You just need to rush towards the Luo family. I'll follow behind you. We'll rush forward and see how long they can follow us. Let's go." As soon as Jiang Yu heard Gu Ding, he immediately responded. Then he ignored Gu Ding and rushed forward. At this moment, Gu Ding's figure moved and directly moved behind Jiang Yu. Then the bone armor on his body cracked and wrapped around Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu turned around and carried Gu Ding on his back. On the surface, it seemed like Jiang Yu was carrying Gu Ding, but in fact, Gu Ding was pushing Jiang Yu forward. Jiang Yu also felt this. At the same time, he also felt how strong and fast Gu Ding was. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu had already rushed in front of the Luo family. Elder O and the others behind them were half a beat slower. They could only follow behind them and chase after them closely. Jiang Yu didn't care. He just brandished his sword and charged forward. At this moment, the people from the Luo family moved their hands. Then, one by one, artifacts appeared in their hands. Then, they threw these artifacts at Jiang Yu. There was even a cloud of black smoke that enveloped Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu knew that the black smoke was poisonous. Moreover, these artifacts weren't simple things. Although the battle corpse sex people weren't good at artifacts, their artifacts weren't bad either. If he was hit by these artifacts, he would be injured. The black smoke must be corpse poison. However, there were many types of corpse poison. None of these corpse poisons were easy to deal with. If he was really poisoned, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Yu had no choice now. He was being pushed forward by Gu Ding and couldn't stop even if he wanted to. He could only wave the sword in his hand to protect himself. Only in this way could he block the artifacts. But soon, the artifacts hit Jiang Yu's sword. Although the artifacts that were hit by the sword were all damaged, the artifacts still had power. In addition, Jiang Yu hadn't been using the sword for long and wasn't used to it. Now that he was attacked, his sword couldn't help but slow down a bit. Because of this, a few artifacts hit him directly. Jiang Yu couldn't help but close his eyes and wait for the artifacts to hit him. But he only heard a few clangs. Then he felt his body shake a few times, but he didn't feel any pain. Jiang Yu opened his eyes and saw that the artifacts were all sent flying. And the thing that blocked the artifacts for him was the bone armor. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. But then he felt that he was covered by the black smoke. He was startled once again. His bone armor could block artifacts, but it couldn't block the poisonous fog. But when the poisonous fog covered Jiang Yu's body, he immediately felt the black smoke converging on his sword. In the blink of an eye, his sword was covered by the black smoke. Then the black smoke was slowly absorbed by the sword. Jiang Yu stared, then he was overjoyed. He didn't think that the sword would be so useful. He immediately brandished the sword even more. It wasn't only Jiang Yu who didn't expect this, the Luo family also didn't expect Jiang Yu to break their attack so easily. At this time, Jiang Yu was already in front of them. Their expressions changed. Naturally, they didn't dare to block Jiang Yu's attack. They all moved and dodged Jiang Yu's attack. Jiang Yu and Gu Ding took advantage of this time to kill their way out of the encirclement and escape. Elder O and the others were livid as they chased after them. They didn't think that they would let Xianxia and Gu Ding escape even though they had so many people. How could they not be angry? But soon, Elder O discovered that they were getting further and further away. In the end, they watched as Xianxia and Gu Ding turned into a black dot and disappeared. After leaving the encirclement, Gu Ding slowly stopped. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Gu Ding and said, "Master, why didn't you kill more of them? Why did you let them keep chasing us?" Gu Ding smiled faintly and said, "I don't want to kill too many people right now. But it seems like we can't return to the Battle Corps sect. We still have to face their pursuit in the future." Xianxia said, "We are still in the Battle Corps sect's territory. We might even be in the Battle Corps sect's territory for a long time in the future. We can forget about using the Battle Corps sect's teleportation array in the future. I'm afraid our days will be even more difficult in the future. Master, what do you think we should do next?" Gu Ding smiled faintly and said, "Nothing. Let's follow our original plan and move forward slowly. I want to see what the Battle Corps sect can do to us. I didn't kill too many of their people today because I didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. However, if they keep chasing us and don't let us go, I won't be polite either." Xianxia didn't say anything. Instead, he bowed to Gu Ding and said, "Yes, Master. We must teach the Battle Corps sect an unforgettable lesson this time." Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said, "Aren't you afraid that the Battle Corps sect will deal with your family?" "That's right, don't you still have your spirit flame in the Battle Corps sect? Aren't you afraid that the Battle Corps sect will use your spirit flame to deal with you?" Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Although the soul fire can deal with me, it won't kill me. I'll be fine. As for my family, I don't have one anymore. The Battle Corps sect has a rule. For ordinary disciples like us, they will send people to kill our families after we enter the Battle Corps sect. This is to better control us so that we won't have anything to worry about and focus all our attention on cultivation. But now, it seems like it's a good thing. They won't be able to use our families to threaten us. In fact, I should have thought of this long ago." In the Battle Corps sect, aside from those from the great clans, the other disciples are just pawns in their hands. Gu Ding was silent for a moment before he said, "You don't have to worry about your soul. They won't use their spirit flame to deal with you. Let's go down first. We'll help you draw your spirit flame back. We won't let them succeed." Then Gu Ding led Xianxia to the ground below. Gu Ding had Xianxia sit down cross-legged. Then he quickly arranged an array beside Xianxia and activated it. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hand. Xianxia sat quietly in the array. Before long, he felt as if something had entered his body, causing his mind to shake. At the same time, in the Battle Corps sect Spirit Flame Hall, the jade token containing Jianyu's spirit flame shattered with a crack. The Soulfire Great Hall was a very special place in the Battle Corps sect. There were countless jade tokens in the Soulfire Great Hall. These jade tokens were called life tokens by the Battle Corps sect. Once a life token was broken, it meant that the person had died. This was because the life token contained a trace of the person's soul fire. If the person died, their soul would vanish, and the soul fire would naturally disappear, shattering the jade token. Elder O and the others didn't think of using the soul fire to deal with Jianyu. The Battle Corps sect had a way to use the soul fire to kill the enemy. Even if the enemy didn't die, the disciples would be seriously injured or turn into idiots. This mainly depended on the strength of the disciple's soul. The strength of a person's soul was innate, there was almost no change. If a person's soul fire was weak, then using the soul fire to deal with the person would be very likely to kill them. They also wanted to learn about the body cultivation method from Jiangyu. Naturally, they wouldn't use the soul fire to deal with the disciple. Now that Jiangyu's life token was broken, the people of the Battle Corps sect thought that Jiangyu was dead. For them, it was normal for 1 or 2 outer disciples to die, so they didn't care. They just took Jiangyu's life token and made a note of it. At this time, Jiangyu felt relaxed. His body was filled with power. His spirit was also very excited. It was as if he was an incomplete person and now he was complete. Gu Ding glanced at Jiangyu and waved his hand to put away the magic array. Then, he said to Jiangyu, "Alright, you don't have to worry now. Your soul fire has been retracted into your body forever." Jiangyu immediately stood up and bowed to Gu Ding, thank you, master. Guding shook his head and said, you're welcome. Let's rest here for a while and then leave this place. I want to see what other tricks the Battle Corps sect has up their sleeves. While the two of them were talking, Elder O and the others had also returned to the Night Touring City. The Night Soul sect was a subordinate sect of the Battle Corps sect. Although the disciples of the Night Soul sect often fought against each other, the higher-ups of the two sects had contact from time to time. Of course, the higher-ups of the Night Soul sect still had some respect for the higher-ups of the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, Elder O and the others directly went to the Night Soul sect's branch hall in the Night Touring City and were personally received by the branch hall master of the Night Soul sect. However, Elder O wasn't in the mood to deal with the people from the Night Soul school. He only spoke a few words with the branch master of the Night Soul school before asking him to leave. Elder O was sitting in the living room. He looked at the leader of the Luo family and said in a deep voice, Brother Changlin, I'm afraid that the impact of this matter won't be small. We'd better have a plan. Luo Zhonglin looked at Elder O and asked in a deep voice, Brother Ruofeng, what do you think? Let's talk about it. Oh, Ruofeng said in a deep voice, there are too many mystic realms on Jiangyu's body. Where did he learn his body cultivation technique from? Where did he get his weapon? Also, where did he get his skeleton battle corpse? We have to investigate all of these. What do you think? Luo Zhonglin thought for a moment and nodded, you're right. Jiangyu's body cultivation method is indeed very powerful. I don't know how long he has been practicing it. As for the weapon in his hand, it's very special. Not only is it unusually sharp, but it can also restrain poison. You might not know this, but when we tried to stop him, we used poison on him, but the poison was absorbed by his sword. It didn't cause any harm to him at all. What surprised me the most was the skeleton's combat strength. Not only could it easily kill our battle corpses, but the skeleton's bone armor also has amazing defensive power. Our artifacts couldn't break through the bone armor. If it weren't for the bone armor, Jiangyu wouldn't have been able to escape. Luo Zhonglin nodded and said, you're right. Jiangyu's body cultivation method is indeed very powerful. I don't know how long he has been practicing it to have such great power. As for the weapon in his hand, it is very special. Not only is it unusually sharp, it can also restrain poison. Oh, Ruofeng said in a deep voice, it seems that we have to pay more attention to Jiangyu. It's very likely that he obtained the inheritance of a powerful senior, but he didn't report it to the sect. He cultivated on his own and finally achieved what he has today. It's even better if we can learn more about that senior from him. If he really entered that senior's tomb, then we must ask for the location of the tomb. What do you think? That's right. Such a good thing should naturally be in the hands of the sect. How can he carry it alone? What does he think of the sect's kindness in nurturing him all these years? Of course we have to make an example of such an ungrateful person, said Luo Zhonglin. Oh, Ruofeng nodded and said, they've escaped, but they shouldn't be able to leave our Battle Corps sect's territory immediately. How about this, I'll immediately ask the sect to order all the subordinate sects to pursue Jiangyu. As long as he dares to enter the city, he won't be able to escape. Moreover, if we don't allow him to use the transmission formation, it will be even more difficult for him to leave our Battle Corps sect's territory. I'll also ask the sect's people to use Jiangyu's soul tablet to find out where he is. We'll immediately chase after him. We can't let him escape this time. Luo Zhonglin nodded and said, all right, the two of us will ask the sect to give the order together. I believe the sect will definitely give the order. After all, if we can really obtain a powerful body cultivation technique, it will definitely be a good thing for the sect. Oh, Ruofeng nodded. The two of them immediately took out their portable teleportation formation and sent a message to the sect. If someone who didn't know them heard their conversation, they would think that the two of them were really thinking for the sect. However, they didn't expect that it wasn't the case at all. They were only thinking for their own clans. Just as they said, the Battle Corps sect was now under the control of these large clans. If the ordinary disciples of the Battle Corps sect didn't listen to them, they wouldn't have any consequences. However, if they listened to them, it would be different. Naturally, they wouldn't hesitate to give them resources and so on. After the two of them sent a message to the sect, they directly separated and returned to their respective rooms to rest. However, they soon received news that Jiangyu's life token had been shattered. The people in the sect thought that Jiangyu was dead. Now that they heard that Jiangyu was still alive, the sect was already paying attention to him. For a sect like the Battle Corps sect, the disciples of the sect really didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the sect. This was especially true for those disciples who came from poor backgrounds. Every one of their family members had been killed by the sect. How could they have a sense of belonging to the sect? The reason the Battle Corps sect had been able to control those disciples was because of the life tablet. Although the wisp of soul flame in the life tablet wouldn't directly take the life of a cultivator, that wisp of soul flame was closely linked to that cultivator. Unless that cultivator died, that wisp of soul flame wouldn't disappear and the life tablet wouldn't be broken. As for the soul fire, it was even more useful to the Battle Corps sect. It could be used to track a cultivator's location, damage that cultivator's combat strength, or even curse that cultivator's body with a curse. These were the methods they used to control those disciples. But now, the problem was that Jiangyu's soul fire had disappeared and his life token had been shattered, but he wasn't dead. This meant that Jiangyu's soul fire had either really disappeared or returned to his body. No matter what the situation was, it wasn't good news for the Battle Corps sect. If this method was spread and all the disciples of the Battle Corps sect learned it, then they wouldn't be able to use this method to control those disciples in the future. How many disciples would listen to them in the future? It was precisely because of this that the people of the Battle Corps sect were very confident in this matter. Ruofeng and Luo Zhonglin also thought of this point. They immediately sent a letter to the Battle Corps sect, telling them that they were sure that Jiangyu wasn't dead. The news about his soul fire definitely wasn't because he was dead. Not long after the news was sent back, the Battle Corps sect didn't even wait until the next day. They sent a group of people overnight. The leader of this group was an elder surnamed Jia. This elder surnamed Jia was the vice hall master of the Battle Corps sect's law enforcement hall. In the law enforcement hall, he was ranked in the top 3. Ruofeng was Elder Jia's subordinate. Therefore, when he saw Elder Jia, he immediately went out to greet him and said, "Greetings, Elder Jia." Elder Jia was tall and thin. His entire person looked like a dried corpse. However, his eyes were not so deep. Instead, they were very big. Both of his eyes were shining coldly. He wore a black robe. On this black robe, there were some brown patterns that looked like dried blood. It was very eye-catching. Elder Jia waved his hand and entered the room. After sitting down, Elder Jia glanced at Ruofeng and asked in a deep voice, "Is Jiangyu really still alive?" Ruofeng didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Elder, Jiangyu is still alive. We were careless and thought that he wouldn't be able to escape once we surrounded him. Who knew that he had a powerful artifact in his hand? Our artifacts couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. We even lost a lot of battle corpses. Moreover, he obtained a skeleton from somewhere. This skeleton is very strange, its fighting strength is very strong, and its defensive power is even more amazing. The skeleton can also turn into armor and cover Jiangyu's body. But when our artifacts hit the armor didn't suffer any damage at all." When Elder Jia heard Ruofeng's words, he frowned and said, "What do you think?" Ruofeng said, "I think that Jiangyu must have obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert. That's why he has such an artifact. As for the skeleton, as long as we capture him, we should be able to find out what the ancient expert's inheritance is. This is very important for our Battle Corps sect." Elder Jia nodded, then he said, "I just asked the people of the Soulfire Great Hall. They said that Jiangyu's life token was broken not long ago. Not long after his life token was broken, your news reached the sect. I think that he must have used a secret technique to extract his soul fire not long after he escaped from them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. From this matter, we can see that he was already prepared. His inheritance is secondary. The most important thing is that we can't let him leak the method of extracting the soul fire. Otherwise, it would be a huge blow to our Battle Corps sect." Ruofeng and Luo Zhonglin nodded. They also understood the meaning of Elder Jia's words. Then Elder Jia looked at Luo Zhonglin and Ruofeng and said, "I have already issued an order in the name of the sect to arrest Jiangyu within the sphere of influence of our Battle Corps sect. It's impossible for him to use the transmission formation to leave our Battle Corps sect's territory. Therefore, what we need to do is to find Xianxia as soon as possible, capture him, or kill him. Oh, Ruofeng and Luo Zhonglin nodded. They understood Elder Jia's meaning. Now that they heard Elder Jia's words, they naturally knew what to do in the future. Elder Jia said in a deep voice, I've already asked the sect to issue a sect mission. From today onwards, Xianxia is a traitor of our Battle Corps sect. Anyone who finds him, kills him, or discovers his whereabouts will be rewarded by the sect. I believe he won't be able to escape. What you need to do now is to ensure that your communication is smooth. As soon as you receive news of Xianxia, you must rush there in the shortest time possible to capture or kill him. Do you understand? Do you understand? Oh, Ruofeng and Elder Luo immediately nodded. Of course, they knew that the most important thing now was to capture Xianxia. If he really spread the method of extracting the soul fire, the foundation of the Battle Corps sect would be shaken. Moreover, from Elder Jia's words, it could be seen that the sect attached great importance to this matter. If they didn't do a good job, even their families wouldn't let them off. Elder Jia said, from today onwards, I will also be overseeing this place. I will ask the sect to send a batch of portable teleportation arrays here. The coordinates of the more famous places within the sect's sphere of influence will be sent here. As long as there is news of Xianxia, we will immediately go there through the portable teleportation array. We must not let him escape. The two nodded again, but they felt relieved. With Elder Jia overseeing this place, even if Xianxia really escaped the next time, their responsibility would be reduced. Elder Jia didn't care about what the two of them were thinking. Instead, he said in a deep voice, all right, both of you go and rest. Remember, you must be prepared to attack at any time during these days. If you fail, both of you should be prepared to be punished. When the two heard Elder Jia's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. However, they immediately responded and turned around to leave. In a dark forest, Xianxia and Guding were slowly moving forward. They didn't dare to walk too fast because this was a forest. Moreover, there were a lot of beasts here, which made it dangerous. It was precisely because of this that they didn't dare to walk too fast. On the contrary, it was very dangerous for cultivators at night. The two of them would be faster because they dared to fly in the sky at night, but they didn't dare to do so during the day. The two of them had already guessed that the people of the Battle Corps sect wouldn't let them go. Therefore, if they flew in the sky during the day, the chances of them being discovered by the Battle Corps sect would be higher. At that time, they would be in danger. Therefore, the two of them would rest for a while during the day before rushing on the ground. They wanted to leave the territory of the Battle Corps sect as soon as possible. Just as the two of them were moving forward, Guding suddenly stopped. When Xianxia saw Guding's appearance, he knew that there must be a situation ahead. He immediately stopped and looked ahead with a nervous expression. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, Guding waved his hand and led Xianxia to hide behind a large tree. The two of them stood there without saying a word. At the same time, they retracted all of their auras. After a while, Xianxia heard a series of footsteps. There were a lot of footsteps and it was very messy. But at this time, a voice was suddenly heard, Senior brother, don't you think that the mission issued by the sect this time is a bit strange? If there's a traitor in the Battle Corps sect, wouldn't they use their life tokens to track him down? Why did they issue this mission? Isn't the reward a bit too high? Anyway, we have all seen Xianxia's appearance. As long as we see him again, we will definitely recognize him. However, Xianxia isn't an ordinary person since the Battle Corps sect spent so much effort to find him. When we see him, we must pretend that we don't know him. This way, we won't be in danger. Don't think about dealing with him. If we do, I'm afraid we will only die faster. Yes, senior brother. We'll just pretend that the Battle Corps sect's mission doesn't exist. If we meet Xianxia, we'll consider ourselves lucky. If we don't, then so be it. We won't go out of our way to do that mission. Looking for a person in the Battle Corps sect's territory is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. It's better for us not to get our hopes up. Then the footsteps got closer and closer. Xiangyu's heart sank. He didn't expect that the Battle Corps sect would use this method to deal with him. In other words, he was now an enemy of the entire Battle Corps sect. This was somewhat terrifying. However, Jiang Yu didn't make a move. He wasn't prepared to attack these cultivators. Although he didn't know which sect these cultivators belonged to, since they received the mission from the Battle Corps sect, they naturally belonged to the Battle Corps sect. If he killed these cultivators and their sect members found out, then they might be exposed. Therefore, he just waited for them to leave. There was no need to deal with them. But at this time, Gu Ding, who had been standing at the side, suddenly rushed towards those cultivators. At the same time, the sky-piercer halberd in his hand was already in his hand. When Jiang Yu saw Gu Ding's expression, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand what Gu Ding meant. Why did he suddenly attack those people? Killing them would make it easier for them to be exposed. But at this time, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a trace of energy fluctuation. And this energy fluctuation wasn't an ordinary energy fluctuation, it was the energy fluctuation of a teleportation formation. Jiang Yu's expression changed. This was because a teleportation formation that could be used here must be a portable teleportation formation. The other party used the portable teleportation formation either to teleport him away or to send a message. It was absolutely impossible for them to teleport him away for no reason. In other words, they must have discovered something. There was only one reason for the other party to do this, and that was Jiang Yu. The other party must have discovered him and walked forward silently. After making sure that it was safe for him to use the teleportation formation, the other party used the teleportation formation that he carried with him. Although Jiang Yu didn't know how the other party discovered him, he was certain that the other party must have discovered him a long time ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't act like this. However, it was clear that only one of those people discovered them. The others didn't discover them. Only that person left, while the others were all stunned, not knowing what had happened. But at this time, Gu Ding had already arrived in front of those people. Those people were only low-level cultivators and weren't powerful. Naturally, they couldn't be Gu Ding and Jiang Yu's opponents and were quickly killed by the two. After Gu Ding killed those people, he checked their spatial bags and found that they had only collected some low-grade herbs and some items from ordinary demon beasts. There was nothing valuable in them. Jiang Yu checked the identity cards of those people and then said to Gu Ding, "Master, these people are all disciples of the Black Mountain sect. I know this Black Mountain sect. It's an inconspicuous small sect under the Battle Corps sect. There's nothing special about this sect and its strength is very weak. It can only be regarded as a small sect. However, this sect can ally with the Battle Corps sect. I think this place is no longer safe." Gu Ding nodded and said, "Yes, this place is definitely not safe. I didn't expect that there would be someone very good at tracking among them." I noticed that he kept looking at the ground and didn't pay attention for a while. Later, I noticed that he took out a small disc array and became alert. But it was too late. Our matter here has been completely exposed. We have to leave immediately. Jiang Yu nodded and said, "All right, then let's go now." "Master, where should we go next?" Gu Ding thought for a moment and said, "The most dangerous place is actually the safest place. Let's go back to the back mountain of the Battle Corps sect." "Let's go." When Jiang Yu heard Gu Ding, he was stunned. He didn't expect Gu Ding to make such a decision. He actually wanted to return to the back mountain of the Battle Corps sect. Jiang Yu said, "Master, are we not going to collect information?" Gu Ding said, "There's no hurry. Let's wait until the wind blows over. Let's go." After saying that, Gu Ding took out a portable teleportation formation and called Jiang Yu to his side. Then, a red light flashed on his body and the two of them disappeared into the forest. When they could see their surroundings clearly again, they found themselves in the tomb. Gu Ding looked around and said, "This place hasn't been discovered yet. Good, let's rest here first. Although your strength has improved quickly, you still aren't at your strongest. Also, it's time for you to change your sword." Jiang Yu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Gu Ding. Then he looked at Gu Ding and said, "Master, my sword is still very useful. Why should I change it?" Gu Ding smiled faintly and said, "Take it out and let me have a look." Jiang Yu took out the sword and looked at it carefully. He found that there were some small cracks on the sword. This made him shocked. Gu Ding looked at Jiang Yu and reached out to take the sword. After looking at it carefully, he said, "The materials used in this sword can only be considered ordinary. However, there's a vibration array added in. Although the vibration array is very powerful, the requirements for the materials used are also very high. The materials used in this sword are ordinary. It's already good that it can be used for so long. Put it away, this is for you." After saying that, Gu Ding handed the sword and a long saber to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu put away the sword and took the long saber. He brandished the long saber and felt that it wasn't bad. Then he put away the elder's sword. Gu Ding glanced at Jiang Yu and said in a deep voice, "I've already added a spirit formation in this tomb chamber. You can cultivate here as you wish. Don't worry about being discovered. Go on." Jiang Yu responded and immediately went to cultivate. Although the tomb was very dark, Jiang Yu grew up in a place like the demon spirit world. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the dark. On the contrary, this kind of darkness gave him a sense of security. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Gu Ding was now a little anxious. Although he said it clearly, he knew that Zhao Hai sent them to the demon spirit realm to gather information as soon as possible. But now, they couldn't leave the Battle Corps sect's territory. This was indeed a big problem. Now that the people of the Battle Corps sect were looking for him and Jiang Yu, they would definitely be discovered if they went out. But if they didn't leave, they wouldn't be able to gather information. This was a big problem. However, Gu Ling also knew that no matter what, he couldn't expose his identity. If the people of the demon spirit realm knew that he came from the sea exploring sect, then they would be prepared. When the time comes, it would be even more difficult for the sea exploring sect to attack the demon spirit realm. Although the 10 great sects of the demon spirit world were discussing how to deal with the Scouring Sea sect, and even some outside forces were involved, they still didn't know that the Scouring Sea sect's hand had already reached the demon spirit world. This was very beneficial for the Scouring Sea sect's next move. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't act rashly. Even if he couldn't obtain any information, he couldn't act rashly. The Battle Corps sect was one of the 10 great sects of the demon spirit realm. It was very powerful. Although Gu Ling wasn't weak, it was impossible for him to deal with the entire Battle Corps sect alone. Previously, the Battle Corps sect didn't pay attention to them, so they took advantage of them twice. If the Battle Corps sect went all out to deal with them, then they wouldn't have any chance of winning. Therefore, Gu Ding had to be careful and not let the Battle Corps sect discover them. The Corpse Cultivating Valley was a place used by the Battle Corps sect to cultivate battle corpses. However, the battle corpses here were of a higher level than the battle corpses in Gu Ding's forest. The battle corpses here were all powerful battle corpses. The Battle Corps sect's battle corpses were generally divided into 2 categories. One was zombie type while the other was mummified corpses. Although they looked the same, it was different for the Battle Corps sect's members. They were all zombie type, but their paths were different. The zombie type battle corpses started out as zombies. These zombies looked like people who had just died, but their bodies were stiff. When their joints were bent, it was very strenuous to move. They could only jump forward, so they were called jumping corpses. Gradually, white hair would grow on their bodies, and they were called hairy corpses. Above the white hair was green hair, followed by red hair, followed by yellow hair, orange hair, purple hair, black hair, and so on. After the black hair, the battle corpse would shed all the hair on its body and regain its human form. These were called living corpses. These living corpses were comparable to the Void Refinement Realm and Tao Integration Realm cultivators of the human race. They were the highest level of battle corpses. The development path of dried corpses was similar to that of zombies. They started out as jumping corpses, but instead of growing hair, their flesh and blood would disappear. Their skin would slowly turn into a metallic color. After jumping corpses, their bodies would dry up and their skin would turn yellow. These were wood corpses. After that, their skin would turn gray, and they would be lead corpses. Their gray skin would flash with silver light, and they would be iron corpses. After that, their skin would turn green, and they would be iron corpses. Their skin would turn bronze, and they would be copper corpses. Finally, their skin would turn silver, and they would be silver corpses. Finally, they would be golden corpses. When they reached golden corpses, they would have no flesh and blood on their bodies. Under the skin of their bodies, they would be living corpses. The disciples of the battle corpse sect usually used these two types of battle corpses. If there were any differences between these two types of battle corpses, the hairy corpses might be more agile and powerful, while the dried corpses had stronger defensive capabilities. The places that the battle corpse sect used to nurture corpses were all places with dense qi. This allowed the battle corpses to grow naturally in such places, absorbing qi and becoming stronger and stronger. As for the disciples of the battle corpse sect, when they reached the spirit realm, they would come to the back mountain and choose a battle corpse to refine. In the battle corpse sect, only jumping corpses would appear. At best, there would be wood corpses or fur corpses. Higher level battle corpses wouldn't appear. This was because in order to upgrade the battle corpse sect's battle corpses, they would need to refine the battle corpse sect's blood qi. All of these required investment. The battle corpse sect wouldn't turn all of their battle corpses into high-level battle corpses. Otherwise, the disciples wouldn't be able to use them. Because of this, the battle corpse sect would nurture battle corpses into wood corpses or hair corpses and have the disciples collect them. This way, the disciples would work hard to cultivate and do missions for the battle corpses. At the same time, because the battle corpses were refined, they would have a telepathic connection with the battle corpses. The battle corpses would listen to their commands and become stronger. The forest that Gu Ding and the others were in was a place to cultivate low-level battle corpses. Most of them were jumping corpses. However, these jumping corpses had been treated by the battle corpse sect with a secret technique. Therefore, they wouldn't jump and walk like humans. Although they still looked stiff, this was the result of many years of development of the battle corpse sect. In this valley, the battle corpse sect nurtured hair corpses and wood corpses. If the battle corpse sect's disciples wanted to obtain battle corpses, they would come to this valley to do so. As for how these battle corpses came about, it was very simple. These battle corpses were ordinary people when they were alive. They didn't have the ability to cultivate and they were born in the battle corpse sect's territory. The battle corpse sect was cruel to their own disciples, let alone ordinary people. They would kill ordinary people from time to time and bury them in the back mountain. After a long time, these ordinary people would be affected by the qi in the back mountain and turn into zombies. As long as they turned into zombies, the battle corpse sect would use ordinary materials to refine them. This would make their joints more flexible. This way, the battle corpse sect wouldn't be able to jump and walk like before. Moreover, when these battle corpses become hair corpses or wood corpses, their bodies would become more flexible and their fighting strength would increase. This was also a method that the battle corpse sect used to increase the fighting strength of their disciples. The battle corpse sect placed more importance on the corpse-nourishing valley than the forest. Therefore, there were 10 disciples guarding the corpse-nourishing valley, unlike the forest where there was only one person guarding it. However, because it was currently dark, the disciples guarding the corpse-cultivating valley didn't enter the valley. The battle corpses were all outside absorbing qi. This was because the qi at night was denser, which was more beneficial for the battle corpses. However, for the battle corpse sect's disciples, having too much qi at night wasn't a good thing. After all, they were made of flesh and blood, so their bodies contained yang qi. If the battle corpses discovered the yang qi in their bodies, they might go crazy. Because of this, the battle corpse sect's disciples would hide in their cave residences during the night and wait until dawn to check on the battle corpses. At this moment, a figure appeared in the corpse cultivation valley. The figure's appearance didn't trigger any reaction from the battle corpses, as they continued to absorb the qi. The battle corpses absorbing qi was different from people meditating. They would usually lie down or stand up. Therefore, in this valley, one could see countless figures standing or lying down. The situation was very strange. However, the person who entered the valley just calmly glanced at the battle corpses. Then, he began to form a formation in his hand and imprinted it on the battle corpses. The battle corpses didn't seem to feel anything and continued to absorb qi. The blood-red moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds. However, the dark clouds slowly dispersed, revealing a trace of blood-red moonlight. With the help of this blood-red moonlight, one could finally see the person who entered the valley. It wasn't a person at all, but a skeleton. It was Guding. No wonder the battle corpses in the valley didn't attack him. They already regarded him as one of their kind. This was also Guding's plan. For a sect like the Battle Corpse sect, there would be disciples entering the corpse cultivating valley almost every day to search for battle corpses. The formation he placed in the battle corpses didn't affect them at all. Only when the battle corpses fought against him did he need to activate the formation to immediately seize control of the battle corpses. At that time, the battle corpses would listen to him. In the entire battle corpse sect, there were a lot of battle corpses like this. If he could really control these battle corpses one day, then he could come up with a corpsey tactic. Although Guding was currently hiding in the back mountain of the battle corpse sect, he wasn't doing nothing. Controlling these battle corpses was one of the things he needed to do. It had been 10 days since Guding and Xianxia returned to the back mountain of the battle corpse sect. During these 10 days, Xianxia had been cultivating. On the other hand, Guding used the night to run to the back mountain and imprint his own formation on the battle corpses as much as possible. Guding didn't let Xianxia go out to inquire for information. Now was the time when the situation was the most tense. If Xianxia was really discovered, then they would be in danger. It was very likely that they would be discovered by the battle corpse sect. That would be even more troublesome. Guding busied himself for a few hours before imprinting all the battle corpses in the valley into the formation. Then he left the valley and returned to the tomb. In the tomb, Xianxia was resting. Guding also rested for a while. After all, imprinting so many formations consumed a lot of his energy. The next morning, when Guding woke up, he discovered that Xianxia had already started cultivating. Xianxia was now cultivating body cultivation. Therefore, he couldn't just meditate like before. He had a lot of things to do. Therefore, his cultivation was very loud. Guding slowly stood up. When Xianxia saw Guding, he immediately stopped. Then he bowed to Guding and said, "Master, I want to go out and inquire about some information." Guding stared, then he shook his head and said, "No, if you go out and inquire about information, you'll be easily discovered. That's too dangerous. It's better if you don't go out." Xianxia immediately replied, "Master, since we're trapped here, we can't receive any information. This is very dangerous. I've lived in the Battle Corpse sect for many years, so I have a good understanding of the sect. I can go to the Battle Corpse sect and ask for information. I'm sure that the Battle Corpse sect wouldn't expect us to be here, so they won't be on guard against us. This way, we won't have any problems getting information. Master can rest assured." "Master, please rest assured." Hearing Xianxia, Guding thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, but you have to change your appearance. I'm afraid that everyone in the Battle Corpse sect will recognize you. If you go out like this, it'll be too dangerous. There's a formation here. As long as you activate it, you'll be able to change your appearance and go out and inquire about information." Xianxia nodded. Then he took the formation that Guding gave him and left the tomb. He slowly sneaked towards the Battle Corpse sect. At the same time, he opened the transformation formation. While opening the formation, Xianxia used a water mirror to see what he looked like. But what surprised him was that he didn't have any facial features. He looked like a blank slate, which made him look very miserable. Xianxia's mind moved. He immediately understood that he had to rely on his divine sense to think about his facial features. He immediately used his divine sense to change his appearance into an ordinary one. Then he headed towards the Battle Corpse sect. The Battle Corpse sect was very calm at this time. Everyone thought that Xianxia had already escaped from the sect and wouldn't return. Because of this, the Battle Corpse sect was much quieter than the outside world. The disciples of the Battle Corpse sect were still doing their own things. Xianxia was very familiar with the Battle Corpse sect. He knew very well that the disciples of the Battle Corpse sect weren't familiar with each other. Moreover, one couldn't casually inquire about the other party's identity. Otherwise, it might cause the other party to be dissatisfied. Even if they weren't allowed to fight within the sect, they would still scheme against you outside. Because of this, as long as he didn't do anything excessive, the disciples of the Battle Corpse sect wouldn't discover his identity. Xianxia also knew that there were a few places in the Battle Corpse sect where it was easy to inquire about the situation. One of these places was the mission hall. The Battle Corps sect was also a sect, so naturally, they also had a mission hall. In the low-level mission hall of the Battle Corps sect, countless disciples would go in and out every day to receive missions. Naturally, there would also be some disciples who would exchange information here or chat with one or two acquaintances. Even if you don't say anything, you would still be able to obtain a lot of information. This was what Xianxia needed to do right now. When Xianxia arrived at the mission hall, he found that it was still the same as before. However, on the biggest crystal board in the mission hall, there was a mission written on the top. This mission was the pursuit of Xianxia. There was even a portrait of him on it. Xianxia glanced at the mission and didn't say anything. He just pretended to look at the other missions while listening to the disciples chatting. "Senior brother, what do you think is the origin of this Xianxia? He actually betrayed the sect and the sect didn't use his soul fire to deal with him. Could it be that he has an extraordinary origin?" "Junior brother, you don't know this, but I heard from a senior brother in the inner sect that senior brother Xianxia obtained the inheritance of an ancient almighty. He actually has a way to extract his soul power. Now that the sect no longer has his soul fire, it's impossible to deal with him with the soul fire." "There's such a thing? How could the soul fire be taken away? If that's the case, then wouldn't everyone be able to leave the sect in the future? If everyone leaves the sect, then what about the sect? I heard that this method is very difficult and not something an ordinary person can do. That senior brother Jiang obtained this method by chance. But even if he obtained this method, so what? He can't escape. Now that he can't use the transmission array, he can only find a way to leave the territory of our Fighting Corps sect. How big is the territory of our Fighting Corps sect? As long as he doesn't leave, there's a possibility that he will be caught by the sect. I heard that other sects are also helping to catch him. I'm afraid that he will be caught in a few days. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It's been more than 10 days since the incident. Up until now, we still haven't caught him. I think this senior martial brother Jiang is quite strong. His strength should be good, but can he be compared with Zongrang? If he can't be compared with the sect, then he will be caught sooner or later. Of course, if he has a way to escape from the territory of our Fighting Corps sect, he might really be able to escape with his life. But I think it's very difficult, almost impossible. Isn't it said that the 10 great sects are preparing to form an alliance to deal with someone together? Even if senior martial brother Xianxia escapes to another sect, I'm afraid that he will be caught and sent back by that sect, right? It's not that easy. Even if the 10 great sects are now discussing an alliance, it's almost impossible for them to truly form an alliance. So as long as senior martial brother Jiang escapes to another sect, I'm afraid that the other sects won't touch him. This senior martial brother Jiang is really a strange person. He didn't reveal his strength before, but he suddenly did such a big thing at this time. This is really amazing. Only people like him can live for a long time. If he had just learned a powerful cultivation method, he would have been discovered long ago, and he would have died a long time ago. Yes, yes. I heard that each of the 10 great outer sect disciples is not to be trifled with. If senior martial brother Jiang didn't directly kill one of the 10 great outer sect disciples, senior martial brother Luo, he wouldn't have been discovered and wouldn't have caused such a big commotion. Speaking of which, senior martial brother Jiang is also a character. He has learned such a cultivation technique, yet he has been enduring it all this time. He isn't even one of the 10 great outer sect disciples. This shows how strong his mood is. Forget it. Don't worry about senior martial brother Jiang. Let's see what missions we can take. Recently, there seems to be too little manpower in the sect. Xianxia had been listening to the voices in the hall. After a while, he found that there was no important news, so he left the mission hall. There were many disciples like him in the entire mission hall, so there was nothing strange about it. Xianxia didn't stay in the Battle Corps sect for long. After leaving the mission hall, he directly returned to the tomb at the back of the mountain and reported the information he collected to Gu Ding. After hearing Xiangxia's words, Gu Ding nodded and said, "It seems that the situation outside is still very tense. Let's wait here for a while. Although you can change your appearance now, don't forget that this is the Battle Corps sect's territory. If we go out and get stopped by them, we will be in trouble." Xianxia nodded and said to Gu Ding, "Master, when are we leaving?" Gu Ding thought for a moment and said, "Cultivate here first. After 20 days, it will be exactly 1 month since we returned to the Battle Corps sect. At that time, you can go out and ask around to see what's going on outside." Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, master. I will cultivate diligently." Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said, "Speaking of which, you're really not bad. This demon god immortal body cultivation technique isn't that easy to cultivate. Although this cultivation technique looks like a demonic cultivation technique on the surface, it's actually derived from an orthodox Buddhist cultivation technique. There are many Buddhist cultivation techniques that are very difficult to cultivate. This cultivation technique is the same. I didn't expect you to persevere and improve so quickly. This is really rare." Xianxia said, "Thank you, master, for your praise." Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said, "I said that you might have a great opportunity in the future. It will depend on your luck. Xianxia, although you call me master now, it might be different in the future. However, you have to remember that you'd better forget all the things you learned in the Battle Corps sect. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. Forget it, you won't understand what I'm telling you now. Cultivate well." Xianxia nodded. Although he really didn't understand what Gu Ding meant, he still went to cultivate. This was because he knew very well that everything about a cultivator was fake. Only his own cultivation was real. If he really reached the Void Refinement realm or the Tao Integration realm, the people of the Battle Corps sect wouldn't dare to deal with him with such great fanfare. After that, Xianxia was still cultivating in the tomb. Gu Ding was still leaving his own array formations in the bodies of the battle corpses. At the same time, he was also calculating how many masterless battle corpses there were in the entire Battle Corps sect. Every battle corpse here was a murder committed by the Battle Corps sect. In the end, he finally counted. There was a total of 1,375,241 battle corpses. More than 100 battle corpses were equivalent to more than 1 million lives. He really didn't expect that the people of the Battle Corps sect would be so vicious. Moreover, Gu Ding also discovered that most of the people who were made into battle corpses were strong people when they were alive. In other words, these people were all in the prime of their lives. There were both men and women. These people were all the pillars of a family. Once they died, the family would be destroyed. The people of the Battle Corps sect seemed to have collected more than 1 million battle corpses on the surface. However, because of this, the number of people who died was probably much more than the number of battle corpses they collected. At the thought of this, Gu Ding couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although he was from the undead race, they now had their own thoughts and were the same as the human race. Therefore, Gu Ding really couldn't accept it. Although Zhao Hai had also killed a lot of people, those people were all his enemies. Naturally, he wouldn't show mercy to his enemies. However, Gu Ding couldn't accept killing so many people just for his own cultivation. Moreover, he had killed so many people just to make battle corpses. However, Gu Ding didn't have the strength to destroy the Battle Corps sect now. He could only wait for the army of the Sea Exploring sect to arrive. Speaking of which, Gu Ding's strength wasn't bad. His current strength was equivalent to the Tao Integration realm of the human race. It was just that he hadn't comprehended the power of laws. However, in the demon spirit realm, he could definitely be regarded as an expert. Moreover, Gu Ding's body also had Zhao Hai's runes. When necessary, he could ask for Zhao Hai's projection. In that case, he could really become invincible in the demon spirit realm. However, at the same time, this would let the people of the demon spirit realm know about Zhao Hai's existence. If they knew that he was from the Sea Exploring sect, it would only be more troublesome. The people of the demon spirit realm must be secretly plotting to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. Moreover, all of them were working together to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. If the demon spirit realm knew that the Sea Exploring sect had reached out to them, then the people of the demon spirit realm would certainly go crazy looking for them. At that time, Zhao Hai and the others would be in even more danger. Not only would Zhao Hai be in danger, everyone who came to the demon spirit realm would be in danger. It was precisely because of this that Gu Ding couldn't do that. He would rather hide and not let the people of the Battle Corps sect find out that he was from the Sea Exploring sect. Otherwise, it would ruin Zhao Hai's plan. Therefore, Gu Ding had been cultivating during the day. At night, he would come out and imprint arrays on the battle corpses. After he was done, he would directly return to the tomb and wouldn't go out. As for Xianxia, he wasn't dissatisfied. His demon god immortal body had already been cultivated to a high level, so he needed to work hard on it. The two stayed in the tomb for another 20 days. During these 20 days, Guding had Xianxia go out and inquire about some news. This time, the news that Xianxia brought back made Guding and Xianxia very happy. This was because after a month of investigation, the people of the Battle Corps sect still couldn't find Xianxia. They believed that Xianxia might have left the Battle Corps sect's territory. Now, the Battle Corps sect's mission to kill Xianxia had been cancelled. Xianxia looked at Guding with a smile and said, "Master, the Battle Corps sect has cancelled the mission. Moreover, it seems like they're really not pursuing us anymore. Can we leave now? I can change my appearance now. When we leave, they shouldn't notice us, right?" Guding nodded and said, "All right, let's leave now. We should also go out and inquire about some news. It's not good to stay here all the time. You can change your appearance. We'll use the teleportation array to leave this place." Xianxia nodded, looking very happy. Although he had been cultivating for the past few days, he still wasn't used to being a living person in a dark place like the tomb. Now that he heard that they were leaving, he was naturally very happy. Guding looked at Xianxia's appearance and didn't say anything. He understood Xianxia's feelings very well. Therefore, he turned his body and in the next moment, he turned into a cultivator of flesh and blood wearing a black robe. His flesh and blood wasn't an illusion, but real flesh and blood. At the same time, his body had a trace of vitality, making him look like a real living person. Guding's transformation startled Xianxia. He stared blankly at Guding, forgetting to speak for a while. Guding looked at him and smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? This is my true appearance." Of course, that was also my true appearance before, but someone helped me use a secret technique to regain my vitality. Now, I can even live a normal life like a living person. But after all, I'm from the undead race, so I'm more accustomed to the appearance of a skeleton. So, I usually maintain the appearance of a skeleton. There's nothing wrong with this. After all, the undead race is also an ordinary race, and we won't be looked down upon by anyone. Xianxia looked at Guding and said with some uncertainty, "Master, can I know what kind of place you are in? Why can the undead form their own race there? Master, if you use your skeleton appearance to contact the humans there, won't they be afraid of you?" "Why would they be afraid of me? I won't do anything to them. The children of our undead clan and the children of the human clan will go to school together. Our undead clan and the human clan can work together. What's there to be afraid of? Even if I tell you all these now, you won't understand. But if you really see it in the future, you'll understand. You won't believe anything I tell you now. In fact, this is the great opportunity one told you about. When the time comes, you'll know." Although Xianxia didn't quite understand what Guding meant, he was certain that Guding came from a very special place. There must be a very powerful force behind Guding. This made Xianxia very happy. The stronger the force behind Guding, the happier Xianxia would be. This was because this meant that Xianxia would be able to obtain more benefits. His future cultivation path would also be smoother. Guding calculated the time and said, "All right, let's go." Xianxia nodded. Then a red light flashed on Guding's body as the two disappeared from the tomb. In the next moment, the two appeared in a forest. Xianxia looked at the forest and discovered that it was a forest that they had been to before. However, it wasn't the forest where they were discovered. There was still some distance between them and the forest. Xianxia couldn't help but feel relieved. He understood that Guding did this to avoid those people. Guding looked around and said, "You're making 2 Battle Corps sect identity tokens. You don't need them to be exactly the same, but you need to make it so that others can't see that they're fake. Is this all right?" Xianxia immediately replied, "No problem. Master, please wait a moment." After he said that, Xianxia's hand moved and 2 pieces of white jade appeared in his hand. Then he poured some energy into the white jade and slowly engraved some words on it. Before long, 2 tokens appeared in Xianxia's hand. These 2 tokens looked very strange. Each token didn't look like white jade at all. They looked like they were made of bones. On the white token, there was a drawing of a battle corpse. The battle corpse's eyes were flashing red, and the red light seemed to be flashing. It was very strange. On the back of the token, the words battle corpse were engraved. Below it was a small line of words that indicated the holder's identity. After Xianxia finished making the tokens, he gave them to Gu Ding and said, "Master, these two are the battle corpse sex identity tokens. They look very similar to the real thing. Even the battle corpse sex people might not be able to distinguish the real from the fake. These two names are also recorded in the battle corpse sect. However, these two people are either in seclusion or doing missions outside for a long time. They only have a name in the battle corpse sect and don't receive any benefits from the sect. Of course, they would also go to the battle corpse sect to exchange for things they need. However, these people are usually very secretive, so there's no problem for us to use their identities." Gu Ding looked at the identity token curiously and discovered that it was a person called Yu Zhao. He couldn't help but look at Xianxia and ask, "What's going on? How do you know the identities of these two people?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I also know these two people. They were originally 2 of the 10 great outer disciples, but they never had the opportunity to enter the inner sect. So they thought of a way. Although they still have a name in the battle corpse sect, they rarely return to the battle corpse sect. They usually cultivate outside by themselves. In any case, as long as they don't betray the battle corpse sect, the battle corpse sect won't look for them. Once they leave and don't participate in the sect's great competition, 2 of the 10 great outer disciples' positions will naturally be filled. So those people can't wait for them to leave. Now it seems like these 2 people aren't from the 5 great clans. Otherwise, the battle corpse sect wouldn't keep them from entering the inner sect. It's just that no one thought of this at that time." Gu Ding said, "Then what's the difference between them and rogue cultivators?" Xianxia said, "There's still a difference. Although they aren't in the battle corpse sect and haven't done any missions for a long time, they can still return to the sect to exchange for cultivation methods and other materials. As long as they get good things outside, they will get a lot of crystal stones. Or they can bring some good things back to the sect to sell. These things can be exchanged for contribution points. Moreover, there's a rule in the battle corpse sect that as long as they don't do any missions or receive any benefits for 3 years, they won't have to listen to the sect's summons. Therefore, they are very free now. However, doing this will cause them to lose a lot of opportunities to do missions and materials. Therefore, very few disciples will do this. Then won't we be discovered by the battle corpse sect? Doesn't anyone in the battle corpse sect know them?" Gu Ding asked Xianxia with some uncertainty. After all, this matter wasn't a trivial matter. Xianxia smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. The 2 of them have already left the sect for a few years. Almost no one knows them now. You don't have to worry." Gu Ding nodded and said, "All right, as long as there's no problem. Let's go." Xianxia nodded and the 2 flew straight ahead. Now that it was daytime, with their strength, if they were to walk on the ground, then it would arouse suspicion. Therefore, the 2 directly flew forward, this way they wouldn't attract attention. Xiangyu's strength had reached the 8th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Although he couldn't be considered an expert, he still had the ability to protect himself. Because Gu Ding was in his human form, he didn't display too much strength. His strength seemed to be about the same as Xiangyu's. Sure enough, as the 2 of them flew forward, they encountered many cultivators along the way. Some of these cultivators were looking for herbs in the forest, while some were hurrying in the sky. However, they just looked at each other and no one came to greet them. After all, Xiangyugu was certain that both of them were unfamiliar faces. In the cultivation world, it was taboo to casually go up and chat with someone when you met them. If things went wrong, the other party might think that you were up to no good, which would lead to a war. The 2 of them moved forward and slowly approached the edge of the battle corpse sect's territory. There was a river at the edge of the battle corpse sect's territory. This river was called the Yin-Yang boundary. The reason for this name was that the river was divided into 2 parts. One half of the river's water was very hot, like a hot spring, while the other half's water was very cold, almost freezing. Seeing the Yin-Yang boundary river from afar, Xianxia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He said to Gu Ding, "Master, we're almost at the Yinyang boundary river. After crossing the Yinyang boundary river, we won't be in the Battle Corps sect's territory anymore. We'll be safe." Gu Ding nodded, but then his expression changed. He turned his head to look in a direction and said, "I'm afraid it won't be easy to cross the Yinyang boundary river." After saying that, he stopped. Jiang Yu's expression was the same. This was because he also felt that a very powerful spiritual sense had locked onto them. Moreover, there were several spiritual senses rushing towards them. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to cross the Yinyang boundary river. Just as he thought of this, Jiang Yu discovered that someone had already flown in front of him. This person looked to be in his 50s. He was very tall and very thin. However, when he saw this person, Jiang Yu's expression changed. He immediately saluted this person and said, "Disciple Pan Yunlong greets Elder Jia." Gu Ding also quickly saluted and said, "Disciple Lu Feihu greets Elder Jia." Elder Jia looked at the two and said, "Where are the two of you going?" Jiang Yu immediately said, in reply to Elder Jia, "The two of us are going to the 4 Spirit Mountains to train." Elder Jia looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Didn't you receive the sect's notice? All sect disciples are not allowed to leave the Battle Corps sect." "Who are the two of you?" Jiang Yu said with a panicked expression, in reply to Elder Jia, "We are indeed disciples of the Battle Corps sect. It's just that we haven't returned to the sect for a few years, so we didn't know about this matter. Please forgive us, Elder Jia. We'll return immediately." Elder Jia looked at Jiang Yu and couldn't help but frown. "How many years has it been since the two of you returned to the sect? What's going on? Why didn't you return to the sect?" Jiang Yu glanced at Elder Jia as if he wanted to say something. Elder Jia looked at Jiang Yu and said in a deep voice, "Speak. What's going on?" Jiang Yu's expression changed and he said, in reply to Elder Jia, "The two of us were originally 2 of the top 10 outer sect disciples. But because we wanted to enter the inner sect many times, we weren't able to. So we were disheartened and have been cultivating outside all these years. We didn't do any missions or take any benefits from the sect, so we didn't know about the sect's notice." Elder Jia was stunned when he heard Jiang Yu's words. Then he immediately understood what Jiang Yu meant. He also knew about this situation, but he really didn't expect to meet 2 of them here. He looked down on such people. So when he heard Jiang Yu's words, his expression couldn't help but darken. He said, "The sect has nurtured the 2 of you for so long, yet you actually left the sect because of such a small matter. How hateful. How can people like you be worthy of being cultivators? Scram back to the sect immediately and await your punishment." Jiang Yu's expression couldn't help but change when he heard Elder Jia's words. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and led Gu Ding to slowly retreat. The 2 of them had just retreated when Elder Jia suddenly said, "Wait. Even if the 2 of you haven't returned to the sect for a long time, you can still use the sect's teleportation formation. Why didn't you use the sect's teleportation formation and want to leave the sect from here?" Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment before he immediately said, in reply to Elder Jia, "We have been doing missions and cultivating nearby. So we want to go directly to the opposite side of the Yinyang boundary river and then use the teleportation formation to go to the 4 Spirit Mountains." "Okay, I understand. You two can go." Elder Jia's eyes flashed when he heard Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Yu nodded. Just as he was about to turn around, he discovered that Gu Ding was rushing towards Elder Jia. At the same time, a bone saber appeared in his hand as he slashed towards Elder Jia. This change made Jiang Yu stunned. However, he knew that Gu Ding wouldn't do this casually. There must be a reason for him to do this. Therefore, he immediately made his move. A saber appeared in his hand as he slashed towards Elder Jia. "Ha ha ha, I knew there was something wrong with you. Prepare to die." Gu Ding slashed with his saber, but Elder Jia seemed to have been prepared. With a wave of his hand, a mummy suddenly appeared in front of him. This mummy was golden in color and as thin as a match. It was as if there was only a thick layer of skin covering the bones. However, the skeleton was strangely large. One could tell at a glance that it must have been a high-spirited man when he was alive. As soon as the mummy appeared, it immediately threw a punch at Gu Ding's saber. Gu Ding glanced at the mummy and turned the long saber in his hand, dodging the mummy's fist. At the same time, the long saber in his hand slashed at the mummy's neck. At this moment, Xianxia had also rushed over. The long saber in his hand also slashed at the mummy. The mummy snorted coldly. Then, with a move of his hand, a foot-long fingernail suddenly grew out of his hand. Then, he grabbed Xianxu's saber with his finger. Although Xianxia was very confident in his saber, he also knew how powerful the golden corpse was. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop. He turned the long saber in his hand and dodged the claw. Then, he bent his body and slashed at the golden corpse's leg. At this moment, the golden corpse's other hand grabbed Gu Ding's saber. When Gu Ding saw the golden corpse, he snorted coldly. He had already sensed that there were a few very powerful auras rushing towards them. If he couldn't get rid of this golden corpse as soon as possible, they wouldn't be able to leave. At the thought of this, the long saber in Gu Ding's hand slashed forward and slashed at the golden corpse's hand. With a clang, the long saber seemed to have slashed at steel. It actually only cut the golden corpse's skin, but the golden corpse's bones were completely fine. Gu Ding's eyes flashed. Then, he pulled the long saber in his hand. The saber vibrated at a frequency that was invisible to the naked eye. In the process of pulling the saber directly cut off the golden corpse's hand. The golden corpse let out a blood-curdling scream as it retreated. However, Gu Ding didn't give it a chance. The long saber in his hand suddenly turned into a halberd and slashed the golden corpse's neck with the halberd. Clang! Boom! The golden corpse's head was directly chopped off by the halberd. At this moment, Gu Ding had also turned into a skeleton. Then, Gu Ding ignored the golden corpse and charged towards Elder Jia. Elder Jia stared blankly at Gu Ding, who was charging towards him. At the same time, his expression changed drastically and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Jia was also affected by the golden corpse's injury. He also suffered some injuries, but he still moved and retreated. Gu Ding glanced at Elder Jia, then turned his head to look at Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had caught up with Gu Ding ignored Elder Jia and flew towards the Yin-Yang boundary river. Xianxia was still following behind, but he had already taken away Elder Jia's golden corpse. He didn't expect Gu Ding to be so strong. His golden corpse didn't even take a few blows from Gu Ding before it was killed. This had a huge impact on him. One must know that about 80% of the combat power of the battle corpse sex people were placed on the battle corpse. Now that the battle corpse was destroyed, his foundation was affected. It would be very difficult for him to recover his strength in the future. How could he not hate Gu Ding and Xianxia? At this moment, a few powerful auras were already very close to Elder Jia. Elder Jia heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Gu Ding and the others would attack before they left. This time, he had obtained a lot of information. This information would be very useful in hunting down Xianxia and Gu Ding in the future. But at this moment, a pitch-black bone arrow suddenly shot towards Gu Ding's direction. This bone arrow flew very fast and made no sound. Elder Jia relaxed his mind and his strength was greatly reduced, so he didn't notice this bone arrow at all. By the time he noticed it, it was already in front of him. He only had time to scream before the bone arrow pierced through his head. His eyes slowly lost their light as he fell from the sky. He was already dead. At this time, Gu Ding and Xianxia had already crossed the Yin-Yang boundary river. The other people of the Battle Corps sect had just arrived. As soon as they arrived, they saw the scene of Elder Jia falling from the sky. To be honest, when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. Although Elder Jia didn't comprehend the power of law, he was still very strong. They didn't expect that he would be killed in a single blow. How strong was the other party? They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. It was precisely because they discovered that Elder Jia was dead that the people of the Battle Corps sect didn't dare to pursue Xianxia and Gu Ding. They allowed the two of them to smoothly cross the Yin-Yang boundary river and leave the Battle Corps sect's territory. At this time, Gu Ding also put away the bone bow in his hand and let out a long sigh. Then, he transformed back into his human form and turned to Xianxia. After crossing the Yin-Yang boundary river, we will immediately go to the nearest city and take the teleportation array here to leave. Xianxia nodded, but he still didn't quite understand why Gu Ding shot that arrow. Because he was far away, he didn't see Elder Jia being killed. Therefore, he was somewhat puzzled. Xianxia asked Gu Ding, "Master, why did you shoot another arrow just now? Could it be that there are people chasing us?" Gu Ding shook his head and said, "No, that arrow was aimed at Elder Jia. Elder Jia has already been killed by us. If we don't kill Elder Jia, he will know that I can transform into a human. Therefore, he must die." Xianxia stared blankly, then his expression changed. "We were so far away. Master, you actually killed Elder Jia with one arrow. This is too amazing." Gu Ding shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Don't take it to heart. There are too many people in this world who are stronger than me. Alright, let's go." After saying that, he flew forward. Xianxia nodded and quickly followed behind Gu Ding. There were actually a few cities on the side of the Yin-Yang boundary river. However, these cities weren't very big. Xianxia and Gu Ding directly entered a small city. This small city looked very ordinary. There were many cultivators and some commoners living here. However, the place where cultivators lived was completely different from the place where commoners lived. Commoners lived in the periphery of the city. Moreover, they would almost never go to the center of the city in their lifetime. Gu Ding and Xianxia directly arrived at the center of the small city. The number of cultivators in this small city was relatively small, so the center of the city was relatively small. However, the center of the city was separated from the periphery by a circular path. One could see at a glance that this was the center of the city. In the center of the city, there were several shops with some low-level cultivators going in and out. It could be seen that these low-level cultivators were the main force of the city. Gu Ding and Xianxia didn't care about these low-level cultivators. The two of them directly went to the city's transmission square. The transmission square was very small and there was only one transmission array. Moreover, it seemed like there weren't many people using it. It was impossible for these low-level cultivators to use this kind of transmission array often. This was because they had to pay a fee to use it, and they couldn't afford it. When Gu Ding and Xianxia arrived at the transmission array, a cultivator immediately greeted them. This cultivator was only at the 4th stage of the spirit refining realm. When he saw Gu Ding and Xianxia, he discovered that the two of them were much stronger than him. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, sirs. Do you want to use the transmission array? 20 low-grade crystals per person." Xianxia nodded and waved his hand to take out 40 low-grade crystals and gave it to the cultivator. The cultivator immediately invited the two of them to the transmission array. Then he said, "Sirs, because we are in a small city, we can't contact places that are too far away. We can only connect to the surrounding cities. May I know where you want to go?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Can we go to Ghost Spirit City?" The cultivator immediately said, "Yes, please wait for a moment." Then he went to the side and adjusted the coordinates. Then he directly activated the transmission array. The transmission array flashed red and Xianxia and Gu Ding disappeared in the next moment. When they reappeared, they were already in another transmission square. However, this transmission square was very big. There were more than a dozen transmission arrays inside. Moreover, there were people going in and out from time to time. It looked very lively. Xianxia turned his head to look at Gu Ding. Gu Ding said, "Let's go to the big city." Xianxia nodded. Then, the two of them went to another transfer array. This transfer array led them to Ghost City. Ghost City was a big city under the Dark Ghost Sect's rule. This city was very big. There were more than 10 million people in the city. All of them were cultivators, not a single one of them was immortal. The relationship between the Dark Ghost Sect and the Battle Corps Sect wasn't very good. As long as Xianxia and Gu Ding reached Ghost City, they would be safe. If the people of the Dark Ghost Sect knew that Xianxia had defected from the Battle Corps Sect, they might be very happy. They might even give him some benefits. As long as it was something that could cause trouble for the Battle Corps Sect, the people of the Dark Ghost Sect would definitely do it. The two sects had been displeased with each other for a long time. There was a huge teleportation array from Ghost Spirit City to Ghost City. This teleportation array could only be activated when the number of people was sufficient. However, Xianxia and Gu Ding arrived at the right time. This teleportation array that could transport 500 people was already full shortly after they arrived. Then, the teleportation array was activated and all the people on the teleportation array disappeared into it. In the next moment, when everyone could see clearly again, they discovered that they had arrived at a gigantic teleportation plaza. This teleportation plaza was extremely large, spanning several dozen acres in size. There were hundreds of teleportation arrays of various sizes on the plaza, and from time to time, people would enter and exit the plaza. It was extremely lively. Looking around, there were all kinds of tall buildings outside the transmission square. All the people coming and going were cultivators. Moreover, they weren't weak. It really looked like a big city in the cultivation world. Guding looked around, then turned to Xianxia and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to settle down first. We'll talk about the future in the future." Xianxia responded, then followed Guding into the teleportation array and walked out of the teleportation plaza. As the two walked outside, Guding asked Xianxia, "How much do you know about this place?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't know much. I'm just an outer disciple of the sect. I've never left the sect's sphere of influence. I've only heard of this place, but I don't know much about it." Guding nodded and said, "All right, then we'll find a place to settle down first. Then we'll understand the city's situation before making other plans. Let's go." Xianxia nodded, then he followed Guding and Xianxia into the city. Ghost City was very prosperous. There were a lot of tall buildings in the city. These buildings were very tall, some of them reaching more than 100 meters. And these tall buildings were actually used for living. This was beyond Guding's expectations. He didn't think that there would be real estate in a place like the Devil Spirit Realm. Naturally, there were also all kinds of shops in the city. The things sold in these shops were naturally things used by cultivators. Moreover, one could often see cultivators going in and out of these shops. There was no one flying in the sky in the city. It was clear that flying was prohibited in the city. Xianxia didn't show any discomfort towards such a large city. The Battle Corps sect was also a large sect. The Battle Corps sect also had large cities like this. Since Xianxia was a disciple of the Battle Corps sect, he had been to a large city like this before. Naturally, he wasn't surprised. As for Guding, he was even less surprised. Guding had seen many large cities that were much larger than this one. Why would he find it strange? Xianxia's strength was enough to be considered an expert in an ordinary small city. However, in such a big city, he was nothing at all. Guding's current combat strength was similar to Xianxia's. Therefore, the two of them naturally did not dare to stay at the teleportation formation for long. It was obvious that it was the core area of the Ghost City. Cultivators in the Qi Refinement Realm and Divine Realm could be seen everywhere. There were also quite a number of Spirit Refinement Realm and Void Return Realm cultivators. It might be dangerous to stay there. Therefore, the two of them directly left the area and walked towards the outskirts of the city. Before long, the two arrived at the periphery of the city. This place couldn't be compared to the core of the city. There were a lot of buildings here. However, these buildings weren't very tall and the cultivators here weren't very high. The two found a hotel and booked 2 rooms. Then they went inside and tidied up. Then Xianxia went to Guding's room. Guding looked at Xianxia and said, "Now that we're here, we need to put away the Battle Corps sect's identity token. Don't let people find out about it. Let's just treat ourselves as 2 rogue cultivators." Xianxia nodded. In fact, he had already put away the Battle Corps sect's identity token. Although the token was fake, it was very similar to the real thing. He didn't want to cause a misunderstanding with the Dark Ghost sect. If the Dark Ghost sect really misunderstood him and came to deal with him, then it wouldn't be worth it. Guding looked at Xianxia and said, "Tomorrow, we'll split up and gather information. We'll try our best to understand the situation of Ghost City. But remember, don't ask about the Dark Ghost sect. If we do, we might be discovered by others. Do you understand?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, Master can rest assured. I know what to do." Guding nodded and said, "The Demon Spirit Realm is dominated by the 10 great sects. Therefore, we don't need to inquire too much about the small sections. We just need to gather enough information about the 10 great sects. However, we shouldn't take the initiative to gather information. Otherwise, it would only arouse suspicion. What we need to do now is to settle down here so that people won't suspect us. Then we can slowly gather information. Fortunately, the cultivation method you practice is no longer the Battle Corps sect's cultivation method, so people wouldn't think of you as a spy of the Battle Corps sect. Xianxia said, Master, isn't it too slow to gather information like this? Gu Ding replied, It doesn't matter if we can't gather any information. As long as our identity isn't exposed, then it's our win. Alright, let's rest for today. Tomorrow, we'll go out and gather information. Right, from today onwards, no matter when you go out, you must change your appearance. You're a traitor of the Battle Corps sect. The Battle Corps sect won't let you go and will definitely deal with you. They might even send people to assassinate you, so it's best if you don't show your face. Xianxia nodded before returning to his room. Gu Ding knew that the Battle Corps sect wouldn't let them off so easily. They would definitely send people to hunt them down. Even if the Battle Corps sect and the Dark Ghost sect had a grudge against each other, they would definitely send people to assassinate them. This was because the Battle Corps sect wanted to obtain Xiangyu's body cultivation technique. They also didn't want Xianxia to spread the method of extracting the soul fire. In fact, it wasn't just the Battle Corps sect. If the other sects knew that Xianxia had this method of extracting soul fire, they wouldn't let him off either. This was because all the sects in the Devil Spirit realm used this method. If this method was spread, then it would be equivalent to breaking their foundation. They wouldn't allow such a method to exist. It was precisely because of this that Gu Ding couldn't let Xiangyu's identity be exposed. Fortunately, the Battle Corps sect didn't know that Xianxia could transform into a human. This way, the Battle Corps sect wouldn't be able to discover them later. Thinking of this, Gu Ding couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then he went to rest. What he needed to do now was to inquire about the Dark Ghost sect before leaving. While Gu Ding and Xianxia were resting, the Battle Corps sect was in a different situation. In the Great Hall of the Battle Corps sect, several people were surrounding Elder Jia's corpse. They were carefully examining it. Their expressions weren't very good. After a while, a tall and sturdy cultivator looked at the others and said, Everyone has seen the situation. Elder Jia was killed by an energy attack. It seems like the thing that attacked him was an arrow. The few of them nodded. Another person said, Elder Jia seems to have been injured before, and the golden corpse on his body is gone. It seems like the other party destroyed his golden corpse first before killing Elder Jia with an arrow. But who was the one who attacked Elder Jia? Was it Xianxia and the others? It turned out that although the other elders felt the energy fluctuations when Elder Jia and the others were fighting and immediately went to help, they didn't see how Elder Jia died. They also didn't know if Xianxia was the one who killed Elder Jia. In fact, it was very normal for them to think this way. The black arrow that killed Elder Jia was very well hidden. They didn't discover it at all. Moreover, the black arrow was just like the cultivator said. It was an energy arrow. Although it looked like it was made of bone, it was actually made of energy. After the arrow killed Elder Jia, it disappeared directly. Therefore, it was normal that they didn't see how Elder Jia died. There was another point that made the people of the Battle Corps sect unable to believe that Elder Jia had died in Xiangyu's hands. In their opinion, how strong was Xianxia? At most, he was at the Qi refinement realm. With his strength, how could he kill Elder Jia, who was at the Dao integration realm? Not to mention killing Elder Jia in a face-to-face encounter. That was even more impossible. Although they all knew that Xianxia had a powerful Dharma weapon, they didn't think that a Dharma weapon could kill Elder Jia in a single blow. Elder Jia's golden corpse had an amazing defensive power. Even if it was a high-level Dharma weapon, it wouldn't be able to develop much power if it wasn't in the hands of an expert, let alone break through the defense of the golden corpse and kill it. Elder Jia's spirit consciousness had also been injured. All of this made the people of the Battle Corps sect unable to believe that Elder Jia had died in Xiangyu's hands. However, if Elder Jia really hadn't died in Xiangyu's hands, then this matter would be even more complicated. If Elder Jia had died in Xiangyu's hands, then everything would be fine. It could only mean that Xianxia was very powerful or he had some unknown means to kill Elder Jia. However, if it wasn't Jiang Yu who had killed Elder Jia, then things would be even more complicated. Although Elder Jia hadn't comprehended the power of laws, he was still an expert at the Void Refinement realm and the Dao Integration realm. In the Demon Spirit realm, he was definitely one of the top experts. Even someone who had comprehended the power of laws wouldn't be able to kill him. However, someone had been able to kill someone like him in just a few blows. How powerful was this person? Most importantly, who was this person? Which force did he come from? Why did he come to the Battle Corps sect and why did he kill Elder Jia? All of these were very important. The tall and strong cultivator said in a deep voice, regardless of whether it was Jiang Yu or not, he must have escaped from our Battle Corps sect's territory. However, it's impossible for him to not leave any traces behind. Pass down my order. All the vassal sects are to investigate this matter with all their might. Our Battle Corps sect will reward anyone who can provide useful clues. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly bowed to him and said in unison, "Yes, sect master." It turned out that this tall and strong man was the sect master of the Battle Corps sect. In the Demon Spirit realm, he was known as the Sky Corps Daoist, Miaoqizi. Miaoqizi was very famous in the entire Devil Spirit world. He could control 5 battle corpses alone, and these 5 battle corpses had all turned into living corpses. One could see how powerful he was to be able to control 5 living corpses alone. One should know that a living corpse was equivalent to a Path Integration Realm cultivator. It was even stronger than an ordinary Path Integration Realm cultivator. How powerful was he to be able to control 5 living corpses alone? This was really hard to say. All they knew was that he hadn't fought for hundreds of years. When he was roaming in the Demon Spirit realm, he hadn't met an opponent for a long time. Miaoqizi glanced at the elders and said in a deep voice, "Besides Elder Jia's death, there's also Jiang Yu's matter. Regardless of whether Jiang Yu was the one who killed Elder Jia or not, I believe that Jiang Yu has already left our Battle Corps sect's territory. From now on, issue a mission to all disciples of the Battle Corps sect to track down Jiang Yu's whereabouts. Whoever finds Jiang Yu or kills him will be heavily rewarded by the sect. Also, does the sect still keep Jiang Yu's life token?" An elder immediately replied, "Yes, sect master. We still keep Jiang Yu's life token." Miaoqizi nodded and said, "Use the soul tracking technique. That life token has stored Jiang Yu's soul fire for many years. It will more or less leave behind some fluctuations of his soul fire. Simulate the fluctuations of his soul fire and create a soul tracking artifact. Have all disciples track down this Jiang Yu with all their might. I must kill him. We can give up on his cultivation techniques and whatnot, but he must die." All the elders nodded. They knew very well that the reason the sect master said this was because this matter had already spread out. It was no longer just a matter of someone betraying the sect. This matter had already been made known to the other sections. Although those sects didn't necessarily know why Jiang Yu betrayed the Battle Corps sect, they knew that the Battle Corps sect couldn't do anything to this disciple. This had already become an excuse for the other sects to ridicule the Battle Corps sect. The Battle Corps sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Devil Spirit world. How could they allow other sects to ridicule them? It was precisely because of this that Miaoqizi gave the order to kill Jiang Yu. Seeing that everyone understood what he meant, Miaoqizi opened his mouth and said, "All right, all of you can leave now. You must complete these 2 tasks well. Send a few disciples to the border of the Dark Ghost sect and keep an eye on them. Maybe from their reactions, we can see if Elder Jia's death is related to them." Hearing Miaoqizi's words, the elders were all stunned. Then, one of the elders looked at Miaoqizi and said, "Sect master, do you mean that Elder Jia's death might be related to the Dark Ghost sect?" "It's not impossible. It's even possible that Jiang Yu was sent by them or was instigated by them. In any case, there's no harm in being wary of them." The elders all responded. Then, Miaoqizi waved his hand, and the elders left the hall. At the same time, they took Elder Jia's body with them. Although the people of the Battle Corps sect could control battle corpses, they cared a lot about the corpses of their own sect members. Elder Jia's corpse would be cremated and then buried in the back mountain. They definitely wouldn't give anyone the opportunity to control his corpse. Jiang Yu and Guding didn't know about this yet. The 2 of them were currently inquiring about the situation in Fallen Ghost City. After asking around, they found out that Fallen Ghost City was like other cities. It was divided into the outer region and the core region. The outer region was where the weaker rogue cultivators stayed, while the core region was where the stronger rogue cultivators or the disciples of the Dark Ghost sect stayed. The teleportation array that they had appeared in earlier was actually located in the core region. Generally, those who knew about it wouldn't stay in the core region for long if they weren't strong enough. Otherwise, the people of the Dark Ghost sect would come knocking on their door. Gu Ding and Xianxia didn't know about this, but they had left the core region very quickly. This had saved them a lot of trouble. In addition to this, there were many rogue cultivators in Fallen Ghost City. A large portion of these rogue cultivators relied on the Dark Ghost sect for their livelihood. The Dark Ghost sect had all kinds of missions and matters. Some of them didn't need the disciples of the sect to do because the cost was too high and it was very dangerous. Therefore, the sect would release these missions for the rogue cultivators. Although there was a certain amount of danger when the rogue cultivators accepted these missions, the price that the Dark Ghost sect had to pay was much lower. In addition, the rogue cultivators were already very happy to receive these missions. They wouldn't care about the danger. Therefore, Fallen Ghost City could be said to be a place where rogue cultivators who relied on the Dark Ghost sect to survive. This was good news for Gu Ding, because everyone here could receive missions from the Dark Ghost sect. This meant that they would more or less have some connection with the Dark Ghost sect. This was definitely a good thing for him. This way, it would be easier for him to inquire about the Dark Ghost sect. Gu Ding and Xianxia were sitting in Gu Ding's room. Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said, "Did you get anything?" Xianxia replied, replying to Master, "In Fallen Ghost City, all the rogue cultivators can find something to do. This is because not only are there missions issued by the shops, there are also missions issued by the Dark Ghost sect. The missions issued by the shops are nothing more than ordinary missions, such as hunting demonic beasts, finding materials, and so on. However, the missions issued by the Dark Ghost sect have all kinds of missions and the rewards are quite good. Therefore, many rogue cultivators rely on these missions to survive. Now, in Fallen Ghost City, some rogue cultivators have joined forces and formed gangs. These gangs rely on the Dark Ghost sect or some shops to maintain themselves. The Dark Ghost sect's attitude towards them is that they are allowed to exist, but they are not allowed to cause trouble in the city. Of course, there are even more rogue cultivators who act alone. Gu Ding nodded and said, "Is there any news about you?" Previously, the Battle Corps sect made such a big commotion. It's impossible for the Dark Ghost sect to not have any news about it, right? When Xianxia heard Gu Ding, he couldn't help but smile and said, there is news about us. However, the news isn't very detailed. It only said that I betrayed the Battle Corps sect and made them lose face. I even escaped from the Battle Corps sect. Even now, the Battle Corps sect still hasn't caught me. They are all laughing at the Battle Corps sect. Gu Ding nodded and said, "Is there any news about us rushing out of the Battle Corps sect and killing Elder Jia? Is there any news about this?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "No. Master, there really isn't any news about this. What's going on? This news should be very important. Why isn't there any news about it?" Gu Ding thought for a moment and said, "At that time, we appeared as two people. Only when we fought with Elder Jia did I turn into a skeleton. In the end, I even killed Elder Jia. Naturally, Elder Jia couldn't tell the Battle Corps sect about us turning into humans. Therefore, the Battle Corps sect might not believe that we were the ones who killed Elder Jia. After all, the Battle Corps sect only knows that you're a body cultivator, but you're not that strong. It's impossible for you to kill Elder Jia. They might even think that someone else did it and not us." When Xianxia heard Gu Ding, he stared for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Then they won't chase us?" Gu Ding shook his head and said, "No, they will definitely chase us. It's just that they don't know where we are right now. However, they will definitely chase us. The reason for this is because of what you heard today." Xianxia looked at Gu Ding in confusion. He didn't understand what Gu Ding meant. Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and said, "The Dark Ghost sect and the Battle Corps sect have enmity. They're using your matter to mock the Battle Corps sect. This is the reason why the Battle Corps sect wants you dead." Xianxia immediately understood Gu Ding's meaning. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, right, all the great sects value face very much. If they don't kill me, then the Battle Corps sect will be mocked by others. They definitely won't be able to endure this. Gu Ding nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. The Battle Corps sect is one of the 10 great sects. How could they allow such a thing to happen? Therefore, they'll definitely chase after us. Moreover, the Battle Corps sect is one of the 10 great sects. They have a deep foundation. Perhaps they'll have a way to track us down. We need to be more careful. How about this, we'll stay here for a while and inquire about the Dark Ghost sect. Let's go to the Dark Ghost sect. Xianxia nodded, then he said, I think we can go to the Myriad Ghost sect's territory. The Myriad Ghost sect's territory is the largest among all the sects. Although their strength can't be said to be the strongest, they're definitely one of the best. Generally, people from other sects wouldn't dare to cause trouble in their territory. I even heard that some disciples from other sects have joined the Myriad Ghost sect. When Gu Ding heard Xianxia, he stared for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he said, there's such a thing? That's interesting. If that's the case, then we can join the Myriad Ghost sect. When Xianxia heard Gu Ding, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Gu Ding and said, Master, you're saying that we should join the Myriad Ghost sect? Is there a need for that? Gu Ding smiled faintly and said, of course there's a need. If necessary, we can even offer the demon god's undying body. What do you think? When he heard Gu Ding, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately said, Master, we can't give the demon god's undying body to the Myriad Ghost sect. If they obtain this cultivation technique, they'll become even stronger. Even if we have to deal with them in the future, I'm afraid that we'll suffer a lot of casualties. Xianxia now understood that Gu Ding was sent by that great sect to scout for information. In the end, the person behind Gu Ding would definitely deal with the 10 great sects. If the demon god's undying body was given to the Myriad Ghost sect, wouldn't it increase their strength? This was equivalent to helping the enemy. Gu Ding looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly, looks like you already know what I'm going to do. But you don't have to worry. Even if we give the demon god's undying body to the Myriad Ghost sect, they won't have much time to cultivate it. Even if they cultivate for more than a year, how strong can they become? In the end, they won't be a match for us, so you don't have to worry. When Xianxia heard Gu Ding, he felt relieved. He also felt that Gu Ding's plan was pretty good. Gu Ding immediately decided to leave the Dark Ghost sect's territory and head towards the Myriad Ghost sect's territory. He knew that he must leave. Although the Dark Ghost sect and the Battle Corps sect had enmity, the two sects were too close. If the Battle Corps sect found out that they were in the Dark Ghost sect, then the Battle Corps sect would send experts to deal with them. For them, this wasn't a good thing. Therefore, the sooner they leave, the better. After resting for a night, Gu Ding and Xianxia took the transmission formation and left. They directly went to the Myriad Ghost sect's territory. Moreover, the place they went to was the biggest city in the Myriad Ghost sect, the Ghost King City. When the two of them arrived at the Guiwang city, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. This Guiwang city was much bigger than the Guiwang city. Not to mention anything else, just the transmission formation square alone was 10 times bigger than the one in the Guiwang city. Outside the square, there were countless buildings that soared into the sky. However, these buildings looked strange. They were all black and didn't look straight or square. The shape of these buildings was very strange. They looked like ghosts. Such strange buildings really surprised Gu Ding. However, Gu Ding and Xianxia immediately left the transmission square and walked towards the periphery of the city. They were prepared to inquire about the Ghost King City first before deciding what to do next. If they can really join the Myriad Ghost sect, then it would be great. The two inquired about the news in the Ghost King City for a few days before they understood the basic situation of the Ghost King City. There were a lot of rogue cultivators in the Ghost City. These rogue cultivators were similar to the ones in the Fallen Ghost City. They relied on receiving various tasks to survive. However, these rogue cultivators had a special treatment that the Fallen Ghost City didn't have. Every year, the Myriad Ghost sect would select some outer court disciples from these rogue cultivators and let them join the Myriad Ghost sect. This didn't happen in the fallen ghost city because the dark ghost sect wouldn't easily select disciples from these rogue cultivators. In addition to selecting disciples among rogue cultivators, in Guiwang City, there was a branch hall and an office of the Million Ghosts sect. This branch hall was the management organization of Guiwang City, and the office was specially used to accept disciples. Disciples of other sects could go to the office and apply to join the Million Ghosts sect. As long as the Million Ghosts sect checked and found that there was no problem with your identity, you could join the Million Ghosts sect. This method of poaching disciples from other sects really made Gu Ding speechless. He hadn't heard of any sect that would do such a thing. Were they not afraid of becoming the public enemy of all sects? He heard that every year, there were many disciples from other sects who joined the Myriad Ghost sect through the office. The other sects also didn't do anything to the Myriad Ghost sect. This information was enough. Gu Ding had already decided to let Xianxia join the Myriad Race sect. If there was really a need, he could offer the Devil God Immortal Body technique to the sect. With such a decision, it was easy to handle. The next day, Gu Ding turned into a skeleton and followed Xianxia to the office of the Million Race sect. The Myriad Ghost sect's office was built very beautifully. It was on the lower floors of a building. The outside of the building was carved with all kinds of evil spirits. This made the entire building look very gloomy. It made people feel as if they had entered a ghost domain. As soon as the two of them entered the building, they found that the first floor of the building was a hall. The hall was very large, but there were not many people inside. There were only a few cultivators wearing black robes with evil spirits embroidered on them who were chatting. It seemed that they were disciples of the 10,000 Ghost sect. The disciples of the Myriad Race sect also sensed that someone had entered. They all stopped chatting and turned to look at Xianxia and Gu Ding. When they saw Xianxia and Gu Ding, they were stunned. Then one of them immediately walked over to Xianxia and cupped his fists. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I know which sect you are from?" Xianxia also stopped and cupped his fists at the person. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Xianxia, an outer disciple of the Battle Corps sect. I offended someone in the sect and was labeled as a traitor. I went through a lot of hardships to escape to the Myriad Race sect. I heard about this place, so I took the liberty to come and join the Myriad Race sect. I hope fellow Taoist can help me." When the Myriad Ghost sect disciple heard Xianxu's words, he was stunned at first. Then he smiled. "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xianxia to be a disciple of the Battle Corps sect. I thought fellow Taoist was a disciple of the Golden Bone sect or the White Bone sect. Fellow Taoist, please come with me. Let's sit and talk." Xianxia nodded and followed the Myriad Ghost sect disciple to the side of the hall. There was a group of sofas there, so the two sat down. The disciple of the Million Wraith sect immediately asked someone to serve tea. He then said to Xianxia, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, please. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Baihizi, and I'm an outer disciple of the Million Wraith sect. Does fellow Taoist Jiang know what conditions the disciples of other sects have to meet to join our Million Wraith sect?" Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know. I just arrived in Guiwang City. I heard that disciples of other sects have to come to the office if they want to join the Myriad Ghost sect. That's why I'm here." Baihizi nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll tell you, fellow Taoist. Our Myriad Wraith sect is open to recruiting disciples from other sects, but there are also conditions. First, we have to confirm your identity first. We have to confirm that you're really from that sect and that you're really not related to that sect. Only then can we accept you." Xianxia nodded. "I can understand. I'm not afraid of having my identity verified. In fact, news about me has already spread in the Battle Corps sect. It has even spread to several other sections. The people of the Battle Corps sect are still hunting me down." Baihizi nodded. "In addition to verifying your identity, you also have to complete a test. That is, you have to do something to prove that you have indeed betrayed your original sect. This can be done by killing a person from your original sect or handing over a cultivation technique of your original sect. This means that you have really betrayed your original sect." Xianxia looked at Baihizi and said, "That's understandable. Then I'll tell you the truth. The reason I betrayed the Battle Corps sect is really related to a cultivation technique. When I was training outside, I accidentally obtained a cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is a very powerful body cultivation technique. After obtaining this cultivation technique, I took an idle job in the sect and began to cultivate this cultivation technique. After encountering a bottleneck, I was prepared to go out and train for a period of time to find a way to break through the bottleneck. However, I didn't expect to meet one of the top 10 outer sect disciples of the sect. I had a conflict with him and finally killed him. This kind of thing is very common in the sect. I thought that I could become one of the top 10 outer sect disciples after killing that person, but I didn't expect that this matter would be spread to the sect. The person who killed that person was from the Battle Corps sect's Luo family. The Luo family and other families in the sect came to capture me and force me to hand over the cultivation technique. Of course, I refused. In the end, I escaped after a great battle. If the Myriad Wraith sect really wants me to join, I'm willing to hand over this body cultivation technique. Upon hearing Xiangyu's words, Baihizi couldn't help but be stunned. Then he thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Then please stay here first, fellow Taoist. We need to spend some time to investigate your identity and then see how good the body cultivation technique you handed in is. Finally, we can decide whether you can join the Myriad Wraith sect." Xiangyu's expression changed when he heard Baihizi's words. He looked at Baihizi and said, "Do I have to hand in the entire cultivation technique?" When Baihizi saw Xiangyu's expression, he knew what he was worried about. He was worried that the Myriad Wraith sect would steal his cultivation method but not let him join the sect. Then, he would lose more than he gained. Baihizi could not help but smile. "That's not necessary. When your cultivation method is tested, you only need to hand in the first level of the cultivation method. If you pass the test, you can become an official disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect. At that time, you must hand in the complete cultivation method. However, at that time, the sect will reward you with contribution points. Moreover, the higher the level of the cultivation method, the more contribution points you will receive, so you don't have to worry about this." Xiangyu nodded. "Okay, then there's no problem." Baihizi said in a deep voice, "All right, fellow Taoist Jiang, please come with me. I'll arrange a place for you to rest. You can rest here for the next few days and can't leave. Is that okay?" Xiangyu immediately said, "Yes, no problem. Fellow Taoist, please." Baihizi stood up and led Xiangyu upstairs. He arranged a room for Xiangyu on the second floor for him to rest. After Xiangyu went to rest, the other people of the Myriad Wraith sect all gathered around. One of them said to Baihizi, "Senior brother Baihizi, do you think what he said is true or false? There's clearly a skeleton beside him. How can he say that he's from the Battle Corps sect? It's not nonsense, right? It shouldn't be. If he even talks nonsense about his identity, then he's courting death. I think everyone can see how strong he is. If he dares to lie to us, then he can forget about leaving. However, we still have to go through the necessary procedures. Let's first check to see if he's from the Battle Corps sect and if he really betrayed the sect. If all of this is true, then it's okay to accept him." The others nodded. They were only here to complete the sect's mission. As long as they reported this matter, someone would naturally investigate and see if Xiangyu was telling the truth. If it was true, then Xiangyu might really be able to join the Myriad Wraith sect. They would be fellow disciples in the future, so they naturally had to be polite. In the next few days, Xiangyu and Guding obediently stayed in the office of the Myriad Wraith sect. The disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect didn't appear. There were only a few servants who brought Xiangyu and Guding daily necessities. If Xiangyu and Guding requested anything, as long as it wasn't too excessive, the servants would prepare it for them. 5 days passed in this way. On this day, the servants suddenly came to Xiangyu and said that Baihizi was looking for him. Xiangyu knew that Baihizi and the others had already investigated him. That was why they came to find him. When Xiangyu followed the servants to the hall on the first floor, he found Baihizi standing on the sofa waiting for him. As soon as he saw Xiangyu, Baihizi immediately greeted him and gave Xiangyu a punch. He laughed and said, "Taoist Jiang, I wouldn't have known if I didn't investigate. I didn't expect Taoist Jiang to do such a big thing in the Battle Corps sect. Now, the Battle Corps sect has issued a kill order for Taoist Jiang. All the disciples of the Battle Corps sect who can capture or kill Daoist Jiang will be heavily rewarded. It seems like Daoist Jiang has offended the Battle Corps sect this time. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly and said, "This can't be helped. To be honest, if they just wanted me to hand over the cultivation technique, I might have handed it over. However, they didn't just want me to hand over the cultivation technique, they also wanted my life. Of course, I had to resist with all my might. It was just a fluke. Daoist Jiang, now you can give me the first level of your cultivation technique. I need to let the people of the sect verify it. As long as there is no problem with the cultivation technique, you can officially join our myriad race sect." Oh right, this verification process is also a process of evaluation. After the verification, the cultivation technique you take out will be evaluated. If your cultivation technique is of a very high level, then your cultivation technique will be valued by the sect. The sect will not only give you contribution points, but also give you a corresponding identity. If your cultivation technique is very powerful, then you may become an inner sect disciple. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Daoist by Maisie. Daoist by Maisie, please. This is the first level of the cultivation technique." Jiang Yu took out a jade slip and gave it to Bai Maisie. After receiving the jade slip, Bai Maisie didn't check the contents of the jade slip but directly put it into his spatial equipment. Then, he said to Jiang Yu, "Daoist Jiang, please wait here for a few more days. After the cultivation technique is verified, we can decide whether you want to join our million race sect." Jiang Yu nodded and said, "Okay, Daoist by Maisie, please." Bai Maisie nodded and then instructed the servant to take good care of Jiang Yu before turning around and leaving. In fact, although Jiang Yu couldn't leave the office now, it didn't mean that he couldn't leave the room. He could walk around the office and even go to the hall on the first floor to drink tea and chat with the people of the Million Race sect. However, Jiang Yu couldn't be considered a member of the Million Race sect yet. The people of the Million Race sect were still wary of Jiang Yu. Therefore, Jiang Yu didn't come down to make contact with the people of the Million Race sect. He just returned to his room and cultivated in peace. Gu Ding hadn't spoken much these days, as if he had really become an ordinary ghost. In fact, he still had some communication with Jiang Yu. However, their method of communication had changed to using spiritual force through the slave array. The reason for this was that Gu Ding was afraid that the people of the Million Race sect had left some array formation in the office to monitor them. If he were to chat with Jiang Yu like usual at this time, they would be discovered by the people of the Million Race sect. That would be troublesome. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. On this day, Jiang Yu was cultivating when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Gu Ding immediately walked over and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Bai Maisie standing outside. Jiang Yu also walked over at this time. When he saw Bai Maisie, he was stunned. Then, he immediately cupped his fists at Bai Maisie and said, "Daoist Bai Maisie, why have you come in person? Is something the matter?" Bai Heezi's statue looked at Jiang Yu with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Jiang, the sect has already verified the cultivation technique you submitted. Your cultivation technique is considered a special cultivation technique by the sect, and it is a cultivation technique that can become a sect's cornerstone treasure. Therefore, the sect has decided to promote you to a core disciple of the sect. You are now a core disciple of our myriad race sect." Jiang Yu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Bai Maisie's words. He really hadn't expected that the Million Race sect would promote him to a core disciple. It should be known that the core disciples of a sect were all powerful geniuses. Back when he was in the Battle Corps sect, he had only been an outer sect disciple. Now that he had entered the Million Race sect, he had become a core disciple. This was really unexpected. Bai Maisie glanced at Jiang Yu while he was in a daze. His eyes were full of envy, but he also knew that there was no way his current status could be compared to Jiang Yu's. He was just an outer sect disciple of the sect, while Jiang Yu had already become a core disciple of the sect. It was really too easy for a core disciple of the sect to deal with an outer sect disciple like him. Fortunately, Jiang Yu hadn't become a core disciple of the sect yet. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying. In the Million Race sect, core disciples were also divided into 2 types. One was the ordinary core disciples, and the other was the true core disciples. Although Weidong's core disciples had a very high status and could become an elder in the sect in the future, or even an elder with real power, the group of elders with the greatest power in the sect would almost never have these disciples. But a true core disciple was different. Generally, a true core disciple was the kind of core disciple who could obtain the true teachings of an elder in the sect. For such a disciple, not only would he have the identity of a core disciple, but he would also not be able to obtain the inheritance of that elder. Most importantly, he would be able to inherit the position of that elder in the future. Generally, that elder would have real power, so his position was very important. When Baihizi saw that Jiang Yu hadn't spoken for a long time, he said, "Senior brother Jiang, please come with me. The elders of the sect are waiting for you in the hall. They are waiting to see you. By the way, senior brother Jiang, this is your identity card. From today onwards, you are a core disciple of the Million Race sect." After saying that, Baihizi handed a black identity card to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took the identity token and realized that it was made of black jade. His name was already engraved on it. Jiang Yu also knew that the identity token needed to be activated, so he looked at Baihizi. Baihizi said, "Senior brother, please drip a drop of blood into the identity card." "That will do." Jiang Yu responded and dripped a drop of blood into the identity card. The black card flashed with a red light and his name turned red in the next moment. Jiang Yu also felt that he seemed to have a slight connection with the identity card. He seemed to understand what the identity card was at once. It was actually a dermic artifact that could store malicious spirits. It was actually a dermic artifact that helped the disciples of the Million Race sect cultivate. When Baihizi saw that Jiang Yu had activated the identity card, he said, "All right, please come with me, senior brother." Jiang Yu came back to his senses and responded before following Baihizi downstairs. When the two of them reached the hall downstairs, they saw two people sitting on the sofa in the hall. Beside the sofa stood 2 rows of disciples. Baihizi led Jiang Yu to the sofa and said to the 2 people on the sofa, Elder Zhou, senior brother Jiang Yu has arrived." After saying that, he retreated to the side. Jiang Yu immediately saluted the 2 elders and said, "Disciple Jiang Yu greets Elder Zhou and Elder Zhou." When Baihizi introduced them, he had already mentioned the surnames of the 2 elders, so Jiang Yu naturally knew the surnames of the 2 elders. He was quite grateful to Baihizi. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have known the surnames of the 2 elders. It wouldn't be good if he was rude. Although he was now a core disciple of the Million Race sect, Jiang Yu was very clear that he was an outsider after all. Although the Million Race sect made him a core disciple, it was really hard to say whether they would treat him as one of their own. At this time, Jiang Yu also saw the 2 elders on the sofa. They were both dressed in black robes. They didn't look special, but their eyes were very special. There seemed to be a black vortex in their eyes. The black vortex seemed to be able to suck in people's souls, making people feel very strange. The 2 elders glanced at Jiang Yu, then Elder Zhou said, "Jiang Yu, right? We have already sent people to investigate your matter. You didn't lie, so we agreed to let you join the Million Race sect. And because the cultivation method you offered is very advanced, we directly promoted you to a core disciple. Now, come back to the sect with us and receive some benefits that you deserve." Jiang Yu immediately complied. The 2 elders didn't mention the demon god's undying body, but Jiang Yu knew that as soon as he entered the sect, he must hand over the demon god's undying body. Otherwise, the Million Race sect wouldn't let him go. In fact, he could have handed over the demon god's undying body to the 2 elders here. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate. This wasn't the Million Race sect. He didn't know if the 2 elders would be willing to let him mention the demon god's undying body here. Therefore, Jiang Yu didn't mention the demon god's undying body. When the 2 elders saw that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, they smiled. Then the 2 stood up and said to Jiang Yu, "All right, let's go." Jiang Yu complied and then followed the 2 outside. Baihizi and the rest hurriedly followed behind. The group soon arrived at the backyard of the office. There was a teleportation array in the backyard. The 2 elders and Jiang Yu boarded the teleportation array. A red light flashed on the teleportation array and the 3 of them disappeared. Baihizi and the rest stood beside the teleportation array with their backs bowed. In the next moment, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhou led Jiangyu to the teleportation square of the Million Wraith sect. Gu Ding, who had always been by Jiangyu's side, was automatically ignored by the two of them. They both thought that Gu Ding was Jiangyu's ghost, so they didn't pay much attention to it. After Elder Zhou and Elder Zhou led Jiangyu back to the Million Wraith sect, they directly brought him to the core disciple registration office and re-registered his identity. Jiangyu also took the opportunity to ask Elder Zhou who he should give the Undying Demon God body technique to. Elder Zhou asked Jiangyu to hand over the Demon God immortal body to the people at the core disciple registration office. Then, he had someone arrange a cave residence for Jiangyu. At the same time, he told Jiangyu what he needed to do as a core disciple of the Million Ghosts sect. Jiangyu now knew that core disciples of the Million Wraith sect were treated very well. Every 10 days, an elder would preach to them. Furthermore, because the cultivation techniques that the core disciples of the Million Wraith sect practiced were different, the elders who preached to them were also different. One could choose not to listen to the preaching of other elders. As long as the preaching of an elder who practiced the same cultivation technique as one could listen to the preaching of an elder. In addition, core disciples didn't need to do any sect missions. Every month, they would receive a large amount of cultivation resources. In other words, the core disciples of the Million Wraith sect only needed to focus on their cultivation. Of course, these core disciples weren't completely untested. They would have a chance to train every year. The training of the core disciples was very important, and the enemies they would face were different. In addition to these benefits, there were other benefits. For example, every core disciple could recruit some servants. These servants could take care of everything for the core disciple. Because the core disciples could have their own cave residence, these cave residences were very large, so they needed some servants to take care of them. These servants could not only take care of the life of the core disciple, but they could also help the core disciple grow herbs and do other things within their capabilities. Furthermore, these servants weren't ordinary servants. They had undergone some training and even cultivated before. However, they practiced some low-level cultivation techniques of the sect, so their combat strength wasn't very strong. In addition to the benefits of an immortal cave and servants, core disciples could also obtain the opportunity to enter the sect's scripture pavilion for free. This opportunity seemed very ordinary, but the real situation wasn't like this. For a large sect like the Myriad Ghost sect, their scripture pavilion naturally had a lot of cultivation methods. Outer and inner disciples needed to spend contribution points to see these cultivation methods, but core disciples didn't need to. They could go to the scripture pavilion to look at these things at any time. Of course, even if the core disciples wanted to see some of the higher level cultivation techniques in the sect, they would need to pay contribution points. The cultivation techniques that they could see for free were all low-level or middle-level cultivation techniques. This didn't mean that low-level mid-level cultivation methods weren't useful. In fact, there were some mid-level and low-level cultivation methods that couldn't be replaced by high-level cultivation methods. This was definitely a very great benefit. After Jiangyu understood the benefits of being a core disciple of the Myriad Ghost sect, he began to cultivate in peace. This didn't mean that he didn't want to inquire about the Myriad Ghost sect. In fact, he really wanted to inquire about the Myriad Ghost sect. However, he knew that he couldn't act right now. If he acted now, he would certainly be discovered by the Myriad Ghost sect. At that time, he would die. Moreover, the people of the Battle Corps sect were desperately trying to kill him. It wouldn't take long for the news of him joining the Myriad Wraith sect to reach the Battle Corps sect. The Battle Corps sect might not come to the Myriad Wraith sect to deal with him, but if he left the Myriad Wraith sect, then it would be hard to say. The Battle Corps sect would absolutely not let him go. It was precisely because of this that Jiangyu was very obedient. Gu Ding also agreed with him because Gu Ding was very clear that they didn't need to inquire about too much information. It would be fine as long as they didn't expose themselves. In fact, although Jiangyu had joined the Myriad Ghost sect and was a core disciple of the Myriad Ghost sect, there was still one thing that he didn't understand. That was, he still hadn't obtained a life token from the Myriad Ghost sect. Life tokens were similar to the ones the Battle Corps sect had. A wisp of one's soul flame would be extracted and sealed into a jade token. This jade token would be managed by the sect. The reason the Battle Corps sect was bent on dealing with Xianxia was because he had extracted his soul flame from the Battle Corps sect's command. As far as Xianxia knew, there weren't many sects in the entire Devil Spirit realm that didn't seal their disciples' soul flames in their life tokens. None of the 10 great sects did this. They all sealed their disciples' soul flames in their life tokens so that they could control those disciples. A sect's core disciple was the most important successor of the sect. If too many core disciples died in a sect, then the sect might have a shortage of new disciples. After all, ordinary inner and outer disciples couldn't really learn the sect's top cultivation techniques. It was precisely because core disciples were too important to a sect that the sect valued them very much. The more important they were, the more they would place their soul flames in their life tokens. After all, if a core disciple betrayed the sect, then the matter would be huge. This was what Xianxia didn't understand. He was now a core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect, but his soul flame wasn't stored in his life token. Xianxia didn't understand what was going on. In fact, Xianxia didn't know that the Myriad Wraith sect had already inquired about the matter of him extracting his soul flame from the Battle Corps sect's life tokens. The people of the Myriad Wraith sect also knew that there was no way to control Xianxia using his soul flame. Therefore, they didn't use this method. Xianxia's guess wasn't wrong. Now, the Myriad Wraith sect had people monitoring him every day. Even the servants that the Myriad Wraith sect had arranged for him were people monitoring him. His identity token was also an artifact that could monitor him and even locate him. The people of the Myriad Wraith sect also understood that Xianxia had greatly offended the Battle Corps sect this time. This was why he wanted to join the Myriad Wraith sect. If he didn't properly cultivate in the Myriad Wraith sect and still wanted to betray the sect, then he would really have no way to survive. In the entire demon spirit realm, there was no cultivator who could simultaneously offend 2 of the 10 great sects and still live. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Myriad Wraith sect were very reassured about Xianxia. After Xianxia arrived at the Myriad Wraith sect, he was very well behaved. He cultivated in his cave residence every day and rarely went out. He didn't go to the scripture pavilion to look at the cultivation methods and just cultivated diligently. This made the people of the Myriad Wraith sect even more reassured about him. Of course, Xianxia didn't know what the Myriad Wraith sect was thinking. He had already discussed it with Guding. They would cultivate diligently here. If they could get some information, then it would be for the best. If they couldn't, then they would just cultivate peacefully. In any case, they had already sent back the most important information. For them, the most important information was naturally the 10 great sects joining forces and the intervention of outside forces. They wanted to deal with the sea exploring sect together. This information was enough, the rest wasn't important. Now that Zhao Hai knew about this, Zhao Hai was also adjusting his plan to take down the demon spirit realm in one fell swoop. At the same time, he would also deal a heavy blow to the outside forces. Therefore, Guding was doing very well. Because he understood this, Guding allowed Xianxia to cultivate peacefully here. Although Guding wanted to inquire more about the demon spirit realm, he also knew that he couldn't go too far. If he moved too much, then he would certainly be discovered. At that time, he would be dead for sure. It didn't matter if he died or not. He was Zhao Hai's servant. He could die for Zhao Hai at any time. However, he didn't want to ruin Zhao Hai's plan. This was the most important thing. Because of this, Guding didn't take any action. He was now like a real ghost. He stayed inside Jiangyu's cave residence every day. Without Jiangyu's order, he wouldn't even move. In this way, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Xianxia joined the Myriad Wraith sect. During these 3 months, because of the large amount of supplies, Jiangyu's cultivation speed was very fast. At this time, his demon god Undying Body had reached the void refinement realm. If he went out now, he would be considered a minor expert. Of course, with Jiangyu's current strength, he was qualified to be a core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect. One must know that every core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect was incomparably strong. If one didn't reach the void refinement realm, then one couldn't be considered a core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect. Previously, Jiangyu was able to become a core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect because of the demon god Undying Body that he submitted. It was too powerful. he could become another core disciple of the Myriad Race sect. Of course, the people of the Myriad Race sect also knew that Xianxia cultivated the demon god Undying Body and thought that he had great potential. It wasn't a loss to let him become a core disciple of the Myriad Race sect. Therefore, Xianxia smoothly became a core disciple of the Myriad Race sect. However, his strength was still far from being a core disciple of the Myriad Race sect. He was just catching up with the core disciples. No one in the Myriad Race sect knew about the progress of Xianxia's strength. Although Xianxia was a core disciple of the Myriad Race sect, he didn't have his own force in the Myriad Race sect. During the time he was cultivating, the Myriad Race sect seemed to have forgotten about his existence. Except for the monthly benefits that he deserved, Xianxia was like an invisible existence in the Myriad Race sect. No one came to contact him, and no low-level disciples came to join his sect. He didn't know whether it was because the low-level disciples didn't know about him, or because they knew what was going on with him and didn't want to join him. Anyway, until now, he still only had the servants given to him by the Myriad Race sect. Xianxia was cultivating in his cave abode when he heard a voice. "Master, Elder Zhou is here." Upon hearing this voice, Xianxia knew that it was one of his servants. He immediately stopped and said, "Invite him in." As he spoke, Xianxia walked out of his cave abode and went outside to welcome Elder Zhou. Xianxia, who had been in the Myriad Race sect for 3 months, already knew Elder Zhou's identity. Elder Zhou was a very powerful elder in the Myriad Race sect. He was one of the guardian elders of the Scripture Pavilion. There was no need to say how important the Scripture Pavilion was to a sect. Because all of the sect's inheritances were in the Scripture Pavilion, every sect would send their most elite people to guard the Scripture Pavilion. And Elder Zhou was one of the Scripture Pavilion's guardian elders. This showed how powerful he was. Of course, he wasn't just a guardian elder of the Scripture Pavilion. He actually had a lot of authority. Last time, the Myriad Race sect placed too much importance on Xianxia's cultivation method. This was why Elder Zhou and Elder Zhou came out together. Elder Zhou's identity wasn't simple either. He was one of the elders in charge of managing the core disciples. Now that Xianxia heard that Elder Zhou was here, he immediately went out to greet him. When he arrived at the entrance, he saw Elder Zhou. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Zhou. I didn't know that Elder Zhou was here, so I didn't come out to greet you. I hope Elder Zhou can forgive me." Elder Zhou waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. I'm here to inform you that in a month's time, the annual core disciple trial will be held. How is your strength now? Would he be able to participate in this time's core disciple trial? If you can, then it's best that you participate. Because you've only been a core disciple for a short time and the method you used to become a core disciple wasn't very good, many disciples aren't convinced of you. So it's best that you participate in this trial." Xianxia immediately said, "Yes. Don't worry, Elder Zhou. I'll definitely participate. May I know what the trial this time is about?" Elder Zhou said in a deep voice, "This time's trial is a mystic realm trial. The core disciples of the top 10 sects will all enter a mystic realm. It is said that this mystic realm was a trial ground of the ancient devil sect. There are countless treasures and cultivation methods there. Later, the devil sect disappeared, but this mystic realm was left behind and became the trial ground for the disciples of the top 10 sections." Xianxia looked at Elder Zhou and said, "Elder, I wonder if we can kill people in that secret realm. If I can kill people, I'm afraid I'll be in danger if I go in, right?" Elder Zhou glanced at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "You're right. Entering the secret realm is indeed dangerous. The Battle Corps sect won't let you go. Don't you want to go?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "No, I won't. I'll go. Please don't worry, Elder. However, I have to make some preparations before the trial." Elder Zhou looked at Xianxia and nodded. "Good. It's good that you didn't back down. I was really afraid that you would back down. Don't worry and go to the trial. If you need anything, the sect will prepare it for you." Xianxia thanked Elder Zhou before Elder Zhou turned and left. Xianxia's expression didn't look too good as he looked at Elder Zhou's back. He felt that this matter was a little strange. Core disciples were definitely the pillars of a sect. Losing one would be a huge loss for a sect. Why would the top 10 sects be willing to let their core disciples participate in such a trial? Wasn't this just asking them to kill each other? This would be a huge loss for them. Moreover, this trial really came at the right time. He had just entered the Myriad Wraith sect for less than 4 months, and this trial suddenly came. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Was this trial targeted at him? In fact, Yi Shiwen had guessed correctly. This time, the trial was really because of him. This time, the core disciples of the top 10 sects would participate in the trial. However, these core disciples were not true disciples. Now, the top 10 sects had a lot of core disciples. They wanted to use this method to eliminate some of the core disciples and select some stronger and more promising core disciples. Then, they would focus on the training of these core disciples. Although Jiang Yu's potential wasn't bad, the Myriad Wraith sect didn't necessarily have to protect him. Previously, the Battle Corps sect had negotiated with the Myriad Wraith sect many times to get the Myriad Wraith sect to hand over Jiang Yu. The Myriad Wraith sect didn't want to make things too stiff with the Battle Corps sect. In any case, they had already obtained the demon god immortal body. Therefore, they arranged this trial in order to let Jiang Yu enter the secret realm. Once he was there, whether the Battle Corps sect could kill Jiang Yu would depend on themselves. If the Battle Corps sect could kill Jiang Yu, the Myriad Wraith sect wouldn't pursue the matter. If the Battle Corps sect couldn't kill Jiang Yu under such circumstances, then the Battle Corps sect could only be afraid of themselves. It could be said that Jiang Yu had handed over the demon god immortal body cultivation technique to the Myriad Wraith sect, joined the Myriad Wraith sect, and became a core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect in order to obtain the protection of the Myriad Wraith sect so that the people of the Battle Corps sect wouldn't be able to deal with him. Now that the Myriad Wraith sect was under pressure from the Battle Corps sect, they had decided to temporarily not protect Jiang Yu during this trial. If the Battle Corps sect could kill Jiang Yu during this period of time, the Myriad Wraith sect naturally wouldn't retaliate. But at the same time, if the Battle Corps sect couldn't kill Jiang Yu during this period of time, then they could only blame the Battle Corps sect for not being strong enough. When Jiang Yu came out of the secret realm, the Myriad Wraith sect would protect him again and even double the protection. This was because if Jiang Yu came out alive, it meant that he was powerful and had endless potential. He was definitely qualified to become a core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect and a core disciple that was worth nurturing. Of course, Jiang Yu still couldn't figure out the twists and turns in this trial, but he also knew that this trial was very important to him. He also knew that although Elder Zhou said that he didn't have to participate in this trial, Elder Zhou still hoped that he would participate in this trial. Moreover, Jiang Yu also understood that if this matter was really targeted at him, they would think of other ways to deal with him even if he didn't participate in this trial. Therefore, he might as well participate in this trial openly and see what the Myriad Wraith sect would do. If he wanted to participate in this trial, then he naturally had to prepare some good things. Jiang Yu didn't stand on ceremony and directly asked for some good things before putting them in his spatial equipment. Gu Ding also helped Jiang Yu come up with some ideas. At the same time, he would also enter the secret realm with Jiang Yu. He wanted to see how the Battle Corps sect would take their lives in the secret realm. A month's time was really too short for cultivators. They had only been in seclusion for a while and a month had already passed. On this day, Jiang Yu received a notice that the trial was about to begin. Jiang Yu led Gu Ding directly to the transmission plaza in the core disciple area. There was a large artifact parked in the transmission plaza. This large artifact was very special. It was actually a large artifact in the shape of a palace. This made Jiang Yu feel very strange. Even Gu Ding was surprised. He really didn't expect that the large artifact of the Myriad Wraith sect would actually be a palace. At this time, Jiang Yu discovered that many disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect had also arrived at the transmission plaza. These disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect were all dressed in black robes. They were all emitting a ghostly aura that made people feel very afraid at a glance. Moreover, these disciples had arrogant expressions on their faces. It was as if they didn't put anyone in their eyes. In fact, they did have the qualifications to be arrogant. They were disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect, and core disciples at that. The Myriad Wraith sect was also one of the 10 great sects. With their status, no matter where they went in the devil spirit realm, they would be looked at highly and even treated with respect. Therefore, it was normal for them to be like this. While Xianxia was sizing up these disciples, they were sizing him up as well. Although they didn't know Xianxia, they already knew his identity when they saw Gu Ding beside him. They also heard that there was a new core disciple in the sect. This core disciple didn't become a core disciple with his own strength. He only became a core disciple by giving a cultivation method to the sect. He was just an outer disciple of the Battle Corps sect. Because of this, these core disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect looked down on Xianxia. In their opinion, someone like Xianxia wasn't worthy to be a core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect. However, in the past few months, Xianxia had been cultivating and didn't come in contact with these people. He also didn't know what these people were thinking. Therefore, he just felt that it was strange. He didn't understand why these people were acting like this. They looked at him with hostility. While Xianxia was puzzled, Elder Zhou's voice was heard, "All right, all the participating disciples have arrived. Let's enter the Myriad Wraith Palace." Everyone nodded and then entered the palace. From the outside, the palace looked like it was made of stone. However, once you enter the palace, you would know that it wasn't made of stone, it was cast directly. It was made of metal. Moreover, the Great Hall was very large. Upon entering the Great Hall, one could see Elder Zhou standing in front of it. The Great Hall was very big, about 10,000 square meters. This made Xianxia puzzled. This was because the Great Hall didn't look this big from the outside. But now, it was actually this big. This was strange. Xiaohai nodded and said, "Elder Zhou." Xianxia didn't understand. Gu Ding was very good at space. This hall actually had its own space. Although they didn't use it very well, it could be seen that they only compressed the space inside the hall. The space inside the hall was indeed bigger than the actual space, but it wasn't by much. However, this was already very amazing. Elder Zhou glanced at the disciples who had entered the main hall and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, go to the back of the main hall. There are rooms there. Everyone has a room. Go and choose a room to rest in. No fighting, no fighting. Go." Everyone complied and went to the back of the hall. Although they were core disciples of the sect, they were very clear about Elder Zhou's status. Therefore, they didn't dare to act rashly in front of Elder Zhou. Xianxia also followed everyone out of the hall. When they arrived at the back of the hall, they discovered a large courtyard. There were rooms all around the courtyard. There were a lot of rooms. Even if all of them went in, they wouldn't be able to fill up half of the rooms. Xianxia directly found a room and went in. The other core disciples also found a room and went in. However, they didn't know if it was intentional or not, but their rooms were very far away from Xiangxia's room. Xianxia didn't care. After he entered his room, he began to cultivate. He didn't dare to talk to Gu Ding in this room. Even if he wanted to talk, he had to use his spiritual force to communicate. He didn't dare to talk directly. Don't forget that they were now in the Myriad Ghost Sect's large artifact, the Myriad Ghost Great Hall. Who knew if Elder Zhou could monitor every disciple through the Myriad Ghost Great Hall? If he could really do so, then his conversation with Gu Ding would definitely be discovered by Elder Zhou. That would be a big deal. After sitting in the room for a short while, Xianxia felt the room tremble for a while before it returned to normal. Xianxia couldn't see the situation outside, so he didn't know what had happened. However, he didn't leave the room and stayed in the room. At this time, Gu Ding was sizing up the room. He really wanted to know how this hall was refined. One must know that this method of spatial pressure was something that ordinary artifacts couldn't do. Very few large artifacts of the sect could do this. Soon, Gu Ding discovered that this hall was definitely not recently refined. Gu Ding was certain that if he was not mistaken, this hall had been refined for at least hundreds of thousands of years. In other words, this hall was definitely an ancient artifact. However, this made Gu Ding even more curious. He really wanted to know who had refined this hall and why it could still be used after so many years. Artifacts also had a lifespan. If you used an artifact to fight, it would reduce its lifespan. Even if you didn't use an artifact to fight, the artifact wouldn't be able to withstand the erosion of time. In the end, the artifact would still be destroyed. This was especially true for the arrays inside the artifact. If too much time passed, the arrays would also have problems. Generally, a particularly powerful artifact would have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Moreover, this kind of artifact was nurtured by people and was rarely used in battle. However, it was strange that this hall could still be used after so many years. Of course, Gu Ding did not tell Xianxia about this. Even if he told Xianxia would not know, so he might as well not tell Xianxia. This question was better left to Zhao Hai to find the answer in the future. The two stayed in the room for about 6 hours. Suddenly, Elder Zhou's voice was heard. All disciples, gather in the hall. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly walked out of their rooms and gathered in the hall. Jiangyu naturally also went to the hall. Elder Zhou looked at these disciples and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, listen up. Outside is the place where we are going to train. This is a mountain. After you go out, don't run around, just wait outside the main hall. Once everyone is present, you can enter the secret territory to train. Remember, once you enter the secret territory, you must be united and take care of each other. Because this time, the disciples of other sects are also core disciples. If you don't take care of each other, then in the end, no one will be able to return." Everyone responded in unison. Then, they all glanced at Jiangyu intentionally or unintentionally. There was a trace of hostility in their eyes, as well as a hint of schadenfreude. When Elder Zhou and Jiangyu noticed their gazes, Elder Zhou couldn't help but frown. However, he still didn't say anything. He couldn't just let these people take care of Jiangyu. Moreover, the sect also said that Jiangyu was not to be taken care of in the secret realm. His life and death were to be left to fate. Jiangyu was also very clear that no one would help him in this trial. However, he didn't care. He didn't expect these guys to help him in the first place. Elder Zhou glanced at these disciples and said, "All right, let's go out." Everyone responded and filed out. After a while, they were all outside. Jiangyu did some calculations. There weren't many people who came this time, only about 1,000 or so. However, these people were very powerful. After calculating the number of people, Jiangyu looked around and discovered that they were now on a small mountain. There was nothing special about this small mountain. The mountain was covered with trees. These trees were all black with only red leaves. It looked a little strange. But since the trees in the devil world were all like this, they were already used to it. Naturally, no one cared about it. While Jiangyu was looking around, a sharp whistling sound was heard. Then, a golden light flashed. The golden light became brighter and brighter. Soon, it reached the mountain. At this time, Jiangyu saw that the golden light was actually a huge golden skeleton. This skeleton was very huge, about 100 meters tall. Jiangyu had never seen such a huge skeleton before. When the skeleton reached the sky above the forest, it opened its mouth. A group of people flew out and landed on the ground. Upon seeing these people, Jiangyu stared. Then his eyes couldn't help but shine. These people were from the Golden Bone sect. They wore black robes with a golden skull embroidered on them. Looking inside the robes, one couldn't see their faces, only their golden skulls. Jiangyu was very clear that the person inside the robe wasn't a ghost, but a disciple of the Golden Bone sect. However, the disciples of the Golden Bone sect had a habit of refining their skeletons into armor. In other words, the golden skeletons would be wrapped around their bodies. This way, when they fight, the golden skeletons would act as armor, increasing their combat strength and defense. Therefore, the skulls inside the robe should be the armor of the Golden Bone sect. At this time, a white dot in the distance flew towards them. Before it reached the top of the mountain, Jiangyu could already see the white dot. It was a huge mountain of bones. It was a mountain of bones made up of countless white bones. Countless white skeletons could be seen walking back and forth on top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a palace made of white bones. The entire palace was made up of white bones, which made it look very strange. After the mountain of bones reached the top of the mountain, it immediately descended. Then a group of black-robed disciples came down from the mountain. They didn't have anything with them, and their clothes were very normal. However, Jiangyu didn't dare to underestimate them. Everyone from the White Bone sect had an artifact on their body. These artifacts were generally made of bones and had a huge space inside. Inside these artifacts were countless skeletons. When they fought, they would release these skeletons. The number of skeletons was enough to make any cultivator feel despair. After that, the people from the other sects arrived. They were also riding large artifacts. All of these artifacts were filled with ghostly qi and were abnormally terrifying. Xianxia also saw the people from the Battle Corps sect. The people from the Battle Corps sect also saw him. When the elder saw Xianxia's appearance, his eyes flashed with a cold light. The core disciples of the Battle Corps sect also looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly expression. Xianxia didn't care about these people at all. He just quietly stood among the disciples of the Myriad Ghost sect. Before long, all the people from the 10 great sects had arrived. Elder Zhou looked at the people from the other sects and said, "This time, we decided to hold the trial here in accordance with everyone's request. For the next month, all the disciples will spend their time in the secret territory. In about 2 hours, the secret territory will open. Everyone, remember, in the secret territory, everything depends on one's strength. Once you leave the secret territory, no one is allowed to take revenge for anything that happens in the secret territory. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone nodded. Elder Zhou looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "In this secret territory, there may be the inheritance of an ancient sect. Whoever obtains it will belong to whoever obtains it. Alright, I won't say much. Everyone, get ready. The entrance to the secret territory will open soon." The elders of the various sects didn't say anything either. Instead, they turned their heads and said something to their disciples. No one could hear what they said. Only their disciples could hear it. Obviously, they didn't want their words to be heard by others. Elder Zhou turned his head to the disciples and said, "Remember what I said before. After you enter, you must take care of each other. This isn't only related to your life and death, it's also related to the face of the Myriad Ghost sect. If anyone dares to embarrass the Myriad Ghost sect, I won't let you off. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. Then Elder Zhou said a few more words before everyone quietly waited. After half an hour, a black fog suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. It didn't take long for the black fog to cover the entire mountain. After another half an hour, a black spatial rift suddenly appeared. Elder Zhou looked at everyone and said, "Alright, let's go in." Then everyone nodded and flew towards the rift. Naturally, the people from the other sects didn't let go of this opportunity. They all flew towards the rift. Before long, everyone was inside. Not long after everyone went in, the rift closed as if it had completely disappeared. However, no one was surprised, they knew that this was normal. After a month, the rift would open again, and that would be the time when the disciples would come out. The black smoke fluctuated for a while before Xianxia and Guding appeared in a space. There were already a lot of people in this space. Most of them were disciples of the Million Race sect. These disciples of the Million Race sect entered the space before Xianxia. But now, they were all gathered together and looking at Xianxia with cold eyes. Xianxia glanced at the disciples of the Million Race sect but didn't speak first. One of the disciples of the Million Race sect directly said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, I think you already know what happened, so I won't say more. The reason why we came to this place and fought with the core disciples of other sects is all because of you. Since we're from the same sect, we won't blame you. You can leave by yourself, but don't think about acting with us." Xianxia looked at the disciples of the Million Race sect and said with an ashamed expression, "I'm sorry, senior brothers. I've implicated you. I'll leave now." After saying that, Xianxia's figure moved and directly left the disciples of the Million Race sect. Xianxia's behavior stunned the disciples of the Million Race sect. They didn't think that Xianxia would behave like this. This was beyond their expectations. The reason why they said these words to Xianxia was to anger him. Then, they would join forces to teach him a lesson. This way, they would be able to tell the sect about it and the sect wouldn't punish them for this matter. This was because ordinary cultivators would get angry if others said this to them. However, Xianxia didn't get angry. He just bowed to these people and said those words. This really surprised them. When they saw Xianxia walking away, the disciples of the Million Race sect looked at each other and didn't know what to do. At this time, the disciple who spoke to Jiangyu before said, "It seems that junior brother Jiang is very sensible. Alright, let's not make things difficult for them. Let's go. This time, we must act together. If we encounter the disciples of the Battle Corps sect, don't be polite and just kill them." Although this matter was caused by junior brother Jiang, those bastards of the Battle Corps sect dared to force us. We absolutely can't let them go. Everyone nodded. Obviously, the disciple who spoke had a certain amount of influence among the core disciples of the Million Race sect. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many disciples gathered around him. At this time, Jiangyu had already entered the space. Upon entering, Jiangyu was very curious. This space was very strange. There were deserts and strange rocks everywhere, but there were very few plants. Even if there were some plants, they were only one or two strange-looking trees. As for whether this was an ancient demonic sect or not, Jiangyu couldn't see it. While flying forward, Jiangyu paid attention to the surroundings. When he saw that there was no one around, Jiangyu looked at Gu Ding and said, "Master, why did I have to give in to those people?" When the disciple of the Million Race sect said those words to Jiangyu, Jiangyu was very angry. He wanted to attack those people, but Gu Ding made him say those words. Although Jiangyu was very depressed, he still followed Gu Ding's words. This made Jiangyu very puzzled. He didn't understand why Gu Ding said those words. Gu Ding looked at Jiangyu and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, they're from the same sect. Moreover, this is the secret realm. If you tell them something, they'll gang up to deal with us. It'll be very troublesome. We can't kill all of them. If they know about our strength, then the Myriad Race sect will know as well. It'll be even more troublesome. Moreover, if we kill too many core disciples, then the Myriad Race sect will be dissatisfied. It'll be difficult for us to move an inch in the Myriad Race sect in the future. The Myriad Race sect might even think of ways to deal with us. Our current goal is to obediently stay in the Myriad Race sect for more than a month. When the time comes, we'll be able to fly freely in the Myriad Race sect. For now, it's not a big deal for us to submit. If we encounter people from other sects, then we can hide. If we can't hide, then we can think of ways to deal with them." Jiangyu nodded. He understood Gu Ding's meaning. Their current goal was to stay in the Million Race sect until something big happened. For this goal, it didn't matter if they gave in. Gu Ding looked at Jiangyu and smiled faintly. "Jiangyu, you have to remember that we're not retreating this time. It's just that in order to achieve our goal, we have to take some detours. If you keep going straight, then you might hit your head and bleed. You might even die. Pressing forward with indomitable will isn't advisable. Sometimes, you have to talk about methods and methods." Jiangyu nodded. Jiangyu nodded. Gu Ding looked at Jiangyu and said, "Jiangyu, now I can tell you some things about myself. I also have a lord. My lord's strength is heaven-defying. But when he was just starting out, he also needed to know when to advance and when to retreat. Only then can you go further. Being a person and doing things should be the same as cultivation. You need to use both hard and soft, both yin and yang. You need to remember this." Jiangyu nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I understand." "Master, you're talking about the Lord. Why did he send people to the demon spirit realm this time?" Gu Ding looked at Jiangyu and said, "It's fine to tell you. I told you to keep the matter of the 10 Great Sects Alliance a secret. I suspect that their alliance is to deal with the young master." When Jiangyu heard Gu Ding's words, he was stunned. Then, he said in shock, "Master, is what you said true? The 10 Great Sects Alliance is actually to deal with the Lord?" Gu Ding nodded and said, "It's very possible. This matter is actually a long story. I have to start from ancient times. In ancient times, there was a spirit realm. This spirit realm was very powerful and was the most powerful realm at that time. Its strength made the surrounding realms afraid. In the end, the surrounding realms joined forces and prepared to attack the spirit realm. They knew that if they attacked directly, they wouldn't be a match for the spirit realm. Therefore, they thought of a way to split the spirit realm into several different realms. At this point, Gu Ding paused for a moment before continuing. Their plan succeeded. Outside of their plans, the spiritual realm was divided into several realms. But even so, they weren't at ease, so the spiritual realm was still divided. No one knows how many realms the spiritual realm has been divided into. Currently, there are only 4 realms: the sword spirit realm, the demon spirit realm, the technique spirit realm, and the devil spirit realm. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but be even more stunned. He looked at Guding and said, "Master, you're saying that the devil spirit world is just a realm that split off from the ancient spirit world?" Then he discovered the secret of the ancient spirit realm. Finally, he found a passage to the demon spirit realm in a secret realm. So he led his army to invade the demon spirit realm and took it under his wing. Then he led his army to the art spirit realm and captured the art spirit realm. During this process, he discovered the passage to the devil spirit realm. Because of this, we came here. The young master's goal is to restore the spirit realm to its former glory. In order to do so, we need to take back all the realms that were separated from the spirit realm. Therefore, our goal this time is the devil spirit realm. Gu Hai nodded and said, "The devil spirit realm is a realm separated from the ancient spirit realm. Our young master was originally from a lower realm. Later on, he ascended to the sword spirit realm. In the sword spirit realm, his strength improved very quickly and he founded his own sect. After many years of effort, that sect unified the sword spirit realm. While unifying the sword spirit realm, he discovered that there were people from other realms monitoring the sword spirit realm, preventing him from unifying the sword spirit realm. The young master defeated those people and finally unified the sword spirit realm. Then he discovered the secret of the ancient spirit realm. Finally, he found a passage to the demon spirit realm in a secret realm." Having said that, Guding turned his head to Xianxia and said, "You said before that the 10 great sects were persuaded by some external forces to join forces to deal with someone. I'm guessing that they're most likely going to deal with us. The force we belong to is called the Sea Exploring Sect. I didn't tell you before because I was worried that if something happened and you were discovered, they would learn about the existence of the Sea Exploring Sect from you. Now that you're strong enough to protect yourself, and with my help, it won't be easy for them to deal with you. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problem telling you this. But you have to remember, if you're really caught by those guys one day, you must immediately commit suicide and detonate your soul. You must not give them any chance." Xianxia immediately replied, "Yes. Rest assured, master. I know what to do. I won't let them succeed." Guding nodded and said in a deep voice, "Those people from the outside world are very strong. However, they might not be able to directly enter this plane. They might give some support to the 10 great sects, but no matter what, the Sea Exploring Sect will definitely take down the devil world." "We definitely will." Xianxia nodded, but his eyes flashed. He really couldn't imagine how powerful the Sea Exploring Sect was. The Myriad Wraith sect was only one of the 10 great sects in the devil spirit realm. Although they were powerful, they couldn't be compared to the Sea Exploring Sect. This was because the Sea Exploring Sect controlled 3 realms that weren't any smaller than the devil spirit realm. Xianxia really couldn't imagine how powerful the Sea Exploring Sect was. He didn't expect Guding's background to be so great. Guding looked at Xianxia and said, "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You'll know how powerful the Sea Exploring Sect is in the future. What we need to do now is to live safely until the Sea Exploring Sect's army enters the devil spirit realm." Xianxia responded. He finally knew what his goal was, which made him feel completely relieved. Xianxia wasn't clear about Guding's origin. He didn't know why Guding wanted to come to the devil spirit realm, nor did he know which force Guding belonged to. Now that he heard Guding's origin, Xianxia was shocked. He didn't think that Guding would have such an origin. At this point, the last bit of worry in Jiangyu's heart vanished. At the beginning, he was afraid that Guding would appear from the devil realm. Now that he heard Guding's words, he knew that Guding had a master. Moreover, his master was the sect master of a sect. And this sect was much stronger than the Myriad Wraith sect. This information was very important to him. Guding looked at Jiangyu and said, "You already know everything that you need to know. But remember, forget about this matter. We can only talk about it when the young master and the others arrive. Otherwise, don't mention it." Jiangyu nodded. Guding nodded and said, "Alright, let's not talk about it. This matter ends here. Let's talk about something else." What do you think about entering the secret realm? When Xianxia heard Gu Ding, he was stunned. Then he immediately said, Master, my idea is very simple. I want to deal with those fellows from the Battle Corps sect. I can't let them live. Gu Ding shook his head and said, No, we're not going to deal with those fellows from the Battle Corps sect. This core disciple trial is a bit strange. It seems like it's targeted at you, but don't forget that you're still a core disciple of the Myriad Ghost sect. Although the Myriad Ghost sect arranged this trial for you, Elder Zhou had already said a few times before entering the secret realm that you need to take care of each other. These words might seem useless on the surface, but they were actually meant for the core disciples. It's just that they didn't listen. You cultivate the demon god immortal body, which is a very advanced body cultivation technique. It can become the Myriad Ghost sect's treasure. Your current strength isn't considered weak among the core disciples. Moreover, at your age, you can cultivate the demon god immortal body to such a degree. It's enough to show your talent. So as long as you can leave the secret realm alive, the Myriad Ghost sect will focus on cultivating you. At that time, you won't need to be afraid of the Battle Corps sect. Of course, I'm talking about within a year. You don't need to care about these things anymore. So you have to understand that your purpose in entering the secret realm isn't to kill or to find the ancient demon sect's treasure, but to live. As long as you can leave the secret realm alive, it's your victory. Do you understand what I mean? Xianxia didn't understand. Xianxia understood, he wasn't an idiot. He knew what Gu Ding meant. When a person does something, they must have a goal. This time, Xianxia entered the secret realm with a goal in mind. Different goals meant different methods of doing things. For example, if Xianxia wanted to kill people from the Battle Corps sect, then he would have to find them and think of a way to kill them all. Although he would kill some people from the Battle Corps sect, it would be more dangerous for him to do so. If Xianxia wanted to hunt for treasures, then he would have to focus on finding the ancient devil sect's main hall. Only then would he be able to find the main hall of the ancient devil sect. If he just wanted to survive, then it would be even simpler. He didn't need to look for others, nor did he need to do anything else. He just needed to think about how to survive this month. It didn't seem difficult to survive for a month, but it wasn't easy either. One must know that there weren't only disciples of the Million Race sect and the Battle Corps sect in this secret realm. There were also disciples of the other 8 great sections. The Million Race sect and the other 8 great sects didn't necessarily have a good relationship with each other. If Xianxia encountered someone from the other 8 great sects, the other 8 great sects would most likely want his life, especially when they saw Xianxia acting alone. One must know that the people who entered the secret realm this time were all core disciples of the 10 great sects. Each of them had a high status. Killing one of them would bring a lot of benefits. If they were to encounter someone like Xianxia who was alone, then they certainly wouldn't let him go. Therefore, Xianxia was still very dangerous. Xianxia looked at Gu Ding and said, Master, rest assured. I know what to do. Master, although this secret realm isn't very big, it's also not very big. Now that so many people have entered the secret realm, I'm afraid that very few of them are alone. If we want to leave this place alive, then the best way is to find a place to hide. What do you think? Gu Ding nodded and said, That's a good idea. I also have a formation on me as well as an illusion formation. We can find a place, dig a cave, and then hide. Naturally, we need to set up several entrances and exits in the cave. Otherwise, if we're discovered, then we'll be trapped inside. Xianxia nodded and said, All right, Master. Then where are we going now? Gu Ding looked around. There was only desert and strange rocks all around. There was nothing special about this place. This place wasn't suitable for digging a cave. Therefore, Xianxia asked this question. However, Gu Ding felt that this was a good place. Gu Ding thought for a moment and then looked at a strange rock below. Then he said, Let's go to that strange rock. Do you see it? There's a small cave below it. It's naturally formed and isn't deep. Let's go there. Although Xianxia felt that this place wasn't very suitable, he still followed. He was very clear that Gu Ding was stronger than him. He was also more knowledgeable than him. Moreover, he had countless resources on him. Gu Ding shouldn't be wrong. When the two arrived below the strange rock, they discovered that it was very tall. It looked like a tree. The height of the strange rock was about 40 meters. The cave below the strange rock didn't look big from afar. However, when they got closer, they discovered that it was a hole with a diameter of about 5 meters. This large hole was right beside the strange rock. Part of it was slanted downwards, making it look very strange. Guding directly walked into the hole. The hole was filled with sand. There was nothing useful inside. However, Guding didn't mind. He waved his hand and a seed appeared in his hand. Then Guding threw the seed into the hole. Then he sent his spiritual chi over. The seed immediately took root and sprouted in front of Xianxia. But what made Xianxia feel strange was that the seed didn't grow upwards. Instead, it grew downwards. Most importantly, it looked like a tree, but it was hollow. Guding walked in front of the hole and took out a formation. Then he activated the formation. In the next moment, Xianxia discovered that the hole had disappeared and returned to its previous state of being filled with sand. After Guding finished setting up the formation, he turned his head to look at Xianxia and said, "Let's go in." Xianxia nodded and followed Guding into the hole. After they entered, the hole closed and something like wood grew out of it. Xianxia looked at Guding and said, "It's just a small trick." Guding glanced at Xianxia and said, "Don't look, it's just a small trick. This is a new kind of plant, a desert plant. They grow in the desert, and the space inside is where they store water. Even in dry deserts, there are times when it rains. This kind of plant grows under the sand, and every time it rains, it will desperately absorb the water and store it in its stomach. When the dry season comes, it will rely on this water to survive." Later on, the sect discovered this plant and refined it into a mutated seed. As long as it's activated with spiritual chi, it can grow into a tree-like thing in the shortest time possible. The space inside is also very big, and you can rest inside. Most importantly, this thing has branches, and each branch will lead to a different place. This way, we have several entrances and exits. Guding nodded and said, "Don't look, it's just a small trick. This is a new kind of plant, a desert plant. They grow in the desert, and the space inside is where they store water. Even in dry deserts, there are times when it rains." Xianxia listened to Guding's words in a daze. To be honest, he had never heard of this kind of thing. Because the spiritual chi in the demon spirit realm was very strange, it was filled with inattribute spiritual chi. Therefore, the plants here had also mutated. However, they never thought that the plants would mutate like this. This really made him very surprised. Guding led Xianxia forward as he said, "This plant can grow up to a few hundred meters long in the desert. And because it has been refined, it has a certain amount of fighting power. It can also transform according to my will. Now that our path has been completely blocked, there are several entrances and exits inside. These entrances and exits won't be exposed to the outside, so no one will be able to discover them. We can live here peacefully for a while. Let's go, I'll show you the entrances and exits." While speaking, Guding led Xianxia inside. Along the way, they encountered several forks. These forks weren't all entrances and exits. Some of them were used for living, but there were also quite a few entrances and exits. There were as many as 5 of them. Then Guding asked Xianxia to choose a tree hole here and the two of them directly stayed there. They spent their time cultivating every day and never went out. The situation outside was just as Guding had expected. The Battle Corps sect's most important mission in entering the secret realm this time was to kill Xianxia. Therefore, when they arrived at the secret realm, they started looking for Xianxia with all their might. However, they were unable to find him. As for the disciples of the Million Wraith sect, although they didn't necessarily have to find trouble with the Battle Corps sect, if they really encountered them, they would inevitably fight. Their most important mission was to see if there were any good things in this secret realm. The disciples of the other sects were the same. Of course, if two sects encountered each other, they would inevitably fight. Therefore, the entire secret realm slowly developed. The 10 great sects had never been truly at peace. They were constantly fighting each other, wanting to devour each other and unify the devil spirit realm. However, no one was able to do so. In fact, the disciples of the 10 great sects didn't know, And even the people of the 10 great sects didn't know that the most important reason why they had become like this was because someone had instigated them. The instigator wasn't a single person, but an organization. It was just that this organization was very secretive and no one knew about it. Just like the demonic sword sage, these people were also watching the devil spirit realm. Their main goal was to prevent the devil spirit realm from being unified. But now, they had tasted the consequences of their actions. They didn't allow the demon spirit realm to be unified. After so many years, the enmity between the 10 great sects had already been formed. And now, the Sea Exploring sect had appeared. The strength of the Sea Exploring sect had made the people outside feel very confused. It can be said that the Sea Exploring sect was now stronger than the great sects of the spirit realm. This was because the spirit realm was also composed of countless sections. And since these sects couldn't work together, then the Sea Exploring sect had their own ways to deal with them. However, the Sea Exploring sect was a sect that had conquered 3 realms. It only had one sect master, and the entire Sea Exploring sect had to listen to the sect master's words. This was the most terrifying part. It can be said that the reason why the spirit realm was schemed against by the outside world in ancient times was inseparable from the fact that it was composed of countless sections. But now, it was different. The outside world discovered that it was useless to deal with the Sea Exploring sect. This was because the Sea Exploring sect only had one leader, so they couldn't incite them. Moreover, the Sea Exploring sect had already conquered 3 realms. Therefore, the outside world wanted to deal with the Sea Exploring sect in the Devil Spirit realm. Therefore, they wanted the 10 great sects to unite. But at this time, they discovered that they had gone too far in the past. The enmity between the 10 great sects was as deep as the sea. How could they unite? Even if they did, it would only be superficial. In this case, how could they be a match for the Sea Exploring sect? This situation was reflected very well in this secret territory. Unless they didn't encounter the core disciples of the top 10 sects, no matter which sect they were from, they would definitely fight. In addition, these core disciples were all powerful core disciples. Although the casualties were not many, there would still be some casualties. This kind of loss was not something that any sect wanted to see, because those who could become a core disciple of a sect must be a genius. If such a genius died, it would be very distressing for the sect. However, what puzzled the people from the Battle Corps sect and the Myriad Ghost sect was that no one had seen Xianxia since they had entered the secret realm. This made the people from the 2 sects feel very strange. It had been half a month since they entered the secret realm, but no one had seen Xianxia. Wasn't this very strange? The people of the Battle Corps sect were frantically looking for Xianxia, but it seemed like Xianxia had never appeared in the secret realm. They had no place to look for him. Most importantly, the people of the Battle Corps sect didn't dare to split up. They could only move together because they knew very well that if they split up in the secret realm, they would really die. If the people of the other sects encountered a disciple of the Battle Corps sect who was alone, they would definitely not be polite. They wouldn't even let go of a small group of disciples of the Battle Corps sect. It was precisely because of this that the disciples of the Battle Corps sect didn't dare to split up. They could only move together. This way, they could only search area by area. However, half a month had passed. They had already fought with the core disciples of several other sects and even lost dozens of people. However, until now, they still hadn't seen Xianxu's shadow. How could the people of the Battle Corps sect not go crazy with anger? The disciples of the Myriad Ghost sect were also very puzzled. They had seen Xianxia enter the secret realm with their own eyes, but they hadn't seen Xianxia even once after such a long time. Wasn't this too strange? This secret realm wasn't very big, but they hadn't seen Xianxia even once. This was a problem. Compared to the people of the Myriad Ghost sect and the Battle Corps sect, the purpose of the disciples of the other sects was very simple. They were here for the inheritance of the ancient demon sect in the secret realm. Of course, they also wanted to properly meet the core disciples of the other sections. Compared to these sect disciples, Xianxia and Guding were very comfortable these days. Although the cave that Guding made wasn't very big, it wasn't the most important thing for cultivators like them. Moreover, when Guding planted the seed, it was under a strange rock. Even if the people above turned the sky upside down, or even knocked down the strange rock, it wouldn't affect them, let alone discover them. Therefore, the two of them were very comfortable these days. No one came to disturb them. However, Xianxia was still a little worried. He was worried that he would be looked down upon by the myriad race sect after he left this place. If that was the case, his days in the myriad race sect would not be easy. Guding also saw Xianxu's worry. He called Xianxia to his room and said, "Xianxia, I can see that you're a little uneasy these days." Xianxia looked at Guding and said, "Yes, master. I'm a little worried. This secret realm isn't very big. If we don't show up and wait until it's time to leave, then other people will know that we're hiding. At that time, I'm afraid that they'll look down on me. I'm afraid that my days in the myriad ghost sect won't be good." Guding smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as we can endure for a year or so, then we won't have to worry about the myriad ghost sect. You don't have to worry about this." Upon hearing this, Xianxia stared for a moment before he immediately reacted. He nodded and said, "Yes, master. I understand." Just as Guding was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. His expression changed as he said, "Not good. I didn't expect someone to be able to break the illusory eye. The illusory formation that I brought out this time wasn't very advanced. Let's go, we'll leave immediately." When Xianxia heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately nodded and returned to his room. After packing up his things, he followed Guding and flew towards one of the entrances. It didn't take long before Guding arrived at the entrance. At this time, they felt the tree hole shake. It seems like someone was attacking the tree hole. Guding and Xianxia moved and flew out of the tree hole. Then, Guding waved his hand and the big tree immediately turned into a seed and fell into their hands. At this time, the two of them noticed that there were hundreds of people standing above them. These people were all wearing black robes, but under their black robes were all golden skeletons. And now, one of them was attacking the tree hole where Guding and Xianxia were at. Now, when these people saw the two of them rushing out from the ground, they were all stunned. Guding wasn't stunned. He immediately said to Xianxia, "Let's go." Of course, he didn't say this directly. That would only expose his identity. Guding used his spiritual force to speak to Xianxia. Without waiting for Jiangnu's response, the two of them directly sank into the ground and disappeared. Earth escape technique was a very common escape technique among the 5 elements escape techniques. However, there weren't many who could use this escape technique well. This was because many cultivators didn't like using it. Compared to flying, the earth escape technique was a little too frustrating. Cultivators pursued great freedom and freedom. How could you pursue great freedom and freedom in the ground? It was precisely because of this that although the earth escape technique was a good technique, not many people knew how to use it. Many cultivators didn't even know how to use it at all. When the people from the Golden Bone sect saw Guding and Xianxia disappear into the ground, they were stunned at first. Then they immediately understood what was going on. One of the people from the Golden Bone sect immediately moved his hand as a huge palm made out of spiritual chi reached towards the ground. This palm made out of spiritual chi only had the appearance of bones. It looked like a huge palm made out of bones. When the palm reached the ground, it created a pit that was 100 meters deep and 2 li in diameter. However, there was nothing in the pit. This made the people from the Golden Bone sect feel strange. But then one of them immediately said, "Pay attention to the surroundings." They used the earth escape technique, but it's impossible for them to stay underground forever. Let's see where they went. The others nodded and immediately looked around. Suddenly, a disciple said, "Senior brother, they're over there. 10 li away from us." They came out. The people from the Golden Bone sect looked in the direction the disciple was pointing at. Just as the disciple said, 2 figures came out of the ground and were heading towards the distance. The person from the Golden Bone sect immediately said, "After them." The others nodded and then chased in that direction. Xianxia glanced behind him and said, "Master, these guys are from the Golden Bone sect. They're a special kind of body cultivator. They're very strong. If we get entangled by them, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave." Guding looked at the people from the Golden Bone sect, then he coldly snorted and said, "If we weren't afraid of exposing ourselves, we would have killed them in a matter of minutes." Let's go. Jiangyu nodded, then the two sped up their escape technique. But at this moment, a black gas rolled towards them. Upon seeing the black gas, Jiangyu's expression changed. He said, "Master, it's the people from the Battle Corps sect. It seems like there's a lot of them. What do you think?" Gu Ding looked at the direction the Battle Corps sect came from. Then he said, "Let's go this way. They already know that we can use the earth escape technique. I'm afraid this technique won't work. Let's go." Then he immediately turned and flew towards the distance. At this time, the people from the Battle Corps sect also noticed Gu Ding and Jiangyu. Upon seeing them, the people from the Battle Corps sect immediately went crazy. They had been looking for these two for a long time. They didn't expect to meet them here. How could they let them go? The people from the Battle Corps sect immediately changed their direction and chased after the two. When the people from the Golden Bone sect saw the people from the Battle Corps sect, they stopped. This didn't mean that they were afraid of the Battle Corps sect. It was just that they didn't have as many people as the Battle Corps sect. Gu Ding's expression changed when he saw the people from the Battle Corps sect chasing after them. He snorted coldly and said, "It seems like these people from the Battle Corps sect won't be kind to us. It's troublesome to deal with more than 300 people." Jiangyu looked at Gu Ding and said, "Master, what do we do now?" Gu Ding looked around and suddenly noticed a stone forest not far away. The stone forest was made up of strange rocks. These strange rocks were all very tall. The shortest one was over 20 meters tall, and the tallest one was over 100 meters tall. There were also a lot of them. It was a pretty good place. Thinking of this, Gu Ding immediately led Jiangyu towards the stone forest. When the two arrived at the stone forest, the people from the Battle Corps sect had already caught up. But at this time, Gu Ding and Jiangyu entered the stone forest. As soon as they entered the stone forest, Gu Ding and Jiangyu directly landed on the ground and disappeared. When the people from the Battle Corps sect entered the stone forest, they couldn't see the two anymore. The leader of the Battle Corps sect was a cultivator who looked to be in his 20s. His face was pale, but his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. His appearance was very handsome, but his eyes ruined his overall appearance. This made him look like a natural villain. He looked at the stone forest and said, "Are you sure that Jiangyu is in this stone forest?" A disciple said, "Yes, senior brother. I saw them enter the stone forest and then disappear. They might have used an earth escape technique. Of course, we were one step too late." The person nodded and said, "All right, the earth escape technique isn't anything special. Everyone, listen up. Break this earth escape technique for me. This time, we can't let him escape." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they directly entered the stone forest. Then, waves of chi struck the ground. Countless strange rocks were knocked down, and the entire stone forest was in a mess. All cultivators knew that the earth escape technique couldn't go too deep into the earth. Otherwise, the pressure of the earth would crush them to death. Similarly, the layer of earth couldn't be destroyed. If a sudden burst of energy hit the ground and destroyed the layer of earth, then the earth escape technique wouldn't be able to be used. It was precisely because of these restrictions that the earth shield technique wasn't thought highly of by cultivators. Naturally, it was cultivated too early. Just as the people from the Battle Corps sect were destroying the stone forest, a sharp-eyed disciple suddenly saw a figure flash in the depths of the stone forest. He focused his eyes and saw that it was Jiangyu and Gu Ding. The two of them were no longer underground. They were flying towards the depths of the stone forest at a very fast speed. He immediately shouted, "Senior brother Xiang, they are over there." When the pale-faced Battle Corps sect disciple heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head to look into the depths of the stone forest. Coincidentally, he saw Jiangyu and Gu Ding. He immediately shouted, "Chase!" Everyone immediately chased after them. Gu Ding and Jiangyu had already raised their speed completely. They circled around the stone forest and kept flying forward. However, because there were too many stones in the stone forest, their speed wasn't very fast. As for the Battle Corps sect's people, they didn't care too much. They directly flew over the stone forest and soon arrived 2 li away from Gu Ding and Jiangyu. At this moment, Gu Ding and Jiangyu's figures flashed and directly burrowed into the ground. The Battle Corps sect's people immediately chased after them. At the same time, they released their qi and directly struck the ground. However, after attacking for a while, they still didn't find Gu Ding and Jiangyu. At this moment, Cultivator Xiang from the Battle Corps sect also noticed that something was wrong. He immediately said, "Stop, everyone stop." Everyone was confused. They all stopped and looked at Senior Brother Xiang. Senior Brother Xiang looked around and his face sank. He said, "Which junior brother is good at formations? Come and take a look. Why do I feel like we have entered a formation?" Hearing this, the other Battle Corps sect disciples were stunned. Then their faces changed. Then, a disciple immediately looked around and moved his fingers. After a while, his face changed and he said, "Senior brother, we have indeed entered a formation. Moreover, this formation might be the illusory killing formation. I don't have a way to break this formation yet. I need to wait for a while and calculate properly." Senior Brother Xiang said, "Alright, you go and break the formation. Leave the rest to us. What do you think we should do now?" The disciple said, "If this is really an illusionary killing formation, then senior brothers, it's best if you don't do anything. If you move, the formation will attack you. Also, this illusionary killing formation might turn our own people into enemies, causing us to attack each other. Therefore, in the following period of time, if you see an enemy or a ghost appear beside you, don't immediately attack. You must first prepare your defenses and then use the secret code of the Battle Corps sect. If you can match them, then they're our own people. If you can't match them, then they're our enemies. You can kill them." Senior Brother Xiang nodded. But then he frowned and said, "Jiangyu is also a member of our Battle Corps sect. He knows our secret language. If we use the secret language and Jiangyu uses the secret language, won't we still be in danger?" Senior Brother Xiang nodded. When the disciple heard Senior Brother Xiang, he was stunned. Then he nodded and said, "This is indeed troublesome. Senior brother, why don't you set a signal with everyone? If we use it, then we'll be on the same side. If we don't use it, then we'll be enemies." Senior Martial Brother Xiang thought for a moment and nodded. "Alright, then it's decided. How about this? In the future, if you see any ghosts or monsters as enemies, first defend yourself and then form the Battle Corps seal. Those who don't form the Battle Corps seal are enemies, and those who form the Battle Corps seal are on our side." The surrounding Battle Corps sect disciples all agreed. This Battle Corps seal was a seal that every disciple in the Battle Corps sect knew. This seal wasn't very powerful, it could even be said that it didn't have much power. It was just a seal that the Battle Corps sect disciples used to show their identity. Using this seal as a secret code was very suitable. As soon as Senior Brother Xiang finished speaking, he suddenly realized that all the junior brothers around him had disappeared. Then, countless malicious spirits suddenly appeared around him, and they were all rushing towards him. Seeing this, Senior Brother Xiang couldn't help but coldly snort. Then a thick barrier appeared around his body. Then he formed the Battle Corps seal in his hand. Then he saw some ghosts around him forming the Battle Corps seal. However, there were still some ghosts that didn't form the Battle Corps seal. Senior Brother Xiang couldn't help but be happy. Then he immediately attacked the ghosts that didn't form the Battle Corps seal. However, he discovered that these ghosts were all illusions. They weren't real ghosts, nor were they enemies. But this wasn't the end. Soon, more ghosts appeared. Senior Brother Xiang didn't disperse his Battle Corps seal. Instead, he waved his hand and a Battle Corps appeared beside him. This Battle Corps attacked the ghosts that didn't form the Battle Corps seal. At this time, a killing intent suddenly shot towards Senior Brother Xiang. Senior Brother Xiang also felt this killing intent. He immediately commanded his Battle Corps to attack the source of the killing intent. But at this time, a ghost silently appeared beside him and punched him in the back. Senior Brother Xiang felt a huge force rushing into his body. Senior Brother Xiang spurted out a mouthful of blood along with pieces of his internal organs. Then he directly fell to the ground, dead. After Senior Brother Xiang died, the other disciples of the Battle Corps sect were also attacked one after another. However, because they were in the illusion array, they couldn't tell others that they were being attacked. Therefore, they could only be killed one by one. 8 hours later, all the Battle Corps sect disciples that had entered the stone forest had been killed by Jiangyu and Guding. Jiangyu and Guding only let out long sighs of relief when the last Battle Corps sect disciple was killed. The moment Guding discovered the stone forest, he decided to use the illusory killing formation to deal with the Battle Corps sect. This time, Guding brought a lot of good things with him when he entered the demon spirit world. The illusory killing formation was just one of them. Of course, this illusory killing formation couldn't be compared to the sea exploring sect's mountain protecting formation. However, its power wasn't small either. Therefore, after Guding entered the stone forest, he immediately went underground. Then, he chose a suitable place in the stone forest, placed the formation disc there, and activated it. After the formation disc was activated, he returned to the illusory killing formation. Then, he appeared with Jiangyu and led the Battle Corps sect into the illusory killing formation. Once the Battle Corps sect entered the illusory killing formation, they activated it. However, when they activated the illusory killing array, they happened to hear the Battle Corps sect's secret signal. The two decided to beat them at their own game. After they agreed on the secret signal, they activated the illusory killing array and began to kill the Battle Corps sect's members one by one. The reason why the people of the Battle Corps sect didn't attack the illusion formation like crazy was that they still had hope. Because they agreed on the secret signal, they thought that the enemy wouldn't know their secret signal. This way, they would be able to distinguish the enemy. At the same time, they also hoped that the disciple who was proficient in arrays would be able to break the formation. It was precisely because of this hope that they didn't attack the illusory killing array. In fact, if they attacked the illusory killing array together, they might really be able to break it. After all, this illusory killing array wasn't very strong. It was precisely because they didn't do so that they were killed by Guding and Jiangyu one by one. One must know that the disciples of various sects who entered the secret realm this time weren't ordinary disciples. They were all core disciples. As far as the situation of each sect was concerned, it was absolutely impossible to become a core disciple if you weren't at least at the spirit refining realm. Moreover, these core disciples were all important forces in the sect. It could be said that they were the future of the sect. Therefore, their cultivation resources were much more than ordinary inner disciples. Each of them was also the kind of person who had great luck. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to become a core disciple. It was precisely because of this that these core disciples had all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Under normal circumstances, these core disciples were much stronger than a sect elder. Wanting to kill them wasn't an easy task. This time, the number of core disciples of each sect that entered the secret domain was about 1,000. It wasn't too many, but it wasn't too few either. Previously, when the disciples of each sect encountered each other, they had engaged in several battles. However, the number of core disciples that died in the battle was very small. For example, the Thousand Wraith sect only lost a dozen core disciples. The Battle Corps sect was the same. The number of core disciples that died in the battle was no more than 20. The main reason why so few of these core disciples died in battle was because they were all very restrained. There were very few times when they would risk their lives. This was because these core disciples were very clear that they had a great future ahead of them. How could they risk their lives here? If they died in the battle, they would have nothing left. It was precisely because of this that they didn't risk their lives. Everyone's strength was about the same. If they really fought, no one would have an advantage. Therefore, they could only retreat. But this time, more than 300 disciples of the Battle Corps sect were killed in the stone forest. This was already a third of the total number of disciples that entered the secret realm. Such a loss was definitely a huge blow to the Battle Corps sect. It was truly a huge loss. One of the reasons Jiangyu and the others had been able to succeed so easily was because they were stronger. Another reason was that they had used a formation array. The disciples of the Battle Corps sect didn't know much about the sea exploring sect's formation array. Lastly, the disciples of the Battle Corps sect were too self-reliant. The disciples of the Battle Corps sect were incomparably strong. They also believed that a formation wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Moreover, they always thought that Jiangyu was a divine realm chi refinement realm disciple. How could he be their opponent? They misjudged Xiangyu's strength because they didn't think that Xiangyu's strength would advance by leaps and bounds in just a few months. Therefore, it was natural for them to be defeated. After killing all of the Battle Corps sect's disciples, Xiangyu immediately began to collect their belongings. These disciples had a lot of good things on them. Their storage equipment and battle corpses were all good things. Most importantly, Xiangyu wanted to take away the identity medallions of the Battle Corps sect's disciples. These identity medallions were good stuff. Because the purpose of this trial was to kill the disciples of other sects, the Myriad Wraith sect had issued an order. If they could kill disciples of other sects and bring back their identity medallions, the sect would give them a certain reward based on the number of identity medallions they had. Of course, the Myriad Wraith sect didn't think about how many disciples they could kill. They were very clear that the other sects wouldn't let their disciples act alone. After all, each core disciple was very precious. Since Xiangyu had killed so many Battle Corps sect disciples, he would be rewarded handsomely if he brought all of their identity tokens back to the Myriad Wraith sect. That was why he was collecting the identity tokens of these disciples. After dealing with all of this, Xiangyu went to Gu Ding's side and said, "Master, what do we do next? Do we stay here?" Gu Ding thought for a moment before replying, "All right, let's stay here. Those people from the Battle Corps sect didn't seem to have sent any signals to anyone else. We shouldn't be in too much danger if we stay here. How about this? We can build a cave here and stay here until the end of the trial." Xiangyu naturally wouldn't object. To be honest, he was already extremely envious of Gu Ding's various methods. Just by looking at Gu Ding's methods, Xiangyu could imagine how powerful the Scouring Sea sect was. Not to mention anything else, even a core disciple of the Myriad Wraith sect wouldn't have so many good things like Gu Ding. After Gu Ding finished building an underground cave, the two sat down inside. Then Xiangyu said to Gu Ding, "Master, you must have come to the Devil Spirit world to gather information because of your strength. You must have been recognized by the sect master, right?" Gu Ding glanced at Xiangyu and said with a smile, "You want to ask me what my status is in the Sea Exploring sect, right?" "Hee, to tell you the truth, I'm not a member of the Sea Exploring sect. I'm just young master's servant." Gu Ding replied, "I'm from the undead race, and all of us are young master's servants. Of course, we're only one of the young master's many servant races. We don't belong to the Sea Exploring sect. However, I do know about the sect's situation. The sect has more than 13 billion disciples. This number refers to those at the spirit refining realm and above. Those who can't fly aren't counted. There are too many people with strength like me in the Sea Exploring sect. If you don't comprehend the power of laws, you wouldn't be able to call yourself an expert. Moreover, although there are devil cultivators in the Sea Exploring sect, there aren't many ghost cultivators. There aren't any undead race members in the Sea Exploring sect either. All of them are living people like you." Xiangyu stared blankly at Gu Ding. He had only been probing today, but he hadn't expected Gu Ding to say that the Sea Exploring sect had such strength. To be honest, Xiangyu was already extremely shocked when he heard Gu Ding say that the Sea Exploring sect was actually this powerful. He had never imagined that the Sea Exploring sect would actually be this powerful. Gu Ding looked at Xiangyu and smiled faintly. "Are you surprised? Don't you understand why the Sea Exploring sect is so strong? Even if all the sects in the Devil Spirit realm were added together, they wouldn't be as strong as the Sea Exploring sect, right?" Xiangyu nodded. Although he wasn't clear about the number of Qi refining and Divine Realm disciples in the demon world, he was certain that there wouldn't be more than 10 billion. Not to mention 10 billion, there wouldn't even be 1 billion. This was because the demon world's population was very large. The living environment in the demon world was very bad. In addition, the disciples of the various sects didn't care much about ordinary people. Therefore, the number of ordinary people was very small. And since the number of ordinary people was small, the number of disciples of the various sects couldn't be large. Naturally, the number of disciples above the Qi refining and divine realm wouldn't be a lot. Gu Ding looked at Xiangyu and smiled faintly. "Don't forget that the Sea Exploring sect controls 3 realms. The population of each of these 3 realms is more than the Devil Spirit realm. Moreover, the management style of the Sea Exploring sect is different from the management style of the other sections. This is why there are so many disciples. The reason why we were sent to investigate this time is mainly because the devil spirit realm only has inattribute spiritual chi. If we send someone who isn't a ghost cultivator to investigate, they would immediately be discovered as soon as they arrive. Even the devil cultivators of the sea exploring sect wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, we were sent here. Of course, we'll be joining the sea exploring sect. Xianxia nodded. He knew that he would join the sea exploring sect, but he didn't expect that someone as strong as Guding would only be a servant. Xianxia looked at Guding and said, "Master, how many people do you have? How many people are as strong as you?" Guding sighed and said, "Although our undead race has a lot of people, there aren't many with our strength. Our undead race was brought up from the lower realms by the young master. In the beginning, our strength wasn't suitable to appear in this layer. It wasn't until later that we obtained an inheritance that our strength increased. But because it hasn't been long since we obtained the inheritance, we aren't very strong." Xianxia nodded. Then Guding said, "You have to work hard when you join the Scouring Sea sect. You're very talented in body cultivation. Moreover, you can endure hardships. Because of this, you'll be able to progress so quickly. Once you join the Scouring Sea sect, you'll definitely become stronger with the guidance of a great master." Xianxia nodded. At the same time, his eyes lit up. He really wanted to join the sea exploring sect as soon as possible. He wanted to see the might of the sea exploring sect as soon as possible and become an expert. Compared to Xianxia and Guding, who were safe and comfortable in the tree hole, the people of the Battle Corps sect weren't having a good time. This was because the people of the Battle Corps sect discovered that a team of more than 300 people had disappeared. This made them very surprised. Although it was only a team of 300 people and not a team of 1,000 people, it was still impossible for the other sects to eat them up. Moreover, even if the other sects wanted to eat this team of 300 people, they would have to pay a huge price and make a big commotion. Moreover, the other sects could send an alarm so that they could provide support. But now, nothing happened. The team of 300 disappeared without a trace. There were no alarms or movements. It was like a drop of water dripping into a desert and disappearing without a trace. This was too strange. At the same time, this also shocked the people of the Battle Corps sect. They immediately gathered and began to search for traces of the team of 300 people. The Battle Corps sect's actions also attracted the attention of the other sections. One must know that the disciples of the other sects weren't all gathered together. They were divided into small groups, and each group had about 100 people. A group of 300 people like the Battle Corps sect was already very rare. But now, the people of the Battle Corps sect were all gathered together. This group had more than 700 people. Such a group could completely crush the other sects' groups. Because of this, the other sects immediately called back their groups and gathered together to prevent the Battle Corps sect from making any moves. However, the people of the Battle Corps sect didn't care about this. They were now trying their best to find the location of the 300 people. However, they couldn't find them even after searching for a long time. During this process, they also encountered teams from other sections. However, the people of the Battle Corps sect didn't think that the other sects had killed their 300 people. This was because they discovered that the other sects didn't suffer too many losses. Therefore, they didn't think that the other sects were the ones who destroyed their 300 people. They believed that even if all the sects gathered together, they would still lose at least 100 to 200 people. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to succeed. But now, it was clear that there were no other sects that suffered such great losses. In the end, the people of the Battle Corps sect had no choice but to use a secret technique to see if they could find the location of those people. This secret technique was something that only the core disciples of the Battle Corps sect could use. Because of this, Xianxia didn't know how to use it. After using this secret technique, the people of the Battle Corps sect arrived at the stone forest. They quickly discovered that there were traces of fighting in the stone forest. Moreover, from the way the attacks were made, it seems like someone was attacking the ground. Then they went deeper into the stone forest. However, they were discovered by a disciple who knew how to use formations. There was an illusion formation in the stone forest. This made the people of the Battle Corps sect very surprised. At the same time, they also thought that they had found the right place. This must be the place where their group disappeared. However, the people from the Battle Corps sect were smart. They didn't enter the illusory killing array. Instead, they attacked it from the outside. They wanted to break it from the outside. As soon as these people entered the stone forest, Xianxia and Guding discovered them. However, Xianxia and Guding didn't make a move. Although the underground tree hole they were hiding in was also in the stone forest, it was quite a distance away from the illusion array. With the previous experience, Guding was even more careful with the arrangement of the underground tree hole. He didn't use an illusion array outside the tree hole because although the illusion array could deceive ordinary people, the people here were all core disciples of various sections. They were powerful and had various means. It was very likely that they would discover the illusion array. Because of this, after Guding planted the underground tree hole, he camouflaged the outside of the tree hole. He made the entrance of the underground tree hole look like an ordinary cave. This wasn't an illusion formation, it was done using magic techniques. Then, he entered the underground tree hole. As for the illusory killing formation, Guding didn't take it back, nor did he use it. Once the formation was taken back, the other sects would quickly discover that there was something wrong with the stone forest. If they came to the stone forest to search, they would certainly find the dead Battle Corps sect members. One must know that although the corpses of the Battle Corps sect members were buried, it was still possible to find them. This way, the other sects would discover the deaths of the Battle Corps sect members in advance. When the time comes, they would certainly go all out to capture the Battle Corps sect members. At that time, it would be hard to say whether the Battle Corps sect members would be able to survive until the moment they leave the secret realm. This was also the reason why Guding didn't use it. They had already killed more than 300 people from the Battle Corps sect. If they used the illusory killing array, they might not be able to kill too many people from the Battle Corps sect. Because of this, Guding left the illusory killing array there while he and Xianxia went into hiding. This way, it would take a few days for the Battle Corps sect to discover the problem with the stone forest. And it would take another few days for them to break the illusory formation and discover the corpses of the Battle Corps sect. At that time, it would be very difficult for them to find Zhao Hai and Xianxia. They wouldn't even think that Zhao Hai and Xianxia were hiding in the stone forest. This time, Guding placed the underground tree hole at the edge of the stone forest. It was also the edge where they entered the stone forest. This was the place that was least likely to be discovered because it was the easiest place for people to overlook. People would always subconsciously overlook the path that they've been through. This way, there wouldn't be anything that they haven't discovered. And Guding took advantage of this point. He placed the hole at the entrance of the stone forest. This way, when people enter the stone forest, they would look inside the stone forest and not at the entrance. Naturally, the most important thing was that people would sometimes unconsciously draw a circle and trap themselves in it. When people entered the stone forest, they would subconsciously draw the stone forest into a circle. They would treat the inside of the stone forest and the outside of the stone forest as two different worlds. However, they would never think that the inside of the stone forest and the outside of the stone forest were completely different worlds. Guding's thoughts were also correct. His arrangements were now working. The people of the Battle Corps sect didn't discover the disappearance of the 300 people at first. When they discovered that they had lost contact with the 300 people, it was already 2 days after Guding and the others killed them. Then they immediately gathered everyone and began to search for the missing people. By the time they discovered the problem with the stone forest, 3 days had already passed. Then they entered the stone forest and discovered the illusory formation. Then they began to break the formation. Although the illusory formation wasn't controlled, its power was still there. Because of this, it took the Battle Corps sect 2 days to break the formation. When the Battle Corps sect broke the illusory formation, they spent another day to find the corpses of the Battle Corps sect members. Then they began to search for clues. However, they made a mistake. They treated the stone forest as an independent existence and kept searching. In the end, they didn't find anything and wasted another 2 days. By the time they discovered that there were no clues in the stone forest, there were only 4 days left before they had to leave the secret realm. Naturally, the people from the Battle Corps sect weren't willing to give up. They lost so many people while the other sects were completely fine. How could they remain calm? Therefore, they started to provoke the other sections. The people sent by the other sects were all disciples of the core lords. Not to mention their strength, they were also proud and arrogant. How could they endure this kind of provocation? Thus, the battle royale began once again. In the following days, the secret realm was in chaos. The various sects were fighting each other. This battle was also the most tragic one. The losses of the core disciples of the various sects weren't small. When it was finally time to leave the secret realm, the core masters of the various sects also discovered that their losses were beyond their expectations. For example, the Thousand Wraith sect had more than 1,000 people. In the first 20 days, they lost less than 20 people. However, in the last few days, they lost more than 200 people. Now, their number was less than 900. The situation of the other sects was similar. They lost a lot of core disciples. The most miserable one was the Battle Corps sect. Now, the Battle Corps sect only had less than 400 people left. Such a loss was absolutely huge. It was also the greatest loss among the 10 great sects. Gu Ding and Xianxia also knew that it was time to leave. Therefore, they flew out of the underground tree hole and went straight to the exit. Of course, the two were very careful. They had been paying attention to the situation around them. As long as they saw the other sects' teams, they would immediately avoid them. Therefore, nothing unexpected happened. The people of the other sects also noticed Gu Ding and Xianxia, but they didn't make a move. This was because they knew very well that there was a time limit to the opening of the secret realm. If they didn't leave this place within this time, then they wouldn't be able to leave this place for the next 100 years. Although the spiritual energy in this secret realm was good, there was nothing else here other than spiritual energy. If they were really trapped here for 100 years, even if they had a long lifespan and didn't die, their strength wouldn't improve much within 100 years. By the time they left, it would be too late. It was precisely because of this that the people of the various sects didn't fight at this time. They all prioritized leaving the secret realm. It was precisely because of this that no one came to deal with Xianxia and Gu Ding. Xianxia and Gu Ding soon saw the people of the Million Race sect. Xianxia directly brought Gu Ding to the side of the disciples of the Million Race sect. The people of the Million Race sect also saw Xianxia. They were really surprised. They hadn't seen Xianxia for a month. They thought that Xianxia had been killed by the people of the Battle Corps sect. They didn't expect that Xianxia would appear again. Moreover, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. However, no matter what these disciples of the Million Race sect thought, they wouldn't make things difficult for Xianxia and Gu Ding at this time. No matter what, Xianxia was now a disciple of the Million Race sect. The conflict between them and Xianxia was an internal conflict of the Million Race sect. It was absolutely impossible for others to deal with Xianxia. Therefore, the people of the Million Race sect didn't make things difficult for Xianxia and allowed him to follow them out of the secret realm. Xianxia's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the people from the Battle Corps sect. Each and every one of them looked at Xianxia with fire in their eyes. This time, they entered the secret realm to kill Xianxia. But now, not only did they fail to kill Xianxia, but they also lost so many people. How could they not hate Xianxia? However, it was useless to hate him. It was time to leave the secret realm. If they made a move at this time, they would become enemies with everyone. At that time, they wouldn't be able to leave. Elder Zhou calmly looked at the entrance of the mystic realm. Now that the spatial rift had appeared, it was just waiting for the disciples inside to come out. But to be honest, Elder Zhou was very worried about Xianxia. He was afraid that Xianxia would die inside. This wasn't because Elder Zhou had a good impression of Xianxia, but because Elder Zhou didn't want the Myriad Race sect to compromise with the Battle Corps sect. In Elder Zhou's opinion, if the Battle Corps sect dared to go to war with the Myriad Race sect because of Xianxia, then the Myriad Race sect would go to war with the Myriad Race sect. What was there to be afraid of? Was the Myriad Race sect afraid of the Battle Corps sect? But in the end, the Myriad Race sect compromised with the Battle Corps sect and came up with a method to let Xianxia participate in the trial. This was clearly giving the Battle Corps sect an opportunity to kill Xianxia. This was what Elder Zhou didn't want to see the most. Therefore, Elder Zhou hoped that Xianxia would be fine. This was equivalent to slapping the Battle Corps sect's face. He wanted to see what the Battle Corps sect would say. At the same time, Elder Zhou also understood that if Jiangyu really came out of the secret realm alive, then Jiangyu would definitely be valued. The people in the sect wouldn't care about the threat of the Battle Corps sect anymore. However, Elder Zhou was also very clear that it wouldn't be easy for Jiangyu to come out of the secret realm alive. When he had entered the secret realm, Elder Zhou had already noticed that the core disciples of the sect didn't have a good impression of Jiangyu. It was impossible for them to help Jiangyu after entering the secret realm. If Jiangyu had to face the pursuit of the entire Battle Corps sect alone in the secret realm, his chances of survival would be greatly reduced. Because of this, although Elder Zhou hoped that Jiangyu could come out of the secret realm alive, he knew that the chances of Jiangyu coming out of the secret realm alive were very slim. At this time, some disciples flew out from the secret realm. The first to arrive was the Golden Bone Gate. They had about the same number of disciples as the Myriad Ghost Gate, less than 900. The elder's expression changed after seeing this loss. However, the White Bone sect also had the same number of disciples as the Golden Bone sect. The Golden Bone sect's elder's expression couldn't help but loosen up. However, it still wasn't good. One must know that because the Golden Bone sect and the White Bone sect both cultivated skeletons, the relationship between the two sects had always been good. They could even be considered as a small alliance. Now that the two sects had lost several hundred disciples, if the other sects didn't lose as many, then it meant that the other sects had schemed against them. However, when the other sects came out, they also had about the same number of disciples as the Golden Bone sect and the White Bone sect. At this time, the elders of the Golden Bone sect and the White Bone sect recovered. In their opinion, there must have been a great battle in the secret realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost so many people. At this moment, the people from the Myriad Wraith sect flew out of the secret realm. The number of people from the Myriad Wraith sect flying out of the secret realm was about the same as the other sections. This was within Elder Zhou's expectations, so he didn't find it strange. His gaze swept through the crowd and quickly found Jiangyu. This was because although Jiangyu was also standing with the disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect, there was no one beside him. It seemed like he had been excluded by the people of the Myriad Wraith sect. However, Elder Zhou didn't care about this situation. When he saw Jiangyu, he couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at the others and nodded, "All right, come and rest." Everyone nodded and then stood behind Elder Zhou. At this time, the people of the Battle Corps sect also came out of the rift. When the Battle Corps sect came out, the elders of the other sects were stunned. This was because the Battle Corps sect only had 300 people, less than 400. How could they not be surprised? They thought that the losses of the other sects were about the same. They didn't expect the Battle Corps sect to have such a huge loss. When the elder of the Battle Corps sect saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He immediately asked the disciple of the Battle Corps sect, "What's going on? Where are the others?" The disciple's expression was ugly as he replying to the elder, "The others have all died. We're the only ones left." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned ugly. He looked at the disciple and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" The Battle Corps sect's disciple had an ugly expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Elder, we have more than 300 disciples. We don't know who set up an illusionary killing array and all of them died inside. Later on, we probed the other sects and triggered a war. More than 300 people died. Therefore, only these disciples are left." Although his words were very simple, they roughly understood what was going on. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders of the other sects changed. They looked at the people of the Battle Corps sect with unfriendly gazes. They didn't care how many people the Battle Corps sect lost. They only saw that their own sect lost more than 300 people. And this loss was because of the Battle Corps sect. How could they not be angry? Elder Zhou glanced at the Battle Corps sect elder and snorted. "The Battle Corps sect is really impressive. You actually dared to take the initiative to challenge us. Don't tell me that the Battle Corps sect doesn't owe us an explanation?" The Battle Corps sect elder glanced at Elder Zhou and said with bloodshot eyes, "Surnamed Zhou, stop adding insult to injury. You heard it too. They said that more than 300 of our Battle Corps sect's disciples died mysteriously. I suspect that the Myriad Wraith sect is behind this. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Elder Zhou snorted. You also said that you only suspect. Who can prove that the myriad race sect is behind this? You have to have evidence to back up your words. The Battle Corps sect elder glared at Elder Zhou and said coldly, Surnamed Zhou, don't be so smug. This matter isn't over. After saying that, he waved his hand and led the disciples of the Battle Corps sect onto the large Dharma artifact of the Battle Corps sect and flew away. Elder Zhou looked in the direction of the Battle Corps sect and snorted. Just you wait. I want to see how you're going to end this. After saying that, Elder Zhou cupped his fists at the elders of the other sects and led everyone into the Ghost King Hall. When they entered the Ghost King Palace, the Ghost King Palace immediately soared into the sky. Elder Zhou looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, You all have done well. Tell me, what kind of harvest did you get? Take out all the identity cards of the other sects that you have obtained. If you have obtained the inheritance of the ancient devil sect in the secret territory, take it out as well. The sect will reward you. Everyone replied in unison. They then took out some of the items that they had obtained and handed them over to Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou took a look at the items that they had handed over. Most of them were the identity badges of disciples from other sections. There were a few items that they had obtained from the secret grounds. However, they weren't worth much. Finally, it was Jiang Yu's turn. He walked in front of Elder Zhou and waved his hand. A pile of identity badges appeared in front of him. These identity badges were all from the Battle Corps sect. There were more than 300 of them. Seeing these identity badges, the disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they all looked at Jiang Yu in shock. Even Elder Zhou stared blankly at the identity badges. After a while, Elder Zhou looked at Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Yu, where did you get these identity badges? Jiang Yu said, in response to Elder Zhou's question, a group of Battle Corps sect disciples chased after me. I lured them into a stone forest and set up an illusory killing formation there. Then, I activated the formation and killed them all. These identity badges were their trump cards. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Elder Zhou couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Yu, you're saying that the Battle Corps sect's people said that more than 300 of their disciples were sent into an illusionary killing formation and then killed? That formation was arranged by you? Jiang Yu nodded and said, yes, this disciple accidentally obtained an illusory killing formation disc. This time, I used it. But the formation disc was broken after that. However, this disciple still brought it back. Then Jiang Yu took out a formation disc. However, this formation disc was already damaged to the point that it couldn't be used. Although the formation disc was badly damaged, one could still see that it was very exquisite. The runes on it were tightly connected. One could see that it wasn't an ordinary object. Elder Zhou took the disc and looked at it carefully. Then he let out a long breath and said, I'm afraid this disc is an ancient artifact. Otherwise, the runes on the disc wouldn't be so mysterious. But it's already damaged and can't be used anymore. It's a pity. Jiang Yu, this disc can't be used anymore. Let's give it to the sect. Perhaps the sect's array formation hall can use this disc to make some new ones. Elder Zhou nodded. Hearing Elder Zhou's words, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel strange. This disc was clearly the disc used by the Sea Exploring sect. However, Elder Zhou said that it was a disc left behind from ancient times. This was too strange. However, Gu Ding had already thought of this. Therefore, the disc was made old and damaged. It couldn't be used anymore. The reason why he took out this broken disc was to let Jiang Yu report back to the Myriad Wraith sect. He wanted the Myriad Wraith sect to believe that Jiang Yu relied on this disc to eliminate the Battle Corps sect. Because of this, Gu Ding and Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't oppose Elder Zhou's request. Jiang Yu immediately turned to Elder Zhou and said, yes, everything will be decided by Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou nodded and collected the disc fragments. Then he looked at the identity tokens of the Battle Corps sect disciples on the ground and waved his hand to collect them. Then he said to Jiang Yu, not bad, you've done well this time. When we return to the sect, there will be rewards. You've already reached the spirit refinement returning realm, right? How long has it been? Jiang Yu quickly replied, it's been more than a month. Elder Zhou nodded and said, "The cultivation method you practice is very special. Almost no one in the sect can help you. But now it seems like your talent is very good and is very suitable for this cultivation method. Cultivate well in the future. Alright, you can all go back and rest." Everyone nodded and then retreated. But before that, they all looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. The Ghost King Hall slowly came to a stop. Then Elder Zhou led the disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect out of the Ghost King Hall. After coming out, Elder Zhou looked at the disciples and said, "Alright, go back to your cave residences and do what you need to do. The sect will send your rewards to your cave residences." Everyone responded in unison and then turned around to leave. However, Elder Zhou looked at Jiangyu's back with a smile on his face. After returning to his cave residence, Jiangyu immediately announced that he would be going into seclusion. It was normal for cultivators to go into seclusion. Therefore, when Jiangyu said that he would be going into seclusion, nobody said anything. However, when Jiangyu announced that he would be going into seclusion, several core disciples of the sect came to visit him. When they heard that he was going into seclusion, they were somewhat disappointed. Jiangyu didn't expect this. He thought that the disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect wouldn't pay attention to him. He didn't expect that they would actually come to visit him. This really surprised him. In fact, Jiangyu had underestimated his position in the hearts of the core disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he had the same strength as them was enough to surprise the disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect. They all knew what kind of cultivation method Jiangyu practiced. Body cultivation method was known as the most difficult cultivation method in the devil spirit realm. Therefore, after these people knew that Jiangyu's strength was similar to theirs, they naturally wouldn't look down on him like before. Secondly, Jiangyu said that he used the illusory killing formation to kill those guys of the Battle Corps sect. This was even more incredible. One must know that formation techniques were very profound. A strong formation master would have a very high status in any sect. Although Jiangyu said that he used a formation plate, this also showed that he had a very good understanding of formation techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to display the power of the formation plate and kill more than 300 core disciples of the Battle Corps sect. One must know that the core disciples of the Battle Corps sect were very strong. The Myriad Wraith sect also rewarded Jiangyu. This time, the Myriad Wraith sect gave Jiangyu a very generous reward. Not only were there a variety of cultivation materials, but there were also a lot of contribution points. Most importantly, there were a lot of cultivation methods. Many of these cultivation methods were body cultivation methods. Although they weren't as powerful as the demon god's undying body, they were still rare cultivation methods. Among these cultivation methods, there were a lot of fist techniques, leg techniques, movement techniques, and military strategies. It can be seen that the Myriad Wraith sect really valued Jiangyu. After receiving these things, Jiangyu showed them to Gu Ding. After Gu Ding looked at them, he selected some for Jiangyu to cultivate. As for the rest, he didn't let Jiangyu cultivate them. Naturally, Jiangyu didn't doubt Gu Ding. Therefore, he began to cultivate in his cave residence. However, Jiangyu was also very clear that he couldn't stay in seclusion all the time. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. Therefore, after returning to the Myriad Wraith sect, Jiangyu only went into seclusion for a month before announcing that he was coming out. After Jiangyu came out, he immediately went to visit the core disciples who visited him. Jiangyu was very clear that it would be impolite if he didn't pay them a visit. Sure enough, Jiangyu's approach made the core disciples of the Myriad Wraith sect very happy. Afterward, Jiangyu went to visit some core disciples and even some true disciples. He discovered that the attitude of these disciples towards him had changed. This made Jiangyu feel relieved. Jiangyu was very clear that he wanted to hold on until the army of the Sea Exploring sect arrived and completely isolate himself from the Myriad Wraith sect. This was absolutely impossible. This would only make the Myriad Wraith sect dislike him. At that time, they might think of a way to kill him. After the incident in the secret realm, Jiangyu understood that it was unrealistic to expect a sect like the Million Wraith sect to protect you. As long as it was related to the interests of the sect, he would be sacrificed at any time. If he was completely isolated from the Million Wraith sect, it would make the Million Race sect feel that he didn't regard himself as a member of the Million Race sect. In that case, the Million Race sect would want to deal with him even more. The position of a core disciple was coveted by countless pairs of eyes. If he really gave the Million Race sect an excuse, the Million Race sect could deal with him at any time. After all, he was just a disciple with no foundation. Because of this, after Xianxia came out of seclusion, he began to contact the core disciples of the Myriad Race sect. It seemed like he was trying to get closer to the Myriad Race sect. In this way, the people of the Million Race sect would naturally not deal with him. After all, Xianxia was now an expert of the spirit refining return to Void Realm. Moreover, he was a body cultivator. If he grew up in the future, it would be amazing. In the future, the Million Race sect would have one more body cultivator expert. Perhaps, the Million Race sect would have one more body cultivator. This was definitely a good thing for the sect. In the process of Xianxu's contact with the other core disciples had a good impression of Xianxia. First, it was because of Xianxu's strength. Second, Xianxu's conduct was very low-key and peaceful. This made the core disciples of the Myriad Race sect think highly of him. In this way, another month passed. On this day, Xianxia was cultivating in his cave when a servant ran in and said, "Master, Elder Zhou wants to see you." Xianxia immediately stopped and said, "Where is he?" "I'll go see Elder Zhou immediately." The servant immediately said, "Master, Elder Zhou didn't come personally. He sent his servant to find you and invite you to meet him in his cavern city." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, I'll go now. You can leave." The servant nodded and turned to leave. Xianxia cleaned up his body and then went outside. Of course, Gu Ding followed him. When Xianxia arrived outside the cave, he saw a very old man standing outside waiting for him. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His waist was bent and he was holding a walking stick. However, there was a skull on top of the walking stick. It looked very strange. This old man was very thin, as if he was only skin and bones. His eyes were very turbid. He looked like an ordinary old man. However, the aura on his body was very gloomy and cold. It was very daunting. Xianxia walked in front of the old man and cupped his fist and said, "Hello, Elder. I'm Xianxia. Did Elder Zhou send you to find me?" The old man quickly bowed to Xianxia and said, "I can't accept Sir's greeting. My master is waiting for you. Please come in." Xianxia quickly said, "Thank you. Elder, please come in." After saying that, he followed the old man. After a few steps, the two flew up and arrived at the mountain where the scripture pavilion was located. Then the old man led Xianxia into a cave residence. This immortal's cave was very big. In front of the immortal's cave, there was a medicinal field with some herbs. However, these herbs weren't high grade. At most, they were 20 years old, which wasn't anything good. After entering the immortal cave, it was different. The inside of the immortal cave was much bigger, and there was a medicinal field inside. The herbs in this medicinal field were very high grade, and they were very old. Some of them had even reached 100 years of age. However, the two didn't stop and went straight into the cave. Before long, they arrived at a closed door. The old man went forward and gently knocked on the door. Then he said, "Master, Sir Xianxia is here. Let him in." Elder Zhou's voice was heard. The old man nodded and then pushed the door open. Xianxia entered the cave. After Xianxia entered the cave, he found a large living room. In the living room, there was a person sitting there. This person was Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou was sitting there with a book in his hand and a cup of tea on the table. The interior of the cave was very elegant. There was also a very beautiful lamp on top of the cave. It emitted a very soft light. Hearing the door open, Elder Zhou put down the book in his hand. Then he said to Xianxia, "You're here. Come and take a seat." Xianxia nodded. Then he walked over and bowed to Elder Zhou before sitting down. Elder Zhou waited for Xianxia to sit down before he said, "I heard that you have been in contact with the sect's core disciples recently. Is that true?" Xianxia stared blankly. He didn't quite understand why Elder Zhou called him over to ask about this matter. However, he still nodded and said, "Yes. Although they didn't accept me when I entered the mystic realm, they helped us when we came out. Therefore, I'm very grateful to them. Therefore, after I came out, I went to visit them. Elder Zhou nodded and said, yes, when I entered the mystic realm, although they didn't accept me at first, they still helped us when we came out. Elder Zhou nodded and said, very good, you've done well. I was wondering if you were a spy of the Battle Corps sect. But later on, I didn't think so because I saw the demon god's immortal body technique. It's indeed a top-grade body cultivation technique. However, I wasn't completely sure about you at that time. But after you entered the secret realm, I was completely relieved. No matter how willing the Battle Corps sect is, it's impossible for them to sacrifice more than 300 core disciples just for you. This time, the Battle Corps sect lost so many core disciples, it's enough for them to feel heartache for a while. Therefore, it's impossible for you to be a spy sent by the Battle Corps sect. You must have betrayed the sect. Elder Zhou nodded and said, that's right. When Xianxia heard Elder Zhou, he stared for a moment before his expression changed. He quickly stood up and cupped his fist towards Elder Zhou and said, Elder, please understand. I really betrayed the Battle Corps sect. The 5 great clans of the Battle Corps sect have gone too far. I just obtained a body cultivation technique when I went out for training. I didn't provoke them, but the 5 great clans came looking for trouble with me. After I killed them, they directly accused me of betraying the sect. So I had no choice but to flee. Elder Zhou nodded and said, the Battle Corps sect is indeed controlled by the 5 great clans. They will be finished sooner or later. However, I'm more interested in how you extracted your soul fire from the Battle Corps sect's life token. Upon hearing Elder Zhou's words, Xianxia felt an aura locking onto him. He was startled. He knew that this was the real reason Elder Zhou had come looking for him. Xianxia immediately said, Elder, I actually don't know how to extract soul fire. The reason I was able to extract my soul fire from the Battle Corps sect's life token was thanks to the demon god's immortal body trial. When I obtained the demon god's immortal body, I also obtained 3 things. The first was the disc of the illusionary killing formation. The second was the skeleton beside me that was sealed at that time. Not only was the skeleton's combat strength powerful, it also had its own storage space. There were some materials that could help me cultivate the demon god's immortal body. The last item was a blood-red formation. There was a jade slip that explained that as long as you use this formation, you can extract your soul fire from the life token. However, this formation can only be used once. I didn't think about leaving the Battle Corps sect after the trial, so I didn't use this formation. My soul fire has always been with the Battle Corps sect. But after I fell out with the Battle Corps sect, I had no choice but to use this formation to extract my soul fire. However, this formation disappeared after 1 use, so I really can't take it out now. Elder Zhou couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Xianxu's words. Then, he glanced at Xianxia and said, is what you said true? You really only obtained these few things. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Elder Zhou, if I really obtained so many good things, I wouldn't only be this strong now. Of course, this is true. Elder Zhou turned to look at Gu Ding and said in a deep voice, you said that this skeleton of yours is extremely powerful. How powerful is it? Xianxia said, it's very powerful at the Void Refinement realm. Most importantly, it can fuse with me and become a bone armor. Its defense is very strong. Elder Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard Xianxu's words. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, so this skeleton's combat power is even stronger than yours? How did you control it? Xianxia said, someone placed a restriction on it. As long as I refine that restriction, I can command it. It won't be a problem at all. When Elder Zhou heard Xianxu's words, he couldn't help but become even more curious about Gu Ding. He carefully sized up Gu Ding and discovered that Gu Ding's skeleton was actually white. It was a kind of pale white, just like the lowest level of white skeletons. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that there was a trace of warm color under the pale white. In other words, this skeleton's skeleton was completely different from the lowest level of white skeletons. Elder Zhou looked at Xianxia and said, can you test his combat power? Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Elder Zhou's words. However, he still said, yes, but please be merciful, Elder. This skeleton has saved my life many times. Please don't hurt it. Elder Zhou nodded and then said, come with me. There is a training ground in my cave abode. Let's go there and I'll test my strength against this skeleton. Xianxia responded and stood up before following Elder Zhou outside. In fact, what Xianxia said today was all on Gu Ding's orders. The reason why he took the initiative to expose Gu Ding was to gain Elder Zhou's trust. After all, a void refinement or Dao integration realm skeleton was very rare. It was even rarer than ordinary artifacts. With such a treasure, even if Xianxia said that he had less treasures, Elder Zhou would believe him. Otherwise, Elder Zhou wouldn't believe him. Elder Zhou led Xianxia and Gu Ding to the training ground in the cave abode. It was a huge training ground that was more than 1 mu in size. Elder Zhou stood there quietly. Then, he looked at Gu Ding and turned to Xianxia. Let's begin. Let him attack me. Xianxia responded. Then, he made a few hand seals and pointed at Elder Zhou. Gu Ding also moved. White bone armor suddenly appeared on his body. Then, a white bone halberd appeared in his hand. Then, Gu Ding charged straight at Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou was stunned when he saw Gu Ding's change. Then, his expression turned serious. This was because he felt that Gu Ding's aura had changed the moment the white bone armor appeared. That incomparably powerful aura shocked Elder Zhou. At this time, Gu Ding had already reached Elder Zhou's side. Elder Zhou's figure moved and a long saber suddenly appeared in his hand. However, this long saber was emitting a ghostly aura. At a glance, one could feel that this saber wasn't an ordinary item. Then, Elder Zhou slashed at Gu Ding's head with the saber. However, Gu Ding didn't care. The long halberd in his hand stabbed forward. His target was Elder Zhou's chest. The halberd was long and the saber was short. When the two of them attacked at the same time, Gu Ding's halberd would definitely stab Elder Zhou first. Elder Zhou's saber wouldn't be able to touch Gu Ding. However, Elder Zhou changed his move. His body leaped up and he flew up. Then, the long saber in his hand turned and slashed at Gu Ding's head. Gu Ding also changed his move. The long halberd in his hand flicked upwards. The crescent moon beside the halberd slashed at Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou changed his saber and slashed at the long halberd. With a clang, Elder Zhou's body flew up a few meters. However, Gu Ding didn't react. Instead, he swung his long halberd and attacked Elder Zhou again. Elder Zhou released his saber technique and fought with Gu Ding. Although the two of them were fighting fiercely, Xianxia was very puzzled. This was because the Million Wraith sect was famous for controlling ghosts. However, Elder Zhou had been fighting with Gu Ding with the long saber in his hand. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. This was obviously not right. Elder Zhou and Gu Ding exchanged more than 20 rounds. Then, Elder Zhou jumped out of the circle and said in a deep voice, "All right, stop." Upon hearing Elder Zhou's words, Xianxia immediately formed a seal in his hand. Gu Ding also stopped. Elder Zhou put away Elder Zhou. He glanced at Gu Ding and Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you're really lucky. You actually obtained a skeleton that can fight. No wonder you could escape from the hands of the Battle Corps sect." Xianxia smiled and said, "Yeah, actually, I didn't expect it either." Elder Zhou nodded and said, "All right, today is actually the last test given to you by the sect. You have already passed. Tomorrow, someone will ask you to turn your soul fire into a command and place it in the sect's spirit fire hall. In the future, you will be an official core disciple of the sect." Xianxia immediately said, "Thank you, Elder." "Thank you, Elder." Elder Zhou shook his head and said, "No need to say this. Now that you have betrayed the Battle Corps sect and become a disciple of the Million Wraith sect, you have to do well for the Million Wraith sect in the future. If I find out that you have betrayed the Million Wraith sect, I will not spare you. Do you understand?" Xianxia immediately said, "Please rest assured, Elder. I will do my best for the Million Wraith sect." Elder Zhou nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, go back and cultivate well. The sect will need you in the future." Xianxia nodded and bowed to Elder Zhou before turning around and leaving. Elder Zhou looked at Jiangyu's back and muttered, "What a lucky kid. I wasn't a match for his skeleton even without using the ghost controlling technique." No wonder he only got 2 things. His luck is really good. Then Elder Zhou turned around and returned to his room. At this time, Jiangyu and Guding had already flown back to their own cave abodes. After a while, they returned to their own cave abodes. Jiangyu then said to Guding, "Master, do I really have to hand over the soul fire to the other party?" Guding smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. If I can take your soul fire from the Battle Corps sect, then I can help you take it from the Million Race sect as well. You don't have to worry about it." Jiangyu nodded. Guding looked at Jiangyu and smiled faintly, "That's good. It seems like the Million Race sect will treat you as one of their own. This is a good thing." Jiangyu nodded and said in a deep voice, "It seems like they won't sell me out so easily. We can cultivate in peace in the future." Guding said in a deep voice, "In about half a year, our army will enter the devil spirit world. At that time, we'll be free. However, as long as the army doesn't come, we can't relax. As for the collection of information, let's just keep an eye on it. Don't ask about it. If we can't hear anything, then forget it. In short, we can't let them discover us. Alright, let's rest." "Alright, let's go." Jiangyu nodded. He knew that Guding was right. They really couldn't act rashly right now. Elder Zhou looked for him because the Million Race sect had officially treated Jiangyu as one of their own. But if he acted rashly, then the Million Race sect would definitely discover him. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible to deal with him. The day after Jiangyu returned from Elder Zhou's place, an elder from the sect came looking for him and asked him to place a trace of his spiritual flame into his life token. Naturally, Jiangyu did as he was told. However, it would take a long time for him to fully recover after extracting his spiritual flame like this. Jiangyu also took advantage of this opportunity to take a good rest. He was now waiting for time. As long as the Sea Exploring Sect's army enters the Devil Spirit Realm, then he would be truly free. At that time, he can return to the Sea Exploring Sect without having to worry about anything. After the soul fire was extracted, Jiangyu went into closed-door cultivation for another month in the name of closed-door cultivation. What made him come out was not some other news, but another very important news. The alliance of the 10 great sects was once again on the agenda. This time, the sect masters of the 10 great sects would come to the race sect for an alliance meeting. Moreover, it was said that there would be people from the outside. This news had already spread in the race sect, so Jiangyu naturally heard about it. It was precisely because of this news that he stopped his closed-door cultivation and directly came out to pay attention to this matter. So, the 10 great sects are really going to unite this time? I thought that the Battle Corps sect and the Thousand Race sect would be like fire and water after the incident in the secret realm. I didn't expect that they would still join forces. It seems that the people from the outside world played a very important role. Moreover, the people from the Devil Spirit world are also very interested in those people. Yes, Master. If the 10 major sects really unite, then it's equivalent to the entire Devil world uniting. Plus, the people from the outside world will be even more difficult to deal with. I heard that the people from the outside world won't send an army this time, but they will send some experts. I heard that the number of experts sent this time isn't a lot, only about 10,000 people. However, their strength is very powerful. Each and every one of them has comprehended the power of law. 10,000 people who have comprehended the power of law, this is too terrifying. I have already reported this matter to the young master. However, the young master also replied that he will act according to the original plan. In other words, in a few months, the army of the Sea Exploring Sect will definitely come here. That is to say, the young master is confident in dealing with them. 10,000 people who have comprehended the power of law. Don't forget that there are still the experts of the devil world who have comprehended the power of law. If all of the experts of the devil world who have comprehended the power of law are gathered together, then the number of them is not small. Among the 10 great sects, each of them can have a few dozen experts. If the smaller sects are included, then it's possible to have 1 or 2,000 experts who have comprehended the power of law. If so many people who have comprehended the power of law join forces to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect, then it will be very terrifying. Is the young master really confident? I don't know about this. To be honest, I'm afraid nobody knows about the strength of the sea exploring sect except for the young master himself. However, one thing is certain, the young master won't do things that he isn't confident in. If he really attacks this time, then it proves that he is very confident. Those guys will be in danger. Well, I hope the young master is confident. Master, what should we do now? I heard that the people from the outside world are coming. If they really come, I'm afraid that they will make a move. They know the coordinates of the other realms. Right, I'm also worried about this. The people in the demon world don't know that the young master already knows the coordinates of this place. Therefore, they might take the initiative to attack us. If that's the case, then they might launch an attack ahead of time. Right, do you know when those people from the outside world will come to the demon world? I really don't know about this. Those are all top secrets. Although I'm now a core disciple of the Million Race sect, it's not good for me to inquire about these things. Most importantly, my identity is quite special. I don't dare to move around outside for a long time because there are a lot of people from the Battle Corps sect and the Million Race sect. I'm afraid that if I encounter them, there will be a conflict. That wouldn't be good. You did the right thing. The people from the Battle Corps sect didn't use this matter to threaten the Million Race sect to deal with you. However, if you really encounter them outside and they challenge you and send experts to kill you, the Million Race sect won't be able to say anything. After all, the alliance should be their top priority right now. Yes, I'm also worried about this. Therefore, I don't go out much. I can only chat with other core disciples and ask for some information. The source of this information is still too small. Yes, the young master sent a letter. Let me take a look. After saying that, Gu Ding stopped moving. The soul fire in his eyes fluctuated violently. After a while, Gu Ding said, I didn't expect the young master to give such an order. Xianxia was puzzled. He asked Gu Ding, what order? What did the young master say? Gu Ding said solemnly, the young master wants all of us who came to the demon spirit world to gather and occupy a few small sects to wage war with the entire demon spirit world. We have to hold the people of the demon spirit world here. We absolutely can't let them take the initiative to attack other realms. Xianxia was stunned when he heard Gu Ding. Then, his expression changed. How can this work? How many of you came to the demon spirit world? How can you be a match for the entire demon spirit world? I'm afraid you won't be able to hold the people of the demon spirit world when the time comes. Gu Ding shook his head. We came to the demon spirit world this time. The young master will also send a batch of reinforcements. Furthermore, each of us has a projection of the young master. If we really fight, we really don't have to be afraid of others. I think this matter is feasible. Xianxia looked at Gu Ding. Master, what do we do now? Leave the Million Race sect directly? If we leave the Million Race sect now, I'm afraid we'll be in immediate danger. Gu Ding said solemnly, don't worry. I'll contact the others and see the situation there. After saying that, Gu Ding closed his eyes and began to contact the others. After a while, Gu Ding opened his eyes. He looked at Xianxia and said, I've already contacted them. In fact, they have already occupied a small sect. Have you heard of the Xianxia sect? When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he nodded and said, I think I've heard of it. This Xianxia sect seems to be a sect under the Battle Corps sect. What? They have already occupied the Xianxia sect? Gu Ding nodded. Yes. They have already occupied the Xianxia sect and are waiting for the young master's reinforcements. However, I think the young master's reinforcements should be here soon. We don't have to worry about anything. Let's go now. Xianxia was stunned. Then he said, now? What if the people from the Battle Corps sect attack us? Gu Ding said, it's fine. Don't worry. Even if they attack us now, it's not a big deal. We'll just deal with them. Let's go. Xianxia responded. The two of them simply packed their things, then left the cave abode and walked towards the teleportation array. The Million Race sect's core disciples had their own transmission formation. Therefore, the two quickly arrived at the transmission formation. Then they directly entered the transmission formation. With a flash of red light, the two disappeared. Just as the two disappeared into the transmission formation, a Battle Corps sect member suddenly appeared in the transmission formation. Then he immediately used a communication technique to send a message. After that, he also entered the transmission formation and activated it. Then he disappeared as well. At this time, Gu Ding and Jiang Yu had already appeared in Guiwang City. Then the two of them directly flew out of the city. One must know that Jiang Yu was now a core disciple of the Million Race sect. His status was very high. Naturally, he could fly freely in Guiwang City. Not long after the two of them left the teleportation array, the person from the Battle Corps sect also appeared in the teleportation array. Then, he took out an object that looked like an array disc, sensed it, and chased after Jiang Yu and Gu Ding. Jiang Yu and Gu Ding soon arrived outside Guiwang City. Then the two of them directly went into a forest outside the city. Then their bodies emitted red light. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared into the forest. When the Battle Corps sect member chased into the forest, he found that Jiang Yu's aura had disappeared. This surprised the Battle Corps sect disciple. He looked around and found that there were still some energy fluctuations from the transmission formation. This stunned him. Then he immediately understood that Jiang Yu and Gu Ding must have used a portable transmission formation. This made his expression change. He could directly track Jiang Yu and Gu Ding through the coordinates on the transmission formation. However, he had no way to track this portable transmission formation. The Battle Corps sect disciple's expression was gloomy. He immediately sent a message to the Battle Corps sect. Then he returned to Guiwang City and directly returned to the Million Race sect through the transmission formation. After all, he was still a guest of the Million Race sect. At this moment, Jiang Yu and Gu Ding had already appeared on a teleportation plaza. As soon as they reached the teleportation plaza, Jiang Yu smelled an extremely pungent smell of blood. His heart couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, a voice was heard. Gu Ding, you're here too. Jiang Yu looked towards the direction of the voice and discovered that the one speaking was a tall skeleton. This skeleton was very tall, more than 2 meters tall. Moreover, its bones were very sturdy. It was currently standing on the side of the transmission formation, looking at the two of them. Waves of pressure came from its body, making Jiang Yu startled. Gu Ding looked at the tall skeleton and said, Gu Zhuang, did you take this place? How did you make such a strong smell? Naturally, the tall skeleton was called Gu Zhuang. Gu Zhuang laughed and said, what's wrong with that? The young master brought the insectoids and the xenomorphs here. This smell came from them. But you have to say, the insectoids and the xenomorphs are quite interesting. They can even eat evil spirits. Additionally, they need to eat people to advance. That's why there's such a strong smell. Gu Zhuang smiled and said, that's right. When Gu Ding heard Gu Zhuang, he couldn't help but stare. What? The young master sent the aliens and Zerg here? Then what else can we do? The destructive power of those two clans is too strong. Does young master want to destroy the devil world? Gu Zhuang smiled and said, of course not. Although these two fellows are very destructive, isn't it just right to have them stall the demon realm's army? Ha ha ha, I want to see how the people of the devil spirit world would react when they see the insectoids and the xenomorphs. These two races haven't made a move for a long time. Can they adapt to the situation here? I'm afraid that they won't be able to adapt. Don't worry, I don't know how long they'll be able to adapt. The ground here has already been dug out by Zerg. We now have an underground base. As for the aliens, they're nearby. Can you feel it? Gu Ding looked around and sensed for a while. Then, he said in surprise, this is their new ability after eating a malicious ghost? I really can't feel it. Right, this is their new ability. Not bad. This ability is really good. I didn't even notice them. These guys have learned to trick people. By the way, this is my new servant in the demon world. His name is Jiang Yu. He has cultivated the demon god immortal body and is very talented. How about you recommend him to the young master? Not bad. You've already reached the spirit refining void return realm. Your talent is not bad. I recommend you to young master. Alright, go find a place to settle down and rest for a few days. After that, we'll attack the other sections. Oh right, Gu Ding, I heard that you were the first to find out about the 10 great sects joining forces to deal with us. Not bad, you've made a great contribution this time. I heard about it. But what does it matter if we make a contribution? As long as we follow the young master, we won't be able to ask for any rewards. You don't know how envious the disciples of the sea exploring sect were when they heard about us. Ha ha ha, it's impossible for them to become the young master's servants. Right, they want to become the young master's servants, but it's impossible. The young master doesn't accept servants like before. Alright, you can go. Gu Ding nodded and led Jiang Yu into the Luin sect. They found an empty courtyard and settled down. Then Gu Ding led Jiang Yu out. Although the Luin sect was only a place for them to stay, they still had a base underground. Therefore, Gu Ding led Jiang Yu directly to the underground of the Luin sect. As soon as he arrived at the Sixteen sect, Jiang Yu was stunned. He discovered that the underground of the Sixteen sect had turned into a huge underground maze. There were a lot of skeletons and cultivators who were busy here. What surprised Jiang Yu even more was that he saw huge insects. These insects had strange shapes and were incomparably huge. These insects were crawling around in the underground passage, looking very terrifying. However, Jiang Yu quickly discovered that these zergs were the main force in digging the tunnel. They would directly eat the soil and then spit out something from their mouths to reinforce the tunnel. Jiang Yu tested the walls and found that they were very hard. They were even harder than ordinary stones. From this point, it can be seen that these zerg were very powerful. Gu Ding looked at the insects and said, "These insects are one of the young master's most capable subordinates. They eat almost anything and everything can be turned into their energy. Because of this, the young master didn't use them much. This is because once they're released, they can eat almost anything they see in a plane. Because of this, the young master didn't let them out." Gu Ding nodded and said, "The young master didn't let them out." Jiang Yu nodded. Then he looked at the zergs in surprise. He was very clear about the concept of eating everything. If there was such a large group of zergs in a realm, then everything that could be eaten in that realm would be eaten by them. That would be terrifying. Jiang Yu nodded. Then he looked at the zergs in surprise. Gu Ding looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Also, you haven't seen the xenomorphs yet. They're even more powerful. As long as they eat something, they'll absorb its advantages. For example, if a cultivator like you is eaten by the xenomorphs, their bodies would become very strong. If a cultivator of the Battle Corpse sect is eaten by the xenomorphs, then the xenomorphs would be able to command the battle corpses. If a cultivator of the Golden Bone sect is eaten by the xenomorphs, then the xenomorphs would be able to form bone armor. Moreover, the stronger the xenomorphs are, the stronger the xenomorphs would become." Upon hearing Gu Ding, Jiang Yu couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Gu Ding and said, "Really? Is that really the case? Does that mean that if the aliens eat someone who can use the power of law, then they'll also be able to use the power of law?" Gu Ding shook his head and said, "I don't know. Up until now, the aliens haven't eaten anyone who can use the power of law. I don't know if they'll be able to use the power of law after eating someone." Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Gu Ding continued, "But what I'm sure of is that if a Void Refinement Realm cultivator is eaten by an alien, then they can also reach the Void Refinement Realm. It's just that whether they can comprehend the power of law or not, that's not up to the Tao." Upon hearing Gu Ding's words, Jiang Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was afraid of the alien's strength. He was very clear that everyone who could use the power of law was at the Void Refinement Realm. If the aliens ate someone who could use the power of law, then even if they couldn't use the power of law, they could still reach the Void Refinement Realm. This was too terrifying. One must know that Void Refinement Realm cultivators were already considered experts. Gu Ding looked at Jiang Yu and smiled faintly. "Don't be surprised. Actually, they're all latecomers." The undead race was the one that caught the young master's attention the most. The young master used many methods to increase the strength of the undead race. Later, he subdued the insectoids, the xenomorphs, and so on. Jiang Yu nodded and didn't say anything. Gu Ding said, "All right, let's go and help. In a few days, we'll be attacking the other sections. The Devil Spirit Realm, It seems like the young master isn't going to be polite to them." Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent our 3 races. Xianxia looked at Gu Ding in confusion and said, Master, what do you mean? Gu Ding replied, you don't understand. In the past, the young master's killing intent was very heavy. It's normal for him to destroy a realm. And when I say destroy a realm, I don't mean to destroy the resistance of the realm. Instead, I mean to destroy all the intelligent beings in the realm. In other words, the young master would destroy the entire demon spirit realm, leaving no one alive. However, the young master wouldn't do this under normal circumstances because there's no need to. It's precisely because of this that he didn't send our 3 clans out. Once we do, our destructive power would be too great. But this time, the young master actually sent all 3 clans to deal with the demon spirit realm. This is very surprising. Gu Ding nodded and said, You don't understand. Xianxia nodded and said, So that's how it is. Then will the young master destroy the entire devil spirit realm? Not necessarily, but I don't think so. At the very least, the ordinary people should be fine. Xianxia didn't say anything else, and Gu Ding didn't say anything either. He led Xianxia forward to help. What they needed to do was actually very simple. They just needed to install formations in the underground maze to strengthen its defenses. At the same time, it would also make the underground maze more powerful. After a few days of work, the underground maze was finally completed. The size of the underground maze greatly exceeded Xiangxia's imagination. Xianxia was now certain that even if tens of millions of people lived in the underground maze, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. This shows how big the underground maze was. After the underground maze was completed, Gu Ding, Gu Zhuang, and the others gathered at the center of the underground maze. There was an underground city where everything that could be built had been built. There was also an underground river that flowed through the river. There were also countless rooms in the city where people could rest. Xianxia could feel that this underground city was prepared for the future. In this underground city, there was a palace. Right now, Gu Ding and the others were gathered in the main hall. There was a high platform in the main hall, and there was a chair on the high platform. However, right now, no one was on the high platform, and no one was sitting on the chair. Everyone was standing in the main hall. There were nearly 1,000 undead spirits gathered in the main hall. There were skeletons, zombies, and specters among them. At this time, a specter suddenly said, All right, everyone quiet down. Let me say a few words. It was clear that this specter had a high status in the undead race. When he spoke, everyone stopped talking and looked at him. The specter replied, I think everyone already knows about the young master's orders, so I won't say anything else. Now, let's talk about the next step of our plan, as well as which sect we're going to deal with. Everyone, tell me, do you have any opinions? When everyone heard this, they paused. Then Gu Zhuang said, Dark Moon Elder, I think that our next step should be to attack the Wandering Soul sect. The Wandering Soul sect is famous for controlling ghosts. They have a lot of malicious ghosts in their sect. Not only can we destroy their sect, we can also subdue some malicious ghosts. We can also have the xenomorph eat more malicious ghosts and turn them invisible. This way, their fighting strength will be even stronger. Gu Zhuang nodded and said, Dark Moon Elder, I think that our next step should be to attack the Wandering Soul sect. As soon as Gu Zhuang's voice fell, everyone nodded. Even Gu Ding nodded and said, Attacking the Wandering Soul sect is indeed a good idea. The Wandering Soul sect is very close to the Sixteen sect. If we attack them, as long as we move quickly, we won't be discovered. Although the 10 major sects of the Devil Spirit world are discussing the alliance, they haven't reached an agreement yet. The people from the outside haven't arrived yet. We can keep a low profile for now and take down a few more smaller sects to strengthen our strength. Then when the 10 major sects succeed in forming the alliance, the people from the outside will arrive. When they're ready to attack our Exploring Sea sect, we'll suddenly burst out. I believe that when the time comes, they will be in chaos. The Dark Moon Elder also nodded and said, If what you said is true, then we won't have much time to equip ourselves. The 10 great sects have already discussed the matter of forming an alliance, but it didn't succeed. This time, it seems like they're serious and might succeed. This is what we don't want to see. Therefore, we need to increase our strength in the shortest time possible. Therefore, I think that we can attack two sects at the same time. One is the Wandering Soul sect and the other is the Poison Corpse sect. What do you think? What do you think? Everyone nodded. With their current strength, taking down two smaller sects at the same time wouldn't be a problem. Taking down two smaller sects at the same time wouldn't be a problem. Not only would they be able to gain more territory, they would also be able to increase their strength and save time. This was a good thing. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose it. Gu Ding looked at Xianxia, who was sitting in the middle of the formation, and said, although extracting your soul fire from the myriad wraith sect might alert them, we can't care that much right now. If we don't extract your soul fire from the sect might find you through your soul fire. At that time, we'll be exposed. So we can only extract your soul fire. Even if the myriad wraith sect is alerted, they'll still spend some time looking for you. Then we'll have time to make some arrangements. Not only him, but everyone else as well. Xianxia nodded and said, everything will be decided by Master. Gu Ding said, today, they'll use the same method to extract everyone's soul fires. Then tomorrow, we'll attack the Poison Corpse sect and the Wandering Soul sect. Once we take down those two sects, our strength will increase by a step. Then we'll attack the other sects. At that time, even if the 10 great sects discover us, we'll be able to fight them. Xianxia looked at Gu Ding in confusion and said, Master, then why did we put the Battle Corpse sect as the first sect to be taken down? Gu Ding replied, this wasn't decided by me, it was decided by others. The Battle Corpse sect is located at the edge of the demon spirit realm. If we really take it down, it would be convenient for the army to enter. At the same time, as long as we take it down, we won't have to face enemies coming from all directions. We just need to block one direction. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately understood Gu Ding's meaning. So he nodded and said, all right, Master, please do it. Gu Ding nodded and said, all right, then I'll do it. After saying that, Gu Ding immediately activated the ritual array. In the next moment, Xianxia felt a trace of spiritual fire return to his body. He had already experienced it once, so he naturally knew what to do. Therefore, he directly fused that trace of spiritual fire with his own origin source spiritual fire. At the same time, Xianxia's life token in the myriad wraith sect's soul fire great hall shattered. This sound alarmed the disciple guarding the soul fire great hall. One must know that the life token of the core disciple of the myriad wraith sect was a separate existence. The shattering of any life token represented the fall of a core disciple. This was a big matter. Therefore, when the disciple saw Xianxu's life token shattering, he was startled and immediately reported this matter. The Soul Fire Great Hall had a guardian elder. When the guardian elder heard about this, he immediately came to the Great Hall. First, he looked at the life token and then frowned. He felt that the shattering of the life token was strange. It didn't seem like a death token. He immediately reported this matter. This matter also attracted the attention of the elders of the myriad wraith sect, especially Elder Zhou. When he heard about this matter, he immediately came to the Soul Fire Great Hall. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Soul Fire Hall, he saw that there were already a lot of people present. All of them were elders of the sect. Elder Zhou immediately came over. These elders all knew Elder Zhou, so when they saw him, they immediately gave him a salute. After Elder Zhou returned the salute, he took Xianxu's life token and looked at it. Then his face sank as he said, Xianxu wasn't killed, it's because the soul fire in his life token was taken away. That's why it broke. Good kid, you're playing this trick on me. Upon hearing Elder Zhou, an elder of the myriad wraith sect said, Old Zhou, is this Xianxu a traitor of the Battle Corpse sect? Didn't he do something like this in the Battle Corpse sect before? Didn't we not put his soul fire in the Soul Fire Hall after that? Elder Zhou replied, after the incident in the secret realm, Zhong Rang decided to put his soul fire in the Soul Fire Hall. This is because he killed more than 300 people of the Battle Corpse sect. This is enough to prove that he betrayed the Battle Corpse sect. He betrayed the Battle Corpse sect and completely offended the Battle Corpse sect. If he dared to betray us, then he would offend two great sects. Therefore, we believed his words at that time and thought that he had sincerely pledged his allegiance to the myriad wraith sect. He also said that he used an ancient formation to extract the soul fire from the Battle Corpse sect's life tokens. This formation can only be used once, so he can't use it again. Naturally, I didn't believe it, but since he had no reason to betray the myriad race sect, I didn't expect him to extract his soul fire so quickly. I don't know what he wants to do. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the two great sects? The other elder didn't say anything, he also didn't know what to say. Elder Zhou carefully looked at the soul fragments and said, "Go and investigate what Jiangyu has been doing these days, who he has been in contact with, and whether he made any strange movements when he left. Go quickly." Immediately, a disciple nodded and then turned around to leave. Before long, a disciple came to Elder Zhou's side and gave him a salute before saying, "Elder, I've already investigated. Jiangyu has always been very low-key and hasn't done anything. Recently, he just went to visit a few core disciples as usual. I heard that he was even more low-key than usual. I heard that he told a core disciple that he was being low-key because the Battle Corps sect came. He was afraid that he would have a conflict with the Battle Corps sect and ruin the sect's plans. This time, he suddenly left without informing anyone. After he left using the transmission formation, a Battle Corps sect disciple immediately followed him. Jiangyu went to Guiwang City and then went outside the city. The Battle Corps sect disciple also went to Guiwang City and then went outside the city. However, it didn't take long before the Battle Corps sect disciple returned to Guiwang City and then returned to our sect. However, Jiangyu was nowhere to be seen. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "So it's like this. This is strange. Why did this happen? Could it be that Jiangyu is a spy sent by the Battle Corps sect to the Myriad Race sect? But it doesn't seem like it. If he really was a spy sent by the Battle Corps sect to our Myriad Race sect, he wouldn't have brought such a precious cultivation technique, and he wouldn't have killed so many Battle Corps sect disciples." Another elder said, "Elder Zhou, should we go to Guiwang City and take a look?" Elder Zhou thought for a moment before he said, "All right, let's go to Guiwang City and take a look." After he said that, he led the elders and left the Soulfire Great Hall and headed towards Guiwang City. After arriving at Guiwang City, a disciple of the Battle Corps sect immediately came to greet them. Elder Zhou directly asked the disciple to lead the way. The disciple nodded and led Elder Zhou and the others out of the city. They followed Jiangyu's trail to the forest where he left. After arriving at the forest, Elder Zhou looked around and took out Jiangyu's life token. Then he closed his eyes and sensed it. Finally, he stopped at the place where Jiangyu used the teleportation formation. Elder Zhou looked around and said in a deep voice, "The aura ends here. There are no signs of fighting here. It seems that Jiangyu left through a portable teleportation formation here. Is that why the Battle Corps sect disciple didn't follow him?" The other elders all nodded. Then, an elder said, "Elder Zhou, do you think that Jiangyu is a spy sent to the Battle Corps sect by other sects? After he was discovered, he was sent to our Myriad Race sect. Therefore, all he has to pay is a cultivation method. Of course, he won't feel any pressure killing people from the Battle Corps sect." Hearing this, Elder Zhou's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "That's possible." Moreover, he brought a physique cultivation method. We don't have any physique cultivators in the Myriad Race sect, so we don't know how long we'll have to wait for this method to be useful. But why did he come to the Myriad Race sect? He's only been here for a few months, he shouldn't have obtained anything. Why did he leave just like that? The elder said, "Could it be a cultivation method? He's a core disciple, so he can look at our Myriad Race sect's cultivation methods." Elder Zhou shook his head and said, "He hasn't seen any cultivation methods. At most, he has seen some cultivation methods related to body cultivation that our Million Race sect has collected. He hasn't seen any of the other unique cultivation methods of our Million Race sect. I'm sure of this." Of course, the elder believed Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou was the elder in charge of the scripture pavilion. If he said that he didn't have a cultivation method, then he certainly didn't. However, this matter was very strange. Elder Zhou closed his eyes and slowly recalled his encounter with Jiangyu. After a while, Elder Zhou suddenly thought of something, Jiangyu's skeleton. For a long time, people subconsciously ignored Jiangyu's skeleton. This was because ghosts were very common in the demon spirit realm, especially ghosts carried by cultivators. Because of this, even if Elder Zhou knew that Jiangyu's skeleton was very powerful, he didn't take it seriously. But now that he thought about it, he discovered that there was something wrong with the skeleton. It seems like Xianxia never put the skeleton away and always carried it with him. Ordinary cultivators, no matter which sect they were from, even if they were from Golden Bone sect, wouldn't bring their skeletons with them all the time. When they weren't fighting, they would put away their skeletons. Of course, this didn't exclude the fact that there were some disciples who liked to bring their skeletons with them. However, there weren't many of them. Xianxia didn't put away his skeletons, which was very strange. Thinking of this, Elder Zhou couldn't help but open his eyes. Then he said, "Let's go back and talk about this. This matter is really strange. We have to report this matter to the sect as soon as possible, lest there be any trouble." Everyone responded and followed Elder Zhou, flying straight to Guiwang City. Xianxia and Gu Ding stood in the sky, looking at a sect in the distance. This sect was the target of their operation this time. Xianxia and Gu Ding were here to deal with the Poison Corpse sect. As for the Wandering Soul sect, there was someone else to deal with them, so they didn't need to worry. Xianxia looked at the Poison Corpse sect, then he turned to Gu Ding and said, "Master, do you really want to let the Zerg take action? From what I can see, the strength of the Zerg is very ordinary, there's nothing special about them. Can they really do it?" Gu Ding smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, it's not just the Zerg, there's also the alien race. Let them take action." Xianxia didn't say anything. He hadn't seen Zerg and the alien race take action, so he didn't know much about the two races. He was still worried about them. Gu Ding looked at the sky and said, "Looking at the time, it's about time to take action. Let's go. If there's an expert who comprehended the power of law, then we'll have to take action." Xianxia nodded and walked forward with Gu Ding. But at this moment, he suddenly saw that the sect was in a mess. Xianxia took a closer look and discovered that there were countless large holes in the ground of the sect. Rows of huge insects were crawling out from the holes. After these insects crawled out, they immediately attacked the people in the sect. Even the things in the sect became the targets of the insects' attacks. Because there were too many insects, the entire sect was instantly covered by them. Insects were everywhere, causing people's scalps to tingle. If there was someone who had a phobia of the secret society here, then they would have an attack on the spot. At this time, a burst of shouts was heard from the sect. Then countless cultivators flew up. But just as these cultivators flew up, they suddenly let out miserable shrieks. It turned out that when they flew up, they were attacked by something all around them. Some of them were bitten to death. As these people were bitten to death, one monster after another appeared in front of them. These monsters looked very monstrous and ugly. However, their movements were very nimble and their defense was very strong. Most importantly, these monsters could fly. Moreover, their mouths, claws, and tails could all be used as weapons. They were also very smart. It seems like these monsters were born to fight. The Poison Corpse sect's cultivators who just flew up were caught off guard and killed by these monsters in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the people of the Poison Corpse sect became angry. Then a voice was heard, "Evil creatures, you dare." Then a black mist began to slowly appear. Wherever the black mist swept, the xenomorphs would turn into a pool of black liquid. It was clear that this black mist was poisonous, and its toxicity was very strong. Gu Ding looked at the black mist and said, "Sure enough, there's someone who comprehended the power of law. Moreover, it's actually the poison law. I didn't think that poison could also become a law." Although he said this, Gu Ding still said, "Unparalleled sea explorer." Along with his voice, a golden light suddenly shot out from his body. Then the golden light slowly condensed into a human figure in the sky. This human figure became more and more solid. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a real person. However, its body was still emitting a faint red light. When the human figure appeared in the sky, it first looked at the Poison Corpse sect in the distance before looking at Gu Ding. Gu Ding quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." The human figure was naturally Zhao Hai. He looked at Gu Ding and nodded, "Well done. I'll help you deal with this person. Remember, you can do whatever you want now. I don't care what method you use, but turn the demon spirit realm upside down for me." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a rune flew out from his hand. The rune directly fell into the black mist before it exploded and turned into a golden light. Wherever the golden light shined, the black mist completely disappeared. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at the black mist. When the Poison Corpse Sect's High Elder saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He turned to Zhao Hai and said in a serious voice, "Who are you? Why are you attacking my Poison Corpse Sect?" Zhao Hai glanced at him but didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Not bad. You've comprehended the poison law. This will be of some help to the undead race." After saying that, he waved his hand and a runic chain attacked the Poison Corpse Sect's Great Elder. The Poison Corpse Sect's Great Elder's expression changed when he saw the chain. He waved his hand and a black mist flew out of his hand. But the moment the black mist touched the chain, it disappeared. The chain then wrapped around the Poison Corpse Sect's Great Elder's neck. In the next moment, the Great Elder's neck was directly broken. When the Supreme Elder died, Zhao Hai immediately made his move. The other experts of the Poison Corpse Sect were all killed by him. Then Zhao Hai turned to Gu Ding and said, "Remember, act as you see fit. I don't care what method you use, just exterminate them for me." Gu Ding said solemnly, "Yes, please rest assured, young master. We will definitely turn them upside down." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Jiangyu and said, "This kid is pretty good. It seems like you've made a contribution this time. Alright, the insect nest and the alien nest have already been prepared. You can do as you see fit." After saying that, his figure disappeared. Seeing that Zhao Hai had disappeared, Gu Ding turned to look at Jiangyu and laughed. "Good boy, your opportunity has come. This is the opportunity one told you about. Young master has taken a fancy to you. Your opportunity has come." Jiangyu nodded. Jiangyu nodded. At this time, Jiangyu was still in shock. He knew that the Supreme Elder of the Poison Corpse Sect had the strength of a Supreme Elder. He even comprehended the power of law. In the Devil Spirit realm, he could be considered an expert. However, Zhao Hai killed him in a single move. Moreover, this was just Zhao Hai's projection. This kind of strength was too strong. Gu Ding looked at Jiangyu's expression and smiled faintly. "Are you very surprised?" "Haha, there's no need to be so surprised. Young master's strength isn't something you can see through. Let's go, the Poison Corpse Sect has already been destroyed. I want to see how many xenomorphs and insectoids have mutated." While speaking, the two of them entered the Poison Corpse Sect. Besides the two of them, there were also a lot of skeletons that fell into the Poison Corpse Sect. They came with Gu Ding, but they didn't make a move. This was because they knew that one person was enough to deal with a sect like this. By the time they arrived at the Poison Corpse Sect, Jiangyu discovered that the entire sect had been completely annihilated. This annihilation wasn't just for show, it was for real. There wasn't a single living person left in the entire Poison Corpse Sect. Even the buildings in the sect were gone. The entire Poison Corpse Sect had turned into an empty field. On the ground of the Poison Corpse Sect, there were a lot of insectoids crawling around. There were also some abominations running around. Most of these abominations had already mutated. Some of their bodies had changed color, some of them were taller, and some of them looked like withered corpses. They were very thin. What surprised Jiangyu the most was that whether it was the xenomorphs or the insectoids, their strength was rapidly increasing. It seems like after eating the cultivators, their strength would become the same as the cultivators. This was truly terrifying. Jiangyu was a bit surprised. Among these aliens, there were a few that were lying on the ground without moving. However, their bodies were slowly changing. Their bodies became taller, the shells on their heads became brighter, and the scales on their bodies also became brighter. It was clear that their defensive strength had increased a lot. In addition to this, their claws had also become longer. There seemed to be a layer of black mist surrounding them. As for their tails, the first few segments seemed to have turned into bones. It looked very strange, but nobody dared to underestimate the attack power of their tails. Gu Ding felt it for a moment before he sighed and said, "Sure enough, it's still not enough. Although they have the strength of a Supreme Elder, they still haven't comprehended the power of law. This power of law isn't that easy to comprehend." Jiangyu said in a deep voice, "Master, their strength is already very shocking. With our current strength, we can challenge the Battle Corps sect. Gu Ding smiled faintly and said, it's normal to challenge the Battle Corps sect. Many of the Battle Corps sect's battle corpses have been sealed by my law. If they dare to use those battle corpses, I can make them our subordinates in an instant. Hehe, I want to see what kind of expression the Battle Corps sect's people will have when the time comes. Xianxia had lived with Gu Ding for a long time, so he naturally knew about this matter. However, he still said, Master, aren't the battle corpses raised by the Battle Corps sect's people? The people who use those battle corpses are all low-level disciples, so this shouldn't have too much of an impact on the battle Corps sect. Gu Ding said, that array will actually help those battle corpses cultivate. As long as the Battle Corps sect's people really make a move against us, I can make those battle corpses unleash their full power and set the Battle Corps sect's backyard ablaze. At that time, the Battle Corps sect's people won't have the heart to deal with us. Xianxia didn't understand Gu Ding's thoughts very well, but one thing was certain. He knew that Gu Ding was very powerful and had a variety of methods. He definitely had his reasons for saying this, so it was better for Xianxia to just listen. Gu Ding glanced at the situation of the Poison Corps sect and said, the Poison Corps sect has already been taken down by us. I'm preparing to install a worm nest here. Does anyone have any objections? Of course, he wasn't saying this to Xianxia, but to the other members of the undead race. The members of the undead race looked around and said, sure, we can build a worm nest underground. Then, this place can become a source of our troops. However, it's best to change this place. How about planting trees? Right, that's a good idea. If we plant trees, this place would be completely destroyed. We can even prevent people from discovering the situation below. Everyone nodded. Then they immediately scattered seeds on the ground. Then a green crystal appeared in each of their hands. Before long, the seeds grew and turned into large trees. But when these trees were planted, everyone immediately noticed that something was wrong. This was because the trees in the demon world were all black with red leaves. But the trees that they planted were the same as the trees in other realms. This wasn't a problem in other realms, but in the demon world, it was too conspicuous. When everyone saw this, Gu Ding couldn't help but sigh and said, it seems like this method won't work. It's even more conspicuous. Is there any other way? Everyone looked at the trees with a headache. Since there was no other way, they could only have zergied all the trees. Naturally, these trees were just ordinary trees. They weren't trees that were planted with mutated seeds. After cleaning up all the trees, everyone looked around and didn't know what to do. At this time, Xianxia looked at everyone and said, Master, can we pick some trees in the demon world and plant them? Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Gu Ding and the others stared for a moment before they laughed. Gu Ding looked at everyone and said, none of us actually came up with such a method. That's too funny. Have you guys been bones for too long that you lost your brains? Ha ha ha. You're talking about us? Aren't you the same? Didn't you come up with something as well? Ha ha ha. But Gu Ding, where did you get this kid from? He's quite smart. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go collect trees and plant them here. After they said that, they all scattered. Before long, they had gathered a lot of tree species. Some of them even directly took down the branches and scattered them on the ground. Then they used the spirit rain spell to make the ground moist. Then they took out the green crystal and stimulated its energy. Before long, the tree species and branches grew out. The Poison Corps sect's territory had turned into a forest. Looking at it from afar, it didn't look any different from the forests in other places. Seeing this, Gu Ding let out a long breath and said, alright, the matter here is solved. Let's ask about the other side. Everyone nodded. After a while, one of them said, they've also dealt with it. Their method is similar to ours. However, they didn't plant any trees, they just destroyed the sect. Now that they've heard us, it seems like they also want to plant trees. Gu Ding nodded and said, alright, let them plant if they want to. We'll wait for Zerg to finish the underground city and rest here. Then we'll attack the other sects. The young master said that we can do whatever we want. No matter what method we use, as long as we turn this place upside down, it'll be fine. Ha ha ha. This is what we're best at. Now that we have Zerg xenomorphs helping us, if we can't do it, then we'll be too stupid. We won't have the face to call ourselves the young master servants. At this time, the Supreme Elder Xenomorph and Zerg flew up and arrived in front of Guding. They called out to Guding, but they were mostly communicating with their spiritual force. The Xenomorphs and Zerg weren't very intelligent. Naturally, the two leaders were an exception. Therefore, the Xenomorphs and Zerg were currently communicating with them. Guding, the Xenomorphs, and Zerg conversed for a while. Then the Xenomorphs and Zerg returned to their own clans. Guding turned to everyone and said, the Xenomorphs and Zerg said that after the battle, their strength improved very quickly. However, they still need to rest and reorganize before setting off. Everyone nodded. Then one of them said, then we'll rest for a while before setting off. At the same time, we need to think about which sect we're going to deal with. Everyone nodded. Then they followed the insectoids and went underground. After a period of digging, there was already a place for people to rest. It was a good place for them to have a good rest. After some time, Guding and the others divided into two groups and attacked the other sects. They destroyed sects one by one. In just 10 days, they destroyed more than 10 sects. Their actions finally attracted the attention of the Battle Corps sect. The Battle Corps sect didn't pay attention to this matter at first. But later on, they discovered that the sects didn't seem to have any movements for several days. The disciples they sent to those sects also didn't receive any news. Most importantly, the branch halls of those sects seemed to have no way to contact their main halls. This situation immediately attracted the attention of the Battle Corps sect. One must know that this situation didn't happen to just one or two sects, but to more than a dozen sections. And the reason for this situation to occur was that something had happened to the sect. The Battle Corps sect immediately sent people to those sects to check. However, they discovered that the transmission formations of those sects were no longer working. They immediately sent their disciples to personally check, but they couldn't find those sects at all. When the people of the Battle Corps sect heard this, they were startled. A sect couldn't be found? This wasn't right. How could this happen? At this time, a group of Battle Corps sect disciples finally found something. They called the original disciple of the sect and had him follow them to find the sect. The disciple couldn't find it at first. But after several confirmations, they found the main hall of the sect. But what surprised them was that the main hall of the sect had turned into a forest. Their main hall had actually disappeared. A sect's main hall actually disappeared? How could this be? Nobody believed it, but it was a fact. The main hall of the sect had really disappeared. This was confirmed by the disciples of the sect many times. In the end, the people of the Battle Corps sect also confirmed it. Just as they thought, the sect had truly disappeared. There was no trace of it at all. This situation made the people of the Battle Corps sect startled. They couldn't understand how a sect could disappear just like that. Moreover, there were trees growing there. These trees weren't created by illusions, they grew naturally. This was too strange. Just as the people of the Battle Corps sect were investigating this matter, they lost contact with two other sects. When the people of the Battle Corps sect heard this news, they immediately rushed to the two sects. They discovered that the situation of the two sects was the same as the previous sects. The main hall of the sect had disappeared, and the main hall had turned into a forest. This matter caused a sensation in the entire Devil Spirit realm. It also attracted the attention of all the sects in the Devil Spirit realm. All the smaller sects under the Battle Corps sect were afraid. They were trembling with fear as they carefully defended themselves. They were afraid that they would become the next target. Just as they were afraid, two more sects were destroyed. They were destroyed in one night. Still, they didn't find the enemy. Their main halls had turned into a forest. At this time, the people of the Devil Spirit realm were in a panic. They didn't know who did it, why did they do it, and why did they destroy the sects one by one and turn their main halls into a forest? The most important thing was that they didn't know how strong the forces that destroyed these sects were. How could they destroy two sects in one night without letting them notice anything? Such strength was truly terrifying. Just as the Devil Spirit realm was in a panic, another sect was destroyed. This time, the sects that were destroyed were two of the dark ghost sects. In the beginning, people didn't pay attention to it. But because the Battle Corp sect had destroyed so many smaller sects, the other sects began to contact their own sects. They contacted them every day. Only then did the people of the Dark Ghost sect discover that they couldn't contact their two sects. After they sent people to investigate, they immediately discovered that the situation of the two sects was similar to the Battle Corp sect. The main halls of the two sects were destroyed and turned into a forest. This really caused a sensation in the devil spirit world. The 10 great sects of the devil spirit world immediately joined forces and acted together. They were ready to find out the reason why these sects were destroyed. They also wanted to find out who had destroyed these sections. However, this wasn't the end. Soon after, several other large sects discovered that the small sects under their rule were annihilated. The situation was the same as the Battle Corp sect. Up until now, the number of small sects that were annihilated had exceeded 20. This was truly frightening. This caused the entire devil spirit realm to fall into a panic. Gu Ding and the others hadn't expected that they would plant trees in the headquarters of those sects in order to cover up their tracks. However, they hadn't expected that doing so would make the 10 great sects so afraid. Furthermore, the people of the 10 great sects hadn't discovered that they were the culprits, nor had they discovered the existence of the insect race. Gu Ding and the others suddenly discovered that this method seemed to be very useful. As long as they weren't discovered, they could lead the other party by the nose. This was equivalent to creating chaos in the devil spirit realm. This was equivalent to completing the task given to them by Zhao Hai. However, they also discovered that it wouldn't be easy to deal with the sects recently. In addition to adding defenses, the sects would also send their disciples outside the sects to pay attention to the situation inside. If they discover that someone was attacking, those disciples would immediately be discovered by the 10 great sects. This could also be considered as a means of defense. If Gu Ding and the others were to attack, they would be discovered by the 10 great sects. Then they would be in danger. Song Zhong quietly looked at the tree in front of him. This tree wasn't very tall, it didn't look any different from other trees. However, Song Zhong had been standing here for a long time. He kept staring at the tree as if it was a flower that had bloomed on it. At this time, a person walked to Song Zhong's side and said, "Old Song, what are you looking at? The sect sent us to investigate how the Blood Sun sect was destroyed. Why are you staring at the tree?" Song Zhong looked at the speaker and said, "I'm not looking at the tree. I'm just wondering why we haven't paid attention to the soil under the tree. The soil under the tree seems to be different from the soil in other places. Didn't you notice it?" Song Zhong looked at the speaker and said, "I'm not looking at the tree. Different soil? What's different? Why didn't I notice it?" The person next to Song Zhong looked at the tree in confusion. Song Zhong looked at him and said, "Old O, you really didn't notice it? The soil under this tree was much harder than the soil under the other trees. Moreover, this piece of hard soil had grown a tree that was the same as the other trees. Wasn't this strange? In addition to these, this piece of hard soil is actually very small and round. It looks like a round hole." Old O's name was O Zhenbua, he was a member of the Battle Corp Sect's O clan. As for Song Zhong, he was a member of the Battle Corp Sect's Song clan. The two of them were elders of the Battle Corp sect. This time, they were sent here by the Battle Corp sect to investigate the destruction of the Blood Sun sect. The Blood Sun sect was a small sect under the Battle Corp sect. Their strength was average. Because they were a sect under the Battle Corp sect, they rarely used blood attribute cultivation methods. Therefore, they were quite famous in the Battle Corp sect. When O Jinghua heard Song Zhong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately paid attention and discovered that it was just as Song Zhong said. With the tree as the center, there was an area with a diameter of 3 meters. The soil here was very different from the other areas. This was very strange. O Jinghua looked at Song Zhong and said, "Old Song, what do you think is going on?" Song Zhong said, "Send people to investigate and see if there are other places like this. If there are, then mark them all. If the enemy didn't come from the sky, then they must have come from the ground. If they really came from the ground, then these places might be the entrances that they came out from." Song Zhong nodded and said, let's see if there are other places like this. When Ojibwa heard Song Zhong's words, he immediately understood what Song Zhong meant. He immediately nodded and went to make arrangements. It didn't take long for a disciple to report that they had discovered dozens of such caves in the Bloodmaster sect. Furthermore, they were spread throughout the entire Bloodmaster sect. Hearing this, Ojibwa's expression changed. Then he turned to Song Zhong and said, Old Song, what do you think? Send a message to the sect. Tell them about this situation. At the same time, dig out these caves and see if there are any locks. Ojibwa nodded and immediately arranged for people to do this. But then a disciple ran to Ojibwa and said, Elder O, I don't know what's going on, but the transmission formation can't be used. The message can't be sent out. When he heard this, Ojibwa couldn't help but stare. Then he said, what's going on? Is the transmission formation not working? Change the transmission formation and send it out. There's no need. I think it's not that the transmission formation isn't working. There must be someone who doesn't want us to spread the news. Let's prepare for battle. I think the enemy will be coming soon. When he heard Song Zhong, Ojibwa couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he immediately shouted, all disciples, gather. Prepare for battle. The reason why Ojibwa had such a big reaction was because he trusted Song Zhong. Song Zhong was a very smart person. He was famous in the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, he believed that Song Zhong's analysis wouldn't be wrong. At this moment, a sigh was heard. I didn't think that we would be discovered so quickly. But this is also good. Since we've been discovered, I'll just kill you. That way, no one will find out. Along with this sigh, two figures emerged from the ground. When they saw these two figures, Ojibwa and Song Zhong were stunned. This was because one of the figures was an ordinary cultivator while the other was a skeleton. What surprised them was that the skeleton was standing in front while the other person was standing behind. It was as if the skeleton was the master. When he saw these two people, Ojibwa's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at the person standing behind the skeleton and said, You are Xianxia? Xianxia stared. He didn't think that someone of Ojibwa's status would recognize him. One must know that Ojibwa was an inner elder of the Battle Corps sect. His status was very high. When Xianxia was in the Battle Corps sect, he was only an outer disciple. Compared to Ojibwa, the difference between their status was like heaven and earth. Ojibwa didn't care what Xianxia was thinking. He just looked at Xianxia and said, I didn't think that I would meet you here. So this matter was caused by the Myriad Ghost sect? It can't be the Million Wraith sect. Old O, can't you see that Xianxia is standing behind that skeleton as if he is its servant? It seems that he has been controlled by those skeletons for a long time. Am I right, Xianxia? Xianxia looked at Song Zhong. He knew that Song Zhong was very famous in the Battle Corps sect. He was famous for being smart. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to guess something. Xianxia didn't say anything, but Guding did. Guding looked at Song Zhong and Ojibwa before he smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect the Battle Corps sect to have smart people. But even if you have smart people, so what? Let me tell you, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Ojibwa looked at Guding and said in a deep voice, I really didn't think that you ghosts would think of stirring up trouble again. But let me tell you, you will definitely not succeed. Do you really think you can do anything to us? Let me tell you, as long as we don't contact the sect within 2 hours, the sect will send people to check the situation. At that time, you will be dead. 2 hours, that's enough time. Guding looked at Ojibwa and said. As soon as his voice fell, Zerg drilled out of the ground and bit some of the Battle Corps sect's disciples and corpses before dragging them underground. This made the Battle Corps sect's people very surprised. When they saw Guding and the others coming out of the ground, they were already on guard. However, they didn't feel any movement underground. They didn't expect that they would still be attacked. The people of the Battle Corps sect immediately flew up. But just as they flew up, a lot of disciples suddenly let out miserable shrieks. They seemed to have been attacked by some transparent things. Moreover, the things that attacked them were very powerful. They often took the lives of the disciples with a single move. Some of the disciples had already used battle corpses to protect themselves, but they were still killed. It could be seen how powerful the things that attacked them were. When Song Zhong saw this situation, his expression couldn't help but change. He waved his hand and a thin battle corpse appeared beside him. This battle corpse was golden all over. Then, the battle corpse suddenly emitted a golden light that spread in all directions. As the golden light spread, transparent figures were painted with a layer of golden light, revealing their figures. Looking at these ferocious-looking monsters that appeared, Song Zhong and Ojibwa were very surprised. They didn't expect that they would encounter such enemies. These enemies looked like beasts, but they had the aura of ghosts on their bodies. But if one were to call them ghosts, then they were living things. It was really hard to tell what was going on. There were also those flying insect-like creatures below. These creatures were not very big compared to some demon beasts, but their fighting strength was very strong. The attack power of their claws and mouths was also very strong. Most importantly, their defensive strength was very strong. Ordinary disciples were not their opponents. What surprised Song Zhong and Ojibwa the most was that the skeleton didn't make a move. Moreover, they also noticed that there were a lot of skeletons and ghosts around them, but none of them made a move. How could they not be surprised? The golden light released by Song Zhong was able to cause some damage to the xenomorph. This golden light was called the Golden Corpse Life-Stealing Light. This Golden Corpse Life-Stealing Light was very powerful. Not only would it cause ghosts to appear, it would also attack their souls. It was a very tyrannical technique. However, these xenomorphs weren't real ghosts. They were a race that lived for battle. Their fighting instincts were very strong. Therefore, although these xenomorphs were attacked and their souls were damaged, their ferocity was aroused. One by one, they rushed towards the disciples of the Battle Corpse sect. This time, there weren't many disciples of the Battle Corpse sect that came with Song Zhong and the others. There were only about 500 people. When they were on the ground, more than 100 disciples were dragged into the ground. When they were in the sky, another 100 disciples were killed. Now, there were less than 300 disciples left. On the other hand, the number of xenomorphs and Zerg attacking them was very large. Moreover, their attacking strength was very strong. Most importantly, these xenomorphs and Zerg weren't afraid of death. They didn't know what fear was and just attacked blindly. This kind of attack made the disciples of the Battle Corpse sect exhausted. Before long, the remaining disciples of the Battle Corpse sect were almost all battle corpses. Only Song Zhong, Ojibwa, and a few other elders were left. They were very strong, so they were able to persist. Especially Song Zhong and Ojibwa, they were both Supreme Elder level experts. Although they hadn't comprehended the power of laws, they were still very strong. They were much stronger than ordinary elders. It can be said that they were already at the peak of the Supreme Elder level. Seeing their situation, Gu Ding also decided to make a move. They couldn't wait any longer. Countless white lights flashed and a large group of people appeared in the forest. This forest was where the Blood Sun sect was located. These people were from the Battle Corpse sect. Just like Ojibwa said before, if they didn't contact the sect for an hour, the Battle Corpse sect would immediately send people to check on the situation. Now that Ojibwa and Song Zhong hadn't contacted the Battle Corpse sect for an hour, the Battle Corpse sect's people came here. The leader of the Battle Corpse sect was a cultivator in his 50s. He wasn't very tall, but his body was full of killing intent. Beside him was a tall and sturdy cultivator in his 30s. However, this cultivator's eyes were a little sluggish. This cultivator was his battle corpse. His battle corpse had reached the level of a human corpse and was very powerful. This elder was also very famous in the Battle Corpse sect. His name was Luo Tianyang, and he was a member of the Luo family. However, his background wasn't very good. He was a member of the Luo family's side branch. When he was young, he wasn't very valued. However, Luo Tianyang was also a capable person. He was very fond of fighting. Through battle after battle, he increased his strength to his current level. In the end, he even comprehended the power of law. Therefore, he was one of the few supreme elders in the Battle Corpse sect who didn't have a very good background. Luo Tianyang looked around and said, "Check the situation." The people following. him were all elite disciples of the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, they immediately spread out and began to check the situation. In the end, they didn't find anything. This surprised them. Luo Tianyang also looked around. Finally, he landed on a tree and looked at it carefully. Then, he reached out and broke a branch on the tree. However, a small section of the branch quickly grew out. Although it didn't return to its original state, it didn't look like it was just broken. Seeing this, Luo Tianyang's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately said, "Retreat. Leave immediately." After saying that, he soared into the sky. Then, the teleportation array on his body flashed white, and he disappeared into the forest. Luo Tianyang left, but the others didn't. While the others were still in a daze when they saw Luo Tianyang leave, they were already surrounded. When they wanted to activate the portable transmission formation, they found that the portable transmission formation was no longer usable. What followed was a massacre. However, Gu Ding, who was standing in the forest, sighed as he watched the massacre. "I never expected that we would be exposed because of this. How unexpected. Jiang, you didn't expect that they would be exposed like this." Luo Tianyang had just discovered a trace of natural energy in the trees. He broke the branches to verify his theory. After verifying his theory, Luo Tianyang didn't stay for a moment and directly left. This was even more surprising. After Gu Ding and the others killed Song Zhong and the others, the forest was already damaged due to the impact of the battle. In order to not let people see through it at first glance, Gu Ding used natural energy to restore the forest. But because the time was too short, although the forest was restored, there was still a trace of natural energy left in it. Luo Tianyang discovered this trace of natural energy, so he went to break the tree branches. After he broke the branches, the natural energy in the trees naturally came into play. Therefore, the branches grew back. In this case, Luo Tianyang immediately knew that there was an ambush here. He was very decisive and didn't want to fight at all. He immediately left. If he left a minute later, he would be trapped here. However, Luo Tianyang didn't stop and directly left. This was beyond Gu Ding's expectations, as well as everyone else's. However, Gu Ding understood what Luo Tianyang meant. One must know that they had destroyed more than one or two sects. Each sect wasn't weak, and each of them had a supreme elder who had comprehended the power of law. In this case, even if Luo Tianyang comprehended the power of law, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. He would probably die here. Therefore, Gu Ding decided to leave. After he left, he would immediately report the situation to the Battle Corps sect. The Battle Corps sect's army would soon arrive. Gu Ding and the others would be exposed. This was also what Gu Ding said before. He didn't think that they would be exposed because of this. Jiang Yu said, "Master, now that we've been exposed, the Battle Corps sect's army will arrive in the blink of an eye. What should we do next?" Gu Ding coldly snorted and said, "If they're coming, then so be it. In any case, we've already finished our preparations. Pass down the order to activate the formation and inform the others to be ready to support us at any time. Today, we'll have a battle with the Battle Corps sect in this city. I want to see what the Battle Corps sect can do to us. At the same time, we want to let the Battle Corps sect understand that they can't do anything to us. We'll use this opportunity to declare war on the entire Devil World." When Jiang Yu heard Gu Ding, he quickly said, "But Master, wouldn't this expose our identity?" Gu Ding shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Did you forget what expression Song Zhong and the others had when they saw us? They thought that we were ghosts from the demon spirit realm. They didn't expect us to be from the Scouring Sea sect. Moreover, the young master didn't use us when he fought against the people from the other realms. Because of this, the people from the other realms didn't know of our existence. Therefore, they shouldn't think that we're from the Scouring Sea sect." Gu Ding shook his head. Jiang Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. After Gu Ding gave the order, the forest immediately began to move. The Zerg and Xenomorphs were all prepared. Then the formations and transmission formations were set up. The others immediately rushed over to provide support. All of these preparations were completed within an hour. Then Gu Ding and the others began to quietly wait for the Battle Corps sect to arrive. But what surprised Gu Ding was that the Battle Corp sect didn't attack them. Instead, they turned around and attacked the Poison Corp sect and the Wandering Soul sect. It seems like the Battle Corp sect had learned their lesson. They wanted to use this method to deal with Gu Ding and the others. They didn't want to be led by the nose. When Gu Ding and the others heard that the Battle Corp sect was attacking the Poison Corp sect, they didn't go to support them. Instead, they handed the matter over to Zerg to deal with. On the other hand, they directly attacked the other smaller sections. In the past few days, the Battle Corp sect had already obtained the tokens of the smaller sections. Because of this, they can now use their portable transmission formations to attack other smaller sections. Gu Ding and the others also decided to attack their own sections. Let's see who would be the first to give up. When the Battle Corp sect attacked the Wandering Soul sect and the Poison Corp sect, they quickly discovered that their enemies were large insects that they had never seen before. These large insects were magic beasts, but they weren't magic beasts. They were also undead, but they weren't undead. What exactly were they? They couldn't understand. However, the fighting strength of these insects was very strong. Moreover, there were so many of them that it was beyond their expectations. While they were fighting the insects, they discovered that more and more insects were coming out of the ground. They didn't know how many insects there were. Just as they were fighting with the big bugs, they received news that the small sects under their rule were all attacked. Moreover, they were all taken down by someone. This news made them incomparably shocked. In the end, they discovered that they were able to capture the large insects in the two sects in a short period of time. They had no choice but to retreat first and gather Zhongrang's army in order to eliminate these insects. At the same time, the Battle Corp sect sent a letter to the smaller sects under their rule, telling them to immediately gather at the Battle Corp sect. They couldn't stay in their sects any longer. This was because these small sects simply didn't have the ability to resist these people. The smaller sects also discovered this point. Those that hadn't been attacked immediately packed up their things and then used their transmission formations to head towards the Battle Corp sect. The actions of Gu Ding and the others caused a huge wave in the demon spirit realm. Nobody thought that the sudden appearance of a force would force the Battle Corp sect to this point. One must know that the Battle Corp sect was one of the 10 great sects. Now, they were forced to withdraw their forces and make a decision. This was very surprising. At the same time, the other sects of the 10 great sects were also wondering where this force came from. Moreover, from the information released by the Battle Corp sect, this force was composed of 3 types of things. The first type was ghosts. These ghosts were zombies, skeletons, and specters. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was their strength. In addition to ghosts, there were 2 other types of creatures that looked like demon beasts, but they were not demon beasts. One of them was a bug-like creature. This creature's combat power was very strong, and its defensive power was even stronger. Moreover, there were many of them. They could burrow underground and were very difficult to deal with. The second type was a type of beasts that had never been seen before. These beasts were even more powerful and numerous. Most importantly, the people of the Battle Corp sect discovered that these beasts seemed to have a strong ability to absorb and evolve. After eating the corpses of the Battle Corp sect, they would gain the characteristics of the corpses. After eating the cultivators, they would gain the characteristics of the cultivators. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. It was precisely because of this that the people of the 10 great sects immediately sent people to the Battle Corp sect. In name, they were helping the Battle Corp sect fight against the enemy. However, the truth was that they wanted to collect information about this force. They wanted to know where this force came from, what their true strength was, and what their purpose was. Of course, the Battle Corp sect knew what these people wanted to do. However, they didn't stop them. To be honest, they were really stunned by Gu Ding and the others this time. They never thought that a force would suddenly rise right under their noses. Moreover, the speed of its rise was very fast. This made them feel very surprised. Therefore, they didn't know how to deal with it. The Dark Moon Elder looked at everyone and said, "Now, everyone in the demon spirit realm knows of our existence. Our goal can be considered to have been achieved. Moreover, we've forced the Battle Corp sect to withdraw their forces. But at the same time, we should know that the Battle Corp sect will deal with us with a thunderous blow. At that time, we will be in more danger. If we use the young master's projection, then they will know who we are. If we don't use the young master's projection, then we won't be their opponent. So what do you all think? The Dark Moon Elder looked at everyone and said, the Battle Corp sect is now aware of our existence. Our goal can be considered to have been achieved. Moreover, we have forced the Battle Corp sect to withdraw their forces. So what do you think? When everyone heard the Dark Moon Elder, they turned silent. Then Gu Zhuang said, Elder, what I mean is that we don't need to deal with the Battle Corp sect. There are countless small sects in the Devil Spirit realm. Moreover, we're going against the entire Devil Spirit realm, not just the Battle Corp sect. Now that the Battle Corp sect has withdrawn, why don't we attack other sects? Wouldn't it be better to go to the territories of other sects and attack those small sects? This way, not only can we make the other sects chaotic, but we can also increase our strength. When everyone heard Gu Zhuang, they stared for a moment before they nodded. They felt that Gu Zhuang's words were reasonable. Why would they only attack the Battle Corp sect? There was no need for that. They didn't have any enmity with the Battle Corp sect. They just wanted to make the entire Devil Spirit realm chaotic. Then they could just give up on the Battle Corp sect and attack other sections. Gu Ding said, everyone, I think we should attack the Million Race sect now. There are 2 reasons. First, the Million Race sect is at the center of the entire Devil Spirit world. Attacking there will have a greater impact. Second, people from the outside world might arrive very soon. The most likely place for people from the outside world to appear is the Million Race sect. If we attack the Million Race sect, it's more likely that we'll receive news about people from the outside world. This will be very useful for us to gather information about people from the outside world. What do you think? Everyone stared for a moment before they nodded. The Dark Moon Elder said, right. Compared to the natives of the Devil Spirit realm, we should pay attention to the people from the outside. They are our true enemies. Alright, let's do this. Our next step will be to attack the Myriad Ghost sect. But before we attack the Myriad Ghost sect's territory, we need to choose a place. Who has the coordinates of the smaller sects of the Myriad Ghost sect? At this moment, a zombie said in a low voice, I do. The place where I first appeared was the 10,000 Ghost sect. I have the coordinates of a small sect in the 10,000 Ghost sect. We can attack that small sect and use that small sect as a base to attack other small sects. Everyone nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't object. Then the zombie told them the coordinates and everyone immediately went to arrange it. Not only did they have to use their own teleportation formation, they also had to build a teleportation formation there so that Alien and Zerg could follow them. Soon, everyone was ready. Then they went to arrange it. This time, they could bring some people over and take down a small sect. Then they could use the teleportation formation there to send their army directly to the Myriad Ghost sect. At this time, they were only moving around the Battle Corp sect. At most, they would go to the Dark Ghost sect. Because of this, the other sects shouldn't be too wary of them. This time, their operation shouldn't be too difficult. After thinking about this, everyone began to move and prepared for battle. Gu Ding's group was different from the Battle Corp sect. If the Battle Corp sect wanted to attack Gu Ding's group, they would need to make some preparations. They would need to gather their troops and prepare their supplies. On the other hand, Gu Ding's group didn't need to prepare too much. They only needed to bring along Alien and Zerg. Because of this, they didn't need to prepare too much. They only needed to bring along Alien and Zerg. When everyone was ready, they immediately used the teleportation formation and arrived outside the small sect of the Million Race sect. Then, they directly attacked the small sect. Just as they thought, the Battle Corp sect was very far away from the Myriad Race sect. Therefore, when something happened to the Battle Corp sect, very few people in the Myriad Race sect would care about it. It was just like how a Chinese wouldn't care about a war in Africa. They were too far away, so they simply didn't care about it. Because of this, the small sect wasn't prepared at all. They were directly killed by Gu Ding's group and the entire sect was destroyed. After wiping out a small sect, Gu Ding and the others didn't stop. Instead, they used the transmission formation of the small sect to send more insectoids and aliens here. Then, they used the resources of the small sect to allow the insectoids and aliens to breed in large numbers. The nest of the insect race and the xenomorph was the place where they were produced. However, this nest also needed energy. Most of the things used by cultivators had energy. Because of this, these things could be used as energy for the reproduction of the insect race and the xenomorph, producing more insect race and the xenomorph. Then they directly attacked the other sections. After taking down 2 small sects, they reorganized themselves. At the same time, they did this to allow Zerg and aliens to reproduce more. To be honest, after seeing the reproduction speed of Zerg and aliens, Xianxia fully understood why Gu Ding said that these 2 races were the most terrifying races. It was because these 2 races were too strong. The most terrifying thing about them was their ability to reproduce using energy. If you don't destroy them immediately and let them obtain enough energy, then it would be even more difficult to destroy them. If these 2 races absorb energy and mutate, then it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Moreover, the destructive power of these 2 races was too strong, to the point that it was frightening. However, the Myriad Wraith sect didn't pay any attention to them when they destroyed 3 sections. That was because the Myriad Wraith sect's attention was completely focused on the Battle Corps sect. They simply hadn't thought that Gu Ding and the others would come to their territory to cause trouble. In the next few days, the Battle Corps sect dispatched an army to clean up the sects that were attacked by Gu Ding's group. However, aside from some small underground cities, there was nothing left. Just when the Battle Corps sect was puzzled, the Million Wraith sect suddenly released news that some of the smaller sects under their rule had been taken down. Moreover, this time, Gu Ding's group didn't plant trees and directly destroyed those sects before retreating. Naturally, they also left some insect nests and alien nests in those sections. Whether it was the insect nests or alien nests, they were left deep underground and weren't close to the underground cities. Therefore, they wouldn't be discovered. Gu Ding's sudden attack on the Million Wraith sect shook the Devil Spirit world. If the people of the Devil Spirit world only paid attention to Gu Ding's group before, then they were now somewhat afraid. The 10 great sects were in danger, fearing that Gu Ding's group would suddenly attack them. The Million Wraith sect immediately responded. They also withdrew their forces and began to gather their army, preparing to attack Gu Ding's group. When Gu Ding's group saw this, they immediately changed their method and ran to the Whitebone sect. However, now that the great sects were paying attention to Gu Ding's group, they strengthened their communication with the smaller sects under their rule. Once they were attacked, they would know very quickly. Therefore, Gu Ding's group's performance in the Whitebone sect was far inferior to the Battle Corps sect and the Million Wraith sect. They only attacked a few small sects, but the Whitebone sect's people discovered them and gathered their forces at the same time. This made it seem like the great sects were very cowardly. Once they were attacked, they would withdraw their forces. Shouldn't they send experts to the smaller sects to deal with Gu Ding's group? In fact, the great sects really wanted to do this, but they found that it was impossible. Those small sects also had experts who had comprehended the power of law, but those experts still died in the hands of Gu Ding's group. There was no way to stop their attack. If they sent all the experts who had comprehended the power of law, they might be able to stop Gu Ding's group's attack. However, their sects would be defenseless. In that case, their sects would be in even more danger. Therefore, the great sects had no choice but to choose this seemingly cowardly method at this time. After the Whitebone sect was attacked, the other sects also started to withdraw their troops. Even the sects that hadn't been attacked started to withdraw the smaller sects under their rule into their own sects to avoid being attacked by Gu Ding and the others. In fact, until now, the people of the demon spirit world still didn't know about Gu Ding's identity. This was because Xianxia and the others didn't appear when Gu Ding and the others were fighting the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, the people of the Battle Corps sect didn't know about Gu Ding's identity. Those who saw Xianxia were already dead. Gu Ding and the others immediately discovered that the sects were withdrawing their forces. They also knew that it was time for the sects to deal with them. In other words, it would only be more difficult for them in the future. In the end, Gu Ding discussed and decided to lay low for a while before taking action. But at this time, they received news that people from the outside world were about to descend upon the demon spirit world. This news was definitely not good news for Gu Ding and the others. Gu Ding and the others gathered in an underground hall. The Dark Moon Elder looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should know that people from the outside world are about to descend upon the demon spirit realm. According to the information that Gu Ding collected, there might be more than 10,000 people from the outside world. Moreover, all of them are experts who have comprehended the power of laws. I'm afraid that these people will deal with us as soon as they arrive. After all, if they don't inform us, they won't be able to attack the other realms. Everyone, tell me, how should we deal with this situation?" Gu Ding looked at everyone and said, "I think everyone already knows the situation. Once the people from the outside arrive, we'll let them know our identity. Therefore, our plan is to wait for the people from the outside to arrive and return to the Battle Corps sect. Then I'll have the Battle Corps sect riot. At the same time, we'll attack the Battle Corps sect with all our strength. I'll ask the young master's projection to appear. I believe that taking down the Battle Corps sect shouldn't be a problem. With the accumulation of the Battle Corps sect, we'll be able to make the aliens and the insectoids reproduce at full strength. When the time comes, we'll be able to fight against the insectoids." When they heard Gu Ding, Gu Zhuang and the others were stunned. Then Gu Zhuang looked at Gu Ding and said, "You subdued the Battle Corps sect's battle corpses?" Gu Ding smiled faintly and said, "I didn't subdue them, I just added a slave formation. As long as I make the formation erupt, the battle corpses will be under our control. Moreover, my formation can help the Battle Corps sect cultivate. The Battle Corps sect should be much stronger than before. If we let the Battle Corps sect attack, they will certainly be in chaos. When the time comes, we'll seize the opportunity to attack and take down the Battle Corps sect in one fell swoop. But the Battle Corps sect also has a defensive formation. How can we take down the Battle Corps sect? Just the defensive formation alone is enough for us to break for a while. Although we have the Cyan Jade Compass, we aren't the young master. If we can't break the defensive formation, we won't be able to take down the Battle Corps sect quickly. If we wait for the armies of the other sects to arrive, we'll be finished. That's why I said that when the time comes, we should ask the young master's projection to appear and personally help us break the Battle Corps sect's defensive formation. The others can use your projections to destroy the Battle Corps sect's elders who have comprehended the power of laws. When the time comes, will it be difficult for us to take down the Battle Corps sect?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, they all nodded. Gu Zhuang said in a deep voice, "It seems like this is a good idea." The Dark Moon Elder said, "We can let Zerg's army and the alien army hide underground. Once we break their protective formation, the two armies can directly attack the Battle Corps sect. At that time, the people of the Battle Corps sect will really be finished." Gu Ding and the others nodded. The Dark Moon Elder said, "We can arrange it now. First, we'll transfer Zerg's army and the alien army to the Battle Corps sect. We'll wait here for news. Once the armies of the two races leave, our numbers will decrease. It'll be even more impossible for them to find us. When the people from the outside world arrive, it'll be easier for us to leave." Everyone nodded. Then Gu Ding said, "I'll immediately tell the two races to set up an ambush in the Battle Corps sect. Right, we can have Xianxia lead them. Xianxia is a member of the Battle Corps sect, so he has a good understanding of the sect. With him leading the two races, they should be able to infiltrate the Battle Corps sect very quickly." Everyone nodded. Then Gu Ding immediately went to arrange it. Naturally, besides Xianxia, Gu Ding also sent a few people to follow Xianxia. If something happens, they can take care of each other. Naturally, this was also to protect Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was someone who received Zhao Hai's praise. Gu Ding didn't want anything to happen to him. At this time, the combined army of the aliens and Zerg already exceeded 10 million. Their numbers were still increasing. After sending them away, Gu Ding and the others were left with only a few hundred people. They hid in the 10,000 Wraith sect and quietly waited for news. They had already calculated that if the people from the outside world didn't arrive, they wouldn't move. However, they believed that the people from the outside world would arrive soon. Sure enough, just as they thought, 10 days after the aliens and Zerg's army were sent away, large black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the 10,000 race sect. Then these black clouds covered the entire 10,000 race sect. The process of the black clouds gathering lasted for 3 days. Then a vortex appeared in the middle of the black clouds. This vortex was very small in the beginning, but it kept getting bigger and bigger. Before long, the vortex became incomparably huge. Finally, a large sword appeared in the vortex and slowly fell down from the sky. This sword was very large. It was about 1 kilometer long and 100 meters wide. People were standing on top of this sword. Each of them had an imposing aura that didn't lose to the supreme elders of the various sects. There were nearly 10,000 people standing on the sword. The sword slowly descended into the sky above the 1,000 race sect. Then, the sword returned to a person's waist. Then, these people descended into the 1,000 race sect. At this time, the sect leader of the 1,000 race sect and the other sect leaders of the 10 great sects were all there to welcome them. Among these people, there were 2 people in the lead. One of them was wearing a golden robe. He had a jade pendant on his body, a golden lock on his neck, a ring on his finger, and a golden crown on his head. His entire body was shining with golden light, making him look very vulgar. Generally speaking, a cultivator shouldn't use gold ornaments. This was because gold was very precious to ordinary people. But for cultivators, it was nothing at all. If a cultivator needed gold to refine a weapon, then they would need to purify and refine it. Because of this, cultivators didn't care about gold at all. However, the gold ornaments worn by this cultivator weren't ordinary. These ornaments were made from a type of metal called immeasurable gold. The reason for this name was due to its excellent extensibility. If a piece of immeasurable gold the size of a finger was stretched out, then it could reach up to 100 meters in diameter. From this, one could see how good this metal's extensibility was. In addition to extensibility, this metal had 2 other abilities. One was conductivity. It could conduct spiritual chi and any energy in one's body. This ability was most suitable for making weapons. In addition to its conductivity, it also has another ability, which is penetration. This penetration can also be said to be an ability to break through defenses. It can break through artifacts and shields of other people. And with its good extensibility, when you use the immeasurable gold, you can change it into various shapes. With a piece of immeasurable gold, you can use it as a weapon that can change into any shape you want. Of course, this immeasurable gold was also a very rare treasure. In the devil spirit world, not a single piece had been found after so many years. However, this cultivator had a lot of it on him. His golden crown and the gold ornaments on his body were all made of immeasurable gold. This was really eye-catching as an ordinary person carrying a lot of gold on his body. Next to this immeasurable gold cultivator was a cultivator wearing a black warrior's outfit. This cultivator had a long sword strapped to his waist. This long sword was the one that had just turned into a giant sword. This sword was very wide. Now that it was strapped to his waist, it was only about 3 feet long. Its entire body was red. This person's body gave off a gloomy feeling and a strong smell of blood. This made people feel that he wasn't a simple person. The sect master of the 10,000 Ghosts sect was called the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor. He wore a robe similar to an emperor's robe, but it was black. It was embroidered with 10,000 ghosts with golden threads. However, this robe wasn't an ordinary ornament. It was a powerful artifact called the 10,000 Ghosts robe. When facing an enemy, the 10,000 ghosts on his robe could fly out and kill the enemy. The 10,000 Ghosts Emperor cupped his fists and said, 10,000 ghosts greets everyone. Welcome. The sword cultivator didn't speak. Instead, it was the cultivator wearing golden ornaments who smiled at the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor and said, Emperor is too polite. I am Tao Kai, and this is Jian Wui of the Demon Sword sect. Our 2 sides have a cooperative relationship. Moreover, we are cooperating with you, so we should be here. Emperor doesn't need to be so polite. The 10,000 Ghosts Emperor looked at the sword cultivator and smiled. Everyone is our strong support. How can we neglect you? However, there are some unforeseen circumstances. I'm afraid our 10 great sects won't have time to attack other realms for a while. Upon hearing the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor's words, Tao Kai immediately said, What unforeseen circumstances have occurred? Emperor, we are already prepared. So many people have come. If we suddenly cancel the plan, wouldn't we have come for nothing? After saying that, he looked calmly at the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor. At the same time, Jian Wui also looked calmly at the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The 10,000 Ghosts Emperor also felt this trace of killing intent. The 10,000 Ghosts Emperor smiled bitterly and said in a deep voice, "To be honest, we didn't want to change the plan. Something has happened in the demon world. Recently, a group of ghosts have appeared in the demon world. There are also some unknown monster beasts. They have joined forces and are constantly attacking us. The attack power of these things is very strong, so we have to solve this matter now before we can carry out our plan. Otherwise, we really can't carry out our plan because our backyard is still on fire. How can we be in the mood to attack others?" Upon hearing the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor's words, Tao Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He then looked at the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor with some puzzlement and asked, "Emperor, what kind of monster beasts are these? Why would they attack you? Are they very strong?" The 10,000 Ghosts Emperor sighed and said in a deep voice, "Let's go in and talk." "Right, let everyone rest first. Then I will slowly tell you about this matter. What do you think?" Tao Kai also didn't want to make things difficult for the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor. Although they had more than 10,000 experts, they still needed to make use of the ordinary disciples of the various sects in the demon world. If they really fell out with the 10,000 Ghosts sect, it would undoubtedly be equal to falling out with all the sects. Then, they wouldn't be able to carry out their plan. Therefore, they just nodded and didn't say anything else. They arranged for the people who came with them to rest, while the two of them followed the 10,000 Ghosts Emperor to the main hall of the 10,000 Ghosts sect. Gu Ding looked at the black clouds that were slowly dispersing and said, "The people from the outside have already arrived. Let's carry out our plan. Is everyone ready with the formations? Put the laws in place and we'll begin." Everyone nodded and the Dark Moon Elder said, "Leave the matter of setting up the array to me. We must completely isolate the Battle Corps sect so that they won't be able to return to the Battle Corps sect immediately. Then, we can properly deal with the Battle Corps sect." Gu Ding nodded and said, "All right, we'll leave this matter to the Dark Moon Elder. Gu Zhuang and I will attack." "Gu Zhuang, let's go." Gu Zhuang nodded. Then they sat on the transmission formation and returned to the Battle Corps sect's territory. In the Battle Corps sect's territory, they had the Zerg dig some underground palaces and placed some formations in them. Now they were just waiting for the person in charge of the formations to combine them and form a large formation to completely separate the Battle Corps sect. This person was the Dark Moon Elder. The Dark Moon Elder was nominally the commander of these people. However, he didn't have any experience in commanding a battle. What he was most proficient in was formations. He can arrange large-scale formations. This was the reason why Zhao Hai sent him here. After they arrived at the Battle Corps sect's territory, the Dark Moon Elder immediately went to adjust the formations. Gu Ding and Gu Zhuang were already outside the Battle Corps sect. They were now waiting for news from the Dark Moon Elder. As long as the news from the Dark Moon Elder arrives, they would immediately take action. Not long after Gu Ding and the others arrived at the Battle Corps sect's territory, news from the Dark Moon Elder arrived. He had already activated the formations. Although Gu Ding and the others didn't feel anything, they believed in the Dark Moon Elder. Then with a thought, formations appeared on the bodies of the Battle Corps sect's battle corpses. As soon as these formations appeared, the Battle Corps sect's talismans that controlled the battle corpses were destroyed. Then the aura of the Battle Corps sect's battle corpses rose. When the disciples of the Battle Corps sect sensed this situation, their expressions changed. They immediately came out to check the situation because they discovered that the runes used to control the battle corpses had all disappeared. When they came out of the cave, they were faced with a tide of corpses that blotted out the sky. The weaker disciples were quickly drowned by the battle corpses. However, before the disciples died, they also issued an alarm. Everyone in the Battle Corps sect knew that something had happened in the back mountain. Some experts of the sect immediately rushed to the back mountain. However, since there were only a few of them, they couldn't stop the tide of corpses. Therefore, they retreated while issuing an alarm. This caused the entire Battle Corps sect to be in chaos. One must know that the Battle Corps sect didn't only have disciples from the Battle Corps sect, there were also disciples from other small sections. And these disciples were now like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. When they saw the Battle Corps sect's sirens ringing one after another, they immediately went into chaos. Their chaos also caused the ordinary disciples of the Battle Corps sect to also go into chaos. For a time, the Battle Corps sect was in chaos. At this time, Gu Ding and the others suddenly appeared outside the Battle Corps sect. Then Gu Ding shouted, "Invincible Sea Explorer!" Following his shout, Zhao Hai's projection appeared above his head. As soon as Zhao Hai's projection appeared above Gu Ding's head, he looked around. Then he raised his brow and said, "Attacking a sect, and a large sect at that? What? You want me to break this barrier?" Gu Ding quickly replied, "That's right. Young master, please break this barrier. Only then can we attack the Battle Corps sect." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, you've done well. You're actually able to attack the Battle Corps sect. It seems like you've done a good job. Alright, let's wait." After he said that, Zhao Hai's hand moved and formed a seal. Then a string of golden runes flew out from his hand. These golden runes formed a golden compass. Then this golden compass imprinted itself on the Battle Corps sect's defensive formation. The defensive formation of the Battle Corps sect was black and covered in black fog. From time to time, the cries of ghosts could be heard. Jiang Yu heard from the people of the Battle Corps sect that the defensive formation of the sect was called the Malicious Ghost Formation. Although the name sounded ordinary, this formation wasn't ordinary at all. It was said that this formation was very powerful, capable of both offense and defense. The Battle Corps sect had encountered several dangers in the past, but no enemy had ever been able to break this formation. Jiang Yu had seen Zhao Hai's projection make a move. He was able to eliminate a Supreme Elder who could use the power of law. But this time, he wanted to break the defensive formation of the Battle Corps sect. Would this work? While he was still thinking about this, the golden rune compass had already imprinted itself on the Battle Corps sect's evil spirit Great Array. The evil spirit Great Array emitted an earth-shattering ghost howl. Then, the golden compass emitted bursts of golden light that shrouded the evil spirit Great Array. At this time, countless malicious ghosts appeared in the malicious ghost formation. These malicious ghosts rushed towards the golden compass. At the same time, the golden compass began to rotate. After a while, the golden compass began to rotate at full force. Then, the malicious ghosts seemed to be sucked into the golden compass by a powerful suction force. After absorbing the malicious ghosts, the golden compass became bigger and bigger. As the compass became bigger and bigger, it absorbed more and more malicious ghosts. In the end, the golden compass became incomparably huge. The Battle Corps sect's defensive formation seemed to have turned into a black dragon that rushed into the golden compass. In the end, the golden compass pressed down and the Battle Corps sect's great mountain guarding array exploded with a boom. It was completely destroyed. The golden runes remained on the ground for a while before they slowly faded away. Zhao Hai's projection turned to Gu Ding and said, "I'll leave the golden runes for you. They can turn into a defensive formation. They can absorb energy on their own. They'll be enough for you to use for a long time." Then he disappeared. Then Gu Ding and Gu Xuan shouted, "Attack! Destroy the Battle Corps sect!" Gu Ding and Gu Xuan shouted, "Attack! Destroy the Battle Corps sect!" Along with their command, countless Zerg and other races rushed into the Battle Corps sect from underground and attacked the sect's disciples. On the other hand, the Battle Corps sect was in complete chaos. They discovered that their strength was being suppressed. What was even more frightening was that the enemies they were facing were getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, more and more enemies were appearing at the same time. At the same time, the elders and supreme elders of the Battle Corps sect also came out and attacked the insectoids and xenomorphs. However, the insectoids and xenomorphs had a lot of experts as well. Most of them were supreme elders, it's just that they haven't comprehended any law yet. Just as these supreme elders were about to make a move, they were directly destroyed by Zhao Hai's projection. Zhao Hai's projection wasn't only able to deal with one supreme elder. Instead, Zhao Hai's projection was able to destroy a large group of supreme elders who had comprehended law power. As Zerg and the Zergs devoured more and more cultivators, their strength also increased. At the same time, more and more Zerg and Zergs were born in the nests. Additionally, the Battle Corps sect's people were constantly attacking. The disciples of the smaller sects were also in chaos. The entire Battle Corps sect didn't manage to organize a decent counterattack. The insectoids and the xenomorph began their all-out attack. These two races could be called killing machines. Killing was the most important thing for them. They didn't have the slightest bit of mercy or leniency. The only thing they wanted to do was to kill. As more and more Zerg and Zergs appeared, the Battle Corps sect was quickly submerged by Zerg and the Zergs. At this time, the disciples of the Battle Corps sect no longer had any thoughts of resisting. They only wanted to run and leave this place. In fact, the moment the Battle Corps sect's Guardian formation broke, the people of the Battle Corps sect were already in chaos. They believed that they had lost. Therefore, their resistance was very weak. In the end, they were completely routed. The reason for this was because the disciples of the Battle Corps sect were too confident in their great protective array. They had always believed that their great protective array was unbreakable. In other words, they had always believed that their great protective array was unbreakable. This was like a person who always thought that the stone in his hand was a priceless gem. Of course, one day, when he found out that the stone in his hand was just an ordinary stone, he would completely lose his confidence. The people of the Battle Corps sect were like this. They were too confident in their Guardian formation. Therefore, when they found out that their Guardian formation was broken, they completely lost their confidence, causing them to be routed. This time, Gu Ding and the others didn't prepare any captives. This was because they treated the people of the Battle Corps sect and the battle corpses that disobeyed them as nourishment for Zerg and the aliens. They were free to slaughter them. The entire battle lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, the Dark Moon Elder was in charge of the Guardian formation. He didn't allow any news from the Battle Corps sect to reach the Myriad Wraith sect. At the same time, he received all the news from the Myriad Wraith sect and sent it back under the guise of the Battle Corps sect. This way, the sect master of the Battle Corps sect and the 10 great sects wouldn't be suspicious. After 3 days, the battle finally ended. The disciples of the Battle Corps sect were completely slaughtered. Even the battle corpses were devoured by the aliens and Zerg. After this battle, the number of Zerg and the alien army reached 300 million. Moreover, all of these 300 million Zerg and aliens could fly. It can be said that whether it was Zerg or the aliens, they had undergone a qualitative transformation. The Battle Corps sect was exterminated. This news was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. They couldn't believe that this was true. One must know that this was the Battle Corps sect. How could it be so casually exterminated by someone? How was this possible? But now, they had no choice but to believe it. This was because the news came from the Dark Ghost sect. The Dark Ghost sect only discovered this because their disciples ran to the Battle Corps sect's territory. After hearing this news, the Battle Corps sect's sect master sat there in a daze. After a while, he regained his senses and roared, "Impossible! I was just talking to the people in the sect. How could my Battle Corps sect be exterminated? You're talking nonsense." While speaking, he looked at the Dark Ghost sect's sect master with an angry expression. The Dark Ghost sect's sect master smiled bitterly and said, "I also want to talk nonsense, but this news has been confirmed by many parties. Right now, it's impossible for your Battle Corps sect to spread any news. I'm afraid that the news you sent back has already reached others. The replies you received might all be fake." The Battle Corps sect master coldly snorted and said, "I don't believe your words." After saying that, he took out a portable teleportation array. Then, he took out a jade slip and searched for something in the jade slip. Then, he placed the jade slip on the teleportation array and sent it out. After the jade slip was sent out, the Battle Corps sect master stared at the transmission array in his hand. He wanted to see if the Battle Corps sect would reply to him. After a while, a white light flashed on the transmission array and a jade slip appeared. The Battle Corps sect master immediately picked up the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. As his spiritual force entered the jade slip, he immediately saw its contents. Upon seeing this, the Battle Corps sect master couldn't help but feel relieved. He said, "I told you that the Battle Corps sect would be fine. Look, the Jade Slip says that the Battle Corps sect is doing very well. Nothing has happened. The Battle Corps sect master nodded. The others also let out a sigh of relief. However, the Dark Ghost sect master sighed and said, Old Chow, although our two sects have always been at odds, I won't lie to you about this. This is a matter of our sect being exterminated. Why would I lie to you about this? I suspect that the other party used a secret technique to obtain a letter from your Battle Corps sect. The letter you're receiving right now might all be forged by the other party. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask some things that only your Battle Corps sect members know. Furthermore, they're extremely secretive things. The Battle Corps sect master's surname was Chow. He was from the Chow family of the Battle Corps sect. The Chow family was one of the 5 great clans of the Battle Corps sect. The position of sect master had always been held by the 5 great clans. This time, it was the Chow family's turn. Sect leader Chow glanced at the sect leader of the Dark Ghost sect and snorted coldly. Then, he took out a jade slip and entered some information into it. Then, he passed the jade slip back to sect leader Chow. After a while, the jade slip was sent back. Sect master Chow took out the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Just as his spiritual force entered the jade slip, a white light flashed and a figure appeared on the jade slip. The figure looked around and then turned to Sect Master Chow and said, Sect Master Chow, I didn't expect you to only react now. Ha ha ha, but this is good. We have already exterminated the entire Battle Corps sect. Even if you react now, it's too late. Ha ha ha, I thank Sect Master Chow for your cooperation. Oh right, our Battle Corps sect will be waiting for you. After saying that, the figure disappeared. When they saw that person and heard what he said, the entire palace of the 10,000 Wraith sect fell so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. After a long while, a heart-wrenching roar was heard. Then, a person charged out of the palace. But at the same time, a few people rushed out of the main hall and stopped the figure. Soon, they stopped. The disciples of the 1000 Wraith sect realized that the person who was stopped was actually Sect Master Chow of the Battle Corps sect. And the people who stopped him were actually the other sect masters of the 1000 Wraith sect. The disciples of the 1000 Wraith sect didn't know what was going on. Why did the sect masters suddenly fight when they were just discussing things? What was going on? The 1000 Wraith Emperor and the others pulled Sect Master Chow back into the main hall. The 1000 Wraith Emperor looked at the red-eyed Sect Master Chow and said in a deep voice, Old Chow, we all know how you feel, but it's useless to be so impulsive. You definitely can't use the transmission array to return to the Battle Corps sect. If you go to the Dark Ghost sect and attack the Battle Corps sect, what can you do by yourself? The other party dared to provoke you and won't send you back. If you go back now, you'll fall into their trap. Sect Master Chow looked at the 1000 Wraith Emperor and said loudly, I want to kill them. I must kill them. Looking at Sect Master Chow's appearance, even the Sect Master of the Dark Ghost sect didn't know what to say. He really sympathized with Sect Master Chow. The 1000 Wraith sect had been fighting with them for so many years, but it was destroyed in an instant. This was really beyond his expectations. But no matter what, it had already happened. They had to think of a way. In fact, the sect master of the Dark Ghost sect was very worried. He was worried that the other party could destroy the Battle Corps sect in an instant. Would they immediately attack the Dark Ghost sect? One had to know that the Dark Ghost sect and the Battle Corps sect were the closest sections. If the other party really attacked the Dark Ghost sect, would the Dark Ghost sect be able to withstand it? The fierce Ghost Great Array of the Battle Corps sect was a very famous mountain protecting Great Array. Even that couldn't stop the Battle Corps sect from being destroyed. Would the Dark Ghost sect's mountain protecting Great Array be able to withstand the other party's attack? At the thought of this, the sect master of the Dark Ghost sect couldn't help but frown. He turned to the 1000 Wraith Emperor and said, Old Wraith Emperor, I also have to return to the Dark Ghost sect. The Dark Ghost sect and the Battle Corps sect are too close. I'm worried that they will attack us. Although the 1000 Wraith Emperor was just a nickname for the sect master of the 1000 Wraith sect, his surname was indeed one. That was why he called him Old Wraith Emperor. The 1000 Wraith Emperor looked at the sect master of the Dark Ghost sect and said, Faceless ghost, you old thing. Why can't you understand? Those guys are already threatening us. We have to deal with them with all our strength. We have to eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't have good days ahead of us." Hearing the Thousand Wraith Emperor's words, the other sect masters all nodded. Even Sect Master Chao nodded. The Thousand Wraith Emperor looked at everyone and said, "Although we don't know where these guys came from, as long as they are here, we won't be able to attack other planes. Therefore, we aren't the only ones who are anxious about this matter. We can cooperate with them. I want to see how they will react." Hearing this, the sect master of the Dark Ghost sect, who was called Faceless Ghost by the Thousand Wraith Emperor, couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he said, "You mean, we should invite those people to deal with this group of people?" The sect master of the Dark Ghost sect was called Faceless Ghost because his surname was Wu. Secondly, the cultivation technique of the Dark Ghost sect was generally focused on assassination. Therefore, his face was always covered by a mask. That was why he was called Faceless Ghost. From their words, it wasn't hard to tell that they weren't as respectful to those people from the outside world as they appeared to be. In the end, they were just using those people. Yes, there were indeed a lot of spies in the demon spirit world. But don't forget that these spies have been in the demon spirit world for a long time. They have long regarded themselves as part of the demon spirit world. The reason why these spies have been trying to destroy the relationship between the sects of the demon spirit world and prevent the sects from uniting was not only because of the orders of the spies, but more importantly, because as long as they do a good job, the spies would give them benefits. Moreover, what they wanted to do was to prevent the unification of the 10 great sects. This didn't conflict with their own position. This was because no matter which sect they were in, they didn't want their own sect to surrender to the other sections. Therefore, they were doing this. However, it wasn't necessarily that they were afraid of those people from the outside world. If those people from the outside world asked them to destroy their sects, they would fall out with those people. This was because those people were very clear that if they really destroyed their sects, then they would be nothing. The reason why they had weight in the hearts of those people from the outside world was because of their sects. They could influence these sects. If their sects were destroyed, then they wouldn't be able to influence anyone. Naturally, they would lose their value. It was even more impossible for them to get any benefits from those sects from the outside world. This was definitely something they didn't want to see. The 10,000 Ghost Emperor and the others might not have realized this at the beginning, but they weren't fools. They soon realized this. It was precisely because they knew that those people from the outside world were just using them that they wouldn't be too polite to them. Of course, they still needed to show respect on the surface. After all, those people from the outside world had sent out 10,000 experts who had comprehended the power of laws. This number was indeed a bit frightening. But in private, the 10,000 Ghost Emperor and the others didn't care too much about those people. They even had some hostility towards them. The 10,000 Ghost Emperor and the others were actually using the experts from the outside world to attack the other realms in one fell swoop. When the time came, the demon spirit world would send more people to attack the other realms. Naturally, they would be the ones to conquer the other realms, and the biggest benefits would naturally be theirs. It was precisely because of this idea that the 10,000 Ghost Emperor and the others cooperated even though they knew that the other side was using them. In fact, they were also using the other side. What the 10,000 Ghost Emperor said just now made it clear that they wanted to use those experts from the other side to eliminate Gu Ding and the others. This way, they wouldn't need to do anything to get rid of a big problem. This was definitely a good thing, so the sect master's eyes lit up. Tao Kai and Jian Wui looked at the 10,000 Ghost Emperor and the other sect masters with furrowed brows. Tao Kai said in a deep voice, "Emperor, you mean to say that you want us to help you eliminate the people who are causing trouble in the demon world? Is that what you mean?" The 10,000 Ghost Emperor replied, "Yes, that's what I mean. As long as we eliminate that group, we can attack the other realms. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't be able to attack the other realms for a while." When Tao Kai heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at the 10,000 Ghost Emperor and said, "Emperor, if you can't even deal with such a small group, how can we cooperate with you to deal with the other realms? You should know that the people we're cooperating with aren't small forces, but a huge force. If you can't even deal with the enemies in your own realm, how can you deal with them?" I really don't have any confidence in you right now. He looked at Tao Kai and said, Mr. Tao's words are a bit excessive. It's not that we can't deal with those people, we just need time. But if you join us, we can deal with them as soon as possible. Moreover, those people aren't weak. They were able to take down the battle corps sect in one fell swoop, which proves that they are at least stronger than the battle corps sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to break through the battle corps sect's mountain defending array, let alone take down the battle corps sect. Therefore, we want to ask you to help us take down those people. This way, we can deal with the other realms faster, right? When he heard the 10,000 Ghost Emperor's words, Tao Kai pondered for a moment, then said, What you said makes sense. For our big plan, we can help you deal with those people, but we have to do it as soon as possible. We don't want to waste too much time here. Also, please attack those people with all your strength. After all, we are all experts. If we attack without you, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take them down in a short time. The 10,000 Ghost Emperor said, Of course. No matter what, they are still our enemies. We will definitely do our best. If we keep them here for too long, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I plan to gather the armies of all the sects in 3 days to attack those people. However, we must first enter the Dark Ghost sect's territory, then advance to the Battle Corps sect's territory. Does Mr. Tao have any objections? Tao Kai said, No. We will set off in 3 days. Sect Master 1, please inform us when the time comes. We will take our leave first. After saying that, Tao Kai and Jian Wui stood up and walked out. 10,000 Ghost Emperor looked at the backs of the two and couldn't help but smile. He then turned to the other sects and said, Everyone, go back to your sects and get ready. In 3 days, we will set off with the whole army. We must destroy those guys. All the sect masters nodded and stood up. They bowed to the 10,000 Ghost Emperor ancestor, then turned and left. Tao Kai and Jian Wui returned to their rooms. The two went to Tao Kai's room. Jian Wui looked at Tao Kai and said, Tao Kai, what do you think these guys are doing? Why do they want us to take action? Tao Kai coldly snorted and said, Of course they want to use us. And why? These guys haven't really attacked the Sea Exploring sect, but they're already scheming against us. To be honest, I'm not very optimistic about our cooperation this time. Can we deal with the Sea Exploring sect by cooperating with these guys? I'm very doubtful. I don't believe that the Sea Exploring sect can produce so many experts who have comprehended the power of law in a short time. When the time comes, we'll gather the experts of the demon spirit world and attack the Sea Exploring sect's experts. At the same time, the people of the demon spirit world will block the Sea Exploring sect's subordinates. I don't believe that we can win against the Sea Exploring sect. The reason why we chose to cooperate with the demon spirit world is because the demon spirit world has more experts who have comprehended the power of law compared to the other planes. Speaking of which, it's strange that the demon spirit world has more experts who have comprehended the power of law compared to other planes. Why is it that the demon spirit world has more experts who have comprehended the power of law compared to other planes? It's not strange. The more the environment is like this, the more experts who have comprehended the power of laws. This is very normal, so there's nothing strange about it. Forget it, we'll help them this time. As long as we can deal with those guys who are causing trouble in the demon spirit world as soon as possible, we can deal with the Sea Exploring sect. They're our biggest enemy. Then the two left the room and went to other rooms to inform the others. Although they were the leaders of the demon spirit world's reinforcements, all of them were experts. They didn't dare to put on airs in front of these people. In addition to them, the other sects were also preparing to dispatch an army to attack Gu Ding's group. At this time, Gu Ding's group also received the news. The reason why they received the news so quickly was because Zerg had made some small Zerg. These small Zerg were specially made for reconnaissance. Although they were small, they had a very special ability, which was that they could communicate with each other from a long distance. Moreover, they had already been arranged. Every great sect had these small Zerg. Therefore, Gu Ding's group could use these small Zerg to understand the changes of the great sects. The great sects were currently mobilizing their forces. Naturally, Gu Ding's group also knew about this. This time, the entire demon spirit world's forces were gathered to deal with them. If they weren't prepared, then they would be in trouble. Everyone gathered in the Great Hall of the Battle Corps sect. This time, even some aliens and Zerg came to participate. Although these aliens and Zerg couldn't transform into human form, their intelligence wasn't inferior to humans. Because of this, they were able to participate in this conference. The conference was still presided over by the Dark Moon Elder. The Dark Moon Elder said, "Everyone already knows that the great sects are preparing to deal with us. What do you all think?" Upon hearing the Dark Moon Elder, everyone turned silent. Then Guding said, "My idea is that we can't just defend the Battle Corps sect. That would be too passive. We should also take the initiative to attack. We can leave some people to defend the Battle Corps sect, but at the same time, we can also attack the other sects." When everyone heard this, they stared for a moment before nodding. Guding's method was correct. Just defending was too passive. They should take the initiative to attack. The Dark Moon Elder looked at Guding and said, "Then explain it in detail." Guding nodded and said, "When the young master broke the Battle Corps sect's defensive formation, he left behind a lot of runes. These runes formed a new formation that can play a defensive role. However, we still need to be prepared. After all, this is just a rune arranged by the young master, not a real formation. So what I mean is that we should build a maze under the Battle Corps sect. If the formation is broken, we can use the maze to deal with the enemy. Apart from this, when the enemy attacks us, we can also send some people to attack them. For example, if they want to attack us, we can directly attack the Myriad Ghost sect, Golden Bone sect, and White Bone Gate. We need to make them feel a sense of crisis. This way, they won't be able to attack us with all their strength." Gu Zhuang said, "If we don't attack them, won't we be able to prolong the war?" Guding replied, "It won't be easy. Don't forget, the outsiders are also here. They are very powerful. Most importantly, they don't know about our situation, they don't know that we're young masters people. But once we use young masters projection, they will know that we're young masters people. Even if they didn't join the demon spirit realm to deal with us, I'm afraid that they will come after us. Because of this, we need to be prepared. Moreover, I think that the outsiders will join the demon spirit realm in dealing with us. This is because their target is the sea exploring sect. If they don't eliminate us, the demon spirit realm won't be able to deal with us. Because of this, they will certainly come after us." Everyone nodded. Up until now, none of them had comprehended the power of laws. When facing those who did, they would invite Zhao Hai's clone to come and eliminate them. But this time, there were too many people who comprehended the power of laws. Moreover, Zhao Hai's projection was also limited by time and energy. In general, Zhao Hai's projection would only appear for half an hour. If this projection went through an intense battle, then its duration would be even shorter. Because of this, everyone was very afraid of the outsiders. They knew that if they didn't have Zhao Hai's projection as a guarantee, then they would certainly die. However, Zhao Hai's projection wasn't endless. However, Zhao Hai's projections weren't inexhaustible. In the past few days, they had already used up a lot of Zhao Hai's projections to attack the various sections. They could still use them, but Zhao Hai's projections weren't a lot. If they were to clash with the outsiders, then they could only rely on Zhao Hai's projections. Once Zhao Hai's projections run out, then they would only be able to take a beating. Because of this, they had to be fully prepared. They had to be prepared to fight without Zhao Hai's projections. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The armies of the various sects began to gather at the Dark Ghost sect. But it wasn't just the armies of the various sects, even the people from the outside world had arrived at the Dark Ghost sect. However, they didn't immediately attack the Battle Corps sect because the army was still gathering. Guding and the others also received the news and began to make preparations. They prepared to lead 100 million people to defend the Battle Corps sect while the rest were prepared to attack the other sects at any time. The underground of the Battle Corps sect had been completely transformed into a huge maze. Zerg and the Xenomorph race had already entered it to make preparations. Guding and Gu Zhuang were going to lead the army to attack the other sections. As for the Dark Moon Elder, he was going to stay in the Battle Corps sect to preside over the war. This time, Gu Ding and Gu Zhuang chose to deal with the Blood Corpse sect. The reason why they chose this sect was because Gu Ding and the others had inquired about this sect. It was the sect that had done the most evil. The Blood Corpse sect attached the most importance to the cultivation of zombies among all the sections. Their method of cultivating zombies wasn't like the Battle Corpse sect, which was to find a place with dense dark qi and let the zombies absorbing qi to grow naturally. The Blood Corpse sect's method of cultivating zombies was to feed them with blood. The so-called blood food was actually living people. They used living people to feed the zombies. After the zombies drank human blood, their strength would improve very quickly. Moreover, their strength would often become more powerful. However, in order to raise a zombie into a powerful one, the number of living people needed was also very large. Because of this, the Blood Corpse sect specially raised people in captivity. Those who were raised in captivity were treated like livestock. Their fate was already determined from the day they were born. They would be eaten by zombies in the future. It can be said that in the entire devil spirit realm, the people of the Blood Corpse sect lived the most bitter life. Although Gu Ding and the others were from the undead race, they couldn't tolerate such behavior. Therefore, they targeted the Blood Corpse sect this time. The Blood Corpse sect was quite far away from the Battle Corpse sect. Their relationship with the Battle Corpse sect was quite good. This time, the Blood Corpse sect sent a lot of troops to counterattack the Battle Corpse sect. Because of this, the Blood Corpse sect's defenses were quite empty. This gave Gu Ding and the others an opportunity to attack. Gu Ding and the others had already set off. They already knew the coordinates of the Blood Corpse sect. Therefore, they directly teleported to the Blood Corpse sect. Then they had Zerg build an underground base in the Blood Corpse sect. Then they built a transmission formation in the underground base and transferred all their forces there. The underground base they built was quite far away from the Blood Corpse sect's headquarters. This was because if they were too close, they would be discovered by the Blood Corpse sect. Although it was far away, it wasn't a problem for Gu Ding and the others. They could have Zerg create underground tunnels that lead directly to the Blood Corpse sect. Then when the time comes, they could directly attack the Blood Corpse sect from the underground. At this time, Gu Ding and the others were already prepared. However, they didn't immediately attack the Blood Corpse sect. This was because that would only alert the enemy. What they needed to do was to wait until the Devil Spirit Realm's army began to attack the Battle Corpse sect. Only then would they make their move. The people of the Devil Spirit Realm didn't expect that Gu Ding and the others would actually split their forces to attack other sections. In fact, this was a misunderstanding of the Devil Spirit Realm's army. They thought that since Gu Ding and the others occupied the Battle Corpse sect, they would treat the Battle Corpse sect as their territory. As long as they attack the Battle Corpse sect, Gu Ding and the others would fight to the death in order to protect their territory. However, this wasn't the case. Gu Ding and the others wanted to restrain the Devil Spirit Realm and prevent them from attacking the Sea Exploring sect. Once the Sea Exploring sect's army arrives, the Devil Spirit Realm's army would surely die. Therefore, for Gu Ding and the others, the Battle Corpse sect was just a territory that they could abandon at any time. They simply didn't intend to use it as a base. Naturally, because Zhao Hai left a runic formation here, and because they also needed to restrain the Devil Spirit Realm's army here, they left the elders behind to fight against the Devil Spirit Realm's army. They didn't completely abandon the Battle Corpse sect. After 5 days of gathering their troops, the Devil Spirit Realm's army had already gathered at the Dark Ghost sect. This time, the Devil Spirit Realm really invested a lot. They gathered 500 million troops to the Dark Ghost sect. This was because they didn't know how many troops Gu Ding and the others had. However, they were very clear about one thing. The fact that Gu Ding and the others were able to destroy the Battle Corpse sect meant that they were very strong. Therefore, the Devil Spirit Realm needed enough troops to ensure that they could eliminate Gu Ding and the others in one fell swoop. Therefore, this time, they gathered 500 million troops. After the troops were gathered, the army directly charged towards the Battle Corpse sect. With 500 million troops, there was no need for any schemes at all. They could just charge in and kill their way in. At this time, Gu Ding and the others also began to move. They began to prepare to attack the Blood Corpse sect. After all, now that the Devil Spirit Realm's army had moved, they could also make their move. Before the Devil Spirit Realm's army attacked the Battle Corp sect, Gu Ding and the others had already made their move. This would give the Devil Spirit Realm a show of strength. From the Dark Ghost sect to the main hall of the Battle Corp sect, it would take time. Moreover, the time needed wasn't short. After all, they had an army of 500 million. It would take a lot of time for them to move. On the other hand, Gu Ding and the others were already prepared. Then they began to attack the Blood Corp sect. This time, Gu Ding and the others used the same old method. They used Zhao Hai's projection to break the Blood Corp sect's defensive formation. Then they killed their way in. But this time, when they killed their way in, they were met with tough resistance from the Blood Corp sect. The Devil Spirit Realm's people weren't fools. They also guessed that Gu Ding and the others would use this tactic to deal with them. Therefore, the various sects made arrangements in advance. Although they sent a lot of people to attack the Battle Corp sect, the sects didn't relax their defenses. Moreover, they were able to take down the Battle Corp sect so quickly. This was enough to show that they were very good at breaking formations. Therefore, the sects were also prepared to deal with the other party if their defensive formation was broken. Gu Ding and the others had some small sections. Large sects like the Blood Corp sect had their own foundations. They had arranged many formations inside the defensive formation. Although these formations were newly arranged and weren't as strong as the defensive formation, they were still a headache for Gu Ding and the others. However, Gu Ding and the others had the green jade compass in their hands. Breaking the formation wasn't a problem. The biggest problem was actually Gu Ding and the others. Until now, none of them had comprehended the power of law. This was the biggest headache for Gu Ding and the others. Since they hadn't comprehended the power of law, it meant that they would be at a disadvantage when facing the experts of the Blood Corp sect who had comprehended the power of law. Gu Ding and the others didn't dare to casually use Zhao Hai's projection. If they used up all of Zhao Hai's projections, they would only be able to passively take a beating when facing the army of the Devil Spirit World. Moreover, Gu Ding and the others wanted to adapt to this situation as soon as possible. They didn't need Zhao Hai's projection to fight against the other party. Therefore, except for the time when they broke the defensive formation of the Blood Corp sect, they didn't use Zhao Hai's projection. On the contrary, they relied on their own strength to fight against the Blood Corp sect. Fortunately, they had Zerg and the Xenomorph clan. The Zerg pen and the Xenomorph clan's nest were also brought to the Blood Corp sect. Zerg and the Xenomorph clan began to devour the ordinary disciples of the Blood Corp sect to mutate. On the other hand, the experts of the Blood Corp sect who had comprehended the power of law were entangled by Gu Ding and the others. Although Gu Ding and the others didn't comprehend the power of law, their strength was very strong. As long as they weren't hit by the opponent's power of law, they would be fine. However, the power of law that the people of the Blood Corp sect comprehended was something like poison mist and blood. This kind of power of law had a characteristic. It was a group attack. In other words, after this kind of power of law was released, it would attack a large number of people. Although Gu Ding and the others were strong, they didn't dare to touch this kind of power of law. In this way, Gu Ding and the others were pinned down. Naturally, the experts of the Blood Corp sect were also pinned down. The higher-ups of both sides couldn't do anything for a while. Thus, it was up to the people below to see how the battle would turn out. In the battle below, the insectoids and the xenomorph had the upper hand. To put it bluntly, Zerg and the xenomorph clan existed for the sake of destruction, and slaughter. These two races were incompetent in battle, but they were incomparably strong. In addition to their ability to absorb good genes and evolve, this was something that no other race could compare to. Therefore, these two races had the upper hand against the cultivators of the Blood Corp sect. Facing this situation, the people of the Blood Corp sect had a headache. After all, not all of the disciples of the Blood Corp sect were from the Blood Corp sect. Many of them were previously under the control of the Blood Corp sect. These people were much weaker than the disciples of the Blood Corp sect. Therefore, the disciples of the Blood Corp sect were suppressed for a while. However, the disciples of the Blood Corp sect didn't give up. They knew very well that if they gave up, they would die. Therefore, they resisted with all their strength. At the same time, the people of the Blood Corpse sect also spread the news of their sect being attacked to the sect master and elders who were rushing towards the Battle Corpse sect. The sect master of the Blood Corpse sect personally led the attack on the Battle Corpse sect. He knew very well that they must eliminate Gu Ding and the others. Therefore, the leaders of the various sects were mostly sect masters. The only one who didn't move was the sect master of the Myriad Ghost sect. The sect masters of the other sects were all mobilized, preparing to eliminate Gu Ding and the others in one fell swoop. Gu Ding and the others didn't set up a barrier in the Blood Corpse sect to prevent the news from spreading. They wanted to let the people of the Blood Corpse sect know that their headquarters was under attack. The sect master of the Blood Corpse sect was called the Blood Demon Old Man. He looked like 100-years-old man. His face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were cloudy, and his entire body was curled up. He looked very frightening. Beside him was a young man. This young man looked to be around 20 years old. He was very handsome and had a heroic look on his face. His eyes shone brightly. With a single glance, one could see that he was a proud and arrogant person. The Blood Demon Old Man was sitting on his chair with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was asleep or if he was thinking about something. However, none of the people in front of him dared to make a sound. These people were all from the Blood Corpse sect. They all knew about the Blood Demon Old Man's temperament. When he was thinking about something, one shouldn't disturb him. Otherwise, one would be unlucky. Therefore, no one dared to make a sound. As for the young man beside the Blood Demon Old Man, no one paid any attention to him. This was because he wasn't a human, but a zombie. It was a zombie that had cultivated to great success. It looked like a human, but it wasn't a real human. This was the strongest type of zombie. While the Blood Demon Old Man was thinking, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Then he saw a transmission formation in front of him. With a flash of white light, a jade slip appeared on top of the formation. The Blood Demon Old Man opened his eyes and looked at the jade slip. He didn't take the jade slip. Instead, he used his spiritual force to scan the jade slip. Then his eyes flashed with killing intent. He turned his head to look at the people in front of him and said, "News came from the sect. The sect is being besieged. The other party should be the ones who destroyed the Battle Corpse sect. They have already broken our Mountain Guardian formation and are now attacking our headquarters." When the Blood Demon Old Man said this, everyone was stunned. Then, there was an uproar. Everyone's face became tense. At the same time, there was a lot of discussion. One must know that the sect was their home. If something happened to their home, then it would be over. That was why they were so nervous. The Blood Demon Old Man didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at everyone. Before long, an elder of the Blood Corpse sect stood up and bowed to the Blood Demon Old Man. He said, "Sect Master, what should we do? Shouldn't he immediately return to the sect to provide support? If those fellows really kill our sect's disciples and occupy our main hall, then we won't even have a home. What happened to Sect Master Chow today will be our tomorrow." The elder's words were reasonable. Because of the destruction of the Battle Corpse sect, Sect Master Chow only had a few elders by his side. It can be said that he was a general without an army. Therefore, his status had plummeted and he had become an insignificant figure. If the Blood Corpse sect's main hall was really occupied, then their status in the future wouldn't be any better than Sect Master Chow's. Therefore, the elder said this. The Blood Demon Old Man nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "I know what you're talking about. Let me tell you our next step. You will immediately go back to provide support. At the same time, you will bring back half of the disciples who came with us. After you return, the other party might escape. However, your mission is to not let them escape. You must entangle them until I return and eliminate them in one fell swoop. I'll go see the other sect masters and tell them about our sect's situation. I'll ask them to send some experts to follow us back to the sect and eliminate those fellows. First, we'll cut off one of their arms." Everyone nodded. The elders immediately went to prepare. As for the Blood Demon Old Man, he directly went to look for the other sect masters. At this time, Gu Ding also knew that it was about time. He had already spread the news in the Blood Demon sect. They couldn't wait any longer. Because of this, when Gu Ding gave the order, 2 people from the undead race immediately used Zhao Hai's projection. As soon as Zhao Hai's projection appeared, it immediately destroyed the elders of the Blood Corpse sect. Moreover, the elders that were destroyed all had the ability to use laws. Then the projection sent a message. When Zhao Hai's projection disappeared, Gu Ding and the others immediately gave the order to retreat. They didn't want to destroy the Blood Corpse sect because that was impossible. The Blood Corpse sect was already prepared. Moreover, the Blood Corpse sect's people on the front lines had already received the news. If they stayed to deal with the Blood Corpse sect, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. Therefore, they had to leave. However, this didn't matter. Although they weren't able to eliminate the Blood Corpse sect, the Blood Corpse sect still suffered a lot of casualties. Moreover, some of the Blood Corpse sect's treasuries were also broken by Zerg and taken away. It can be said that the Blood Corpse sect suffered heavy losses this time. It can be assumed that this was a lesson to the other sects. Now, the other sects wouldn't dare to attack them without restraint. This was enough. Following Gu Ding's order, the army began to slowly retreat. The aliens and Zerg directly retreated into the tunnel. The Blood Corpse sect wanted to chase after them, but once they entered the tunnel, they would be in Zerg's territory. It would be impossible for them to catch up to Zerg's army. Therefore, after losing some people, the Blood Corpse sect gave up on this idea. Since the Blood Corpse sect was no longer pursuing them, Gu Ding and the others could naturally retreat safely. However, they left behind a space deep underground. There was an insect nest and an alien nest sealed there, as well as a teleportation formation. This would make it easier for them to kill their way back to the Blood Corpse sect. This place had nothing to do with the maze above. It was a completely independent existence. Even if the Blood Corpse sect entered the underground maze, they wouldn't be able to find it. Gu Ding and the others used the transmission formation to return to the Battle Corpse sect. But at the same time, they were prepared to attack other sects at any time. When the elders of the Blood Corpse sect returned to the main hall, they couldn't believe what they saw. The main hall of the Blood Corpse sect had been severely damaged. The rooms, trees, everything was destroyed. Bloodstains could be seen everywhere. However, there were no corpses nor Zerg. This was because whether it was the corpses of humans, insects, or aliens, they were all eaten by Zerg and the aliens. Looking at the Blood Corpse sect's disciples, it can be said that 5 or 6 out of 10 had died. In other words, aside from the powerful disciples, 5 or 6 out of 10 ordinary disciples had died. And this was only the Blood Corpse sect's disciples. It didn't include the disciples of the smaller sects who came to the Blood Corpse sect to take refuge. The disciples of the smaller sects who came to the Blood Corpse sect to take refuge had suffered even more casualties. Seeing this situation, the faces of the Blood Corpse sect's elders were about to drip water. They originally wanted to find the elders who had stayed behind to settle accounts, but when they asked, they found out that more than half of the Grand Elders who had stayed behind had died. Moreover, those who had died were those who had comprehended the power of laws. When they heard this news, the Blood Corpse sect's elders were about to vomit blood. They immediately sent a message to the Blood Demon Old Man. The Blood Demon Old Man wanted the sect masters of the various sects to send some people to support the Blood Corpse sect. It would be best if Tao Kai and Jian Wui sent some people to support the Blood Corpse sect. But at this time, he received this news. Seeing this news, the Blood Demon Old Man's face turned ashen. He then looked at the sect masters, Tao Kai, and Jian Wui and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Those guys have already retreated. But this time, our Blood Corpse sect suffered heavy casualties. More than half of our disciples died, and the Supreme Elders who stayed behind were all killed in battle. I'm afraid our Blood Corpse sect doesn't have the strength to attack anymore. I have to go back and take command. If I don't go back, the next time those guys attack our Blood Corpse sect, we'll be finished. Everyone, it's not that I'm not loyal, it's just that my family doesn't allow me to do so. I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, the Blood Demon Old Man cupped his fists towards the crowd and turned around to leave. After the Blood Demon Old Man left, the faces of the other sect masters turned ugly. They didn't say anything, but they were all thinking about the same thing, the Blood Corpse sect. As far as they were concerned, what happened to the Blood Corpse sect today would happen to them tomorrow. Since the other party was able to cause so much damage to the Blood Corp sect in such a short period of time, they could also attack their sect. As for whether or not their sect would end up like the Blood Corp sect, it was hard to say. Speaking of which, the Blood Corp sect had indeed suffered a great loss this time. If one were to make a comparison, the Battle Corp sect's losses were not as great as the Blood Corp sect's in the same period of time. This was caused by several reasons. First, Gu Ding and the others became stronger. Because of the destruction of the Battle Corp sect, Zerg, and the Xenomorph race, their strength increased by absorbing the karma of the Battle Corp sect and the Battle Corp sect. Naturally, their fighting strength also increased. Therefore, it was normal for the Blood Corp sect to suffer heavy losses. Second, this time, Gu Ding and the others attacked the Blood Corp sect because of the disciples. They didn't want to destroy the Blood Corp sect. This was because they knew that it wouldn't be easy to destroy the Blood Corp sect. Therefore, Gu Ding and the others entangled the experts of the Blood Corp sect. The remaining disciples were no match for Zerg and the Xenomorph race. It was normal for them to be killed in the end. In fact, if Gu Ding and the others attacked other sects, their performance wouldn't necessarily be better than the Blood Corp sect. The same was true for the Million Wraith sect, which had a sect master. In fact, the thoughts of the sect masters were correct. Today it was the Blood Corp sect, so would it be their turn tomorrow? If it was their turn, would they be able to resist the other party's attack? Thinking of this, the sect masters of the various sects hesitated. They were now very worried. Tao Kai also noticed the reactions of the sect masters. His heart couldn't help but sink. Yesterday, he thought that it would be a waste of talent to deal with the enemies that came out of nowhere. But now, he didn't think so anymore. He realized that this group of enemies that came out of nowhere seemed to have some strength. Moreover, their means weren't bad. With just one move, they made the sect masters retreat. Of course, Tao Kai didn't want these sects to retreat. He knew very well that if these sect masters retreated, then they wouldn't be able to attack those people in a short period of time. And if they didn't eliminate those people, then they wouldn't be able to attack the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, he had to make these sects attack those people and eliminate them as soon as possible in order to carry out the next step of his plan. However, Tao Kai knew very well that if he were to speak about this matter, it would only have the opposite effect. This was because he could see that these sects simply wouldn't listen to his orders. On the contrary, these sect masters were very wary of him. Therefore, this matter must be addressed to one of their own. And this person should be none other than the sect master of the Myriad Ghost sect, the Myriad Ghost Emperor. As soon as he thought of this, Tao Kai immediately sent a letter to the Myriad Ghost Emperor. He explained the situation and asked the Myriad Ghost Emperor to make a choice. When the Myriad Ghost Emperor saw Tao Kai's letter, he was also stunned. He knew about what had happened in the Blood Corp sect. In fact, not long after the Blood Demon Old Man received the letter, he had received a letter about what had happened in the Blood Corp sect. This was because he had his own spies in the Blood Corp sect. He was having a headache over this matter, but he didn't expect that the other sect masters would actually want to retreat. This was something that the Myriad Ghost Emperor didn't expect. But when he saw this situation, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately handed over the sect's matters and personally rushed to the Battle Corp sect. Now, the Devil Spirit World's Alliance army had already arrived at the Battle Corp sect's territory. However, they still hadn't reached the Battle Corp sect's headquarters and fought with Gu Ding's group. But now, their army had stopped. At this moment, the Myriad Ghost Emperor arrived at the camp. Upon seeing the Myriad Ghost Emperor, two people were very happy. One of them was Tao Kai. He knew that the Myriad Ghost Emperor's arrival meant that he wanted the Alliance army to continue moving forward and fight with those people. This way, his plan could proceed. The happiest person was Sect Master Chao. No one wanted to fight Gu Ding and the others more than Sect Master Chao. He used to be the Sect Master of a sect, an existence on the same level as the 10,000 Ghost Emperor. Now, he couldn't even compare to an elder of the 10,000 Ghost sect. All of this was because the Battle Corp sect had been destroyed by Gu Ding and the others. Therefore, no one desired revenge more than him. Although Sect Master Chao wanted revenge wholeheartedly, he wasn't crazy. He was also a very smart person. He also noticed that the other sect masters wanted to retreat, but he couldn't persuade them. He knew too well that without the support of the Battle Corps sect, his words wouldn't even make a fart to the other sect masters. Therefore, he could only wait. Now that he saw the Myriad Ghost Emperor coming, he was naturally happy. After the Myriad Ghost Emperor arrived at the camp, he immediately invited the other sect masters, Tao Kai and Jian Wui, into the large tent. Of course, the blood demon old man was no longer there. Myriad Ghost Emperor glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "I know what happened to the Blood Corps sect. To be honest, I'm very surprised. At the same time, I also feel the horror of this matter. The Blood Corps sect was crippled even though they were prepared. This shows how strong the other party is. I also know that after hearing this news, you all want to retreat and return to your own sects to defend because you are afraid that your sect masters will end up like the Blood Corps sect. But let me tell you, this idea is completely wrong, because if you do so, your sect masters will slowly be forced to a dead end by those guys." At this point, the Myriad Ghost Emperor stopped. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Why did those guys attack the Blood Corps sect? It's because they want us to retreat. They want us to retreat so that they can occupy the Battle Corps sect's territory forever. When the time comes, they will attack us again and defeat us one by one. Moreover, even if you retreat, what can you do? Don't tell me that they won't attack you? Don't forget the Battle Corps sect's situation. The Battle Corps sect was attacked when they were at full strength. If we retreat, we will end up like the Battle Corps sect tomorrow. To put it bluntly, we have no way to retreat now. If we don't destroy them, we will all be finished." Upon hearing 10,000 Ghost Emperor's words, the sect masters of the other sects all frowned. Then, a sect master wearing a black robe that shone with golden light said, "But if we don't retreat, what if they attack our sect next? Therefore, we can't give them a chance to attack us. The reason why they attacked the Blood Corps sect is to make us retreat in the face of difficulties. The Battle Corps sect is very important to them. Therefore, what we need to do now is to increase our speed and reach the Battle Corps sect as soon as possible. We must eliminate them. That's the most important thing." Upon hearing the Myriad Ghost Emperor's words, everyone nodded. They felt that what he said was reasonable. Then, the Myriad Ghost Emperor said, "All right, please go back and prepare. We will attack in a while. This time, we must eliminate those guys." Everyone didn't say anything and nodded. Then, they turned around and left. Tao Kai and Jian Wui also left. However, after the two left, the Myriad Ghost Emperor sent people to invite all the sect masters back. However, he didn't invite Tao Kai and Jian Wui. After all the sect masters returned to the large tent and sat down, the Myriad Ghost Emperor looked at everyone and said, "I didn't ask you to leave. I wanted Tao Kai and Jian Wui to leave because what I'm about to say isn't suitable for them to hear. Only we can say it." When everyone heard this, they stared blankly for a moment before looking at him in confusion. They didn't know what he was going to say. The Myriad Ghost Emperor looked at everyone and said, "I know that everyone must be wondering why I sent Tao Kai and Jian Wui away and why I attacked the Battle Corps sect at this time. In fact, there's only one reason for these two things, and that is because of Tao Kai and the others." At this point, the Myriad Ghost Emperor paused for a moment before sighing, "Everyone might be wondering why we attacked the Battle Corps sect with all our strength because of Tao Kai and the others. I can tell you that it's because Tao Kai and the others are our allies. However, don't forget that they didn't form an alliance with us to deal with those fellows who suddenly appeared. They formed an alliance with us to deal with a powerful force from another realm. This time, we asked them to help us because they want us to deal with those fellows who occupied the Battle Corps sect as soon as possible so that we can deal with that powerful force from another realm together with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't help us. So if we retreat now, they might not help us to deal with those fellows who occupied the Battle Corps sect. If we only rely on ourselves to deal with those fellows, I'm afraid that we'll lose a lot and take a lot of time. Most importantly, if Tao Kai and the others think that we're not strong enough to cooperate with them, they might abandon us. If that happens, we'll be finished. They might even destroy our sects and take control of the entire demon spirit realm. Don't think that this is impossible. They have so many supreme elders. Which sect is their opponent? The reason why they want to cooperate with us is because they need us to risk our lives for them. If they find out that we've lost our value, do you think they'll continue to cooperate with us? Upon hearing 10,000 Ghost Emperor's words, everyone was stunned, then their expressions changed. They hadn't thought of this point, but now that they heard 10,000 Ghost Emperor's words, they immediately thought of this point. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They felt that 10,000 Ghost Emperor's words were very reasonable. Tao Kai and the others said that they would cooperate with them, but they were cooperating to deal with another realm. They weren't cooperating to solve the internal problems of the demon spirit realm. If they found out that they couldn't even solve the internal problems of the demon spirit realm, then would they still cooperate? With Tao Kai and the others' strength, they would immediately turn the tables and deal with the demon spirit realm. Thinking of this, everyone fell silent. Then the Golden Bone sect master said, "All right, we'll go back and reorganize the army. We must deal with those guys who took over the Battle Corps sect in one fell swoop." The Myriad Ghost Emperor nodded, then turned to Sect Master Chao and said, "Old Chao, I know you're not feeling good right now, but we have no other choice. Tao Kai and the others are like a sword hanging over our heads. We have no choice but to do this. The strength of the other guys can't be underestimated. Although you're still a sect master in name, you should know that it's impossible for you to revive the Battle Corps sect. So why don't you join our Myriad Ghost sect and become a supreme elder of our sect?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned, but they didn't say anything. To be honest, Sect Master Chao's situation was just like what the Myriad Ghost Emperor said. He had no hope now. He was only a sect master in name now. In fact, no one regarded him as a sect master anymore. Sect Master Chao glanced at the 10,000 Ghost Emperor sect and said in a deep voice, "I have no objection to becoming an elder of the 10,000 Ghost Emperor sect, but I have a condition. I want to choose a disciple from the 10,000 Ghost sect to pass on my legacy. Is that all right?" The Myriad Ghost Emperor didn't even think about it and said, "Yes, of course. I completely agree with this." Sect Master Chao nodded and said, "All right, then I'll join the Myriad Ghost sect from today onwards. However, I hope that I can still participate in this war. I must destroy those guys with my own hands." "All right, we'll let you participate even if you didn't ask. If no one has any other opinions, then go and prepare. We'll take action immediately. The allied army of the Devil Spirit world is still coming towards us. Moreover, their speed is faster than before. It seems like our previous plan didn't succeed. They didn't retreat. What do you think we should do next?" "It's nothing. If they want to attack, let them attack. We'll stick to our plan. Didn't we agree before? If they want to attack us, we'll use the Battle Corps sect to attract their attention. We'll attack the other sections. I'm preparing to attack the Golden Bone sect next. All right, you guys go. I'll control the Great Formation and fight them. I want to see how strong they are. If they're ordinary, then they won't be able to do anything to us. If they're strong enough to break the Great Formation, then we still have the underground maze to deal with them for some time. Even if they break the underground maze, we can still leave this place. In any case, this place is just a temporary foothold. All right, then we'll leave this place to the elder. We just need to wait for 2 months before the young master and the others arrive. At that time, we'll be able to deal with them properly. 2 months isn't a long time. After our destruction, it's impossible for the demon spirit realm to send troops to deal with the sea exploring sect. They need to rest for some time, so our mission can be considered completed. But this time, we still have to deal with them. Don't forget, this is the first time we've come out to do something for the young master. The other people in the sea exploring sect don't know our strength. We must make a big move this time and make them understand that it's not easy to become the young master's servant race. If you want to become the young master's most valued servant race, then you must have some skills." Gu Ding and the others nodded. Then Gu Ding said, "All right, then we'll be leaving." After that, he turned around and left with Gu Zhuang. Jiangyu has been by Gu Ding's side. To be honest, he was already numb. He couldn't imagine how strong the sea exploring sect was, how strong Zhao Hai was, and how Zhao Hai could casually send out a few servants to turn the demon spirit realm into this state. This was too terrifying. Jiangyu was a bit surprised. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. Now that they had left using the transmission formation, their numbers were increasing. Therefore, they needed to use the portable transmission formation to send some people over. Then they would build a fixed transmission formation and transport everyone over. This would take time. However, the Demon Spirit World Alliance didn't want to give them too much time. The members of the Demon Spirit World Alliance increased their speed. A day after Gu Ding and the others left, the Demon Spirit World Alliance army arrived outside the main hall of the Battle Corps sect. However, when they arrived outside the Battle Corps sect's main hall, they were stunned. This was because the Battle Corps sect's main hall had a defensive formation. They had never seen this defensive formation before. This defensive formation was golden in color and had a swastika mark on it. This golden light seemed to have a restraining effect on the people of the Demon Spirit World. Upon seeing this, the people of the Demon Spirit World were stunned. One must know that in the history of the Demon Spirit World, such a thing had never appeared before. Even more so, this kind of energy had never appeared before. What was going on? How could this kind of energy appear here? Moreover, it was Buddhist energy. Although the Demon Spirit Realm didn't have any Buddhist sects or Buddhist energy, there were still some records about Buddhism. According to legend, in ancient times, the Demon Spirit Realm's biggest enemy was the Buddhists. The Buddhists used a powerful golden energy. This energy was specialized in countering demon cultivation methods. And the symbol of Buddhist energy was the swastika. Because of this, the people of the Demon Spirit Realm were able to recognize the swastika. However, only the higher-ups like the Myriad Ghost Emperor could recognize the swastika mark. The ordinary disciples of the Demon Spirit World didn't recognize the swastika mark. Therefore, they were all puzzled and looked at the swastika mark with frightened eyes. This was because they discovered that their power was restrained by the swastika mark. The Myriad Ghost Emperor's face was gloomy as he called the sect masters, Tao Kai, and Jian Wui to the tent. After everyone sat down, the Myriad Ghost Emperor looked at everyone and said, "Everyone saw it. If I'm not mistaken, the symbol on the mountain defending formation should be the swastika mark. How could this Buddhist energy appear here?" Everyone was silent. Their expressions weren't very good. Only Tao Kai and Jian Wui were exceptions. However, the two of them also had dignified expressions. They have been in contact with the people of the Demon Spirit Realm for quite some time. They were very clear about the situation of the Demon Spirit Realm. In the Demon Spirit Realm, the Yin attribute spiritual qi was very rich. There was almost no spiritual qi of other attributes. Because of this, there were almost no other cultivation methods. Most of the cultivation methods used were demon path cultivation methods. This was because demon path cultivation methods used Yin attribute spiritual qi to cultivate. But now, Buddhist energy suddenly appeared here. This was very strange. How did this Buddhist energy appear? Why did it appear here? This was too strange. At this moment, the Golden Bone sect master said, "According to legend, Buddhist cultivation techniques were the nemesis of our demon world in ancient times. But after so many years, this kind of energy has never appeared in our demon world. Although some disciples obtained some Buddhist inheritances before, those cultivation techniques clashed with the spirit qi of our demon world, so they couldn't cultivate them. How could Buddhist energy suddenly appear here?" That's right. That's right. Although it is very far away, I can still clearly feel that the Buddhist energy has a restraining effect on our cultivation method. Therefore, we must eliminate this force now. If we can't eliminate them, then we will really be in danger. Everyone nodded. Then, the Myriad Ghost Emperor turned to Tao Kai and said, "Mr. Tao, I can see that you aren't affected by this energy. Why don't you make a move first and break this mountain guarding array?" Tao Kai sighed and said, "To be honest, our strength is also affected by this array. This is because our cultivation methods are similar to yours. Perhaps we don't use Yin energy as purely as yours, but one thing is certain. Our strength also contains a large amount of Yin energy, which can be restrained by this energy. Therefore, even if we make a move, the effect can only be said to be average. But since I've already promised to help, I'll definitely help you to the end. You don't have to worry about this." Everyone's expression turned serious when they heard this. The Myriad Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice, we have more than 10,000 Supreme Elder experts here. I don't believe that we can't break this array with the combined strength of so many people. As long as we break this array, I want to see what they can use to stop us. Pass down the order. We'll rest for a day before we attack with all our strength. Everyone nodded. Although they hadn't elected an alliance master, because Tao Kai and the others had always been in contact with the Myriad Ghost Emperor and seemed to be on the Myriad Ghost Emperor's side, even though the Myriad Ghost Emperor didn't have the title of Alliance Master, he still had the title of Alliance Master. At the very least, the sect masters of the various sects would listen to him at this time. The army rested for a day. The next morning, the army moved out. However, the first to move was the Myriad Ghost Emperor's group. All of their Supreme Elder experts were outside the Battle Corps sect's main hall. Outside the Battle Corps sect's main hall, there was still a huge golden shield. On the golden shield, runes were faintly discernible. In the middle of these runes, there was a swastika. The Myriad Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's attack with all our strength. We must break this array. Attack." After he said that, the 10,000 Ghost Emperor waved his hand and a ball of black energy appeared in his hand. This ball of black energy screamed and twisted in his hand, just like a living creature. Then the 10,000 Ghost Emperor waved his hand and the ball of black energy flew out of his hand and went straight towards the formation. As the mass of black energy rushed over, it rapidly grew in size. By the time it reached the shield, it had become a huge mass of black energy that was over 100 meters long. Waves of ghostly wails could be heard coming from this mass of black energy. This mass of black energy wasn't ordinary energy. It was a mass of law power. This law power was quite special. The Myriad Ghost Emperor called it the Myriad Ghost Law. Unlike ordinary law energy, this 10,000 Ghosts Law seemed to be alive. It was a mass of energy, but it could also be said that it was a ghost. It can absorb energy from its surroundings for its own use. Moreover, its attack power was very strong, and its attack power was also very high. Nobody dared to underestimate it. When the massive Myriad Ghost Law energy pounced on the shield, it immediately emitted bursts of black smoke. At the same time, the massive Myriad Ghost Law emitted a sharp cry. It sounded like the cry of a ghost being injured. However, the shield still didn't move. A swastika and a golden rune suddenly appeared in front of the massive Myriad Ghost Law. Then, the swastika shone brightly and directly covered the mass of Myriad Ghost Law. Although the Myriad Ghost Law was struggling in the golden light, it still couldn't leave the range of the golden light. In the end, it was directly melted by the swastika and completely disappeared. While the Myriad Ghost Emperor was attacking the shield, the others also began to attack the shield. All kinds of law powers hit the shield, but without exception, these law powers all leaned towards the Yin attribute. In other words, these law powers were all restrained by the shield. It was precisely because of this that after the first wave of law power attack, the shield only shook a little and its light dimmed a little. There was no other reaction. Seeing this, the Myriad Ghost Emperor's face couldn't help but turn gloomy. However, he still shouted, again. Then, another mass of law power attacked. The others didn't stop. They all released their own law power to attack. This time, the light of the shield dimmed even more, but it still didn't break. The Myriad Ghost Emperor's face was gloomy, but he had to shout, again. Boom! 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 Waves of energy bombarded the golden shield, causing it to shake even more violently. Finally, with a loud bang, it completely exploded. Seeing the golden shield explode, 10,000 Ghost Emperor let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but say, finally, it's been 5 days. We actually used 5 days to break this shield. The others also let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, they didn't expect that the shield would be so difficult to break. On the first day, only the Supreme Elders took action. They thought that with the strength of so many people, it wouldn't be difficult to break the shield. However, they didn't expect that they didn't succeed. Although the shield had dimmed a lot, it didn't break. This made them very surprised. After returning to the big tent, they summed up their experience and found that it might be because their strength wasn't as strong as they thought. In other words, they were fighting separately. The power of law that they shot out wasn't concentrated, so they couldn't break the shield. Therefore, on the second day, they began to gather together. One person would shout, and everyone would attack together. However, they didn't expect that because of their first cooperation, they wouldn't be very successful. When they attacked, there were times when they were fast and times early and late. Therefore, they still didn't succeed on the second day. On the third day, they finally succeeded. All the power of law hit the shield almost at the same time. The shield also shook very violently, but in the end, it still didn't break. This made everyone very surprised. On the fourth day, they found that the shield had returned to its strongest state. This was what surprised them the most. No matter how they attacked the shield on the first day, as long as they stopped, the shield would return to its strongest state on the second day. This made them very surprised. Seeing this situation, 10,000 Ghost Emperor immediately thought of a way. He divided all the disciples of the Devil Spirit World into several teams. After the Supreme Elders finished attacking the shield, it was the turn of the disciples to attack the shield. They had to split up and attack continuously. They couldn't give the shield any time to recover. In this way, they finally broke the shield on the fifth day. 10,000 Ghost Emperor didn't expect that with so many experts, it would take so many days to break the shield. This really surprised him. Just when he was about to give the order to attack, he found that there was no one in the Battle Corps Sec's main hall. Not only was there no one, but there was also nothing there. Seeing this situation, everyone was stunned. At this time, the Golden Bone Sec's sect master suddenly took out a jade slip. He scanned the jade slip with his spiritual power. Then his expression changed. He turned to 10,000 Ghost Emperor and said, "Our Golden Bone sect has been attacked. Now, the other party has broken our mountain protective great array and is attacking our main hall. So, the disciples are resisting." 1,000 Ghost Emperor sect. 10,000 Ghost Emperor's expression changed. He looked at the Bear Battle Corps Sec's main hall and said, "You go back and provide support. We'll continue the attack here. You should know that our enemies always put their bases underground. I think it's the same here. Their base must be underground. We have to attack their base." The Golden Bone sect master said, "All right, I'll go back and provide support immediately. I think they will retreat as soon as they see us. Once they retreat, we'll come back and eliminate them. Otherwise, we won't have a good time." After saying that, the Golden Bone sect master's figure moved and directly left. As for the other sects, they didn't retreat this time. Instead, they prepared to stop and eliminate Guding and the others. This was because they felt threatened this time because the other party used Buddhist energy. Nothing was more threatening to them than Buddhist energy. Therefore, this time, they must eliminate the other party at all costs. After the Golden Bone sect master left, 10,000 Ghost Emperor glanced at the Battle Corps sect's territory and said, "Elder Chow, you're the most familiar with the Battle Corps sect. Take everyone and find the entrance to their underground base. As for the others, as long as you find the entrance, you'll be the first to go down. The enemy might have an ambush below, so you must be the vanguard." Nobody objected. To be honest, they were now a little afraid of the enemy. Not to mention anything else, just the mountain guarding array alone was enough to frighten them. A mountain guarding array was generally the most powerful line of defense of a sect. Generally, it would take a sect hundreds or thousands of years of continuous improvement before finally taking shape. Except for abnormal people like Xiaohai, very few people could easily break a sect's mountain guarding array. To say that someone was able to build a defensive formation in a dozen days and even block the attacks of more than 10,000 Supreme Elders was a very frightening matter. If it was in the past, 10,000 Ghost Emperor wouldn't have believed it even if someone said it. But now, he believed it because the truth was right in front of him. They had so many people, but it took them 5 days to break this mountain guarding array. This showed how powerful this mountain guarding array was. It was precisely because of this that everyone was so determined to destroy the other party. They knew very well that if they couldn't destroy the other party would pose a greater threat to them. Not to mention other things, just this powerful mountain guarding array alone was enough to give them a headache. If the other party was given some time to perfect this mountain guarding array, it would be really difficult for them to break this mountain guarding array. Therefore, they had to eliminate these people. Sect Master Chow didn't say anything. He had already straightened out his identity. He knew that there was no way for him to change his identity now. Moreover, he wanted revenge, so he directly flew out and checked the situation in the territory of the Battle Corps sect. Sect Master Chow looked at the ground and swept it with his spiritual force. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Then he moved his hand and a young man appeared beside him. The young man clenched his fist and punched the ground. A loud bang was heard. Then a 3-meter wide hole appeared in the ground. This hole was very deep, and the bottom couldn't be seen. However, Sect Master Chow didn't stop. He still commanded the corpse to hit the ground. Every time the corpse hit the ground, a big hole would appear. Every time a big hole appeared, 10,000 Ghost Emperor would send a Supreme Elder in. Then, more disciples would enter the hole. It didn't take long for Sect Master Chow to find nearly 1,000 holes. Nearly 1,000 Grand Elders and countless disciples from the various sects of the Devil Spirit world had entered the holes as well. At this time, Sect Master Chow also stopped. He looked at 10,000 Ghost Emperor and said, "Sect Master, we have found all the entrances that can be made." Myriad Ghost Emperor nodded, glanced at the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Tao, please take half of your men and keep watch outside to see if there are other exits. If there are, please take action and destroy them. Leave the rest to us." Tao Kai nodded and said, "Okay, leave the ground to me. I will definitely destroy everyone who dares to come out." 10,000 Ghost Emperor nodded. Then his figure moved and he led everyone into a hole and went straight down. Because all the entrances had already been entered, Myriad Ghost Emperor did not discover any enemies when he first entered the cave. He did not care too much and only focused on diving straight into the cave. After diving for about 100 meters, the Myriad Ghost Emperor suddenly stopped. He had discovered a row of 7 cave entrances in front of him. There were some runes above each of the 7 entrances. He knew these runes, as they represented the various sections. In other words, any disciple of a sect who entered a cave would be able to recognize the runes as soon as they saw them. 10,000 Ghost Emperor glanced at the entrances and found that people had already entered them. However, there was a rune above one of the entrances that was bigger than the others. 10,000 Ghost Emperor knew that the rune must have been left behind by an expert. He didn't enter that entrance, but chose another one and flew directly in. After flying for another 100 meters, 10,000 Ghost Emperor suddenly smelled blood. His expression couldn't help but turn cold. Then his figure moved and he sped up. After a while, he stopped and quietly looked at the ground. There was a pool of blood on the ground, but the blood had already seeped into the soil. 10,000 Ghost Emperor glanced at the blood and his expression couldn't help but change. He was sure that it was human blood, but he didn't know if it was his own or the enemy's. 10,000 Ghost Emperor continued to fly forward and saw a few more pools of blood. However, he didn't see a single living person, not even a corpse. This made 10,000 Ghost Emperor's expression even more dignified. Suddenly, a scream was heard. 10,000 Ghost Emperor's expression changed because he heard the scream coming from behind him. 10,000 Ghost Emperor immediately thought that a disciple might have followed him into the cave and had an accident. He immediately flew back, and at the same time, swept his spiritual power behind him. However, when he tried to use his spiritual force, he discovered that his spiritual force was being suppressed. He couldn't help but be startled. One must know that he was a Supreme Elder, yet his spiritual force was being suppressed. This was too shocking. Although 10,000 Ghost Emperor was surprised, he didn't stop moving. After a while, he found a pool of fresh blood. This blood was obviously fresh. 10,000 Ghost Emperor's eyes couldn't help but widen. Then he moved and punched the wall beside him. With a bang, a big hole appeared in front of him. A large space appeared in front of Myriad Ghost Emperor. In this space, there were many Zerg eating the body of a human cultivator. Now, the human cultivator's body had been eaten, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. The insects also noticed the 10,000 Ghost Emperor. They let out a sharp cry and rushed towards the 10,000 Ghost Emperor. Courting death. Myriad Ghost Emperor waved his hand and punched out. This punch carried a large cloud of black chi. The black chi left his fist and went straight towards the Zerg. The Zerg screamed in fear and were directly swallowed by the black chi. When the black chi disappeared, the Zerg on the ground had turned into shriveled shells. The flesh and blood inside had completely disappeared. Myriad Ghost Emperor didn't pay attention to this. He glanced at the cave. The cave seemed to be a dead end. There was nothing else besides the Zerg corpses. Myriad Ghost Emperor snorted coldly, then turned his head and punched the cave wall behind him. With a loud bang, a large hole appeared in the wall. However, this large hole was created by the Myriad Ghost Emperor's fist energy, not the other large hole. Myriad Ghost Emperor snorted coldly and flew forward. As he flew, he used his fist to punch the cave wall from time to time. However, to his disappointment, he didn't find the same cave. Myriad Ghost Emperor now understood that the reason his mind power was suppressed was because the cave wall had been modified by the Zerg. Now, Myriad Ghost Emperor was even more curious about where these Zerg came from. To be honest, he now felt the terror of these Zerg. Where did these Zerg come from? They were so powerful. Why didn't anyone in the demon spirit realm discover them before? After walking for a short while, the Myriad Ghost Emperor suddenly heard a gust of wind behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw a few disciples of the Myriad Ghost sect flying towards him. The 10,000 Ghost Emperor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The disciples of the 10,000 Ghost sect flew in front of the 10,000 Ghost Emperor and bowed to him. "Greetings, Sect Master." Myriad Ghost Emperor nodded and said, "Okay, follow me." Then he flew forward. The disciples of the Myriad Ghost sect nodded and followed behind the Myriad Ghost Emperor. The Myriad Ghost Emperor was still punching the walls of the two emperors from time to time, creating big holes in them, but he didn't find any secret rooms. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in front of him. 10,000 Ghost Emperor's face changed, and he immediately flew forward. Soon, he found that there was a big hole not far in front of them, and a figure was looking at them from the big hole. When he saw that person, 10,000 Ghost Emperor couldn't help but be stunned. He then let out a long sigh and said, "It's you. What did you find over there?" The person was a supreme elder of the Myriad Ghost sect. When he heard Myriad Ghost Emperor's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He then shook his head and said, "We found a secret room with insect-like things inside. But apart from that, we didn't find anything else. However, we found a pool of blood in that secret room. It seems that several disciples had died there, and 2 of the insects had run away." When Myriad Ghost Emperor heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was because the situation described by the Supreme Elder was very similar to what he had encountered. When he thought of this, Myriad Ghost Emperor couldn't help but say, "I also found a secret room here. The situation was the same as what you said, but the insects didn't run away. They were all killed by me." When the Supreme Elder heard this, he immediately said, "It seems like this is how those fellows deal with us. Sect Master, I also discovered that the speed of the insects drilling into the earth is very fast. When I saw the 2 insects drilling through the earth, I immediately chased after them. However, I discovered that the place they drilled into was blocked by the earth. I actually couldn't catch up to them." The Supreme Elder nodded. When Myriad Ghost Emperor heard this, his face couldn't help but change. He then said, "Do you think those insects have some kind of long-distance communication method? After we destroyed a secret room, they immediately sealed all the other secret rooms. So that we can't find them?" When the Supreme Elder heard Myriad Ghost Emperor's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, "Sect Master, what should we do now?" Myriad Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice, "Let's join forces and push forward. I want to see how big this place is. I believe that with our strength, we won't be able to take them down." The Supreme Elder nodded, and after joining Myriad Ghost Emperor, they flew straight into the cave. They hadn't been flying for long when they heard a scream. 10,000 Ghost Emperor quickly turned his head to look, only to find that one of the 10,000 Ghost sect disciples behind him had been killed. There was a big hole in the disciple's chest, and his heart had been completely shattered. His mouth was constantly spitting out blood, and it seemed that he wouldn't survive. Myriad Ghost Emperor's face couldn't help but sink. This was clearly a slap in the face. Both of their Supreme Elders were here, but their disciple was still killed. Moreover, he was killed right behind them. This was really too shocking. Myriad Ghost Emperor's spiritual force increased the intensity of his spiritual force. Soon, he found that there seemed to be a ghost-like shadow following behind them. This ghost-like shadow was transparent and could isolate spiritual force. If his spiritual force wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to find this shadow. As soon as he found this shadow, Myriad Ghost Emperor immediately punched it. His fist was wrapped in black chi and emitted bursts of ghostly cries. The fist technique used by Myriad Ghost Emperor was called Myriad Ghost Devouring Soul Fist. When this fist technique was practiced, it required a lot of malicious ghosts. The malicious ghosts had to be integrated into his fist. When he punched, it was like a malicious ghost was about to fly out and devour the person. If the person was really hit, the person's flesh, soul, and strength would all be absorbed. The absorbed energy could then be used by Myriad Ghost Emperor. Myriad Ghost Emperor's fist landed. At the place where the fist hit, a roar came out. Then, the shadow of a monster slowly appeared. This monster had a very hard skull and black scales. Its tail was slender and very flexible. Now, the monster's tail attacked Myriad Ghost Emperor's fist. Boom! The 10,000 Ghost Emperor's fist hit the tail. The monster roared and retracted its tail, but the 10,000 Ghost Emperor didn't stop. His fist hit the monster's body. The monster screamed and flew away. In the process, the flesh and blood on its body disappeared. When it finally fell to the ground, only an empty shell was left. Myriad Ghost Emperor withdrew his fist and turned to the others. Be careful. Not only can these monsters become invisible, but they can also block spiritual force. Everyone responded in unison. Then, the 10,000 Ghost Emperor Ancestor and the Supreme Elder led everyone forward. Not long after, they arrived at a very large cave. This cave was more than 20 meters tall and had an area of no less than 10 mu. Around the cave, there were countless caves, each of which was less than 2 meters in diameter. And now, there were already some cultivators in this cave. Upon seeing these cultivators, Myriad Ghost Emperor couldn't help but be surprised. Among these cultivators, not only were there the Grand Elders of the various sects, but there were also a few sect masters, as well as some of Tao Kai's people. Everyone had gathered here, no less than 1,000 people. Myriad Ghost Emperor looked at them in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with everyone? Why did you stop here?" An elder of White Bone sect said in a deep voice, "We're waiting for news. I just sent my subordinates into the caves to see who is inside, but they haven't found anything yet." Myriad Ghost Emperor nodded, then turned to the disciples of Myriad Ghost sect and said, "Who among you has evil spirits? Release some and see what's inside." The disciples of the Wan Gui sect immediately responded. Then, they took out their magic tools and released the malicious spirits inside. Those malicious spirits directly entered those caves. At this moment, the elder of White Bone sect's expression changed slightly. "I found something. My skeletons were all attacked about 5 li into the caves. None of them survived." Myriad Ghost Emperor nodded. "This means that the other party has ambushes in all the caves. I just don't know how strong they are. By the way, are there only these people here?" Everyone nodded. The elder of White Bone sect said in a deep voice, "We were the first to arrive here. They arrived later. So far, only these people have come here. Moreover, there are no markings on the caves. It seems that no one has been here before." Myriad Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice, "It seems that we will encounter several caves in the places we entered before. Different caves will appear in different places. The underground of the Battle Corp sect has been completely dug into a huge maze by those insects. The others may have been scattered to other places." Everyone nodded. The elder of White Bone sect said, "If that's the case, then it's not good. We're not familiar with this place. Moreover, the insects are digging too fast. There are also monsters that can hide. Our people have been scattered, so we can't display our advantage. This is difficult." Myriad Ghost Emperor nodded. "You're right. This might be the enemy's plan. We must be careful. No matter how big this maze is, there will always be an end. We'll kill our way in. I believe that we'll be able to kill our way to the end." Everyone nodded. At this time, a person from Tao Kai's group said, "We have no choice but to go in. I'm afraid that our escape route has been sealed." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at him in confusion. That person said, "Previously, I went back and looked at the situation. I found that the cave to go back has already been sealed. Moreover, there are some places where the cave has been changed. So, I'm afraid that we can't go back." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They didn't think that it would be like this. End of chapter 5405. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.